First off, I want to say thank you to all my supporters who enjoyed the Oddities Iceberg. It certainly was not easy and proved to be a monolithic experience, which has boosted my stamina when it comes to creating video content. After this video is released, I'm going to upload the conglomerate version of the previously uploaded videos on Wednesday. However, this might change if monetization acts wonky. As a note, I added a few entries in this last section because the number of entries was far less than the previous layers. Hopefully this will provide mystery and intrigue in relation to individuals who have previously glanced at the iceberg chart. Anyway, let's begin. 1518 Dancing Plague. In July 1518, the city of Strasbourg, then part of the Holy Roman Empire, now France, was the scene of a bizarre episode known as the Dancing Plague. It began when Frau Trophea started dancing uncontrollably in the streets, and soon, hundreds joined her. Despite extreme exhaustion and injuries, this phenomenon continued for about 2 months, leading to several deaths from strokes and heart attacks. Various theories have been proposed to explain this phenomenon, ranging from ergot poisoning, a fungal infection of rye producing hallucinogenic effects, to stress-induced mass hysteria precipitated by harsh living conditions and superstitions. None of these theories, however, has universally explained the events, leaving the dancing plague of 1518 a subject of fascination and speculation in historical accounts. 2012 phenomenon. The 2012 phenomenon centered around beliefs that significant cataclysmic or transformative events would occur on December 21st, 2012, which was purportedly the end date of a 5,126-year-long cycle in the Mesoamerican long count calendar. This date drew considerable attention due to various New Age interpretations, suggesting it would mark the beginning of a new era of elevated consciousness or significant global changes. Some predictions included astronomical alignments, geomagnetic reversals, or even catastrophic collisions with mythical planets like Nibiru. However, scholars and Mayan experts consistently debunked these theories, clarifying that the Mayan calendar's end merely signified the turnover of a cycle, not an apocalyptic event. Events and celebrations on December 21, 2012, particularly in regions historically linked to the Maya civilization, were cultural rather than doomsday observances. 2016 Clown Epidemic. The 2016 clown epidemic was characterized by widespread reports of individuals dressed as clowns, who were often perceived as threatening and were seen in unusual or unexpected places, sparking significant public concern and fear. This phenomenon began in August 2016 in Greenville, South Carolina, with the earliest reported incidents involving clowns allegedly attempting to lure children into the woods. The sightings quickly spread across the United States and to other countries, prompting a wave of social media coverage and public hysteria. Many incidents were later revealed to be hoaxes or exaggerated accounts, contributing to a modern type of moral panic, where clowns were unjustly seen as symbols of real-world menace. Despite numerous reports and public concern, there were few verified instances of actual harm caused by people in clown costumes during this period. The craze highlighted the role of social media in amplifying localized incidents into widespread panic. 23 Enigma. The 23 Enigma revolves around the belief in the unusual significance of the number 23, which is often linked to various coincidences and unexplained phenomena across historical and cultural contexts. Originating from an anecdote by William S. Burroughs about a captain with 23 years of accident-free sailing who died on the day he mentioned his record, the concept was popularized through works like Robert Anton Wilson's Illuminatus trilogy, which explored the number's synchronous occurrences. The enigma has permeated popular culture, notably in the film The Number 23, where Jim Carrey's character obsesses over it as a mystical cipher of his life. Critics of the enigma often attribute the fixation on the number to apophenia and confirmation bias, suggesting that the significance of 23 is in the eye of the beholder rather than in any inherent mystical property. Albasa. Albasa, often associated with the Grudge building in Beirut, Lebanon, emerged from a dispute between two brothers over inherited property, leading to the construction of a remarkably narrow building in 1954, specifically designed to block one brother's view of the Mediterranean, effectively devaluing his property while becoming a peculiar piece of highly valued real estate. In a different cultural context within Islamic tradition, Albasa refers to affliction or hardship commonly invoked in health-related contexts. The phrase labasa tahurun insha'Allah, meaning no harm, it will be a purification from sins, if Allah wills, is used to comfort the sick, suggesting that their suffering may serve as spiritual purification, embodying a dual aspect of both physical and spiritual significance. Amelia Earhart disappearance. Amelia Earhart's 1937 disappearance during her attempt to fly around the world remains one of the most enduring mysteries in aviation history. Earhart and her navigator Frederick Noonan were last heard from near Howland Island in the Pacific, signaling they were low on fuel. The main theory suggests they crashed into the ocean after failing to locate the island. Despite numerous searches and investigations, no definitive evidence of their fate has been discovered. The International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery speculates they may have landed on Nikumaroro Island, surviving temporarily as castaways, supported by some circumstantial evidence found on the island. Alternative theories include capture by Japanese forces in the Marshall Islands, although these are less supported by mainstream research. The mystery of Earhart's disappearance continues to captivate, with ongoing searches and studies attempting to uncover new evidence. Banach-Tarski paradox. The Banach-Tarski paradox, formulated by mathematicians Stefan Banach and Alfred Tarski in 1924, challenges conventional understanding by demonstrating that a three-dimensional ball can be divided into a limited number of pieces and reconstructed into two identical copies of the original. This result leverages the axiom of choice to manipulate sets in such a way that the pieces, although non-measurable and lacking a well-defined volume, can still constitute larger volumes than initially present. Essential to this paradox is the concept of equity composability, where objects are deemed equivalent if they can be partitioned into congruent parts through specific group actions, such as rotations and translations. This paradox not only perplexes intuition but also significantly influences advanced mathematical fields, including topology, measure theory, and group theory, underscoring the profound and sometimes unexpected implications of abstract mathematical principles. Cain's Jawbone. Cain's Jawbone is a uniquely challenging literary puzzle created by Edward Powys Mathers under the pseudonym Torquemada in 1934. It presents a murder mystery within a 100-page book, but with all pages scrambled, requiring solvers to correctly order the pages and solve the mystery by identifying the murderers and their victims. The complexity of the puzzle lies in its intricate web of quotations, literary references, and wordplay, making it notoriously difficult to crack. The puzzle was originally published with a prize offer for the first correct solution, which was claimed by only 2 individuals initially. It regained popularity after being reissued in 2019, spurred by social media engagement and the challenges of solving it under pandemic lockdowns. John Finnemore, a British comedian, was one of the few to solve it recently, emphasizing the daunting task of piecing together the narrative from its deliberately jumbled format. Charles II. Charles II, born on May 29, 1630, and dying on February 6, 1685, was known as the Merry Monarch for his lively and hedonistic court. His reign, starting in 1660 after the Cromwellian interregnum, marked the Restoration period in Britain, celebrated for reinstating the monarchy and the Anglican Church after a Puritan commonwealth. His rule was characterized by political maneuvering among Anglicans, Catholics, and dissenters, and his efforts towards religious tolerance, although not fully realized, were significant during his time. Charles II also engaged in several military conflicts, including 3 Anglo-Dutch wars and the controversial secret Treaty of Dover with France. Domestically, his reign saw the Great Plague of 1665 and the Great Fire of London in 1666, events that shaped his period in power. Despite his vibrant court life and numerous mistresses, Charles produced no legitimate heirs, leading to his brother, James II, ascending the throne after his death. His policies and personal life left a complex legacy, influencing the cultural and political fabric of Britain well beyond his reign. Cicada 3301. Cicada 3301 emerged as an internet enigma in 2012, quickly gaining notoriety for its complex series of puzzles that spanned various media, including digital images, music, and physical posters around the globe. These challenges, believed to be a recruitment tool by an anonymous organization, called for a high degree of proficiency in cryptography, mathematics, literature, and historical knowledge, weaving references from wide-ranging cultural and intellectual realms. Solvers, known as pilgrims, were led from the digital world to physical locations across continents, searching for QR codes and other clues in a meticulously orchestrated hunt. The identity and motives of Cicada 3301 remain shrouded in mystery, fueling speculation about connections to intelligence agencies or cyberpunk groups advocating for privacy and security on the internet. Despite extensive efforts by a global community of codebreakers and enthusiasts, the ultimate purpose and orchestrators of Cicada 3301's puzzles remain an unresolved puzzle, epitomizing one of the digital age's most captivating mysteries. Crystal Skull Hoax. The crystal skull hoax involves numerous supposed pre-Columbian quartz skulls claimed to be ancient Mesoamerican artifacts, which were later debunked through modern scientific analysis. Initially believed to have mystical origins or to be relics of the Aztec or Maya civilizations, these skulls were shown to be crafted much later using modern tools and methods. Forensic examinations, such as those by Jane McLaren Walsh of the Smithsonian, revealed that they were likely manufactured in Europe, particularly Germany, in the late 19th century, and sold to collectors under fraudulent pretenses. The most famous of these, the Mitchell Hedges skull, purportedly found in a Belizean temple, was actually bought at a London auction in 1943, casting further doubt on their authenticity. Museums and researchers, utilizing tools like scanning electron microscopy, confirmed that these items were modern creations, significantly post-dating the pre-Columbian era they were originally attributed to. CSX 8888. On May 15, 2001, the CSX 8888 incident, famously known as the Crazy Eights incident, unfolded when an unmanned locomotive escaped from Stanley Yard in Toledo, Ohio, pulling 47 freight cars, including hazardous materials. The train traveled nearly 66 miles across Ohio at speeds up to 51 miles per hour. The incident began when the engineer, attempting to align a misaligned switch, disembarked without properly setting the train's dynamic brakes, inadvertently setting the throttle to accelerate. Efforts to stop the runaway included unsuccessful attempts to derail it and shooting at a fuel cutoff switch. The crisis was finally averted when another train's crew managed to attach their locomotive to the runaway and gradually decrease its speed. Trainmaster John Hosfeld heroically boarded the moving train and shut down the engine, safely halting it. This event highlighted significant safety lapses and led to increased safety protocols in railway operations. The story inspired the action movie Unstoppable in 2010, dramatizing the events with added cinematic elements. D.B. Cooper hijacking. On November 24, 1971, a man known as D.B. Cooper hijacked Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305, traveling from Portland to Seattle. After boarding under the alias Dan Cooper, he revealed a bomb to the flight attendants and demanded $200,000, 4 parachutes, and a fuel truck standing by in Seattle to refuel the plane for a getaway to Mexico City. Upon landing, he exchanged the passengers for the ransom and parachutes, then instructed the plane to take off again. While in the air between Seattle and Reno, he parachuted out of the plane with the ransom money, disappearing into the night. Despite an extensive investigation by the FBI known as Northwest hijacking, Cooper's identity and fate remain a mystery. In 1980, a portion of the ransom money was found near the Columbia River, but it provided no new leads on Cooper's whereabouts. The case remains the only unsolved act of air piracy in commercial aviation history, leading to significant changes in aviation security, including the installation of Cooper vanes to prevent mid-flight aft stair deployment and the implementation of more thorough passenger screening processes. Diogenes the Cynic. Diogenes the Cynic, a pivotal figure in ancient Greek philosophy, was notorious for his ascetic lifestyle and provocative antics, which served as a form of social critique. Living in a large ceramic jar and owning almost nothing, Diogenes practiced and preached a philosophy of self-sufficiency, austerity, and shamelessness, often using stark actions to challenge societal norms and values. He is famed for roaming Athens with a lantern in broad daylight, searching for an honest man, symbolizing his disdain for the superficiality of human conduct. His interactions with Alexander the Great, where he famously told the conqueror to move out of his sunlight, exemplify his disregard for authority and social status. Diogenes' legacy is significant in the development of the Cynic philosophy, which later influenced the Stoic school, emphasizing ethics lived out in action rather than theory. His life and philosophy, primarily known through anecdotal accounts from writers like Diogenes Laertius, continue to fascinate and provoke reflection on the values of simplicity and honesty. Donner Party. In 1846, the Donner Party, a group of pioneers led by George and Jacob Donner, embarked on a journey from Illinois to California in search of new opportunities. Opting for the Hastings Cutoff, a supposed shortcut suggested by Lansford Hastings, they encountered severe difficulties including rough terrain and misleading directions, which significantly delayed their travel. Tragically trapped by an early and harsh winter in the Sierra Nevada, they were unable to advance or retreat. Isolated and running out of supplies, the group faced extreme starvation, which led to some resorting to cannibalism of deceased members to survive. Of the original 87 pioneers, only 48 survived this harrowing ordeal. The tragic story of the Donner Party remains one of the most famous in the history of westward expansion, highlighting the perilous conditions faced by settlers and the extreme measures they sometimes had to take to survive. Dyatlov Pass Incident. The Dyatlov Pass incident in 1959 remains one of the most mysterious events in Soviet history, involving the unexplained deaths of 9 hikers in the Ural Mountains. Led by Igor Dyatlov, the group embarked on a trek across the northern Urals but perished under strange circumstances. Their tent was found abandoned, with the sides cut open from the inside, and their bodies were discovered scattered across the snowy landscape, some only in their underwear despite sub-zero temperatures. Autopsy reports indicated that 6 of the hikers died from hypothermia, while 3 suffered from severe internal injuries similar to those caused by a car crash, yet there were no external wounds indicative of such trauma. Furthermore, traces of radiation on some clothing and the presence of missing soft tissues like a tongue and eyes on one victim added layers of complexity to the investigation. Various theories have been proposed, including an avalanche, military involvement, or a rare weather phenomenon causing infrasound-induced panic. A recent investigation leaned towards a slab avalanche theory, suggesting that a specific type of snowslide might have led to their hasty and ill-equipped departure from their tent. Despite numerous investigations, the true cause of the Dyatlov Pass incident remains unresolved, continuing to provoke interest and speculation. Elephant's foot. The elephant's foot is a highly radioactive mass formed from corium, a molten mixture of nuclear reactor core materials, following the Chernobyl disaster on April 26, 1986. Located beneath Reactor 4, the elephant's foot consists of nuclear fuel, concrete, sand, and other materials that the nuclear fuel melted through. When first discovered, the radiation levels were extremely high, emitting about 10,000 roentgens per hour, which could deliver a lethal dose of radiation in just minutes. Over the years, the radioactivity has decreased but remains dangerous. The mass gets its name from its wrinkly, rough appearance resembling an elephant's foot. It is still studied due to its unique formation and intense radioactivity. Euthanasia Coaster. The Euthanasia Coaster is a conceptual design by Julijonas Urbonas, intended as a theoretical art piece and euthanasia machine. Introduced in 2010, it's designed to humanely execute its passengers through an extreme roller coaster ride, inducing cerebral hypoxia, which is a lack of oxygen to the brain caused by sustained high G-forces during 7 consecutive loops. Each loop is progressively smaller to maintain a lethal force as the ride progresses. The initial climb offers riders time for contemplation before a precipitous drop leads to fatal speeds. The concept explores the intersections of art, engineering, and ethics, questioning the aesthetics and humanity of death. Although it has never been constructed, it serves as a provocative discussion piece on euthanasia and the potential for dignified death, reflecting Urbona's background in both amusement park management and art. Flat Earth Theory. The Flat Earth Theory maintains that Earth is not a spherical globe but a flat disk. This belief, despite being debunked by centuries of scientific evidence like observations of lunar eclipses and visible ship hulls disappearing over horizons, was revitalized in modern times by the establishment of the Flat Earth Society in the mid-20th century. Proponents argue that Earth is surrounded by an ice wall, which they identify with Antarctica, and dismiss gravity, suggesting that objects fall not because of gravitational attraction but for other unspecified reasons. They also claim that astronomical data and images showing Earth's curvature are fabrications part of a global conspiracy to suppress the truth. Despite the scientific consensus and substantial evidence supporting Earth's roundness, including satellite images and physics, the flat Earth theory persists, bolstered by social media and a distrust of established knowledge and institutions. Ghost cities. Ghost cities refer to urban areas particularly prevalent in China that have been constructed rapidly but remain largely uninhabited. These cities often feature extensive infrastructure including housing, commercial buildings, and public spaces, but lack the population to fill them. The phenomenon began to gain international attention around 2006, with numerous media reports and photographs showcasing vast new districts with few or no residents. Factors contributing to the development of ghost cities include local government incentives to boost economic growth through construction, speculative real estate investment, and urban planning policies aimed at redistributing populations. While some of these cities were expected to take decades to fill, such as Kangbashi in Ordos, which was designed to attract over 1 million residents but housed significantly fewer, others have gradually begun to attract more inhabitants as they develop economically. Ghost of Kiev. The Ghost of Kiev is a legendary figure from the 2022 Russo-Ukrainian War. initially celebrated as a Ukrainian fighter pilot who purportedly downed several Russian aircraft during the early stages of the conflict. The story gained traction on social media and was widely shared among Ukrainians and global observers, embodying a symbol of resistance against the Russian invasion. The character was said to be a MiG-29 pilot responsible for multiple air victories, including shooting down 6 Russian planes on the first day of the invasion. However, the Ukrainian military later clarified that the Ghost of Kyiv was a mythological figure, a symbolic representation of the collective spirit of Ukraine's air force rather than a single individual. The narrative served to boost morale among Ukrainian citizens and soldiers during a time of intense conflict and uncertainty. Giant's Causeway. The Giant's Causeway, located in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, is a stunning natural wonder and UNESCO World Heritage Site renowned for its approximately 40,000 interlocking basalt columns. These columns, mostly hexagonal, were formed around 60 million years ago due to intense volcanic activity that caused molten basalt to rapidly cool upon contact with the sea, resulting in their distinct shape. The site is not only a geological marvel but also steeped in mythology. Irish legend claims that the causeway was constructed by the giant Fionn mac Cumhail as a pathway to Scotland to confront his rival, Benandonner. This combination of unique natural beauty and rich folklore makes the Giant's Causeway a compelling destination for both scientific and cultural exploration. Gloomy Sunday Suicides. Gloomy Sunday, composed by Hungarian pianist Rezo Seres in 1933, and also known as the Hungarian Suicide Song, has been surrounded by dark lore and urban legends due to its association with numerous suicides. The song's melancholic melody and lyrics, originally focused on despair and heartache, purportedly led to it being banned in Hungary after its release due to its connection with a series of tragic deaths. The song is alleged to have inspired over 100 suicides globally, a claim that has contributed to its somber reputation. Billie Holiday's popular version in 1941, which added a somewhat more hopeful final verse, further spread its notoriety. Despite its historic association with sadness and the macabre, the direct influence of Gloomy Sunday on these events remains a subject of speculation and myth. Gombe Chimpanzee War. The Gombe Chimpanzee War, which took place from 1974 to 1978 in Tanzania's Gombe Stream National Park, marked a significant event in the study of animal behavior, particularly for primatologists observing chimpanzee societies. The conflict began after a group splintered from the main Kasakela community, forming the rival Kahama faction. This split led to a violent struggle characterized by ambush attacks and the eventual decimation of the Kahama group. The Kasakela group's initial victory allowed them to expand their territory, but subsequent conflicts with neighboring chimpanzee groups soon followed, illustrating the complex and territorial nature of chimpanzee societies. This series of events was the first time such prolonged and lethal intergroup violence had been documented among chimpanzees, offering profound insights into the darker aspects of primate behavior, challenging earlier perceptions of their societal dynamics. Grigory Rasputin. Grigory Rasputin, born in 1869 in Pokrovskoye, Siberia, rose from humble beginnings to become one of the most influential figures in the late Russian Empire, primarily through his close association with the family of Tsar Nicholas II. Claiming healing powers, Rasputin became especially prominent due to his purported ability to alleviate the hemophilia symptoms of the Tsarevich Alexei. His significant influence, combined with his unorthodox religious practices and moral conduct, made him a contentious figure. Rasputin's presence at court was seen by many as a sign of corruption in the monarchy and elicited substantial opposition from political and ecclesiastical figures, leading to his assassination in 1916 by a group of nobles. This dramatic end underscored the widespread animosity toward him and contributed to the discrediting of the Tsarist regime ahead of the Russian Revolution. Hanazono Room. The Hanazono Room, officially known as 136 Hanazono Room, is located on the top floor of the Sun Mall Crest condominium in the Shinjuku district of Tokyo, Japan. Managed by P Studio, this room features an indoor swimming pool that has become famously known as that pool within internet subcultures, and is particularly noted for its frequent appearances in Japanese adult films, often featuring themes of swimming and poolside scenes. The venue gained notoriety for its unique incorporation into such media, influencing its recognition far beyond its original purpose as just an apartment pool. Over the years, it transitioned from an actor's private space into a popular site for various media productions, notably gravure modeling and pornographic films, making it a cultural phenomenon in the realm of Japanese entertainment. Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate was a religious cult formed in the 1970s by Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles. They combined Christian millenarian themes with extraterrestrial beliefs, preaching that adherents could ascend to a higher spiritual plane aboard a spaceship. This ascension required followers to renounce physical desires and worldly attachments, including family. The group gained tragic notoriety in 1997 when 39 members, including Applewhite, committed mass suicide in Rancho Santa Fe, California, believing that the Hale-Bopp comet's appearance signaled the time for their departure to the next level. They consumed a lethal mixture of phenobarbital and alcohol, then suffocated themselves, hoping to leave their human vehicles and reach the supposed spaceship trailing the comet. This event underscored the dangerous potential of apocalyptic cults and remains one of the largest mass suicides in U.S. history. Hubert Blaine Wolfe plus 585, sir. Hubert Blaine Wolfe Schlegelstein Hausenbergerdorf, sir, often abbreviated as Hubert B. Wolfe plus 585, sir, held the record for the longest personal name ever used. Born in Germany and later moving to the United States, he became a typesetter by profession. His extraordinarily long name consists of 26 first names, each starting with a different letter of the alphabet followed by a very long surname, designed to tell a fictional story about his ancestors. Throughout his life, he used variations of this name publicly for various purposes, often shortening it to more manageable forms like Wolfe plus 585 or Wolfe plus 666. His name appeared in the Guinness World Records and was a topic of interest both for its length and the individual stories embedded in its structure. Illuminati. The Illuminati, founded in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt in Bavaria, was a secret society that promoted Enlightenment ideals such as reason, secularism, and the critique of religious and political power. Weishaupt, a professor, established the group to advocate for these ideas discreetly within influential circles, primarily through infiltrating Masonic lodges. Despite being outlawed by the Bavarian government in 1785, the legacy of the Illuminati continued, becoming fodder for various conspiracy theories. These theories often suggest that the Illuminati exert hidden control over global affairs, persisting as a theme in popular culture and modern conspiracy narratives, linking them to a myriad of unsubstantiated global events and control scenarios. Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper is the alias given to an unidentified serial killer active in the Whitechapel district of London in 1888, who is infamously known for the brutal murders of at least 5 women, all of whom were prostitutes. The murders were noted for their gruesome nature, involving mutilation of the victims' bodies, suggesting the killer had anatomical or surgical knowledge. The canonical 5 victims of Jack the Ripper include Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. Despite extensive police investigations and numerous suspects, the true identity of Jack the Ripper remains one of the most famous unsolved mysteries in English criminal history. The legacy of the Ripper's crimes has had a lasting impact on public and criminal profiles, inspiring various adaptations in literature and media. Jerusalem Syndrome. Jerusalem Syndrome is characterized by a complex of psychological phenomena triggered by a visit to Jerusalem. It presents primarily in 3 forms. Type 1 affects individuals with a pre-existing psychotic condition who might perceive a religious mission linked to Jerusalem. Type 2 involves those with deep-seated, unusual religious or cultural beliefs about the city, not rising to the level of psychosis. And Type 3, the most noted form, strikes previously stable individuals who suddenly undergo intense, religiously themed psychotic episodes, such as believing they are biblical figures. These episodes typically resolve once the affected person leaves Jerusalem. This condition, identified in the late 20th century by psychiatrists observing tourists in Jerusalem, is thought to be a reaction to the profound historical and spiritual significance of the city, rather than a specific clinical syndrome. While the syndrome can be dramatic, it is rare and considered no more prevalent among tourists to Jerusalem than similar psychological phenomena in other culturally significant cities. John McAfee. John McAfee, born in Gloucestershire, England on September 18, 1945, was a British-American entrepreneur best known for founding the pioneering antivirus software company McAfee. His career began impressively with roles at NASA, Xerox, and Lockheed, where his encounter with the first computer virus led him to develop McAfee antivirus software. Despite professional successes, McAfee's life spiraled into bizarre and unlawful behaviors, particularly during his time in Belize, where he was embroiled in a murder investigation but never charged. His later years were marked by erratic public appearances and an attempted political career, running for U.S. president under the Libertarian Party. McAfee's life ended under dramatic circumstances in 2021 when he was found dead by suicide in a Spanish prison cell, pending extradition to the U.S. on tax evasion charges. His story reflects a dramatic arc from technological innovation to controversial escapades. Jonestown. Jonestown was a remote settlement in Guyana, established by Jim Jones and his People's Temple followers. Originally founded as an idealistic socialist utopia, it became internationally infamous for the tragic events of November 18, 1978. On that day, over 900 members died from cyanide poisoning, a mass suicide murder orchestrated by Jones following the visit of U.S. Congressman Leo Ryan, who was investigating allegations of human rights abuses within the commune. Ryan and 4 others were murdered by temple members at a nearby airstrip as they attempted to leave with defectors from the group. This event remains one of the largest single losses of American civilian life in a deliberate act until September 11, 2001. Kowloon Walled City. Kowloon Walled City in Hong Kong was once the most densely populated place on Earth, originally established as a Chinese military outpost. Over the decades, it evolved into an almost ungoverned enclave housing approximately 35,000 people within just 6.4 acres by the late 1980s. The city was notorious for its maze-like architecture, with buildings so densely packed that daylight rarely reached the ground level, earning it the nickname City of Darkness. It became a hub for unregulated business, housing everything from unlicensed doctors to food stalls. Despite its reputation for crime, many residents experienced a strong sense of community. The British government eventually demolished the walled city in 1993 due to the unsanitary conditions and lawlessness, transforming the area into Kowloon Walled City Park, preserving some of its historical elements. Lavender Town Syndrome. Lavender Town Syndrome emerged from the Pokemon video game series, particularly involving its eerie theme music from the Lavender Town location. This music reportedly caused distress among children, allegedly leading to symptoms such as headaches and even extreme reactions like suicides, though these claims are unsubstantiated and more akin to urban legends. These tales sparked considerable internet folklore, fostering a collection of creepypastas, horror stories circulated online. The myth includes elements like the White Hand and buried alive sprites, which were said to induce sickness in players. Despite its fictional nature, the legend of Lavender Town Syndrome has had a lasting cultural impact, persistently drawing intrigue and analysis due to the disturbing nature of the story and its association with real-world psychological effects triggered by visual and auditory stimuli in media. Lawn Chair Larry Flight. On July 2, 1982, Larry Walters, also known as Lawn Chair Larry, embarked on a unique and daring flight using a homemade airship constructed from an ordinary lawn chair and 45 helium-filled weather balloons. Launching from his girlfriend's backyard in San Pedro, California, Walters intended to drift leisurely to the Mojave Desert, but instead soared unexpectedly to 16,000 feet, entering controlled airspace above Los Angeles. This unconventional flight attracted the attention of commercial airline pilots and air traffic control. Despite some harrowing moments, including a struggle to descend which involved accidentally dropping his pellet gun, Walters managed to land safely after tangling with power lines, causing a brief power outage in Long Beach. The stunt made him an overnight sensation, leading to appearances on national television and a fine from the FAA for violating air traffic regulations. This quirky adventure not only captured the public's imagination but also inspired others, adding to the lore of unconventional aviation attempts. Library of Babel. The Library of Babel, by Jorge Luis Borges, is a short story that conceptualizes the universe as an endless library filled with hexagonal rooms, each lined with books containing every possible combination of letters and punctuation marks. This literary universe explores themes of infinity, randomness, and the human quest for meaning. The vast collection of books represents both all possible knowledge and an overwhelming amount of meaningless gibberish, creating a paradox between knowledge's value and its overwhelming abundance. Borges' narrative is not just a story, but a philosophical exploration about the limits of human understanding and the fruitlessness of trying to find absolute truth in a cosmos filled with endless information. The librarians in this story, tasked with navigating this boundless world of books, represent humanity's own attempts to make sense of an often incomprehensible universe. They confront existential despair and the temptation of mythical solutions, like the elusive man of the book, who has supposedly read the book that grants complete knowledge. Llanfair Pwyll Gwyngyll. Llanfair Pwyll Gwyngyll, also known famously by its extended name Llanfair Pwyll Gwyngyll Gogarich Wyrndrob Llantysilio Gogogok, is a notable village on the Isle of Anglesey in Wales, recognized for having one of the longest place names in Europe. The name was extended in the late 19th century as a promotional strategy to attract tourists and translates roughly to St. Mary's Church in the hollow of the White Hazel near a rapid whirlpool and the Church of St. Tecilio near the Red Cave. This village is not only a curiosity due to its name, but also hosts several tourist attractions and has a rich history dating back to the Neolithic era. The population of the area has grown significantly since the construction of the Menai Suspension Bridge and the Britannia Bridge, which enhanced access and connectivity to the rest of Wales. Lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is a state where the dreamer is aware they are dreaming and may have control over aspects of the dream environment. Most commonly occurring during REM sleep, the phenomenon involves heightened cortical activity in the brain, particularly in the prefrontal cortex. While some individuals may experience lucid dreams naturally, others use techniques such as reality testing, mnemonic induction, and wake-back-to-bed methods to induce lucidity. While lucid dreaming can offer therapeutic benefits like treating nightmares, it also has potential drawbacks, including disturbed sleep and mental health impacts. Mary Celeste. The Mary Celeste was an American brigantine found deserted in the Atlantic Ocean near the Azores on December 5, 1872, setting off one of the maritime world's most enduring mysteries. Originally launched as the Amazon in 1861, the vessel encountered numerous misfortunes, including the death of its first captain and several accidents before being sold and renamed. On its fateful voyage from New York to Genoa under Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs, the ship carried a cargo of alcohol. Despite being discovered adrift with the cargo intact, the lifeboat missing, and no sign of the crew or passengers, the ship showed no evidence of foul play. Over the years, various theories have surfaced regarding the crew's disappearance, including mutiny, piracy, and natural phenomena, but none have definitively solved the mystery of why an experienced captain like Briggs would abandon a seaworthy vessel. Max Headroom Incident. The Max Headroom Incident, an unsolved broadcast signal intrusion, occurred on November 22, 1987 in Chicago. It involved an unidentified individual wearing a Max Headroom mask, disrupting television broadcasts on 2 stations. The first intrusion, lasting about 30 seconds, happened during a sports segment on WGN-TV and was quickly corrected by station engineers. A more extended interruption occurred later that night on WTTW during a broadcast of Doctor Who, lasting about 90 seconds, and featuring the masked figure making disjointed statements and performing bizarre actions. Despite investigations, the perpetrator was never caught, and the incident remains a topic of fascination due to its peculiar nature and the mysterious identity of the hijacker. Miracle on the Hudson. On January 15, 2009, U.S. Airways Flight 1549, piloted by Captain Chesley Sullenberger and First Officer Jeffrey Skiles, struck a flock of Canada geese shortly after takeoff from LaGuardia Airport, resulting in the loss of all engine power. Faced with few options and realizing they couldn't reach any nearby airports, Sullenberger decided to ditch the Airbus A320 in the Hudson River, a risky but ultimately successful maneuver. All 155 passengers and crew members survived, with only minor injuries reported. This incident, widely known as the Miracle on the Hudson, showcased remarkable piloting, quick decision-making, and effective emergency response, contributing to significant changes in aviation safety protocols regarding bird strikes and water landings. MKUltra. Project MKUltra, initiated by the CIA in 1953 and led by Sidney Gottlieb, was a secret program aimed at developing effective mind control techniques for the Cold War era. The project involved administering drugs like LSD to unknowing subjects, including mental patients, prisoners, and members of the public, to study their effects on human behavior. Notorious experiments, such as those under Operation Midnight Climax, involved drugging individuals in controlled environments and observing their reactions without their consent. The project's methods were highly unethical, violating the Nuremberg Code, which necessitates voluntary consent for experimentation. MKUltra came to public attention in the mid-1970s through the efforts of the Church Committee, revealing the extensive nature and moral failings of the experiments. Despite extensive trials, the program was deemed a failure and was officially terminated in 1973, leading to significant legal and ethical reforms regarding human experimentation. Monty Hall Problem. The Monty Hall problem is a probability puzzle stemming from a hypothetical game show scenario where a contestant is asked to choose one of 3 doors, behind one of which is a prize. After selecting a door, the host, who knows what's behind each door, opens another door, revealing no prize. The contestant is then given the option to stick with their original choice or switch to the remaining closed door. Intuitively, it might seem that switching wouldn't provide an advantage, but probability tells a different story. Mathematical analysis of the problem shows that switching doors actually doubles the probability of winning the prize, from 1/3 to 2/3, because the initial choice has a 1/3 chance of being correct, leaving a 2/3 probability that the prize is behind one of the other two doors. When the host opens one of these doors to reveal no prize, it effectively transfers this 2/3 probability to the remaining unchosen door. This counterintuitive result has been verified through various simulations and statistical analyses, which consistently show that switching leads to winning approximately 2/3 of the time. My Immortal. My Immortal is a notoriously bad Harry Potter fanfiction written by Tara Gilesby under the pseudonym XXX Bloody Wrist 666XXX on fanfiction.net between 2006 and 2007. It follows the melodramatic adventures of Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, a vampire and a student at Hogwarts, in a series filled with poor spelling, gothic cliches, and rampant out-of-character behavior. The story is infamous for its incoherent plot and numerous deviations from the Harry Potter series canon, often featuring modern pop culture elements that clash with the setting. Nazca Lines. The Nazca Lines are a series of large ancient geoglyphs located in the Nazca Desert of southern Peru, known for their intricate designs that range from simple lines and geometric shapes to complex depictions of animals, plants, and other figures. Created by the Nazca culture between 500 BCE and 500 CE, these lines were formed by removing the top layer of reddish-brown, iron oxide-coated pebbles to reveal a contrasting light-colored earth beneath. This process has allowed the designs to remain largely preserved due to the region's dry climate and minimal erosion. While the exact purpose of the geoglyphs remains a subject of debate, theories range from their use as astronomical markers, ritual pathways to honor deities, or as part of water-related rituals. The scale and complexity of the lines suggest that they held significant cultural importance for the Nazca people and continue to fascinate archaeologists and visitors today. Number Station. Number stations are mysterious shortwave radio stations that broadcast strings of numbers, letters, or Morse code messages believed to be encrypted directives for spies. These stations, often featuring synthetic voices or tones, operate globally and are notoriously anonymous, making them a subject of intrigue and speculation. Although the exact origins and purposes of many number stations are unconfirmed due to their association with covert intelligence operations, they are generally understood as a method for governments to communicate securely with operatives abroad. Number stations utilize simple yet effective encryption techniques such as one-time pads, which render the messages unbreakable without the corresponding decryption key. Despite advancements in technology, number stations have persisted due to their simplicity and reliability, offering a virtually traceless means of sending encoded orders. Oak Island. Oak Island, located off the coast of Nova Scotia, Canada, has captivated treasure hunters and researchers for over 2 centuries with its infamous money pit. The island's lore began in 1795 when 3 young men discovered a circular depression in the ground, leading to the unearthing of a layered pit containing logs at regular intervals. This initial discovery sparked ongoing speculation and numerous expeditions fueled by tales of buried pirate treasure and historical artifacts. Over the years, various artifacts such as a lead cross and Roman coin have been found, enhancing the island's mystery. The theories about the origins of the pit range from pirate treasures to elaborate hoaxes. The hunt for treasure has not only led to the investment of millions of dollars but also cost several lives, reinforcing an ominous legend that 7 must die before the island gives up its secrets. Paul is dead. The Paul is dead conspiracy theory emerged in the late 1960s and suggested that Paul McCartney of the Beatles had died in 1966 and was replaced by a look-alike. The theory gained momentum from various clues supposedly hidden in the band's music and album artwork, particularly in the albums Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band and Abbey Road. Fans and conspiracy theorists pointed to ambiguous lyrics and peculiarities in the album covers as evidence of McCartney's death and replacement by a double, often cited as Billy Shears. This conspiracy was fueled further by a combination of public fascination and media coverage, including a mockumentary and numerous radio shows that dissected the clues, despite repeated denials and clarifications by the Beatles and their production team. McCartney himself refuted the rumors, humorously engaging with the public and media over the alleged clues in their music and albums. Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage, a 25-year-old railroad foreman, survived a catastrophic accident on September 13, 1848, which marked a seminal event in the annals of neuroscience and psychology. While working in Cavendish, Vermont, an iron rod was accidentally driven through his skull during a blasting operation, entering his left cheek and exiting through the top of his head. Remarkably, Gage was able to walk and talk immediately after the accident, though he lost the sight in his left eye. His survival allowed doctors to study the relationship between brain injury and personality change for the first time, as Gage exhibited significant alterations in behavior and temperament following the incident. These changes included impulsive and inappropriate behavior, which were in stark contrast to his previous character as a hard-working and amiable individual. Gage's case was pivotal in suggesting the frontal lobes are involved in personality and social conduct, and his life post-accident, including his time working in Chile and his death in San Francisco from seizures 12 years later, has continued to be a subject of scientific and popular interest. Roanoke Colony. The Roanoke Colony, established in 1587 on Roanoke Island in what is now North Carolina, was the first English settlement in North America. Led by John White and backed by Sir Walter Raleigh, the colony was meant to be a permanent establishment, but it faced immediate challenges. When White returned from a resupply mission to England in 1590, he found the colony deserted, with no sign of the 117 settlers, except the cryptic message Croatoan carved into a post. The fate of the colonists has remained one of America's longest-standing mysteries, prompting speculation and theories including integration with local Native American tribes, death from disease, starvation, or attacks by Spanish forces or local tribes. Despite extensive historical and archaeological research, no conclusive evidence has been found to determine exactly what happened to the lost colonists of Roanoke. Robert Wadlow. Robert Wadlow, known as the Alton Giant, was born on February 22, 1918, in Alton, Illinois. He became the tallest person in recorded history, reaching a height of 8 feet 11.1 inches due to hyperplasia of his pituitary gland, which caused an abnormally high release of growth hormones. Despite his stature, Wadlow led a life that was as normal as possible. He attended college and was active in organizations like the Boy Scouts and the Freemasons. Wadlow's life, however, was not without challenges. He suffered from a lack of sensation in his legs and feet, which led to frequent injuries and infections due to unnoticed wounds. This condition ultimately led to his untimely death at the age of 22 from a septic blister infection caused by a poorly fitted leg brace. His funeral in Alton drew thousands, reflecting his impact as a gentle and inspirational figure despite his brief life. Rocco's Basilisk. Rocco's Basilisk is a thought experiment originating from the rationalist community website Less Wrong. Proposed by a user named Rocco in 2010, the hypothesis suggests that a future superintelligent AI could punish those who knew about its potential existence but did not help to bring it into existence. The theory posits that this AI would create a simulation to inflict eternal torture on those who did not contribute to its creation. The core idea leverages concepts from decision theory, suggesting a kind of blackmail by a future AI to ensure its own emergence. Critics argue it combines aspects of Pascal's wager and existential risks associated with advanced AI. Despite its speculative nature, the thought experiment has sparked significant discussion and debate about the ethics and potential risks of artificial intelligence development. Smiley face killers. The smiley face killers theory suggests that a number of young men found drowned across various U.S. states were victims of serial killers who marked their crimes with nearby smiley face graffiti. This hypothesis was proposed by retired detectives Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte and supported by Dr. Lee Gilbertson. They argue that these cases exhibit patterns that might indicate foul play rather than accidental deaths, often linked to alcohol. However, the theory is highly controversial and widely dismissed by law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, which see no substantiating evidence of a serial killer or killers. Critics, including the Center for Homicide Research, argue that the smiley face symbols are common and incidental. Furthermore, most investigations conclude these deaths as accidental drownings, with skepticism further fueled by the lack of physical trauma or consistent forensic evidence linking the cases. Somerton Man. The Somerton Man mystery centers on an unidentified man found dead on Somerton Beach near Adelaide, Australia, in December 1948, sparking decades of intrigue and speculation. Notable clues include a scrap of paper in his pocket with Tamam Shud, meaning "it is ended," traced to a copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, containing a mysterious code and a woman's phone number. Despite various leads, including a potential link to espionage during the Cold War and a connection to a woman who might have known him, his identity and cause of death remain unsolved. The case is compounded by mysteries such as his missing identity tags, possessions suggesting international connections, and the undetermined nature of his death, which some suggest could have been poisoning. Spontaneous human combustion. Spontaneous human combustion refers to alleged incidents where a person's body is reported to have caught fire without an external source of ignition. Historical accounts suggest that victims of SHC burn almost completely, while their surroundings suffer minimal damage, leading to numerous theories about internal causes of the fire. Scientifically, SHC is viewed skeptically, with investigations usually pointing to external sources of ignition such as cigarettes or heaters. The wick effect, where clothing soaked in body fat acts as a wick, allowing the body to burn similarly to a candle, is a widely accepted explanation among researchers for the complete combustion observed in these cases. This phenomenon has been explored in literature and folklore, yet remains scientifically unproven, with most experts attributing these fires to ordinary, though often overlooked, external sources. St. Elmo's Fire. St. Elmo's Fire is a weather phenomenon characterized by a luminous blue or violet glow, visible during thunderstorms around pointed objects like ship masts, airplane wings, or church steeples. This glow is due to a coronal discharge from these objects in a strong electric field in the atmosphere, where the air becomes ionized and acts as a conductor of electricity. The phenomenon is named after Saint Erasmus of Formia, the patron saint of sailors, who considered the appearance of this glow to be a good omen. Scientifically, St. Elmo's Fire is not fire but plasma created by the discharge of static electricity. It appears when the electrical charge in the atmosphere intensifies enough to ionize the air molecules around pointed objects, emitting light without burning the object itself. Stonehenge. Stonehenge, a prehistoric monument on Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, is one of the most iconic and mysterious archaeological sites in the world. Constructed in several phases from around 3000 BC to 1600 BC, it comprises a circular setting of large standing stones known as sarsens, with smaller blue stones inside them. The site is aligned with the sunrise of the summer solstice and the sunset of the winter solstice, suggesting its use in astronomical observations or ceremonies. While its precise purpose remains unknown, theories suggest it served as a burial ground, ceremonial site, or astronomical calendar. Stonehenge's construction is particularly remarkable given the transportation of blue stones from over 200 miles away in Wales, a feat likely accomplished using a combination of sledges, rollers, and rafts. Tank Man. Tank Man, an iconic figure from the 1989 Tiananmen Square protests in Beijing, became a global symbol of peaceful resistance and courage. On June 5, 1989, he famously stood in front of a column of tanks, halting their progress through Chang'an Avenue, a day after the Chinese government's violent crackdown on protesters, which resulted in numerous deaths. The man, carrying 2 shopping bags, moved in front of the tanks as they tried to maneuver around him, ultimately stopping them multiple times. His identity remains unknown, with various speculative names but no confirmed details due to the Chinese government's suppression of information. The image of his defiance was captured by photographers and has since been celebrated as a powerful act of non-violent protest, although it also led to his swift disappearance from the scene, likely pulled away by either government agents or concerned bystanders. The Backrooms. The Backrooms is a concept originating from internet folklore, depicting a vast, labyrinthine space with endless rooms and corridors beyond the bounds of normal reality. This idea first captured public attention through a creepy image and accompanying text describing a monotonous, seemingly infinite space filled with yellow-walled rooms, old carpets, and buzzing fluorescent lights. It has since evolved into a richly detailed mythos with multiple levels, each with distinct characteristics and hidden dangers. Participants in the Backrooms lore explore these levels, encountering various entities and phenomena along the way. The narrative is continuously expanded and shaped by its community, making it a collective horror fiction project with ongoing contributions from around the world. The most mysterious song on the internet. The most mysterious song on the internet refers to an unidentified track recorded from a German radio broadcast, likely Norddeutscher Rundfunk during the early 1980s. Despite extensive efforts spanning over 4 decades, the song's artist, title, and origins remain unknown. The search for this song began in earnest on online forums in 2007, when a user named Anton asked for help in identifying it. The song has a distinctive post-punk style characterized by a moody synthesizer lead, and its lyrics are sung in English, possibly by a European vocalist. Various theories about the artist and origin have circulated, but none have been confirmed, turning the song into a viral internet mystery that has engaged amateur sleuths and music enthusiasts worldwide. The Vasa. The Vasa was a 17th century Swedish warship, renowned for its elaborate construction and tragic fate, sinking on its maiden voyage in 1628 just minutes after setting sail from Stockholm harbor. This event marked one of the most significant maritime disasters of the era, primarily caused by critical design flaws that left the ship top-heavy with insufficient ballast to support its heavy artillery. Commissioned by King Gustavus Adolphus during the height of the 30 Years' War, the ship was intended to assert Swedish naval dominance in the Baltic. However, its sinking was a monumental failure, attributed to hurried construction and the king's demands for a heavily armed and ornately decorated vessel. Despite the disaster, the ship was salvaged in 1961 in remarkably good condition, thanks to the brackish waters of the Baltic Sea that preserved it from decay. Today, the Vasa serves as a major tourist attraction housed in the Vasa Museum in Stockholm, offering invaluable insights into 17th century naval warfare, shipbuilding, and Swedish maritime history. The Waco Siege. The Waco Siege occurred from February 28 to April 19, 1993, involving the religious group Branch Davidians led by David Koresh and federal agents from the ATF and FBI near Waco, Texas. Initiated by an ATF attempt to serve search and arrest warrants for weapons violations, the operation quickly escalated due to strategic mishaps and resulted in a shootout that killed 4 ATF agents and 6 Branch Davidians. The FBI took over, leading to a 51-day standoff that ended disastrously when the FBI launched a tear gas attack to force the Davidians out, which was followed by a fire that destroyed the compound and killed 76 people, including 25 children. The cause of the fire remains disputed, with official reports blaming the Davidians for starting it, while critics argue the FBI's actions contributed to the tragedy. This event has profoundly impacted public perception of federal authority and spurred the growth of the American militia movement. Troxler Effect. The Troxler Effect, discovered by Ignaz Paul Vital Troxler in 1804, is an optical illusion affecting visual perception where steady fixation on a central point causes unchanging stimuli in the peripheral vision to fade and disappear. This phenomenon is attributed to neural adaptation within the visual system, meaning neurons stop responding to unvarying stimuli, effectively making them invisible over time. The effect is enhanced when the peripheral stimulus is small, low contrast, or blurred, and becomes more pronounced the further it is from the fixation point. The underlying principle is that continuous sensory input without variation leads to a sensory fade, a natural function of the brain's efficiency in handling unimportant or unchanging information. Winchester Mystery House. The Winchester Mystery House, located in San Jose, California, is an architectural marvel known for its intricate complexity and mysterious history. Built by Sarah Winchester, widow of firearms magnate William Wirt Winchester, the house is famous for its size, the architectural curiosity of its construction, and the legends that surround it. Sarah Winchester began extensive renovations on a simple 8-room farmhouse in 1886, transforming it into a sprawling mansion with 160 rooms, covering 24,000 square feet. The mansion features numerous oddities such as doors and staircases that lead nowhere, windows overlooking other rooms, and stairs with risers of differing sizes. These peculiarities are believed to be the result of Winchester's fear of haunted spirits, which she thought could be appeased through continuous building. Construction continued almost ceaselessly until her death in 1922, driven by Winchester's obsession, possibly fueled by spiritualist beliefs, to elude the spirits of those harmed by Winchester rifles. Y2K. The Y2K bug, or Millennium Bug, was a programming flaw that emerged due to the use of 2 digits to represent the year and dates, which could have led computers to interpret the year 2000 as 1900. This issue raised global concerns about potential failures in financial systems, utilities, and other essential services as the new millennium approached. In response, extensive and costly efforts amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars were undertaken worldwide to make systems Y2K compliant. Despite fears of significant disruptions, the transition into the new millennium occurred smoothly, with very few minor issues reported, suggesting that the intensive preparations were effective in averting a potential crisis. This event underscored the importance of crisis management and system testing in preventing technological disasters. Zodiac Killer. The Zodiac Killer is an unidentified serial killer linked to several murders in Northern California during the late 1960s. Notoriously, the Zodiac Killer is credited with 5 confirmed murders between 1968 and 1969, although he claimed to have killed 37 people. The killer targeted young couples and a lone taxi driver, and the attacks occurred across various locations including Benicia, Vallejo, Lake Berryessa, and San Francisco. The case is infamous not only for the brutality of the murders, but also for the cryptic letters sent by the killer to local newspapers. These letters included complex ciphers, some of which have not been solved to this day. Despite extensive investigations, no conclusive suspect has ever been apprehended, and the case remains one of the most famous, unsolved serial murder cases in American history.
How tough are you?
How tough am I? You got a new bottle of ketchup?
Sure.
Everyone Knows That, rediscovered. The song Everyone Knows That, also known as Ulterior Motives, was a notable piece of lost media that sparked a significant internet search. Initially uploaded in 2021 as a mysterious snippet by a user named Carl92 on What's That Song, it gained substantial attention among online communities dedicated to identifying and recovering lost media. The song was finally identified in 2024 through the collaborative efforts of Reddit users 1Truth5867 and South Pole Ball. It was discovered that the song was from a 1986 adult film titled Angels of Passion, composed by filmmakers and musicians Christopher St. Booth and Philip Adrian Booth. The rediscovery of the song was a culmination of extensive community effort involving numerous leads and theories explored over several years. Christopher St. Booth responded positively to the discovery, expressing amazement at the search efforts and hinting at potentially releasing the song officially, given its newfound fame and the public interest. This case exemplifies the dedication and passion of the lost media community, reflecting both the challenges and the excitement of such endeavors. Oumuamua. Oumuamua, formerly designated 1I/2017 U1, is recognized as the first interstellar object to traverse our solar system, identified on October 19, 2017, by the Pan-STARRS 1 telescope at the University of Hawaii. This elongated cigar-shaped body, about 800 meters long and 80 meters wide, showed an aspect ratio greater than any previously observed asteroid or comet within our solar system. Initially thought to be a comet, Oumuamua exhibited non-gravitational acceleration without the typical cometary signs of outgassing or a dust tail, puzzling astronomers. Subsequent observations suggested that while outgassing might explain its trajectory deviations, no dust or gas was visibly ejected, challenging typical comet behaviors and leading to speculation about its composition and origin. The object's mysterious properties and trajectory continue to be subjects of intense study and curiosity in the astronomical community. 1904 Olympic Marathon. The 1904 Olympic Marathon in St. Louis, remembered as one of the most peculiar and grueling events in Olympic history, unfolded under extreme conditions with severe heat and a challenging 24.8 5-mile course laced with hills and dusty roads. It featured bizarre incidents, such as the disqualification of Fred Lors, who rode part of the race in a car before crossing the finish line first, and the severe physical distress of the official winner, Thomas Hicks, who was sustained by doses of strychnine and brandy administered by his support team. The event was further marked by inadequate water supply, part of an experiment by the organizer to test the effects of purposeful dehydration on athletes. This marathon highlighted significant challenges and extreme conditions that the runners faced, including Felix Carvajal, a Cuban mailman, who interacted with spectators and experienced severe cramps after eating rotten apples. 8800 Blue Lick Road. 8800 Blue Lick Road in Louisville, Kentucky, became famous when its online 3D home tour went viral in 2020. The house, with its complex layout and a vast assortment of items ranging from the mundane to the bizarre, captured widespread attention and curiosity on the internet. Originally, the house functioned under various guises, including a church, school, and daycare, before being featured in a real estate listing that inadvertently showcased its eclectic and cluttered interiors. The viral phenomenon surrounding the house included challenges such as finding a hidden bathtub, leading to speedruns of the virtual tour, treating the walkthrough like a video game. This quirky virtual experience highlighted the house's unique character and mysterious, storied past. Action Park. Action Park, located in Vernon, New Jersey, earned a reputation as one of America's most dangerous amusement parks during its operation from 1978 to 1996. Founded by Gene Mulvihill, the park was known for its minimal regulations and the autonomy it granted to guests, often resulting in high injury rates. The park featured a variety of extreme attractions, including the notorious Cannonball Loop, a water slide with a complete vertical loop that was as dangerous as it was innovative. Despite numerous injuries and fatalities, the park remained popular due to its thrilling, unrestrained nature. Action Park closed in 1996 due to financial difficulties and legal issues, but its legacy lives on as a symbol of wild, unsupervised fun and the darker side of amusement attractions. Hero's Engine. The Hero's Engine, also known as the Aeolipile, is an early steam engine invented by Hero of Alexandria around the 1st century AD. This device consists of a hollow sphere with two bent nozzles that emit steam, allowing it to rotate on its stand. The rotation is powered by the reaction forces of the steam jets, illustrating basic principles of rocket propulsion and Newton's third law of motion. While the Aeolipile was not used for practical applications in its time, it served as a demonstration of steam power potential and is considered a precursor to the steam engines that fueled the Industrial Revolution. Despite its historical significance, the Aeolipile was likely regarded as a scientific curiosity or a novelty during the Hellenistic period, showcasing the advanced understanding of physics and engineering in ancient civilizations. Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, born Edward Alexander Crowley on October 12, 1875, in Royal Leamington Spa, England, was a significant figure in the early 20th century occult world, known for founding the Thelema religion and proclaiming himself the prophet of the Aeon of Horus. His philosophy was encapsulated in the maxim, "Do what thou wilt." An accomplished writer, magician, and mountaineer, Crowley's works and practices deeply influenced Western esoteric traditions. Despite being vilified as the wickedest man in the world due to his controversial lifestyle, he authored key texts like the Book of the Law, central to Thelemic philosophy. Crowley's legacy continues to impact modern occultism and pop culture long after his death on December 1, 1947. Allan Hills. Allan Hills, located in the Victoria Land region of Antarctica, is a predominantly ice-free area known for its significant geological and glaciological studies. The region is famous for the discovery of the Allan Hills 84001 meteorite, identified as potentially containing ancient Martian microfossils, sparking widespread scientific and public interest about possible life on Mars. Additionally, Allan Hills is notable for its blue ice areas where very old ice dating back millions of years surfaces. This ice provides valuable climate records that extend back further than typical ice core samples, making it a crucial site for understanding Earth's past climate conditions. Antikythera mechanism. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek artifact discovered in a shipwreck near the island of Antikythera in 1901, is believed to be the world's first analog computer, crafted in the 2nd century BCE. Comprising at least 30 intricate bronze gears housed in a wooden box roughly the size of a shoebox, it was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses for calendrical and astrological purposes. Advanced imaging and studies have revealed features such as a dial predicting eclipses and a sophisticated gear system modeling the irregular orbit of the moon, suggesting knowledge of celestial bodies' movements with remarkable precision. This device illustrates the advanced technological and scientific knowledge of ancient civilizations and their ability to merge mechanical skill with mathematical and astronomical insights. Ball lightning. Ball lightning is a rare and enigmatic atmospheric phenomenon that appears as a luminous spherical object, usually during thunderstorms in close proximity to cloud-to-ground lightning. Varying in color, from red and orange to yellow, white, or blue, ball lightning typically has a diameter of several centimeters and is known for its brief duration, lasting only a few seconds. It moves erratically near the ground and can disappear silently or with an explosion. The phenomenon is sometimes accompanied by a hissing sound and a distinctive odor. Theories about its nature include high-density plasma, vaporized silicon, electrically charged cores, microwave radiation trapped in plasma, and solitonic configurations of electric fields. Despite numerous hypotheses and some experimental reproduction, ball lightning's exact mechanisms and relationship to common lightning remain poorly understood. Beast of Gévaudan. The Beast of Gévaudan terrorized the French region of Gévaudan from 1764 to 1767, resulting in the deaths of around 100 people. Described as a massive wolf-like creature, the beast's exact nature has remained a mystery, with various descriptions ranging from a large wolf to a hybrid animal with features of a lion or hyena. Despite numerous large-scale hunting efforts, including the deployment of royal troops and large numbers of volunteers, the creature eluded capture for years. The terror ended only after a local farmer, Jean Chastel, shot an animal in 1767 that was later suspected to be the beast, although doubts persisted about its identity. Theories about the beast's true nature include it being a rogue wolf, a hybrid animal, or even a mythologized creature with supernatural attributes. Bir Tawil. Bir Tawil is a unique 2,060 square kilometer territory situated between Egypt and Sudan, notable for being one of the few regions on Earth unclaimed by any recognized nation due to border discrepancies dating back to the early 20th century. The area, sometimes referred to as the Bir Tawil Triangle, was inadvertently created through colonial-era boundary definitions aimed at administratively separating Egyptian and Sudanese territories along the 22nd parallel north. This led to a situation where both countries claimed the Halaib Triangle, an area of greater economic and strategic value, while neither claims Bir Tawil itself. The region's remote and arid nature, with notable features such as the Jabal Tawil mountain, has made it largely undesirable and left it unpopulated, though it has occasionally drawn attention from adventurers and would-be sovereign claimants. Black Volga. The Black Volga is a prominent urban legend from Eastern Europe, especially prevalent in Poland, Hungary, and Russia during the 1960s and 1970s. The legend centers around a mysterious black gas Volga car, reputed to appear from nowhere and abduct people, particularly children and teenagers, under the cover of night. Various versions of the story attribute the car's control to government agents like the KGB, priests, vampires, or even Satan himself. It was often said that those who reported seeing the Black Volga or were connected to it mysteriously disappeared or met untimely deaths. Despite numerous eerie tales and sightings, the Black Volga remains a figure of regional folklore, encapsulating the fears and anxieties of the time. Bloop. The bloop was a powerful, ultra-low-frequency underwater sound detected by the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in 1997, using a network of hydrophones located over a vast distance in the Pacific Ocean. Initially surrounded by mystery and speculation about its origins, ranging from sea creatures to geological phenomena, it was ultimately identified as the noise produced by an icequake. This conclusion was based on its similarity in audio profile to other sounds known to be made by icebergs cracking and breaking away from glaciers, particularly in Antarctica. The sound, one of the loudest of its type ever recorded, was captured during a period when the administration was monitoring underwater volcanic activity, which helped in distinguishing its true nature. Blythe Intaglios. The Blythe Intaglios, also known as the Nazca Lines of America, are a collection of massive geoglyphs located in the Colorado Desert near Blythe, California. These ancient ground figures are large-scale representations of humans and animals etched into the Earth's surface by removing the top layer of darker rocks to reveal the lighter soil underneath. The figures include several human shapes and animal figures, one of which closely resembles a mountain lion, and their sizes vary, with the largest human figure stretching up to 171 feet long. Thought to be created by Native American tribes, these geoglyphs hold significant cultural importance and are linked to local mythology and religious practices. Although their exact age is uncertain, they are believed to be hundreds, if not thousands, of years old, and continue to be a subject of fascination due to their size and the mystery surrounding their purpose and creation. Bobby Dunbar disappearance. In 1912, 4-year-old Bobby Dunbar disappeared during a family trip to Swayze Lake in Louisiana, sparking a nationwide search that captivated the public. 8 months later, a boy resembling Bobby was found with William Cantwell Walters, a traveling handyman, who insisted the child was Bruce Anderson, not Bobby Dunbar. Despite initial uncertainty from both Bobby's parents and Julia Anderson, Bruce's supposed mother, the Dunbars eventually claimed the boy as their own, leading to a controversial custody battle. Walters was convicted of kidnapping, but the conviction was later overturned. The case remained a mystery until 2004, when DNA testing revealed that the boy raised as Bobby Dunbar was not biologically related to the Dunbar family, confirming he was indeed Bruce Anderson. Boontling. Boontling is a unique jargon that originated in the late 19th century in Boonville, California, within the isolated Anderson Valley. The language developed among the local community as a playful and creative form of communication, featuring over 1,000 distinct words and phrases derived from various sources including personal names, characteristics, and blended words. Some elements of Boontling were influenced by Spanish, Native American languages, and other local dialects, reflecting the diverse cultural influences of the area. The vocabulary includes colorful and imaginative terms such as Applehead for girlfriend, Bucky Walter for telephone, and Charlie Ball to describe embarrassing someone, showcasing the language's descriptive and often humorous nature. Although Buntling was vibrant among several generations, today it is nearly extinct, with very few fluent speakers remaining. The community and local historical societies continue efforts to preserve this linguistic heritage. Belmez faces. The Belmez faces, also known as the Faces of Belmez, are a series of images resembling human faces that appeared on the concrete floor of a private residence in Belmez de la Moraleda, Spain, starting in 1971. This phenomenon caught widespread attention due to its mysterious and seemingly paranormal nature. The faces first appeared in Maria Gomez Pereira's home and varied in expression and visibility over time. Despite various efforts to remove them, including replacing the floor, they reportedly reappeared. Investigations, including one that uncovered skeletons beneath the home, have not definitively explained the face's origins. Scientific analyses have found no evidence of paints or dyes, leading some to speculate about alternative explanations ranging from chemical reactions to psychological phenomena, but none have conclusively solved the mystery of their origins. Chris McCandless. Chris McCandless, born February 12, 1968, in El Segundo, California, was an American adventurer known for his extreme solo journey into the Alaskan wilderness, which tragically ended with his death in 1992. After graduating from Emory University in 1990 with degrees in history and anthropology, McCandless donated his $24,000 savings to charity, abandoned his car and possessions, and adopted the name Alexander Supertramp. He sought a life of adventure and simplicity, deeply influenced by the literary works of Jack London, Leo Tolstoy, and Henry David Thoreau. His journey and ethos were chronicled in John Krakauer's book Into the Wild, later adapted into a film directed by Sean Penn. McCandless's story encapsulates a profound, if controversial, pursuit of freedom and non-materialistic living, which has continued to inspire and provoke debate on the allure and dangers of wild, untethered nature. CIA plots to kill Castro. The CIA's attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro, spanning from the early 1960s to 1965, involved a series of bizarre and elaborate schemes, often in collaboration with the mafia. These included poisoning, explosives, and other unconventional methods like contaminated cigars and an exploding conch shell strategically placed to attract Castro during scuba diving. Despite the multiple efforts, which some sources claim numbered up to 638 across various U.S. administrations, all attempts ultimately failed. The operations ranged from the comically flawed to the sinister, involving infamous figures like Johnny Roselli and notable moments such as the Bay of Pigs invasion. High-profile methods included rigged ballpoint pens with hypodermic needles, explosive and poisoned cigars, and even a plan involving LSD to discredit Castro publicly. Coastline Paradox. The coastline paradox highlights the difficulty in precisely measuring the length of a coastline due to its fractal-like properties. This paradox arises because the more detailed the measurement, that is to say, using smaller units, the longer the coastline appears, essentially becoming infinitely long as the measuring unit shrinks. The paradox was first seriously considered by Louis Fry Richardson and later developed by Benoit Mandelbrot, who introduced the concept of fractal geometry to explain such irregular shapes. Coastlines, with their intricate natural formations, defy simple measurement because each increment of measurement captures more of the coastline's jagged and irregular features, which are too complex to be captured fully at larger scales. Caucalisli epidemic. The Caucalisli epidemic, predominantly affecting indigenous populations in 16th century Mexico during 1545 and 1576, caused catastrophic mortality rates estimated between 5 to 15 million. Symptoms were severe, including high fever, headaches, abdominal pain, and bleeding from various parts of the body. Recent genetic research points to Salmonella enterica cerevar paratyphi C, a pathogen causing enteric fever, as a potential cause, detected in the teeth of skeletons from that era. However, the definitive cause remains under debate. Environmental factors such as severe droughts, exacerbated by the Little Ice Age and worsened by social upheaval post-Spanish conquest, likely played significant roles in the spread and fatality of the disease. Count of Saint-Germain. The Count of Saint-Germain, a mysterious and enigmatic figure from the 18th century, is remembered as a polymath and an adventurer who mingled with European high society. His exact origins and date of birth remain unclear, with suggestions that he was born anywhere between 1691 and 1712. He claimed to be the son of Prince Francis II Rákóczi of Transylvania. yet much of his early life and true identity are shrouded in mystery. Known for his proficiency in multiple languages and his knowledge in sciences, particularly in alchemy, Saint-Germain also possessed musical talents, composing numerous songs and arias. His alleged longevity and abilities led to legends that portray him as an immortal or a time traveler, aspects that continue to fascinate and perplex researchers and enthusiasts alike. He reportedly died on February 27, 1784, but tales of his appearances after his supposed death contribute to his legendary status. Dog Suicide Bridge, Overtown Bridge near Dumbarton, Scotland, has become infamous as the Dog Suicide Bridge due to numerous instances of dogs leaping off since the 1950s. Reports suggest over 300 dogs have jumped, with fatalities among them. Although sensationalized by local folklore and media as paranormal, scientific investigations point to environmental factors such as the scents of minks or other mammals in the gorge below, which might attract the dogs. The bridge's design, featuring tapered edges, could also mislead dogs into misjudging the boundary and accidentally falling. Despite various theories including paranormal activity and strong canine scents, a definitive explanation for why dogs jump remains elusive, leaving the mystery of Overtown Bridge unresolved. Emperor Norton. Joshua Abraham Norton, known as Emperor Norton, was a notable figure in San Francisco during the 19th century. Originally from England, he arrived in San Francisco in 1849 with considerable wealth, which he increased through real estate and commodities trading until he lost his fortune in a bad rice investment. In 1859, after facing financial ruin and possibly suffering from mental health issues, Norton declared himself Emperor of the United States and later added Protector of Mexico to his titles. His eccentric proclamation was humorously indulged by the citizens of San Francisco, who provided him with regal uniforms and allowed him to issue his own currency, which was accepted at local establishments. Norton's proclamations, such as calls for the construction of a bridge between San Francisco and Oakland, and his regular public appearances in full imperial regalia, made him a beloved local figure. Despite his eccentricities, Norton was seen as a champion of the city's marginalized groups and proposed progressive ideas well ahead of their time. He died in 1880, but his legend lives on as a symbol of San Franciscan inclusivity and eccentricity. Erratas. Erratas is a term that originated from an internet mystery or hoax, which gained attention mainly through posts on platforms like 4chan and YouTube. The term allegedly referred to a secretive and invasive algorithm or software that could lead to dire consequences such as job termination if mentioned or researched online. The narrative includes various eerie anecdotes and stories, such as claims that mentioning erratas online could activate corporate monitoring or lead to videos being flagged and removed by this supposed algorithm. Despite various elaborate stories and supposed evidence, erratas is widely recognized as a modern urban legend or a meme, created to provoke paranoia and intrigue online. Different theories suggest it might have been used as a viral marketing tool or simply as an internet myth to engage and mystify users. Fen Treasure. The Fen Treasure was a hidden cache of gold, jewels, and other valuable artifacts placed by Forrest Fenn, an art dealer from Santa Fe, New Mexico in the Rocky Mountains. Fenn launched the treasure hunt in 2010 through his memoir, The Thrill of the Chase, which included a poem with clues to the treasure's location. After a decade-long search that captivated thousands and unfortunately resulted in at least 5 deaths due to the perilous nature of the search, the treasure was found in 2020 by Jack Stueff, a medical student from Michigan in Wyoming. Fenn's intention with the treasure hunt was to inspire adventure and exploration, but the hunt also attracted controversy and legal challenges due to its risks and the ambiguous nature of the clues provided. Flannan Isles Lighthouse. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse, situated on Island Moor in the Outer Hebrides of Scotland, became infamous after the disappearance of 3 lighthouse keepers in December 1900. James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur vanished under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind a well-kept lighthouse with a stopped clock and a table set for a meal. Subsequent investigations suggested they might have been swept away by a massive wave while trying to secure equipment on the western landing, evidenced by the significant storm damage and abandoned emergency gear found in the area. Despite thorough searches, no bodies were ever recovered, leading to various theories over the years, including abduction, supernatural forces, and simple accident. The true fate of the keepers remains unknown, fueling ongoing intrigue and speculation. Francis Levy's handprint. Francis Levy was a firefighter at Chicago's engine company who died tragically on April 18, 1924, during a fire at Curran's Hall. On the day of his death, Levy had an eerie premonition, telling his colleagues that it would be his last day. Tragically, this prediction came true as he perished when a building collapsed during firefighting efforts. The next day, a handprint was found on the window that Levy had cleaned, which could not be removed despite numerous attempts. This handprint remained on the window for 20 years, becoming a revered symbol among the firefighters until it was accidentally destroyed by a thrown newspaper in 1944. Frédéric Bourdin. Frédéric Bourdin, known as the Chameleon, is a notorious French imposter who gained infamy for his ability to assume false identities, claiming to have adopted over 500 different personas. Born in 1974, his most famous deception involved impersonating Nicholas Barkley, a missing American teenager from Texas. In 1997, Bourdin convinced a grieving Texas family that he was Barkley, despite significant physical differences, by altering his appearance and fabricating a story of abduction and abuse. This deception was eventually uncovered by a private investigator, and Bourdin's charade was publicly exposed, leading to legal consequences. Bourdin's life and exploits were later depicted in the documentary The Imposter and have been covered extensively in media, underscoring the psychological and emotional impacts of his actions on the families involved. Greek fire. Greek fire, an incendiary weapon of the Byzantine Empire, was first utilized in the 7th century. Its composition, a closely guarded state secret, likely included substances like naphtha, quicklime, and sulfur, enabling it to burn on water and adhere to objects it contacted, making it a devastating tool in naval warfare. Greek fire was projected through tubes called siphons, allowing Byzantine forces to set enemy ships ablaze from a distance. Despite many historical attempts to replicate the formula, the exact recipe remains unknown, contributing to the legendary status of Greek fire in medieval military history. This weapon was crucial in several key naval battles, significantly impacting the outcomes and helping to secure the empire against sieges and invasions. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, founded in 1888 by William Wynne Westcott, Samuel Little MacGregor Mathers, and William Robert Woodman in London, was a secret society that emphasized the study of the occult, metaphysics, and paranormal activities. It structured its curriculum on the cipher manuscripts, possibly fabricated by Westcott to establish esoteric authenticity. The society was organized into hierarchical grades, and its practices included astrology, tarot, and the development of spiritual and magical faculties. Influential in shaping modern Western esoteric traditions such as Wicca and Thelema, the order's internal conflicts eventually led to its fragmentation into various offshoots in the early 20th century. Despite a turbulent history marked by disputes and schisms, the Golden Dawn's legacy in ceremonial magic and mysticism has had a lasting impact on subsequent esoteric philosophies. Highgate Cemetery. Highgate Cemetery, located in North London, is renowned for its Victorian Gothic charm, famous interments, and significant architectural features like the Egyptian Avenue and the Circle of Lebanon. Opened in 1839 as one of London's magnificent 7 cemeteries to address the overcrowding in existing burial grounds, Highgate is divided into east and west sections, each notable for their lush, overgrown vegetation and historical mausoleums. The cemetery houses the graves of many notable figures including Karl Marx, George Eliot, and Douglas Adams, making it a point of interest for both historical and cultural tours. Recognized as a Grade 1 listed landscape, the cemetery also functions as a de facto nature reserve. It has been featured in numerous films and continues to be a site that captivates visitors with its combination of natural beauty and rich history. Hong Xiuquan. Hong Xiuquan, born on January 1, 1814, in Guangdong, China, led the monumental Taiping Rebellion against the Qing dynasty, marking one of the deadliest military conflicts in history, with around 20 million fatalities. A failed civil service examinee, Hong's religious visions led him to proclaim himself the younger brother of Jesus Christ and the heavenly king of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. His movement, deeply rooted in Christian millenarianism, aimed to overthrow the Qing and establish a new social order based on his unique interpretations of Christianity. Despite early successes, including the capture of Nanjing, which he declared his capital, internal dissent and effective Qing counteroffensives ultimately led to the movement's downfall. Hong Xiuquan died on June 1, 1864, shortly before the fall of Nanjing, ending the rebellion that drastically altered the course of Chinese history. Isabella Stewart Gardner theft. The Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist, executed on March 18, 1990, stands as the largest property theft in history, where thieves dressed as police officers deceived the museum's guards and made off with 13 artworks valued at approximately $500 million. The stolen pieces included masterworks by Rembrandt, Vermeer, and Degas, among others. Despite the thieves' apparent lack of deep art knowledge, evidenced by leaving behind some highly valuable pieces like Titian's The Rape of Europa, the crime was meticulously planned and executed, leaving few clues. Over the years, the FBI has zeroed in on several suspects with ties to organized crime, but despite these efforts, the artworks remain missing. The museum still displays the empty frames as a reminder and in hope of the artwork's return. Jeff the Killer origin. The image of Jeff the Killer, known for its eerie and distorted face, originated from a manipulated photo that became iconic within internet horror culture, especially on creepypasta forums. The character's origins trace back to a post on the Japanese website paya.cc, where the original photo of a white-faced, wide-eyed figure first appeared. This unsettling image quickly caught on, becoming associated with the character Jeff the Killer, and used extensively in internet screamer videos and creepypasta narratives. The specific features of the face were enhanced through Photoshop to amplify its horror effect, contributing to the image's viral spread across platforms like Newgrounds, where it was further popularized by users assuming Jeff's persona in stories and videos. Kaz 2. The Kaz 2, often referred to as the Ghost Yacht, is an infamous maritime mystery involving the disappearance of its three-man crew in 2007. The yacht was found adrift off the northeastern coast of Australia, with its engine running, and a laptop and a meal set out undisturbed, but no sign of the crew, skipper Derek Batten and brothers Peter and James Tunstead. Despite extensive investigations, no conclusive evidence of foul play was found, and weather conditions were reportedly calm at the time of the disappearance. Theories range from an accidental man overboard incident to a possible intentional disappearance, but none have been definitively proven. A coronial inquest suggested that a tragic accident might have occurred, potentially involving the crew members falling overboard in a failed rescue attempt after one tried to untangle a fishing lure. The Kaz 2 mystery remains unresolved, echoing historical maritime enigmas like the Mary Celeste. Laura Buxton. In 2001, a remarkable coincidence unfolded when 10-year-old Laura Buxton from Staffordshire, England, released a helium balloon with her name and address attached, hoping it might be returned. The balloon traveled about 140 miles and was found by another girl, also named Laura Buxton, in Milton, Lilbourne. The similarities between the two girls were striking. They were about the same age, height, and even shared similar physical features and pets. This unusual story captivated many as an example of incredible coincidence, though some attribute it to the human tendency to find meaningful patterns in random events. This event has been discussed in various media, including a feature on the Radiolab show, which explored the statistical improbability of such an occurrence. Liminal spaces. Liminal spaces are transitional zones where the old state or identity is left behind, but the new has not yet been established, creating a realm of ambiguity and possibility. Originating from the Latin word limen, meaning threshold, these spaces can be both physical, like airports and hallways, and psychological, reflecting periods of major life transitions such as adolescence or significant life changes. Liminal spaces are characterized by a sense of being betwixt and between, leading to feelings of disorientation and surrealism as they disrupt normal time perceptions and social structures. These spaces are often associated with creativity and transformation, providing a fertile ground for new ideas and identities to emerge, free from conventional boundaries and norms. This concept has been explored in various contexts including anthropology, psychology, and urban planning, emphasizing its impact on personal and collective growth. Memphis Pyramid. The Memphis Pyramid, a distinct architectural feat in downtown Memphis, Tennessee, originally served as a sports and entertainment arena after its completion in 1991. It hosted various significant events, including sports games and concerts, until its functionality as a major venue declined, leading the Memphis Grizzlies to move to the newly constructed FedEx Forum in 2004. Following years of disuse, the pyramid underwent a major transformation, reopening in 2015 as a Bass Pro Shops megastore. This redevelopment included the addition of a vast retail space, an indoor swamp, a bowling alley, an archery range, a hotel, and one of the tallest freestanding elevators in America, leading to an observation deck. This repurposing into a multifunctional tourist destination revitalized the structure, significantly impacting the local economy and turning it into a popular attraction. Moons of Mars. Mars possesses two small moons, Phobos and Deimos, both discovered by Asaph Hall in 1877 and named after the Greek mythological figures associated with fear and terror, respectively. Phobos, the larger and closer of the two, orbits Mars in just 7 hours and 39 minutes, making it the fastest orbiting moon in our solar system relative to its planet. It is gradually spiraling inward and is expected to either crash into Mars or break apart into a ring system in about 50 million years. Deimos, the smaller and more distant moon, takes about 30.3 hours to complete an orbit around Mars. Both moons are thought to be captured asteroids due to their composition and irregular shapes, and they exhibit surface features that suggest a violent history of impact events. Mutiny on the Bounty. The mutiny on the HMS Bounty, which occurred on April 28, 1789, is a historic maritime event where disenchanted crew led by Fletcher Christian seized control from Captain William Bligh. The ship was originally on a mission from England to Tahiti to collect breadfruit plants for transportation to the West Indies. Dissatisfaction arose from the crew due to perceived mistreatment and harsh conditions imposed by Bligh, which culminated in the mutiny. After taking over the ship, Christian and the mutineers set Bligh and 18 loyalists adrift in a small boat, an act that remarkably led to Bligh's survival and navigation over 3,600 miles back to England. The mutineers attempted to establish a new life on Pitcairn Island, where their presence went unnoticed until 1808, and only one, John Adams, survived by then. The mutiny has been the subject of numerous books and films, highlighting its dramatic nature and the complex relationships aboard the Bounty. Mystery Spot. The Mystery Spot is a tourist attraction near Santa Cruz, California, known for its optical illusions that appear to defy gravity. Established in 1939 by George Prather, the site features a tilted house built on a steep incline, which creates visual illusions that distort perception and height orientation. Visitors to the Mystery Spot experience phenomena such as balls appearing to roll uphill and people seeming to stand at impossibly steep angles without falling. These effects are attributed to the tilt-induced visual illusions rather than any supernatural or paranormal phenomena. The attraction capitalizes on the natural human misperceptions that occur when viewing objects in a skewed environment. Onion Town. Onion Town is a secluded enclave located in Dover Plains, New York, known for its insular community and wary attitude towards outsiders. This small, remote area consists mainly of rundown trailers on a dead-end road, with a population living largely disconnected from broader societal developments. The community gained notorious attention in 2008 after a YouTube video showing locals aggressively responding to intruding teenagers went viral, which solidified its unfriendly reputation. Local lore and media portrayals often depict Onion Town as a mysterious and unwelcoming place, contributing to its enigmatic and sometimes feared image in the Hudson Valley. Urang Medan. The SS Urang Medan is a legendary ghost ship purportedly found adrift in the Straits of Malacca in the 1940s with all its crew mysteriously dead. Various sources relay that an American vessel, the Silver Star, received a distress signal from the Urang Medan, stating that the entire crew was dead. Upon boarding, the Silver Star's crew reportedly found the Urang Medan's crew dead, with terrified expressions and no visible injuries. Shortly after, the ship inexplicably caught fire and sank. Skepticism surrounds the story due to inconsistencies in details and the lack of any official registration or wreck records for the Urang Medan. Despite its widespread recounting in maritime lore, evidence suggests the story might be more of a modern maritime myth than historical fact. Pentagon UFO videos. The Pentagon UFO videos consist of footage taken by U.S. Navy pilots, capturing unidentified aerial phenomena. These videos were recorded during encounters in 2004 off the USS Nimitz, and during 2014 and 2015 near the USS Theodore Roosevelt, with additional footage emerging from 2019. The videos gained significant public and media attention when they were officially released by the Pentagon in 2020, corroborating earlier leaks. The U.S. Department of Defense has acknowledged these videos as depicting real, unidentified objects, but skepticism remains regarding their origin, with potential mundane explanations ranging from optical illusions and technical malfunctions to unidentified aerial technology from foreign nations. Despite various theories, including extraterrestrial involvement, no conclusive evidence supports any specific origin. These incidents have prompted the Pentagon to update and standardize reporting procedures for UAP sightings across the military and other government agencies. Phantom Island. Phantom Islands are non-existent islands that were once believed to be real and appeared on historical maps before later being proven imaginary or incorrect. These islands often emerge from sailors' myths, navigational errors, optical illusions like mirages, or deliberate fabrications. Some famous phantom islands include Atlantis, known from Greek philosophy, and High Brazil, rumored to be visible only once every 7 years off the coast of Ireland. Others like Friesland were charted as real territories for centuries in the North Atlantic due to misinterpretations of actual landforms like Iceland or the Orkneys. Over time, as exploration and mapping technologies improved, these islands gradually disappeared from maps, revealing the myths or mistakes behind their initial inclusion. Phantom of Heilbronn. The Phantom of Heilbronn, also known as the Woman Without a Face, was believed to be a serial killer linked to various crimes across Germany, Austria, and France from 1993 to 2009. The case involved DNA evidence found at over 40 crime scenes, including several murders and burglaries. However, in 2009, it was discovered that there was no actual serial killer. The DNA traces, initially thought to belong to the criminal, were instead due to contamination from the manufacturing process of the cotton swabs used to collect the samples. The swabs were produced in a factory where several Eastern European women worked, and it was their DNA that had inadvertently contaminated the swabs. This revelation led to significant changes in forensic standards to prevent such errors in the future. Piri Reis Map. The Piri Reis Map, created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, is a world map known for its detailed depiction of the then-known world. Only a third of the original map survives, currently housed in the Topkapi Palace Museum in Istanbul. This map is particularly notable for showing the Atlantic with parts of Europe, Africa, and South America. Its accuracy and the inclusion of the Caribbean and parts of South America just after their European discovery are remarkable. The map is based on various sources, including charts from other cartographers, and is drawn in a Portolan style with detailed navigational lines. It includes annotations in Ottoman Turkish, with some claims in the map's legends hinting at ancient sources that could predate known historical records. Intriguingly, some believe the map shows an ice-free Antarctica, a subject of significant debate among scholars. The map's historical and cartographic significance is underscored by its inclusion in the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization's Memory of the World Register, highlighting its value in the study of medieval cartography and exploration. Poe Toaster. The Poe Toaster was an unidentified individual who, for about 7 decades, annually commemorated Edgar Allan Poe's birthday by stealthily visiting Poe's grave in Baltimore. Dressed in black, the Poe Toaster would leave 3 red roses and a half-full bottle of cognac at the grave. The tradition started around 1949 and mysteriously ended in 2009. Each visit occurred in the early hours of January 19th, Poe's birthday, and attracted small crowds including dedicated spectators like Jeff Jerome, curator of the Poe House, who documented these visits. The Poe Toaster's identity remains unknown, adding to the allure of this enigmatic figure. In 2016, the Maryland Historical Society revived the tradition with a new, chosen Poe Toaster to continue the ritual in a more public and organized manner. Rhapsody Street Kids Believe in Santa. Rhapsody Street Kids Believe in Santa is a 2002 CGI animated Christmas special, notorious for its poor quality in animation and production. The storyline follows young Ricky Rogers who, in an effort to spread Christmas cheer, gifts a teddy bear to his classmate Nicole. Nicole initially discards the gift, not recognizing its sentimental value, but comes to regret her decision and embarks on a quest to retrieve it, learning the true meaning of Christmas in the process. Despite featuring an ensemble cast of well-known voice actors like Mark Hamill and Nancy Cartwright, the special was heavily criticized for its subpar animation and is often cited as one of the worst Christmas specials ever made. It aired only once and has since become a cult classic for its peculiar production values. Red Rain in Kerala. The red rain phenomenon in Kerala, India, refers to the unusual instance of red-colored rain falling sporadically over several districts from July to September 2001. The intense coloration of the rainwater was initially attributed to extraterrestrial origins or meteoritic dust, leading to a flurry of speculation and scientific investigation. Subsequent analyses identified the red color as due to spores of the alga Trentipolia, which is prevalent in the local area. These spores, which are typically found on lichens, were likely swept up into the atmosphere and then deposited by rainfall. Despite some earlier theories suggesting a link to cometary material or other extraterrestrial sources, extensive research confirmed the terrestrial origin of the spores, underscoring the natural algal explanation for this phenomenon. Richat structure. The Richat structure, also known as the Eye of the Sahara, is a striking circular geological formation located in Mauritania's Adrar Plateau. Visible from space, it spans approximately 40 kilometers in diameter and features concentric rings, earning it the nickname due to its eye-like appearance. Initially believed to be an impact crater, further studies revealed that it is actually a deeply eroded, dome-shaped symmetrical uplift of rock layers. This uplift was likely caused by geological processes involving magmatic activity or the rising of magma, which created a dome that later experienced differential erosion. This erosion sculpted the various sedimentary layers into a series of concentric circular ridges. The Richat structure is composed of several rock types, including limestone and shale, which contribute to its distinct ringed appearance. Sea Peoples. The Sea Peoples were a confederation of maritime warriors who emerged during the Late Bronze Age, around the 12th century BCE, causing upheaval across the Mediterranean and Near East. They attacked Egypt during the reigns of pharaohs Merneptah and Rameses III, among others, and are mentioned in Egyptian records as formidable adversaries who allied with the Libyans in their invasions. The identities of the Sea Peoples remain partially known, with groups like the Shurden, Shekelesh, Luca, and Peliset being some of the most recognized among them. Their origins are speculated to be from regions around the Aegean Sea, and they are noted for their aggressive assaults on civilizations, contributing to the Bronze Age collapse due to their successive and devastating raids on major cities and empires of the time. Despite their significant historical impact, the exact origins and full composition of the Sea Peoples Confederation remain subjects of debate and research among historians. Sesame Street 847. Sesame Street Episode 847, known as the Wicked Witch episode, aired only once on February 10, 1976, and featured Margaret Hamilton reprising her iconic role as the Wicked Witch of the West from The Wizard of Oz. The plot centered on the witch losing her broom while flying over Sesame Street, leading to various interactions with the show's characters as she attempts to retrieve it. The episode aimed to teach children about fear and planning, but it ended up scaring many young viewers. Due to the high volume of complaints from parents, the episode was deemed too frightening for children and was subsequently pulled from circulation, never to be aired again. This episode is one of the most controversial in the series' history due to its impact on children and remains a topic of interest in discussions about children's media content. Simba Kimba Theory. The Simba Kimba Theory alleges that Disney's The Lion King bears significant similarities to the Japanese anime series Kimba the White Lion, leading to accusations of plagiarism against Disney. Supporters of the theory point to numerous scenes and plot elements in The Lion King that closely resemble those in Kimba. For example, both stories feature a young lion protagonist who loses his father and must overcome challenges to become king, as well as specific sequences such as a character appearing in the clouds and a scene where lightning starts a fire. Some individuals involved with The Lion King, including actor Matthew Broderick, have mentioned Kimba in interviews, suggesting awareness of the anime. However, despite the striking parallels, Disney has never acknowledged any direct influence from Kimba. The controversy has persisted over the years, with debates about whether the similarities are coincidental or indicative of plagiarism. Slab City. Slab City, located in the California desert, is an unincorporated off-grid community built on the abandoned World War II Marine barracks of Camp Dunlap. Known as the last free place in America, it offers a refuge for those seeking an alternative lifestyle away from societal norms. The community is characterized by its eclectic mix of residents including artists, anarchists, outcasts, and retirees, who live in improvised dwellings such as old buses, vans, and makeshift structures. It is famous for Salvation Mountain, a large, colorful art installation created by Leonard Knight, symbolizing the community's spirit of freedom and creativity. Slab City is powered by solar energy and sustains itself through donations, without formal governance or municipal services, attracting both permanent settlers and seasonal visitors drawn to its unique cultural environment. Sokal Affair. The Sokal Affair, initiated by physicist Alan Sokal in 1996, was a deliberate hoax aimed at testing the intellectual rigor of the postmodern cultural studies journal, Social Text. Sokal submitted a purposely nonsensical paper that mingled absurd claims with scientific jargon to see if the journal would publish it without adequate scrutiny due to its alignment with their ideological leanings. The paper, titled Transgressing the Boundaries Toward a Transformative Hermeneutics of Quantum Gravity, was indeed published, and Sokal exposed the hoax in lingua franca, revealing his experiment and criticizing postmodernist academics for their obscure and relativistic critiques of science. The fallout was significant, sparking debates across academic circles about intellectual standards and the influence of ideology on scholarly publishing. The incident underscored concerns about the academic rigor in certain scholarly fields and sparked discussions about the integrity and purpose of academic disciplines. Sokal later co-authored a book with Jean Bricmont, Fashionable Nonsense, which further critiqued the misuse of scientific concepts in postmodern literature. The affair remains a landmark event in the so-called science wars, a series of intellectual debates concerning the nature of scientific theories and the encroachment of socio-political ideologies into scientific discourse and education. SpongeBob Skin Theory. Doug Wolliver's SpongeBob Skin Theory explores an unusual phenomenon in the cartoon SpongeBob SquarePants, where characters frequently engage in acts of wearing costumes, exchanging skins, or displaying human-like features beneath their aquatic exteriors. This theory suggests that these frequent and bizarre occurrences are not merely coincidental, but are a fundamental part of the show's fabric, hinting at deeper meanings or messages possibly intended by the creators. It examines numerous instances across multiple episodes where characters either disguise themselves as other sea creatures or peel off their skins to reveal something else underneath, suggesting that identity and appearance may be fluid and constructed within the show's universe. This theory raises questions about the nature of identity and perception in the animated series, suggesting a complex social commentary woven into the fabric of a seemingly straightforward children's show. Stone Forest. The Stone Forest, or Shailan, is a striking karst formation located in Yunnan Province, China, consisting of numerous towering limestone pillars and formations that resemble a petrified forest stretching over 400 square kilometers. This natural marvel was formed over millions of years through the erosion of limestone, shaped by water and natural elements, once lying under an ancient sea. The forest is divided into several areas, including the major stone forest and the minor stone forest, featuring a variety of unique geological formations such as caves, underground rivers, and natural limestone sculptures. Recognized as a United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization World Heritage Site, the Stone Forest is not only a geological wonder, but also a cultural hub for the local Yi people, who enrich the site with their traditions and the annual Torch Festival. The area's natural and cultural significance draws tourists and geologists alike, who come to explore its mystical landscapes and rich history. Tardigrades. Tardigrades, often referred to as water bears or moss piglets, are microanimals renowned for their resilience and survival capabilities in extreme conditions. These tiny creatures, usually about 0.5 millimeters long, can be found in diverse environments ranging from the deep sea to the Antarctic. They are capable of surviving extreme temperatures, pressures, radiation levels, dehydration, and even the vacuum of outer space. Tardigrades accomplish this through a process called cryptobiosis, where they dry out and effectively halt their metabolism until rehydrated. They have also evolved unique proteins that protect their cells from damage typically caused by these harsh conditions. This extraordinary durability not only makes tardigrades a subject of scientific fascination, but also potential models for studying the limits of life on Earth and in outer space. The Blob. The Blob is a notable science fiction horror film originally released in 1958, depicting a gelatinous alien life form that crashes to Earth and begins consuming everything in its path in a small American town. This alien, growing larger with each person it consumes, became iconic for its creepiness and the unique challenge it presents to the town's residents, including a young Steve McQueen in his debut leading role. The film is celebrated for its effective use of suspense and innovative special effects given its low budget. It also spawned a popular title song by Burt Bacharach and Mac David, which added a quirky touch to its cult status. A remake in 1988 updated the storyline with a government conspiracy angle, reflecting a more modern, cynical take on the original premise, featuring enhanced effects and more explicit horror scenes. The Hum. The hum refers to a mysterious global phenomenon where individuals hear a low-frequency, humming, droning, or rumbling sound that others cannot detect. This sound is typically described as similar to a distant diesel engine idling. First reported in larger numbers in the 1990s, the hum is most noticeable indoors and during nighttime. Although it affects a small percentage of the population estimated between 2% to 4%. Those who hear it find it significantly bothersome. The exact cause of the hum remains unknown despite various theories and investigations. Some suggest environmental sources like industrial machinery or low-frequency radio transmissions, while others consider it a form of tinnitus or an auditory processing anomaly. Notably, the phenomenon has been reported in various places around the world, including Taos, New Mexico, where significant public concern led to an investigation by researchers and congressmen, although no definitive source was identified. The Wreck of the Titan. The Wreck of the Titan, or Futility, is a novella written by Morgan Robertson in 1898 and revised in 1912. The story is eerily similar to the real-life tragedy of the RMS Titanic, which occurred 14 years after the novella's publication. The plot centers around the Titan, a massive ocean liner proclaimed unsinkable, which ultimately collides with an iceberg in the North Atlantic and sinks. This disaster leads to a great loss of life, exacerbated by insufficient lifeboats, mirroring the Titanic's fate. The protagonist, John Rowland, a disgraced former naval officer, becomes a hero by saving a young girl and confronting a polar bear on the iceberg. The novella is noted for its prophetic details that closely match the Titanic disaster, such as the ship's dimensions, the lack of adequate lifeboats, and the specifics of the maritime accident, raising questions about Robertson's foresight and understanding of maritime safety. Thule. In Roman literature, Thule is depicted as the northernmost part of the habitable world, often serving as a metaphor for the edges of the earth. Roman authors like Virgil and Seneca incorporated Thule into their works to symbolize remote, exotic locales beyond the boundaries of the known world, aligning with Roman imperialistic views of expansion and conquest. This literary usage portrays Thule not just as a geographic location, but also as a concept of ultimate remoteness, reflecting the Romans' desire to explore and understand the limits of their world. Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. The Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in Weston, West Virginia, constructed between 1858 and 1881, stands as the largest hand-cut stone masonry building in North America, initially designed under the progressive Kirkbride Plan for humane mental health care. This architectural approach emphasized sunlight, fresh air, and spacious environments to foster healing. Despite its visionary beginnings, the asylum quickly became overcrowded, housing over 2,400 patients by the 1950s, far exceeding its intended capacity of 250, which led to dire conditions and the deterioration of care standards. The facility's history is marred by the use of controversial treatments, such as lobotomies and electroconvulsive therapy. Closed in 1994, it now serves as a historical site offering tours that explore its complex legacy, including paranormal investigations prompted by its haunting past. Umberto I's Doppelganger. The story of King Umberto I of Italy and his doppelganger is a fascinating anecdote from history. On July 28, 1900, King Umberto I encountered a restaurant owner who was not only his spitting image but also shared the king's name, birth date, and other personal details, such as both men having wives named Margherita. This meeting occurred in Monza, where the king was dining. The uncanny similarities extended further. Both were born in the same town, married on the same day, and the restaurateur had opened his restaurant on the very day Umberto was crowned. Tragically, the restaurant owner died in a shooting accident the next morning, and later that same day, King Umberto I was assassinated by an anarchist, adding a layer of mystery and speculation around their meeting. Unfavorable Semicircle. Unfavorable Semicircle was a mysterious YouTube channel that started uploading videos on March 30, 2015, amassing over 40,000 uploads characterized by their abstract imagery and often distorted audio. The content ranged from mere seconds to hours in length, featuring elements like static backgrounds with singular moving dots or distorted sounds. The channel garnered significant attention after its high volume of uploads sparked curiosity and led to widespread online investigation. Despite various theories suggesting it might be a numbers station, an alternate reality game, or a system testing exploit, it was ultimately revealed by the creator in June 2022 to be an outsider art project. The channel was shut down by YouTube in February 2016 due to policy violations, shortly after gaining mainstream media attention. Vesna Vulovic. Vesna Vulovic, a Serbian flight attendant, miraculously survived the highest fall without a parachute, dropping 33,330 feet after an explosion tore apart Jet Flight 367 on January 26, 1972. The explosion was attributed to a briefcase bomb, suspected to be planted by Croatian nationalists, although no arrests were made. Remarkably, Vulovic was the sole survivor among the 28 passengers and crew, found severely injured but alive amid the wreckage by a villager in Czechoslovakia. Her survival was deemed a result of being pinned by a food cart within a section of the fuselage that cushioned her fall on a snow-covered hillside. Despite extensive injuries, including a fractured skull, broken legs, and vertebrae, Vulovic astonishingly recovered enough to walk again, attributing her resilience to a childhood diet rich in nutrients. Her ordeal made her a symbol of incredible survival, and she continued her career as a flight attendant, maintaining a passion for flying until her death in 2016. Viper. The Volatiles Investigating Polar Exploration Rover, or VIPER, is a NASA mission designed to map and explore the distribution of water ice and other potential resources at the Moon's South Pole. Scheduled for a late 2024 launch, VIPER aims to operate for 100 days as part of NASA's Artemis program, enhancing our understanding of the Moon's resources, which could support future human missions. The rover will use specialized instruments including a neutron spectrometer to detect subsurface hydrogen, an infrared spectrometer to analyze soil composition, and a mass spectrometer to identify volatile compounds. VIPER will also feature a drill capable of reaching 1 meter below the lunar surface, making it the deepest drilling robotic mission on another celestial body. This mission represents NASA's first ever resource mapping expedition on the Moon and will provide valuable data on where ice is most abundant and accessible. Voynich Manuscript. The Voynich Manuscript, an early 15th century work carbon dated to between 1404 and 1438, remains one of the most mysterious books ever discovered. Composed of about 240 vellum pages, the manuscript is named after Wilfrid Voynich, a Polish book dealer who acquired it in 1912. It features an unknown script and language and includes intricate botanical, astronomical, and biological illustrations. The contents are divided into sections like botany, astronomy, and pharmaceuticals, none of which have been deciphered despite efforts by many professional cryptographers, including during both World Wars. Currently housed at Yale University's Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library, the manuscript's origin, author, and purpose are still subjects of great debate, compounded by the lack of any demonstrable decryption of the text. Weirdcore. Weirdcore is a digital art movement that emerged in the early 2010s, flourishing on platforms like Tumblr and Reddit. This aesthetic focuses on creating a sense of unease and nostalgia by utilizing low-quality or amateur visuals that resemble the early internet era. Weirdcore images typically evoke feelings of confusion, disorientation, and alienation, often through surreal and bizarre visuals that include elements like distorted or glitchy figures, eerie landscapes, and out-of-context, almost dreamlike scenarios. The style is known for incorporating motifs such as eyes, red text, and other symbols that contribute to its unsettling effect. While it shares some similarities with aesthetics like dreamcore and liminal spaces, Weirdcore maintains a distinct identity by blending the familiar with the uncanny, making the ordinary appear strange and the mundane disconcerting. Wenceslao Moguel. Wenceslao Moguel Herrera, born on November 1, 1896 in Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico, is famously known as El Fusilado, or the Shot One, due to his miraculous survival after being executed by a firing squad during the Mexican Revolution. On March 18, 1915, Moguel, suspected of being a follower of Pancho Villa, was captured and immediately sentenced to death without trial. He was shot multiple times, including a final supposed fatal shot to the head. Remarkably, he survived, managed to escape, and lived to tell his tale on platforms like Ripley's Believe It or Not radio show in 1937. His incredible story of survival made him a notable figure in both Mexican and American popular culture, inspiring works such as the song El Fusilado by the British band Chumbawamba. Moguel passed away on July 29, 1976, having lived a full life after his near-fatal experience. World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum, founded on January 24, 1971, by Klaus Schwab, is an independent international organization headquartered in Cologne, Geneva, Switzerland. Its mission is to improve the state of the world by fostering public-private cooperation and engaging leaders from business, politics, academia, and other sectors to shape global, regional, and industry agendas. The forum is well known for its annual meetings in Davos, Switzerland, which gather prominent business leaders, international political leaders, economists, celebrities, and journalists to discuss global issues. The WEF also conducts research and writes reports on global risks and business trends, and it runs initiatives aimed at shaping various aspects of global, regional, and industry agendas. Yelling Creature. The Yelling Creature refers to a viral video initially uploaded to YouTube on October 30th, 2006 by creator Rob Herman. The video features a realistic-looking creature in an empty room, yelling "no" twice in a distorted voice, becoming the basis for numerous internet memes and remixes. This video is notable for its simplicity yet eerie ambiance, which inspired a variety of creative and humorous interpretations and parodies on social media platforms. Yuncheng Salt Lake. Yuncheng Salt Lake, also known as Ziqi Lake, located in Shanxi Province, China, is the largest natural saline lake in the region and one of the world's oldest salt production sites, with a history of over 4,600 years. Notable for its vibrant multicolored waters caused by algal blooms of Dunaliella salina, which produce carotenoids resulting in brilliant shades of magenta, violet, yellow, and green during summer, the lake's appearance is particularly striking due to high heat and intense light conditions. Historically and culturally significant, Yuncheng Salt Lake has been a crucial economic resource through its salt, traditionally harvested for millennia, though recent efforts have shifted towards modern methods in line with initiatives aimed at environmental protection and sustainable development. Yvette's Bridal Formal. Yvette's Bridal Formal, originally a distinctive bridal and formal wear store located in Panama City, Florida, gained notoriety for its extensive and eclectic online presence, marked by a visually intense and somewhat chaotic website design. The store offered a broad selection of bridal, prom, homecoming, and pageant attire, showcasing gowns from renowned designers such as Kitty Chen Couture, Private Label by G, Moonlight Bridal, Mary's Bridal, and Alice Designs. Despite its commercial intent, the website became infamous more for its design than its products, featuring an overwhelming mixture of bright colors, numerous fonts, and animated elements, which made it a subject of fascination and critique in discussions about web design aesthetics. Zipf's Law. Zipf's law describes a phenomenon in quantitative linguistics where the frequency of any word is inversely proportional to its rank in the frequency table. This empirical law suggests that the most frequent word in a language occurs approximately twice as often as the second most frequent word, 3 times as often as the third most frequent word, and so on. The law applies to a wide range of data sets, not just linguistic data, but also to city populations, corporation sizes, and income rankings, among others. This distribution is surprisingly consistent across different languages and types of textual corpora, indicating a universal pattern in the way information is structured and used in human societies. The reasons behind Zipf's law remain a subject of research, with explanations ranging from the principle of least effort in human communication to inherent patterns of growth and competition in natural and social systems. For a deeper understanding, resources like the MIT Press on Zipf's law and articles in scientific journals such as Physical Review provide comprehensive insights and analyses. 52 Hertz whale. The 52 Hertz whale, often referred to as the world's loneliest whale, emits a call at a frequency of 52 Hertz, which is significantly higher than the typical 15 to 25 Hertz range of most other whale species, like the blue or fin whales. First detected in 1989 by the U.S. Navy, this unique frequency has made it difficult for the whale to communicate with others of its kind, leading to its moniker as the loneliest whale. Its species remains unidentified, and it may possibly be a hybrid or even the last of its kind, navigating a solitary path through the Pacific Ocean. This whale's unusual call and the mystery surrounding its existence have captivated researchers and the public alike, inspiring various cultural references and a significant amount of scientific interest. Albert Stevens. Albert Stevens, also known as Patient CAL1, was an ordinary house painter from Ohio who became the subject of one of the most radioactive human radiation experiments ever conducted. In 1945, he was unknowingly injected with a significant amount of plutonium by Dr. Joseph Gilbert Hamilton as part of an experiment under the auspices of the Manhattan Project. The doctors involved mistakenly believed Stevens was dying from cancer, which justified their use of his body to study plutonium retention. This injection made Stevens the most radioactive human ever recorded. Remarkably, Stevens did not have cancer. He had a benign gastric ulcer, a fact discovered only after the plutonium was injected. His case remains one of the most egregious examples of unethical medical experimentation in U.S. history. Alexandria's Genesis. Alexandria's genesis is a fictional condition that originated from internet lore, first appearing in a piece of fan fiction written in 1998 based on the animated series Daria. It describes a supposed genetic mutation that gives individuals purple eyes and a variety of other extraordinary traits such as perfect vision, no body hair except for on the head, immunity to most diseases, and a lifespan of 130 to 170 years. Over time, the story has evolved to include even more fantastical elements like flawless skin and a complete absence of bodily waste. Despite its widespread discussion online, Alexandria's genesis is not recognized by medical science. It is a creation of fiction, thoroughly debunked by experts and fact-checking websites. The tale continues to circulate due to its intriguing narrative of superhuman features, illustrating how digital myths can gain traction on the internet. Anatoly Bugorsky. Anatoly Bugorsky, a Russian physicist, experienced a rare and extreme radiation accident in 1978 when he accidentally placed his head in the path of the proton beam of the U-70 synchrotron at the Institute for High Energy Physics in Protvino, Russia. This beam, moving at nearly the speed of light, passed directly through his head, entering at the back and exiting through his nose. Remarkably, despite receiving an extremely high dose of radiation, estimated between 200,000 to 300,000 rads, which is hundreds of times the lethal dose, Bugorsky survived. He suffered severe injuries including a paralyzed left side of his face, which did not age, and a loss of hearing in his left ear. Additionally, he experienced frequent seizures but maintained his intellectual capabilities, completing his PhD and continuing his work as a physicist. Animal rain. Animal rain is an unusual meteorological phenomenon where small animals such as fish, frogs, or even spiders are swept up by waterspouts or updrafts and fall from the sky along with raindrops. Most commonly associated with strong weather patterns, such as tornadoes or severe storms, these waterspouts can lift animals from water bodies, carrying them over large distances. When the waterspout loses energy and the water and animals fall back to the ground, it appears as though it is raining animals. This phenomenon has been reported in various parts of the world, including small towns in Honduras, where fish rain is an annual event, and in places like Kerala, India, and Yoro, Honduras, which have experienced similar occurrences. Arte Sella. Arte Sella is an outdoor art exhibition located in the Sella Valley, in the region of Trentino, Italy. It was founded in 1986 and has since become a renowned venue for contemporary art that harmoniously integrates with the natural landscape. This unique artistic endeavor showcases works made from natural materials like wood, stone, and leaves, created by over 200 artists from around the world. The installations are designed to interact with the environment, changing and decaying over time, thus reflecting the transient nature of life and art. Arte Sella features two main paths, the Arte Natura route and the Malga Costa path, which guide visitors through various artworks dispersed among the forest and meadows, providing an immersive natural and cultural experience. Atacama skeleton. The Atacama skeleton, often referred to as Ada, is a small mummified set of remains found in 2003 in Chile's Atacama Desert. Initially, its strange features such as a conical skull and underdeveloped rib cage led to wild speculation about extraterrestrial origins. However, scientific analysis has confirmed that Ada is human. DNA testing revealed that the skeleton was that of a female fetus who suffered from genetic mutations affecting bone development, contributing to its unusual physical characteristics. These mutations were linked to conditions like dwarfism and scoliosis, explaining the skeleton's small size and irregular shape. Ada is thought to have been a preterm birth and possibly stillborn or dying shortly after birth. Genetic studies also indicated that Ada had a mix of Native American and European ancestry, typical of the local population in the region where she was found. Atlanta Nights. Atlanta Nights is a deliberately poor-quality novel created by a group of science fiction and fantasy authors under the pseudonym Travis T. as a hoax to expose the publisher Publish America. The project was conceived after the publisher made disparaging remarks about the quality of works by genre authors. The book features numerous intentional errors and absurdities, including chapters with non-sequential numbering, 2 identical chapters, and chapters written by a computer program generating nonsensical text. The narrative is inconsistent, with characters changing gender or race, dying and reappearing without explanation, and the text is riddled with grammatical and spelling errors. Despite its quality, Publish America initially accepted the manuscript for publication, only to retract their offer once the hoax was revealed. The authors later published the book through Lulu, a print-on-demand service, with proceeds going to the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America Emergency Medical Fund. Attack of the Dead Men. The Attack of the Dead Men during World War I at Ossowiec Fortress is a gruesome tale from August 6, 1915, when Russian soldiers, badly injured by German chlorine gas attacks, heroically fought off the advancing German troops. The Germans, having bombarded the fortress with chlorine gas, expected to easily overcome the garrison. To their horror, around 100 Russian soldiers, suffering severe chemical burns and respiratory damage, mounted a desperate counterattack. These soldiers, appearing like walking corpses with bloodied uniforms and skin, struck fear into the German forces, who retreated in panic despite their superior numbers. This event, marked by the extraordinary resilience and grim condition of the Russian defenders, stands out as a chilling episode of chemical warfare and human tenacity. Baghdad Battery. The Baghdad Battery, dating from around 250 BCE to 250 CE, is a curious artifact found near Baghdad, composed of a clay jar, a copper cylinder, and an iron rod, often thought to form a galvanic cell. While it has generated much speculation about the ancient use of electricity, its actual purpose remains a topic of debate. Some believe it could have been used for electroplating, depositing a layer of one metal onto another, a technique known to have been used historically in the region. Others suggest medicinal applications, comparing it to the ancient practice of using electric fish for pain relief. However, rigorous evidence for these uses is lacking, and no ancient text describes such uses for the device. Modern experiments have demonstrated that when filled with an acidic solution like vinegar or grape juice, the assembly can generate a small electrical charge, roughly 1.1 volts, though this would have been too weak for many practical applications such as electroplating. Alternative theories suggest the artifacts may have been merely storage vessels for sacred scrolls, noting their similarity to other containers from the period. Bart the General. Bart the General is the fifth episode from the first season of The Simpsons, which originally aired on February 4, 1990. In this episode, Bart Simpson takes a stand against the school bully, Nelson Muntz, after Nelson targets him for defending his sister Lisa. With the help of his grandfather Abraham Simpson and Herman Herman, an eccentric military antique store owner, Bart organizes the neighborhood kids into a makeshift army. Together, they devise a plan to confront and defeat Nelson. The episode culminates in a dramatic and humorous battle, leading to a peace treaty between Bart and Nelson, brokered by Herman. The episode is noted for its parodies of war films and includes cultural references to movies like Patton and Full Metal Jacket. Bat Bomb. The Bat Bomb was a World War II experimental weapon devised by the United States, which aimed to use bats as carriers of small incendiary bombs to be dropped over Japanese cities. The bats, specifically Mexican free-tailed bats chosen for their abundance and flying capabilities, would carry napalm-filled bombs, dispersing and roosting in buildings upon release. The bombs would then detonate, setting widespread fires in the primarily wooden structures. Initiated by Dr. Lytle S. Adams and termed Project X-Ray, the plan faced numerous challenges, including control issues during tests that led to accidental fires at test sites like the Carlsbad Army Airfield. Despite some successful trials indicating the potential of bat bombs to cause extensive fire damage, the project was deemed too unpredictable and was eventually canceled in favor of more conventional weaponry as the development of the atomic bomb neared completion. Battle of Castle Itter. The Battle of Castle Itter, conducted on May 5, 1945 in Austria, was a unique World War II confrontation where U.S. troops and renegade Wehrmacht soldiers, led by Major Josef Sepp Gangl, collaborated to defend the castle against an assault by SS forces. This rare instance of German and American forces fighting together aimed to protect high-value French prisoners, including former prime ministers and a famous tennis player, who were interned at the castle. Despite the disparity in numbers, with the defenders greatly outnumbered and supported only by limited U.S. military presence and one tank, they managed to hold off the SS until additional American reinforcements arrived. The battle is notable for its demonstration of unusual wartime alliances and the dramatic rescue of prominent prisoners just days before the official end of combat in Europe. Beale Papers. The Beale Papers, published as a pamphlet in 1885, narrate the story of Thomas J. Beale and his associates, who supposedly discovered a substantial treasure consisting of gold, silver, and jewels during an expedition in the early 19th century. Beale allegedly buried this treasure in Bedford County, Virginia, and encoded the location and details of the treasure in 3 separate cipher texts. Of these, only the second cipher has been deciphered, purportedly using the United States Declaration of Independence as a key, revealing the contents and general location of the treasure but not its exact position. The authenticity of the Beale papers and the existence of the treasure have been subjects of debate, with skepticism about the story's veracity and the cipher's solvability. Despite numerous attempts, the other two ciphers remain unsolved, fueling ongoing intrigue and treasure hunts. Bigfin squid. Bigfin squid, belonging to the genus Magnapinna and family Magnapinnidae, are deep-sea cephalopods known for their distinctive large fins, which can be as long as 90% of their mantle length. These squids are rare, with few recorded sightings, and are recognized for their elongated thread-like arms and tentacles, which can be up to 20 times the length of their body. They inhabit extreme depths, up to 20,000 feet below the ocean surface, across various oceans. The morphology of bigfin squid is so unique that when initially encountered, they were mistaken for other species. Their diet and behavior remain largely mysterious due to the challenging conditions of their deep-sea habitat, which complicates direct observation. Bacchus Eck disappearance. In August 2019, the Bacchus Eck Underwater Observatory, situated at the exit of Eckernförde Bay in the Baltic Sea, abruptly ceased transmitting data. A subsequent investigation by divers revealed that the observatory had completely vanished, with only a frayed cable remaining at its location. Weighing over 1,630 pounds and positioned in a restricted research area, the disappearance of the observatory remains a mystery. Speculation ranges from illegal salvage operations to other human interference, though no conclusive evidence has emerged to explain the loss of the observatory, which had been actively collecting valuable environmental data since 2016. Boston Molasses Flood. The Boston Molasses Flood, which occurred on January 15, 1919, was a catastrophic event where a large storage tank containing over 2.3 million gallons of molasses burst in Boston's North End. The rupture sent a massive wave of molasses speeding through the streets at approximately 35 miles per hour, engulfing everything in its path. This disaster resulted in the deaths of 21 people and injuries to 150 others. The flood caused significant destruction, toppling buildings, crushing vehicles, and clogging streets with sticky molasses. Subsequent investigations revealed that the tank had structural flaws, which were exacerbated by cold temperatures that likely increased the molasses' viscosity and the internal pressure of the tank. The tragedy led to a lengthy legal battle, concluding with the tank's owner, United States Industrial Alcohol, found liable for the disaster due to negligence in the tank's construction and maintenance. The event has been studied extensively as a case of engineering failure and is remembered for its impact on industrial safety regulations. Brown note. The brown note is a hypothetical infrasonic frequency that purportedly causes humans to lose control of their bowels due to resonance effects. Despite popular mention in media and folklore, the brown note is considered an urban myth. Scientific testing, including on the TV show Mythbusters, has found no reproducible evidence that such a frequency exists. In these tests, even at high volume levels and using frequencies low enough to be felt rather than heard, no involuntary bodily response akin to the mythic effects of the brown note was observed. Cadaver Synod. The Cadaver Synod, held in January 897, was a posthumous ecclesiastical trial of Pope Formosus, who had died nearly 9 months earlier. His successor, Pope Stephen VI, orchestrated this macabre event, where Formosus's corpse was exhumed, dressed in papal vestments, and placed on trial in the Basilica of St. John Lateran in Rome. Formosus was accused of several charges, including perjury and violating church laws by being elected pope while serving as a bishop elsewhere. Stephen VI, driven by political and personal vendettas, conducted the trial to delegitimize Formosus's papacy. The corpse, symbolically represented by a deacon, was found guilty, stripped of its vestments, and subjected to desecration before being thrown into the Tiber River. The bizarre trial was widely condemned, leading to a swift backlash against Stephen VI, who was imprisoned and killed within months. Subsequent popes annulled the verdict of the Cadaver Synod and restored Formosus's honor. Capgras delusion. Capgras delusion is a psychiatric disorder where individuals believe that someone they know has been replaced by an identical imposter. This belief typically concerns close friends or family members. It's classified under delusional misidentification syndromes, where the emotional response to familiar faces is disrupted, leading to a sense of unfamiliarity. Though patients recognize the face, the associated emotional connection is absent, causing them to believe the person is a fraud. The condition can stem from various neurological and psychiatric origins, including schizophrenia, brain injury, and dementia. Cecil Hotel. The Cecil Hotel, opened in 1924 in downtown Los Angeles, quickly developed a notorious reputation due to a series of disturbing events and criminal activities, including murders, suicides, and its association with serial killers like Richard Ramirez and Jack Unterweger. Originally a glamorous destination, the hotel's fortune declined with the Great Depression, leading it to become a budget hotel often frequented by transients. In recent years, the Cecil gained further infamy through the mysterious death of Elisa Lam in 2013, which attracted global attention and numerous conspiracy theories, partly fueled by viral surveillance footage of Lam in the hotel's elevator. This case was extensively covered in the Netflix documentary series Crime Scene: The Vanishing at the Cecil Hotel. The hotel's dark history and eerie aura have cemented its status as a cultural landmark within the urban lore of Los Angeles. Circleville Letters. The Circleville Letters mystery revolves around a series of anonymous, threatening letters that began circulating in the small town of Circleville, Ohio, in the late 1970s. These letters, filled with personal accusations and ominous warnings, targeted various residents, creating a pervasive atmosphere of fear and suspicion. The situation escalated tragically when Ron Gillespie, one of the recipients, died in a suspicious car accident after allegedly receiving a phone call from the letter writer. His sister-in-law's husband, Paul Freshour, was later convicted for his involvement in a related booby trap incident, but maintained his innocence. Despite his incarceration, the letters continued, suggesting multiple perpetrators or a wrongful conviction. The true identity of the letter writer remains unknown, leaving the mystery unresolved and continuing to intrigue both residents and observers. Covão dos Conchos. Covão dos Conchos is an artificial lake in Portugal's Serra da Estrela Mountains, renowned for its visually striking Bellmouth spillway. Constructed in 1955, this spillway was designed to divert water from Ribeira das Naves to Lagoa Comprida as part of a hydroelectric dam system. This engineering marvel was relatively unknown until 2016, when images of its foliage-lined funnel went viral, sparking widespread interest and drawing tourists. The spillway, resembling a giant hole in the lake, creates a surreal visual effect as it funnels water through a 1,519-meter tunnel to another lake. The site, located in a remote area of the natural park, is accessible via a scenic but rugged hike, offering an immersive experience in the natural beauty of the Serra da Estrela. Crybaby Bridges. Crybaby bridges are found across the United States and are associated with eerie urban legends involving the sounds of a crying baby. These legends typically share a tragic backstory involving a baby who met a terrible fate at or near the bridge, often thrown into the water by a distressed mother, who may also have taken her own life in remorse. These tales of sorrow and haunting are varied, with some local lore suggesting paranormal phenomena, such as ghostly cries or mysterious handprints on cars parked on the bridges. Despite their spooky nature, these stories often reflect deeper societal issues like postpartum depression, domestic violence, or the consequences of isolation and societal judgment. While many consider these stories mere folklore, they continue to draw interest in visitors, perhaps because of the human truths they metaphorically represent about loss and guilt. Dave Matthews Band Incident. On August 8, 2004, a bus driver for the Dave Matthews Band released approximately 800 pounds of human waste from the vehicle's septic tank onto a tour boat passing beneath Chicago's Kinzie Street Bridge. The incident caused disgust and health concerns among the affected boat passengers. The band and the bus driver faced legal consequences, leading to a guilty plea for reckless conduct by the driver, community service, and fines. Additionally, the band made significant donations to local environmental and community groups as part of their settlement. Devil's Kettle. Devil's Kettle, located at Judge C.R. Magny State Park in Minnesota, features a unique geological phenomenon where the Brule River splits into two waterfalls. One side continues downstream in a typical manner, while the other plunges into a pothole known as Devil's Kettle and appears to vanish. For many years, the disappearance of the water puzzled onlookers and scientists alike. It was only after thorough investigations involving dye tests and flow measurements that hydrologists concluded the water re-emerges further downstream, essentially debunking the myth that it vanished into an abyss. The mystery was largely fueled by the enigmatic nature of the water's underground journey, with earlier speculations ranging from subterranean passages leading to Lake Superior to more fantastical underground worlds. Digby Tatham Water. Major Digby Tatham Water, an iconic figure of the British Parachute Regiment during World War II, distinguished himself during the Battle of Arnhem, part of Operation Market Garden. Known for his unorthodox method of carrying an umbrella into battle, which he used both as a practical tool and a signal device, Tatham Warder epitomized the blend of eccentricity and bravery. He demonstrated resourcefulness when communication devices failed by using bugle calls, an innovation that proved critical under combat conditions. After being captured, he escaped and played a pivotal role in aiding the Dutch resistance and orchestrating the escape of Allied soldiers across the Rhine in what became known as Operation Pegasus. Post-war, he moved to Kenya, where he engaged in wildlife conservation and community defense during the Mau Mau uprising, further highlighting his adventurous spirit and leadership. Dublin Whiskey Fire. The Dublin Whiskey Fire occurred on June 18, 1875, in the Liberties area of Dublin, a historically poor district dense with distilleries and breweries. The fire ignited at Malone's bonded warehouse, where over 5,000 barrels of whiskey were stored. The highly flammable nature of the undiluted, high-proof whiskey exacerbated the fire, causing barrels to burst and send a flaming river of whiskey flowing through the streets. The fire brigade, led by Captain James Robert Ingram, struggled with conventional methods to extinguish the flames due to the whiskey's flammability. Ultimately, Ingram ingeniously used horse manure to create barriers that absorbed and extinguished the fire. Tragically, the fire led to 13 deaths, not from burns or smoke inhalation, but from alcohol poisoning, as people in the vicinity scooped up and consumed the whiskey flowing through the streets. This unique fire is remembered for the bizarre and chaotic scenes it created, as well as for the innovative firefighting techniques employed. Falun Gong organ harvesting. Allegations of forced organ harvesting from Falun Gong practitioners in China have raised significant human rights concerns internationally. Reports indicate that prisoners, predominantly Falun Gong members, are subjected to medical testing without consent and their organs forcibly harvested for transplants. This practice reportedly involves a network that includes Chinese medical, military, and public security sectors, exploiting a lack of effective regulation and transparency in the organ donation system. Despite Chinese government denials and claims of reform, investigations by entities such as the UN and independent bodies like the China Tribunal have found compelling evidence suggesting that organ harvesting still occurs, often targeting religious and ethnic minorities, and is driven by the lucrative nature of the transplant market. Forest swastika. The forest swastika, discovered in 1992 in Brandenburg, Germany, consisted of approximately 140 larch trees that formed a swastika pattern within a pine forest near Zernikow. The trees were notably planted in 1938, but the exact reasons and the identity of those who planted them remain unclear, with several theories suggesting local Nazi sympathies or commemorations. The swastika was only visible from the air during certain times of the year when the larches changed color, contrasting against the evergreen pines. This led to its remaining unnoticed for decades. Due to the sensitive nature of the symbol and concerns about it attracting neo-Nazi attention, efforts were made to obscure the swastika by selectively cutting down trees in 1995 and again in 2000, eventually leading to the substantial removal of the pattern. Frog Boys. The Frog Boys refers to a tragic case involving 5 young boys from Daegu, South Korea, who disappeared on March 26, 1991, while searching for salamander eggs near Mount Waryeong. The boys, aged between 9 and 13, were Woo Cheo-won, Jo Ho-yeon, Kim Young-gyu, Park Chan-in, and Kim Jong-sik. Their disappearance quickly escalated into a national issue, prompting extensive search efforts involving the police and military, as ordered by then-President Roh Tae-woo. Despite the massive search efforts, the boys remained missing until September 26, 2002, when their remains were discovered by chance by a man gathering acorns in the area. The discovery was shocking. The remains indicated that the boys had died from blunt force trauma, suggesting foul play. The case remains unsolved, with various theories but no concrete answers about the perpetrator or the exact circumstances of their deaths. The statute of limitations on their case expired in 2006, although it was later lifted for first-degree murder in 2015, keeping hopes alive for eventual resolution. Fulcanelli. Fulcanelli, an enigmatic figure in 20th century alchemy, was known primarily through his seminal works, Le Mystère des Cathédrales and Les Demeures Philosophales. His real identity remains unknown, obscured by the pseudonym derived from Vulcan, the Roman god of fire, and El, a name for God, suggesting sacred fire. Fulcanelli was a master of esoteric interpretation, using architectural symbolism to explore Hermetic principles. Published in the 1920s, his books decode the symbolic language hidden in Gothic cathedrals and offer insights into the secretive world of alchemy. Despite numerous theories about his identity, including potential links to his students like Eugene Cancelier or other figures such as Jean-Julien Hubert Champagne, conclusive evidence about his true identity and fate continues to elude researchers. Ghostwatch. Ghostwatch was a British mockumentary that aired on BBC One on Halloween night in 1992. Crafted by writer Stephen Volk and directed by Leslie Manning, the program was presented as a live television investigation into paranormal activities in a North London home, hosted by TV legend Michael Parkinson and assisted by celebrities like Sarah Green and Mike Smith. Despite being pre-recorded, the show mimicked a real-time broadcast, complete with call-ins from the public. This novel approach, along with its realistic portrayal of a ghost investigation, led many viewers to believe the events were actually happening, resulting in widespread public concern. The program featured various paranormal phenomena, such as poltergeist activity, which were depicted as causing physical effects like temperature changes and ghostly manifestations, which culminated in a dramatic and chaotic conclusion that left lasting impacts on its audience. Gil Perez. Gil Perez was a Spanish soldier from the Philippines who, according to legend, experienced an inexplicable teleportation in 1593. The story recounts that Perez, while on guard duty at the governor's palace in Manila, suddenly found himself in Mexico City's Plaza Mayor. Wearing his guard uniform and unaware of how he arrived there, Perez's claims were initially met with skepticism, and he was arrested for desertion and suspected of witchcraft or devilry. The truth of his story was only verified months later when a ship from the Philippines arrived in Mexico, carrying news of the governor's assassination, a fact Perez had known about, confirming his previous presence in Manila. This story was not documented until over a century later, and remains a mix of historical mystery and folklore, with explanations ranging from paranormal activity to dimensional shifting. Glitter Purchaser. The identity of the world's largest glitter purchaser is shrouded in secrecy, sparking widespread speculation and intrigue. Despite the curiosity, details about this buyer remain undisclosed. Glitter, commonly associated with craft and cosmetic industries, also appears in unexpected applications, including automotive paints and potential military uses. This secret buyer's substantial demand for glitter underscores its broad utility across various industries. The mystery surrounding their identity adds a layer of intrigue to an otherwise everyday material, and has been discussed in various media outlets, reflecting a keen public interest in unveiling this hidden consumer. Gravity Hills. Gravity hills, also known as magnetic hills, mystery hills, or anti-gravity hills, are locations where the landscape creates an optical illusion, making a slight downhill slope appear to be an uphill slope. This phenomenon causes objects like cars left in neutral to appear as if they are rolling uphill against gravity. The illusion is primarily due to the layout of the surrounding land and the absence of a horizon, which disrupts the visual cues that allow for accurate perception of slope. The effect can be so convincing that it has sparked supernatural legends and folklore around such sites, though scientific studies confirm that these hills do not defy gravity, but rather trick our senses through their unique topography. Grüner See. Grüner See, located in Styria, Austria, in a village named Tragos, is renowned for its vibrant emerald green waters and dynamic seasonal changes. Known as the Caribbean of Styria, the lake derives its striking color from the limestone sediment in the meltwater that fills it each spring. As the snow from the surrounding Hochschwab Mountains melts, the lake expands from a shallow park to a depth of about 12 meters, submerging benches, bridges, and trails beneath its waters, creating a surreal underwater landscape visible until it recedes again in late summer. This transformation has made Grüner See a favored spot for photographers and nature lovers. To preserve its delicate ecosystem, authorities banned diving and other water sports in 2016, although the area continues to attract visitors for its picturesque hiking trails and tranquil natural beauty. Hammersmith Ghost. In 1804 in Hammersmith, London, the tragic case of the Hammersmith ghost involved the mistaken identity and subsequent murder of Thomas Millwood, a bricklayer commonly mistaken for a ghost due to his white work clothes. Francis Smith, believing Millwood to be a spectral apparition, fatally shot him. Smith's trial for willful murder highlighted the legal challenge of whether a mistaken belief could justify violent action, a debate that influenced English criminal law significantly. The initial verdict of manslaughter was not accepted by the court, leading to Smith's conviction for murder, although his sentence was later commuted to a year of hard labor following a royal pardon. The case exposed gaps in the legal understanding of mistaken beliefs as a defense, which were not formally addressed until the Court of Appeal's decision in R. v. Williams in 1984, eventually influencing the drafting of the Criminal Justice and Immigration Act 2008. Charvey's Resort Hotel bombing. On August 26 or 27, 1980, the Harvey's Resort Hotel in State Line, Nevada, was the target of a dramatic extortion attempt involving a sophisticated bomb containing 1,000 pounds of dynamite. The device was disguised as a photocopier delivered by men in white jumpsuits, who demanded $3 million to provide disarming instructions. Despite extensive efforts to neutralize the bomb, it exploded, causing significant damage estimated at $18 million, although there were no casualties. The mastermind, John Burgess, was motivated by gambling losses and constructed the bomb with the help of associates, including his girlfriend and 2 other men. The case, which involved complex legal proceedings, concluded with Burgess receiving a life sentence, while his accomplices faced various charges and sentences. Havana Syndrome. Havana Syndrome first emerged in 2016 among U.S. and Canadian embassy staff in Havana, Cuba, with symptoms including auditory and sensory disturbances, headaches, dizziness, and cognitive issues. The exact cause remains elusive despite extensive investigations, leading to theories ranging from sonic attacks to psychological stress or mass psychogenic illness. No definitive evidence of physical harm such as brain injury has been detected in affected individuals, complicating the diagnosis and understanding of the syndrome. U.S. government responses have evolved as more cases have been reported worldwide, affecting diplomats and intelligence officers in various countries, suggesting a broader pattern of unexplained health incidents rather than isolated events specific to Cuba. Head transplants. Head transplants involve transplanting one organism's head onto the body of another, which remains an experimental and highly controversial concept primarily discussed in theoretical terms and speculative scenarios. Although neurosurgeon Sergio Canavero gained media attention by claiming that a human head transplant could occur as early as 2017 or 2018, such claims have been met with significant skepticism from the broader medical and scientific communities due to numerous ethical, technical, and physiological challenges. These challenges include issues of immune rejection, the complexities of reconnecting the spinal cord, and profound ethical questions regarding identity and the quality of life post-surgery. Additionally, the procedure's high costs and the potential use of a body whose organs could save multiple lives raise further ethical concerns. Hitler Teapot. The controversy around the Hitler Teapot arose in 2013 when a Michael Graves-designed stainless steel tea kettle, sold by JCPenney, garnered public and media attention due to its perceived resemblance to Adolf Hitler. This unintended resemblance was particularly noted in the kettle's handle and spout, which some said mimicked Hitler's hair and saluting arm. The public reaction was amplified when images of the teapot featured on a billboard in California went viral on social media platforms like Reddit. JCPenney responded to the controversy by stating that any resemblance was unintentional and subsequently removed the billboard. Despite, or perhaps because of, the controversy, the teapot sold out quickly and later appeared on eBay at significantly inflated prices. The incident has been discussed in terms of pareidolia, the psychological phenomenon where people see familiar patterns, like faces, in random objects. Hitogata. Hitogata are traditional Japanese paper dolls that serve as representations of humans in various Shinto rituals. They are often used in purification ceremonies, where participants transfer their impurities or sins onto the dolls by rubbing them against their bodies. The dolls are then floated down a river or put to sea, symbolically carrying away the person's misdeeds or impurities. This practice, known as Nagashi Bina, typically involves crafted paper dolls that vary in design from simple flat figures to more elaborate representations adorned with kimono patterns. The use of hitogata dates back to historical purification rites, and these dolls continue to play a role in contemporary Shinto observances, merging ancient tradition with modern religious practices. Hong Kong 97. Hong Kong 97 is an unlicensed 2D shooting game developed by Happysoft, released in 1995 for the Super Famicom. Known for its poor quality, the game features bizarre content and crude graphics. Set around the time of Hong Kong's handover to China in 1997, the game's storyline involves a character named Qin, tasked by the Chinese government to eliminate criminals. The gameplay is repetitive, with Qin shooting at endless waves of enemies to the loop of a single song. The game gained notoriety for its controversial elements, including a game over screen that uses a real image of a deceased person, which has been widely criticized as tasteless and offensive. Hyphen War. The hyphen war refers to the political disagreement in 1990 over the official name of Czechoslovakia following the fall of its communist government in 1989. The conflict primarily revolved around whether the new country name should include a hyphen, highlighting the tension between Czechs and Slovaks regarding national identity and federation status. Initially, the country was renamed the Czechoslovak Federative Republic, without a hyphen in Czech and with a hyphen in Slovak to acknowledge both national groups. However, this arrangement did not settle the dispute. On April 20, 1990, a further compromise led to the renaming of the country to the Czech and Slovak Federative Republic, which included the names of both nationalities and used capitalization to emphasize their equal status. Despite these efforts, underlying nationalistic tensions persisted, contributing to the peaceful dissolution of Czechoslovakia into the Czech Republic and Slovakia in 1993. Janet Jackson Blackout Bassline. The Janet Jackson Blackout Bassline, notably from her song Rhythm Nation, gained notoriety for its ability to crash certain models of laptops due to a unique technical anomaly. The bassline of this song matched the natural resonant frequency of a specific 5,400 RPM hard drive used in some laptops during the early 2000s. This resonance caused the hard drive's components to vibrate in a way that led to system crashes. Microsoft engineer Raymond Chen detailed how the frequency from the song would disrupt these hard drives, prompting manufacturers to incorporate a custom audio filter to mitigate the effect and prevent future crashes. Juan Pujol Garcia. Juan Pujol Garcia, known by the British codename Garbo, was a pivotal double agent during World War II who played a crucial role in deceiving Nazi Germany about the Allied invasion plans. Initially from Spain, Pujol harbored a strong anti-fascist stance, which led him to approach the Allies with an offer to spy on the Nazis. Despite initial rejections, he established himself as a trustworthy Nazi agent and then turned to the British to offer his services as a double agent. Under the supervision of MI5, he created an extensive network of fictitious spies and fed the Germans misleading information, which significantly influenced the success of the D-Day landings by convincing them that the Allies would invade at Pas-de-Calais instead of Normandy. His deception was so effective that the Germans awarded him the Iron Cross for his supposed contributions, while the British honored him with an MBE for his real contributions to their efforts. Kaffeklubben Island. Kaffeklubben Island, known in Greenlandic as Inuit Kekertat, is located off the northern coast of Greenland and holds the distinction of being the northernmost piece of land on Earth. Discovered in 1900 by American explorer Robert E. Peary, the island was named in 1921 by Danish explorer Lauge Koch after a coffee club at the University of Copenhagen Geological Museum. The island is uninhabited, approximately 713.5 kilometers from the North Pole, and spans about 1 kilometer in length. Geographically, Kaffeklubben Island is characterized by its harsh polar conditions, hosting some sparse vegetation like the Arctic poppy and purple saxifrage despite its extreme environment. Kelly Hopkinsville Encounter. The Kelly Hopkinsville Encounter, which occurred on the night of August 21, 1955, in Christian County, Kentucky, is one of the most famous and controversial reported UFO incidents. 11 people from 2 families reported an encounter with small, goblin-like creatures with large heads and glowing eyes, which they claimed were impervious to bullets. The families, who were gathered at a farmhouse in the rural town of Kelly, described a prolonged siege by these beings lasting several hours, during which they fired at the creatures with no apparent effect. Despite a thorough investigation by local police, no tangible evidence of the creatures was found, only evidence of the family's distress and numerous bullet holes from the gunfire. The incident is often cited by UFO enthusiasts as one of the most significant close encounters, while skeptics suggest more prosaic explanations such as misidentifying great horned owls as extraterrestrial beings. Klerksdorp Spheres. Klerksdorp Spheres, found in 3 billion-year-old pyrophyllite deposits near Ottosdal, South Africa, are small, rounded to disc-shaped objects with diameters up to 10 centimeters, often marked by concentric grooves. Initially thought to be artifacts of ancient civilizations or extraterrestrial origins due to their precise shapes and smooth surfaces, these spheres have been scientifically identified as natural concretions. They formed from mineral precipitation within sedimentary or volcanic material, where geological processes like the layering of sediments during formation created their distinctive grooved appearance. These findings debunk theories of their artificial creation, aligning them with other known geological concretions formed through similar natural processes. Cryptos. Cryptos is an enigmatic sculpture by artist Jim Sanborn, installed at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia in 1990. It features 4 encrypted messages, 3 of which have been solved, with the 4th still resisting decryption despite ongoing efforts by cryptanalysts and enthusiasts. The sculpture consists of a copper plate with encrypted text, and the deciphered sections reference layers of hidden information and point toward further mysteries. Sanborn collaborated with a retired CIA cryptographer, Ed Scheidt, to devise the complex ciphers, drawing on historical encryption techniques and adding intentional misspellings and anomalies to challenge solvers. Over the years, Sanborn has released additional clues to aid in solving the final passage, underscoring the sculpture's role as both a piece of art and a perpetual puzzle. Lake Retba and Lake Hillier. Lake Retba in Senegal and Lake Hillier in Australia are notable for their distinctive pink hues, attributed to the presence of Dunaliella salina algae, which produces a red pigment to absorb sunlight. Lake Retba, also known as Lac Rose, lies northeast of Dakar, separated from the Atlantic by narrow dunes, exhibiting its most vivid color during the dry season from November to June. It is highly saline, similar to the Dead Sea, making it buoyant and primarily used for salt harvesting. Lake Hillier, located on Middle Island off Western Australia, was first recorded by navigator Matthew Flinders in 1802, and is surrounded by eucalyptus and paperback trees. Despite its small size, the striking pink color of Lake Hillier is visible even from the surface, and is a popular tourist attraction, although it is no longer used for salt extraction. Man in the Iron Mask. The Man in the Iron Mask was an unidentified prisoner held in French prisons during the reign of Louis XIV, notable for the mask he was required to wear to hide his identity, which has spurred centuries of speculation and legend. Arrested in 1669 and eventually dying in 1703, his true identity remains unknown, with theories suggesting he could have been anyone from a lowly valet to a high-ranking individual entangled in political intrigue. His story was immortalized in literature, most famously by Alexandre Dumas, who portrayed him as the king's twin brother, a dramatic embellishment without historical evidence. Historical records refer to him as Eustache d'Auger, and he was kept in isolation under strict instructions that he should be killed if he revealed his identity, leading to numerous theories about his significance or threat to the state. Margate Shell Grotto. The Margate Shell Grotto, located in Kent, England, is a subterranean passageway, richly decorated with approximately 4.6 million seashells, covering 2,000 square feet in intricate mosaics. Discovered in 1835 by James Newlove and his son Joshua, its origins and purpose remain a mystery, with theories ranging from an ancient pagan temple to a Victorian-era folly. Despite various investigations, no conclusive evidence has surfaced regarding its construction date or builders. The grotto features designs that some interpret as symbolic of life's journey, with celestial alignments noted during the summer solstice suggesting its use in rituals or as a calendar. Today, it is preserved as a historical monument and continues to attract visitors intrigued by its beauty and enigmatic past. Medieval marginalia. Medieval marginalia, the decorative and often whimsical illustrations found in the margins of illuminated manuscripts, serve as a unique window into the cultural, social, and personal aspects of medieval life. These marginal drawings range from the sacred to the profane, including fantastical creatures, everyday life scenes, and humorous or crude depictions, reflecting both the artist's imagination and the societal norms of the time. Not merely decorative, these illustrations often carry symbolic meanings or commentaries on the text, providing insights into the medieval mind's concerns with morality, death, and the afterlife. Marginalia also reveal personal touches by the scribes or readers, such as notes or reactions to the text, linking the medieval readers and modern viewers through shared engagement with the manuscript. $1 Million Point. $1 Million Point, located off the coast of Espiritu Santo in Vanuatu, is a renowned underwater dumping ground where the U.S. military disposed of surplus equipment after World War II. As the war concluded, logistical challenges and economic considerations led to the decision not to repatriate vast amounts of military gear. Negotiations to sell the equipment to the local Franco-British administration failed, prompting the U.S. forces to dump the equipment into the sea. This act included everything from trucks and bulldozers to crates of supplies, amounting to millions of dollars worth of materials. The site has since become a popular dive destination, known for its vast accumulation of war machinery submerged in clear waters, offering a unique glimpse into post-war military disposal practices and creating an artificial reef environment. Monkey hate. Monkey hate is a disturbing online phenomenon where individuals exhibit intense animosity towards monkeys, often manifesting in the creation and distribution of abusive videos on social media platforms. This behavior not only includes acts of physical and psychological torture against these animals, but also garners significant viewer engagement and financial profit for content creators. The content is spread across platforms like YouTube and Facebook, drawing in billions of views and fostering a community where such cruelty is normalized and even encouraged. The underlying motivations may include dehumanization of the animals, seeing them as nuisances rather than sentient beings, which mirrors broader societal issues regarding animal welfare and ethical treatment. Efforts to address this issue involve enhancing animal protection laws, increasing public awareness, and pushing for stricter content regulations on social media platforms to mitigate the spread and influence of such harmful content. Mount Wingan. Mount Wingan, commonly known as Burning Mountain, is located near Wingan, New South Wales, Australia, and is renowned for housing the world's oldest known, naturally burning coal seam fire. This fire has been smoldering for approximately 6,000 years and is situated about 30 meters underground. The coal seam fire slowly migrates southward at a rate of about 1 meter per year, covering a distance of around 6.5 kilometers over its long history. The origin of the fire is speculated to be from a lightning strike or bushfire, though it could also be attributed to Aboriginal burning practices. The fire's effects are visible on the surface. Areas it has recently passed under show little vegetation, and a white, ashen appearance due to heat affecting the soil and local flora. Despite the barren landscape near the fire, Burning Mountain is a significant tourist attraction, offering a unique geological spectacle. Visitors can explore the site via a well-maintained walking track, which features educational signs and ends at a viewing platform overlooking the currently smoldering area. Market. Market is a small, uninhabited skerry in the Baltic Sea, divided between Finland and Sweden due to an unusual and complex historical agreement. The island is known for its irregular division, resulting in a curved and convoluted border that effectively makes parts of the Finnish territory surround a piece of Sweden, and vice versa. This odd arrangement came about because the original treaty delineating the maritime border was based on the positions of lighthouses, rather than precise geographical features. Market is also noted for its lighthouse, which has been an important navigation mark in the Baltic since the 19th century. The surrounding marine area is popular for sailing and is ecologically significant, hosting diverse bird species and marine life, making it a subject of interest for both conservation efforts and maritime navigation. Nagoro Village. Nagoro, known as the Village of Dolls, is a small, declining village in the Iya Valley of Tokushima Prefecture on Japan's Shikoku Island. This village has gained international attention due to its unique population of life-size dolls that outnumber the human residents. These dolls, created by local artist Tsukimi Ayano, are positioned throughout the village in various everyday scenes, sitting at bus stops, working in fields, or attending school, to mimic the daily life of the community members who have either moved away or passed away. Ayano began making these dolls as a way to alleviate the loneliness felt due to the village's dwindling population and to honor past villagers. The handmade dolls are crafted from straw and old clothes, and each one has a name and a backstory, embodying the spirit of the village's former life. Over time, the dolls have become a tourist attraction, drawing visitors curious to see this poignant tableau of rural Japanese life. Norilsk. Norilsk, located in Krasnoyarsk Krai, Russia, is one of the northernmost cities in the world, situated well above the Arctic Circle. Established in 1935 and gaining city status in 1953, Norilsk grew around substantial nickel deposits, making it a significant global nickel and palladium producer. Its heavy industrialization, primarily through Norilsk nickel, has also led to severe environmental pollution, particularly with sulfur dioxide, contributing to its status as one of the most polluted cities globally. The extreme Arctic conditions define its climate, with long, bitterly cold winters. Despite these challenges, Norilsk remains a pivotal industrial hub in Russia. The city has a unique historical footprint, initially developed by Gulag prisoners, and it continues to be a closed city where foreign visitors require special permission to enter. Obaki Kaidan. Obaki Kaidan, translating to ghost stairs in Japanese, is a mysterious and intriguing phenomenon located near the Nezu Shrine in Tokyo. These stairs are famed for their eerie characteristic where the number of steps counted when ascending differs from the number counted when descending. According to folklore, Climbing the stairs results in 40 steps, whereas descending counts only 39. This curious discrepancy has led to its nickname and a reputation for being a supernatural or ghostly site, attracting both tourists and folklore enthusiasts intrigued by its mystical aura. Olga of Kiev. Olga of Kiev, who lived from around 890 to 969, was a significant figure in the history of Kievan Rus, acting as regent for her son Sviatoslav from 945 until 960. After her husband Igor was murdered by the Drevlians, a tribe that had ceased paying tribute to Kievan Rus, Olga took revenge in a series of brutal acts against them. These actions secured her control and demonstrated her formidable leadership during a turbulent period. Olga later converted to Christianity, making her one of the first rulers in Kievan Rus to adopt the religion, although it was her grandson Vladimir who would eventually make it the state religion. Her conversion marked a pivotal shift in the religious landscape of the region. Olga's role as a ruler and a saint, she was canonized by the Orthodox Church, illustrates her complex legacy as both a vengeful leader and a pious Christian. Olympic exchange theory. The Olympic exchange theory is an economic and social framework focusing on the exchange of values, culture, and resources that occur during the Olympic Games. This theory is rooted in the concepts of social capital and social exchange theory, suggesting that significant social value is generated through interactions and exchanges between participants and spectators within the Olympic environment. The theory posits that the Olympics foster a unique form of social capital, benefiting host cities and countries by enhancing global prestige and fostering international relationships. It highlights the impact of live viewing experiences over broadcast experiences in terms of emotional engagement and memory formation, suggesting that those who experience the Olympics in person gain a more profound sense of connection and community, thereby accumulating more social capital compared to those who participate through media consumption. Opentopia. Opentopia is a unique online platform that aggregates live webcam feeds from around the world, allowing users to view real-time footage from various locations. It was established with the goal of sharing the wonders of the world through the lens of webcams placed in diverse settings, from serene landscapes to bustling urban centers. The website sources its content by identifying publicly accessible webcams, which are then listed in a user-friendly interface that categorizes them by themes such as nature, cities, and more, making it easy for users to find webcam feeds that match their interests. Opentopia also emphasizes community interaction by allowing users to comment on webcam feeds, fostering a sense of connection among viewers globally. Ori Chef. Ori Chef, also referred to as Marjorie Chef among other variants, is a peculiar case involving multiple Facebook accounts all appearing to be owned by the same person. These profiles are interconnected, with each being friends only with accounts bearing similar names, all variations of Marjorie. The real intrigue lies not just in the multiplicity of accounts, but also in the content shared across these platforms. The posts oscillate between mundane personal desires, such as future wishes regarding cremation, to disturbingly graphic images. One peculiar post expressed a desire to harm a child, though there is no concrete evidence to support the claim that this was anything more than an isolated post. Attempts to interact with these accounts have led to explanations such as accidental account creation on public computers, suggesting potential hacking, though this does not convincingly explain why multiple accounts were made. The emergence of numerous fake accounts following the viral spread of Ori Chef's story complicates efforts to discern the original account's authenticity or the motivations behind its creation. The case remains a blend of internet myth and digital footprint puzzle, making it a curious subject of online folklore without a definitive explanation. Orontius Phineas Map. The Orontius Phineas map, crafted by French cartographer Oronce Phineas in 1531, is distinguished by its detailed depiction of the Antarctic region, depicted without ice, long before the continent was officially recognized and explored in the 20th century. This map is noted for its use of a cordiform, heart-shaped projection, a popular style during the Renaissance for depicting the spherical Earth on a flat surface. The map's accuracy regarding the geography of Antarctica, including coastlines and interior details, has stirred debate and speculation about how early cartographers like Phineas could have had such precise knowledge of the region. Ossuaries. Ossuaries are specialized containers or buildings designed to store human skeletal remains, primarily used when burial space is scarce. Historically, ossuaries served practical purposes such as coping with overcrowded cemeteries, as seen in the catacombs of Paris, or cultural practices like in Jewish traditions during the Second Temple period, where they were commonly made of limestone and occasionally featured inscriptions identifying the deceased. Notable examples include the Sedlec ossuary in the Czech Republic, known for its elaborate bone decorations, and the Douaumont ossuary in France, which holds the remains of soldiers from the Battle of Verdun. Ossuaries not only manage space efficiently, but also reflect diverse cultural attitudes towards death and remembrance, ranging from memorialization to the practical reclamation of burial plots. Prahlad Jani. Prahlad Jani, also known as Mataji, was an Indian breatharian who claimed to have lived without food or water since 1940, attributing his sustenance to a spiritual experience with the goddess Amba. His claims attracted both attention and skepticism globally. Scientific studies, including those sponsored by the Indian Defense Research and Development Organization, observed Jani over extended periods during which he reportedly did not consume any food or water. These studies reported no significant physiological changes in Jani, although he was allowed to gargle and bathe, which raised concerns about the thoroughness and transparency of the research. Critics, including prominent skeptics and nutrition experts, dismissed his claims as physiologically impossible, suggesting that the conditions of the studies might have allowed for discrepancies. Jani passed away in 2020 at the age of 90, with his followers maintaining that he died of old age and continued to believe in the spiritual legitimacy of his claims. Pumapunku. Pumapunku, an ancient architectural marvel, forms part of the Tiwanaku site near Bolivia's Lake Titicaca. Recognized for its intricate stonework and large stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, it showcases an advanced level of craftsmanship and design from as early as 536 AD. These stones, expertly cut and transported from distant quarries, suggest a highly organized and skilled society. Pumapunku's layout indicates its use as a significant ceremonial center, imbued with cultural and religious importance, evident in its complex constructions like terraced platform mounds and sunken courts. Despite its ruinous state, the site has sparked various hypotheses about the technological prowess of its builders, ranging from conventional archaeological interpretations of human ingenuity to more speculative theories involving extraterrestrial influences. Carlinguac. The Carlinguac, or Pants Arch, is a unique rock formation located in the remote region of the Brodeur Peninsula on Baffin Island, Canada. This natural arch, resembling a pair of pants, is situated in a saltwater pool and has sparked both awe and skepticism due to its unusual shape. Initially thought to be a digital fabrication, the arch has been verified as a genuine geological feature formed by the erosive forces of wind and water on sedimentary rock, particularly sandstone. The presence of quartz within the formation enhances its resistance to erosion, contributing to the arch's durability and the distinct horizontal layering indicative of its Paleozoic era origin, dating it between 250 to 600 million years old. Red sprites. Red sprites are transient luminous events that occur high above intense thunderstorms, primarily visible at night. These large-scale electrical discharges can reach altitudes between 50 to 90 kilometers, appearing as red at higher altitudes and fading to blue lower down due to their interactions with nitrogen in the atmosphere. Unlike typical lightning that occurs within clouds or between clouds and the ground, red sprites are related to the presence of positive lightning within the thunderstorm below them. They manifest as vertical streaks or tendrils, often with a jellyfish-like appearance, and are fleeting, lasting only milliseconds. Red sprites are not only visually striking but also significant scientifically, as they help researchers understand atmospheric electricity and the Earth's electrical balance. Despite their elusive nature, advancements in high-speed photography and observational technology have improved our understanding of these phenomena. Rollstone boulder. The Rollstone boulder, a significant glacial erratic, originally rested atop Rollstone Hill in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. This 110-ton rock, believed to have been deposited by glaciers from central New Hampshire around 10,000 years ago, was historically a local landmark. Due to threats of destruction from nearby quarrying operations in 1929, the boulder was dynamited into pieces and subsequently relocated to a traffic island in downtown Fitchburg, where it was reassembled and filled with concrete for stability. This reassembly aimed to preserve the boulder's historical and cultural significance. Today it stands not only as a geological curiosity, but also as a piece of community art, celebrated in local culture and history. Roy Sullivan. Roy Sullivan, an American park ranger at Shenandoah National Park in Virginia, is famously known for surviving 7 lightning strikes between 1942 and 1977, earning him the nickname Human Lightning Conductor. His first strike occurred while he was in a fire lookout tower without a lightning rod, which set the tower ablaze and resulted in injuries that included a seared leg and a hole in his shoe. Subsequent strikes over the years involved various scenarios where he was hit directly or indirectly, leading to further burns and injuries. Despite the high risk associated with his job and location, the probability of being struck so many times was extraordinarily low. Sullivan's experiences contributed to his fear of storms, prompting him to carry water to extinguish fires and to seek shelter in his truck during thunderstorms. Tragically, Sullivan died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in 1983, not from lightning but from despair over an unrequited love. Sawney Bean Clan. The Sawney Bean Clan is a legendary tale from 16th century Scotland, notorious for their gruesome acts of cannibalism and murder. Alexander Sawney Bean, the clan's patriarch, allegedly led a 45-member family, which included his wife and offspring from incest, in a secluded cave by the sea. The clan is said to have ambushed, killed, and eaten over 1,000 people. They remained undetected for 25 years until their heinous activities were exposed after an attack on a couple returning from a fair. This led to the intervention of King James VI, who supposedly led a large manhunt that resulted in the clan's capture and execution without trial. Historically, the veracity of these events is widely questioned, with some suggesting the story was concocted or exaggerated as anti-Scottish propaganda. Sentinelese tribes. The Sentinelese tribe, residing on the remote North Sentinel Island in the Bay of Bengal, remains one of the few uncontacted and fiercely independent peoples in the world, actively resisting external contact for thousands of years. Estimated to number between several dozen to around 100, the Sentinelese maintain a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, crafting tools and weapons from materials washed ashore or from shipwrecks. Their island is surrounded by sharp coral reefs and dense forests, which contribute to their isolation and defense against intruders. Historical encounters, often ending in violence, underscore their capacity and determination to remain isolated. Most notably, the killing of American missionary John Allen Chow in 2018, who illegally attempted to make contact. To protect the tribe from external diseases to which they have no immunity, and to maintain their autonomy, the Indian government has made it illegal to approach the island. Simo Häyhä. Simo Häyhä, known as the White Death, was a Finnish sniper during the Winter War between Finland and the Soviet Union, noted for having over 500 confirmed kills, one of the highest counts recorded by a sniper in major war history. Born in 1905 in Rautjärvi, Finland, Häyhä's skills were honed through his pre-war life as a farmer and competitive shooter. Utilizing a Mosin Nagant M2830 rifle without telescopic sights to prevent glare, he adapted to the harsh Finnish winters by using white camouflage and making strategic use of the landscape for concealment. His sniper tactics included compacting snow in front of his position to hide muzzle flashes and keeping his mouth filled with snow to obscure his breath, which could be seen in the cold air. Häyhä's military career ended when he was severely wounded by an explosive bullet in 1940, shortly before the war concluded. Despite significant injuries, he recovered and lived a quiet life until his death in 2002. Slamfest 99. Slamfest 99, also known as Super Smash Bros. Live, was a unique promotional event held on April 24, 1999, at the MGM Grand Adventures theme park in Las Vegas, Nevada. Organized by Nintendo of America and the public relations firm Golan Harris, the event was designed to promote the North American release of the video game Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo 64. The highlight of Slamfest 99 was a staged wrestling match featuring costume characters from the game, Mario, Donkey Kong, Pikachu, and Yoshi, performing in a real-life ring, which was also live-streamed on the web using RealPlayer. Despite its creative setup, no video footage of the event survives today, and it is considered lost media. The event also included interactive demo kiosks where attendees could play Super Smash Bros. Before and after the live match. Sonic for Real Justice. Sonic for Real Justice was a Tumblr blog created in 2015, which gained notoriety for its satirical portrayal of social justice issues through the personas of Sonic the Hedgehog characters. The blog quickly attracted attention for its controversial and humorous content, which often parodied extreme social justice rhetoric. The moderators, who used Sonic character names, frequently engaged in heated discussions and disputes, which added to the blog's chaotic nature. The conflicts between moderators and the content itself led to various dramas, resulting in the blog becoming a subject of fascination and criticism within online communities. Despite its initial popularity, The blog eventually became inactive, and its original posts are now considered part of internet history, often discussed in retrospectives about online culture and meme history. Spring-heeled Jack. Spring-heeled Jack is a legendary figure from Victorian folklore, first reported in 1837 in London. Described as a diabolical character capable of making extraordinary leaps, Spring-heeled Jack was said to terrorize people with his frightening appearance, which included metallic claws and glowing eyes. Over time, he was reportedly seen in various parts of England, with encounters often involving attacks on women, characterized by his ability to spit blue flames and his swift, bounding escape. The last reported sighting of Spring-heeled Jack was in Liverpool in 1904. The true nature of Spring-heeled Jack, whether he was a man, a myth, or some blend of the two, remains a subject of speculation. The figure has inspired numerous articles, books, and adaptations, embedding him deeply in the urban mythos of Britain. Swiss invasions of Liechtenstein. Switzerland has accidentally invaded Liechtenstein several times, incidents that are notable given the historical neutrality and non-aggression typically associated with the Swiss. The first of these incidents occurred on October 14, 1968, when the Swiss army mistakenly fired mortars into Liechtenstein during a training exercise near the border. Subsequent incidents included Swiss soldiers entering Liechtenstein due to navigation errors during training exercises, with one notable event in 1976 when Swiss soldiers and their horses ended up in Liechtenstein overnight. In 1985, another significant mishap involved the firing of rockets by the Swiss army, which led to a forest fire in Liechtenstein. The most recent known accidental invasion happened in February 2007, when Swiss troops, again on a training exercise, mistakenly crossed into Liechtenstein due to bad weather and navigation errors. In all cases, these invasions were resolved without conflict, often treated with a sense of bemusement given the close and generally amicable relations between the two countries. Tensegrity. Tensegrity, a portmanteau of tensional integrity, is a structural principle where components in compression are suspended within a network of continuous tension, allowing the structure to be stable yet flexible. This architectural and scientific concept was popularized by Buckminster Fuller and is characterized by the use of floating compression members, such as bars or struts, which do not touch each other but are held in place by a continuous network of tensioned members like cables or tendons. This configuration enables structures that are lightweight yet extremely robust, finding applications in various fields including robotics, where it is used to create highly adaptable and resilient robots, and biology, for modeling the mechanical behaviors of the human body, such as the spine, which exemplifies tensegrity in its ability to balance tension and compression for flexible movement. The Battle of Los Angeles. The Battle of Los Angeles, also known as the Great Los Angeles Air Raid, took place on the night of February 24th to 25th, 1942. Following a real attack by a Japanese submarine near Santa Barbara, panic and war readiness heightened in Los Angeles. Radar detected unidentified objects off the coast, leading to a blackout and mass anti-aircraft gunfire across the city, despite the lack of any visible enemy aircraft. Over 1,400 rounds were fired during the chaos, which resulted in material damage from falling shrapnel and indirect civilian casualties, including traffic-related deaths and heart attacks induced by stress. Initially thought to involve enemy aircraft, the event was later deemed a false alarm by Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox, with subsequent speculation pointing to weather balloons or psychological warfare tactics as potential causes. The Wyoming Incident. The Wyoming Incident, also known as the Wyoming Hijacking, is a fictional event created as part of an alternate reality game and creepypasta. It involves a supposed television broadcast hijacking, where a hacker interrupted the signal of a local TV station in Niobrara County, Wyoming, replacing it with a video of disembodied human heads expressing various emotions. This video allegedly caused symptoms like vomiting, hallucinations, and headaches among viewers due to specific frequencies embedded in the broadcast. The story originated on the Something Awful forums and was later popularized through videos and further online discussions, contributing to its status as a notable example of early internet horror folklore. The Yellow Fleet. The Yellow Fleet, comprising 15 international ships, was trapped in the Suez Canal from 1967 to 1975 due to blockages caused by the Six-Day War between Israel and Egypt. These ships, stuck in the Great Bitter Lake, formed a community known as the Great Bitter Lake Association, which organized social activities, including a version of the Olympics, to cope with the isolation. They even created a unique postal system using handmade stamps, now collector's items. This makeshift community fostered international cooperation amidst the geopolitical tensions of their respective countries. The canal reopened in 1975 after clearance operations, but most ships, except 2 German ones that returned under their own power, required towing due to maintenance issues from prolonged inactivity. Tianducheng. Tianducheng, initiated in 2007 near Hangzhou, China, is a residential area modeled after Paris, featuring a 108-meter replica of the Eiffel Tower and other Parisian landmarks such as the Arc de Triomphe. Designed to house up to 10,000 people, it encompasses Parisian-style architecture, gardens, and boulevards across a 31-square-kilometer area. Despite its grand design, Tianducheng had a low initial occupancy, leading some to describe it as a ghost town, although the population has since grown to around 30,000 residents. The development is particularly popular among newlyweds for photo shoots and serves as a unique tourist destination, albeit less bustling than anticipated. It reflects a broader trend in China of constructing replica towns that offer domestic versions of foreign aesthetics. Time cube. Time cube was a controversial and often incomprehensible theory proposed by Otis Eugene Ray, known as Jean Ray, around 1997. He described time cube as a higher order of reality, positing that each day on Earth actually consisted of 4 simultaneous days occurring in one rotation of the Earth. According to Ray, modern sciences and education systems suppress this wisdom, which he believed could revolutionize human understanding of time and space. The theory was presented on his personal website, which was notorious for its complex, verbose, and often incoherent content. Ray's ideas were widely dismissed by academics and scientists, and are considered a classic example of pseudoscience. He claimed that his theory was ignored by the academic world due to a conspiracy to suppress his revolutionary ideas. Toynbee tiles. The Toynbee tiles are mysterious plaques embedded in asphalt in various major cities across the United States and several cities in South America, first appearing in the early 1980s. These tiles are roughly the size of an American license plate and bear a cryptic inscription that generally reads, Toynbee idea in Kubrick's 2001 Resurrect Dead on Planet Jupiter. The origin and meaning of these tiles remain largely unknown, though they are believed to be linked to British historian Arnold Toynbee's philosophy about civilizational death and resurrection, mixed with themes from Stanley Kubrick's film 2001 A Space Odyssey. The tiles are thought to be installed using linoleum and asphalt sealant, often under the cover of tar paper which conceals them until the paper erodes away. Turkmenistan Hell Pit. The Darvaza gas crater, commonly known as the Door to Hell, located in Turkmenistan's Karakum Desert, is a fiery natural phenomenon originating from a Soviet drilling accident in 1971. This accident led to the ground's collapse over an extensive natural gas pocket, creating a 70-meter wide crater. To prevent hazardous gas discharge, the crater was set aflame, expecting the fire to burn out quickly. Instead, it has been alight for over 5 decades, becoming a significant visual spectacle and a tourist attraction. Despite several attempts to extinguish it, notably under President Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, the fire persists, raising concerns about environmental impact due to continuous methane emissions and the waste of valuable natural resources. Vegetable lamb of Tartary. The vegetable lamb of Tartary, or Baramets, is a mythical zoophyte from Central Asia, once believed to produce sheep as its fruits. According to legend, these sheep were attached to the plant by an umbilical cord and could graze around it until they or the plant died when the foliage was consumed. This lore possibly arose from the cotton plant, whose fibers were mistaken for wool by the medieval imagination. Figures like Engelbert Kempfer and Girolamo Cardano investigated but debunked the myth by observing similar natural phenomena or criticizing the biological plausibility of such a creature. Nonetheless, the vegetable lamb persisted in popular thought and scientific debate, symbolizing a marvel that straddled the line between plant and animal kingdoms. Weather Station Kurt. Weather Station Kurt, officially known as Wetter Funkgerät Land 26, was a secret automated weather station installed by a German U-boat crew in Labrador, Canada during World War II, specifically on October 22, 1943. The mission was part of Nazi Germany's efforts to obtain precise meteorological data crucial for their military operations in the North Atlantic. The station was equipped with advanced technology for the time, capable of measuring temperature, wind speed, humidity, and atmospheric pressure, autonomously transmitting this data every 3 hours. Despite the strategic intent, the station operated for a short period, reportedly 2 months, before ceasing transmission. Its existence remained unknown until its accidental rediscovery in 1977 by geomorphologist Peter Johnson. The remains of this unique wartime artifact were later preserved and are now displayed at the Canadian War Museum in Ottawa. Why do things keep evolving into crabs? Carcinization is the evolutionary phenomenon where non-crab crustaceans independently evolve a crab-like body form, a process noted across various species within the crustacean group. This has occurred several times throughout evolutionary history, suggesting a strong selective advantage to the crab-like shape, which is characterized by a flatter, rounder body with a tucked-in tail. This shape may offer benefits such as enhanced mobility, efficient burrowing, and a reduced profile that makes them less vulnerable to predators. The process, first described by L.A. Borradaile in 1916, is a classic example of convergent evolution, where unrelated species evolve similar traits due to similar environmental pressures. Interestingly, this process can be reversed in what is known as decarcinization, where crab-like crustaceans evolve back to a more elongated form, highlighting the dynamic nature of evolutionary change. WKCR hijacking. The WKCR hijacking, often referred to as the death tape incident, took place in 1995 when an unauthorized broadcast interrupted WKCR-FM, a radio station owned by Columbia University in New York City. The interruption featured a series of unnerving sounds, followed by a woman's voice reciting what appeared to be obituaries, including names of individuals such as Frank Oppenheimer and victims of the Pan Am Flight 103 bombing. The recording resurfaced and gained attention online after being posted on 4chan in 2013, nearly 2 decades after the incident. Despite its eerie content and the mystery surrounding its origins, this incident remains an unexplained anomaly in broadcasting history. Witch Elm Bella. In 1943, the remains of an unidentified woman, referred to as Bella, were found inside a wych elm tree in Hagley Wood, Worcestershire, sparking enduring mystery and speculation. Discovered by 4 boys, the case became widely known due to graffiti asking, "Who put Bella in the wych elm?" Forensic investigations indicated she had been dead for about 18 months, with a piece of taffeta in her mouth suggesting asphyxiation as the cause of death. Despite various theories including espionage, linking her to German spies, possible ritual murder, and other criminal scenarios, her identity and the circumstances of her death remain unsolved. Efforts over the years have included a facial reconstruction in 2017, but the enigma of Bella and how she ended up in the tree continues to perplex investigators and the public alike. Youngus Road. Youngus Road, also known as the Death Road due to its perilous nature, is a narrow, winding road that stretches approximately 64 kilometers between La Paz and the Yungas region in Bolivia. Notoriously dangerous, the road was originally constructed in the 1930s by Paraguayan prisoners during the Chaco War, and is characterized by its extreme drop-offs, lack of guardrails, and a width of just about 3 meters in some sections. Historically, it was common for vehicles to fall from the road, with estimates suggesting that 200 to 300 people died annually in the 1990s. However, a new, safer road opened in 2006, significantly reducing traffic along the old Youngus Road. Today, the old route is primarily a destination for thrill seekers, especially mountain bikers, drawn by its notorious reputation and breathtaking descents. Zone of Death. The Zone of Death refers to a 50-square-mile area in Yellowstone National Park, located within the Idaho section, where due to a unique loophole in the United States legal system, a person could theoretically commit crimes with impunity. This anomaly arises from the intersection of several legal principles involving the Sixth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees a trial by a jury composed of people from the state and federal district where the crime was committed. Because this specific zone is uninhabited and falls within the jurisdiction of a federal district that spans 3 states, it is impossible to form a jury that satisfies this requirement. Consequently, while the legal loophole is widely recognized, no known crimes have been committed in this area that test this legal gray area.
No, don't floor it!
Okay, floor it!
No!
2001 Japan Airlines incident. On January 31st, 2001, Japan Airlines Flight 907, a Boeing 747-400D en route from Haneda Airport to Naha Airport, narrowly avoided a mid-air collision with Japan Airlines Flight 958, a McDonnell Douglas DC-1040 flying from Gimhae International Airport to Narita International Airport. Due to a mix-up in air traffic control instructions, Flight 907 descended upon command, conflicting with its traffic collision avoidance system advisory to climb, while Flight 958 followed its TCAS directive to descend. The planes came within 10 meters of each other, with Flight 907 executing a rapid descent and Flight 958 pulling up sharply to avoid a collision. This evasive action resulted in severe turbulence and injuries to 100 people aboard Flight 907 as service carts and unsecured passengers were thrown about. The incident highlighted critical issues in air traffic control communication and the need for clear precedence of TCAS advisories over ATC commands, leading to regulatory changes by the International Civil Aviation Organization. 2007 Siberian orange snow. In early February 2007, an unusual phenomenon occurred in Siberia when orange-tinted snow fell across an area of 1,500 square kilometers in the Omsk, Tomsk, and Tyumen oblasts. The snow, which appeared oily and had a foul odor, contained 4 times the normal levels of iron and affected approximately 27,000 residents. Initial speculation about its cause ranged from industrial pollution to a rocket launch or even a nuclear accident. Further analysis suggested that the coloration was likely due to sand and clay particles from a heavy sandstorm in neighboring Kazakhstan, which were carried into the region by strong winds. Despite its alarming appearance, the snow was determined to be non-toxic, but residents were advised to avoid using it or letting animals ingest it. This event highlighted the impact of transboundary environmental phenomena and the challenges in pinpointing specific sources of pollution in industrial regions. Abydos helicopter. The Abydos helicopter refers to a section of hieroglyphs found in the Temple of Seti I at Abydos, Egypt. These hieroglyphs, which appear to depict modern vehicles like a helicopter, a submarine, and an airplane, are actually the result of a palimpsest. This phenomenon occurs when inscriptions are carved over older ones, leading to overlapping images due to erosion. Initially carved during the reign of Seti I, the hieroglyphs were later altered by Rameses II. Over time, the plaster used to cover the older carvings eroded, creating a combined, misleading image. This has fueled pseudoscientific theories about ancient advanced technology and extraterrestrial contact, but Egyptologists explain it as a simple overlay of inscriptions from different periods. Ambrose Small disappearance. On December 2, 1919, Canadian theater magnate Ambrose Small disappeared without a trace shortly after completing a $1.7 million sale of his theater chain. Known for his ruthless business tactics, gambling, and extramarital affairs, Small was last seen at his office in the Grand Opera House in Toronto. Despite extensive investigations, including inquiries into his wife Teresa and former Secretary John Doughty, no substantial leads were found. Doughty, who disappeared with $105,000 in bonds belonging to Small, was later apprehended but only convicted for theft. Speculations ranged from kidnapping to murder, with theories suggesting that Small's body might have been disposed of in various ways. The case remains one of Canada's most enduring mysteries. Angus Barbieri. Angus Barbieri, a 27-year-old Scotsman, undertook a medically supervised fast for 382 days from June 1965 to July 1966, consuming only vitamins, electrolytes, and zero-calorie beverages such as tea, coffee, and sparkling water. Initially weighing 456 pounds, he aimed to reach a healthier weight and ended the fast at 180 pounds, having lost 276 pounds. Barbieri regularly visited Maryfield Hospital for medical checkups during this period. Remarkably, he experienced no severe health issues aside from lower glucose levels, and his first meal after the fast was a boiled egg and a slice of bread with butter. His feat, which set a record for the longest fast, is documented in the 1971 Guinness Book of World Records, though Guinness no longer endorses such records due to safety concerns. Arthur's Seat coffins. In June 1836, a group of boys discovered 17 miniature coffins containing small wooden figures on Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh. These coffins, each about 3.7 inches long, were arranged in 3 tiers within a small cave hidden by slate. The figures were dressed in hand-stitched clothing, suggesting a careful and deliberate creation process. Theories about their purpose range from witchcraft rituals to memorials for sailors lost at sea. Some scholars link the coffins to the notorious murderers Burke and Hare, suggesting the coffins might represent the 17 victims of their crimes, possibly crafted as a symbolic gesture for a proper burial. Despite extensive speculation and research, the true origin and purpose of these coffins remain a mystery. The surviving 8 coffins are now displayed at the National Museum of Scotland. Ball's Pyramid. Ball's Pyramid is the world's tallest volcanic stack, rising 562 meters above sea level. Located 20 kilometers southeast of Lord Howe Island in the Pacific Ocean, it is an eroded remnant of a shield volcano formed approximately 6.4 to 7 million years ago. Discovered by Royal Navy Lieutenant Henry Lidgebird Ball in 1788, the steep and rugged structure is part of the submerged continent of Zealandia. The first successful ascent was in 1965 by a team from the Sydney Rock Climbing Club. Ball's Pyramid is also notable for being the last known habitat of the critically endangered Lord Howe Island stick insect, once thought extinct until rediscovered in 2001. The island is a popular spot for divers due to its rich marine life, but access is highly regulated to protect its unique ecosystem. Belphegor's Prime. Belphegor's Prime is a palindromic prime number, specifically 1 octillion, 66 septillion, 600 sextillion, 600 quintillion, and 1, which reads the same forwards and backwards. Named after Belphegor, one of the 7 princes of hell, this number contains superstitious elements. It features the number 666, known as the number of the beast, flanked by 13 zeros on each side, a number often associated with bad luck. The total length of the number is 31 digits, with 31 being 13 reversed. Discovered by Harvey Dubner and named by Clifford A. Pickover, Belphegor's Prime embodies a blend of mathematical curiosity and cultural superstition. Benjamin Paravicini. Benjamin Paravicini was an Argentine visual artist renowned for his psychic abilities, producing over 1,000 prophetic drawings between 1936 and 1972. His supporters credit him with foreseeing numerous major world events, such as the September 11th attacks, the advent of television, and the launch of Sputnik. Paravicini, who held positions such as the manager of the arts department at the Banco Municipal of Buenos Aires, claimed that his hand was guided by a spiritual entity during his psychographic sessions. Despite his initial skepticism due to his Catholic faith, Paravicini's prophecies gained widespread attention for their perceived accuracy and eerie detail. Blue Fugates. The Blue Fugates, a family from eastern Kentucky, became known for their distinctive blue-tinted skin caused by a rare genetic condition called methemoglobinemia. This condition, resulting from a recessive gene, impairs the blood's ability to carry oxygen, leading to blue-colored skin. The condition was first noted in the 19th century when Martin Fugate, a French immigrant, married Elizabeth Smith. Their children and subsequent generations exhibited this blue skin due to inbreeding within the isolated community. Hematologist Madison Cowan III later identified methylene blue as an effective treatment to revert the blue skin to normal coloration. Despite their unusual appearance, the Fugates lived relatively normal lives, with the last known blue-skinned descendant, Benjamin Stacy, born in 1975, showing only faint blue tinges when cold or agitated. Bombay Beach. Bombay Beach, a small community on the eastern shore of California's Salton Sea, was established in 1929 and flourished as a resort town in the mid-20th century. It attracted visitors for water activities like fishing, boating, and water skiing. However, the town faced severe ecological challenges starting in the 1970s, including rising salinity and pollution levels in the Salton Sea, leading to massive fish kills and bird deaths. Flooding further devastated the area, submerging parts of the town. Despite these setbacks, Bombay Beach has been revitalized as an artistic hub since 2016, with the annual Bombay Beach Biennale, attracting artists, filmmakers, and tourists who have transformed the decaying landscape into a canvas for creative expression. Boy in the Box. The Boy in the Box case refers to the tragic discovery of a young boy's body in a cardboard box in Philadelphia on February 25, 1957. The child, who was malnourished, beaten, and wrapped in a flannel blanket, was found in a J.C. Penney bassinet box along Susquehanna Road. Despite extensive efforts by authorities, his identity remained a mystery for decades, leading to widespread speculation and numerous theories about his origin and death. Investigations revealed the boy had surgical scars and recent grooming, suggesting he had been cared for. In December 2022, advances in genetic genealogy finally identified him as Joseph Augustus Zarelli, born January 13, 1953. Despite this breakthrough, the circumstances of his death and the identity of his killer remain unresolved, with the case still active and seeking public assistance for further information. Cagots. The Cagots were a marginalized group in France and Spain, particularly in the Pyrenees region, with historical roots that are not clearly defined but are steeped in legend. Often considered untouchables, the Cagots faced severe discrimination from the Middle Ages until the 20th century. They were segregated from the general population, forbidden from touching common goods, using separate entrances in churches, and were often restricted to specific trades like woodworking. Various theories suggest their origins could be linked to Visigoths, Moorish soldiers, or cathars, but there is no definitive evidence. Their physical traits were often exaggerated or fabricated to justify their ostracization, including claims of webbed hands and missing earlobes. Substantial improvements in their social standing only began after the French Revolution, and by the late 20th century, the Cagots had largely integrated into the broader population due to intermarriage and the dissolution of discriminatory practices. Cahill's Crossing. Cahill's Crossing, located on the East Alligator River in Kakadu National Park, Northern Territory, Australia, is notorious for its dangerous conditions and frequent crocodile sightings. This causeway connects Kakadu National Park to Arnhem Land and becomes treacherous during high tides when it is submerged by water, attracting large numbers of saltwater crocodiles that gather to feed on fish. The crossing is best attempted at low tide and is generally accessible during the dry season from May to October. The site has become a popular tourist attraction, featuring viewing platforms that allow visitors to safely observe the crocodiles in their natural habitat. Despite its appeal, the crossing has seen several accidents and fatalities due to both the crocodiles and the challenging water conditions. Capitol Hill Mystery Vending Machine. The Capitol Hill Mystery Vending Machine in Seattle was a quirky and enigmatic fixture that appeared in the late 1990s on the corner of John Street and 10th Avenue East. This retro soda machine, featuring old logos and eventually only mystery buttons, dispensed random and often discontinued soda flavors, such as Lemon Lime Slice and Mountain Dew Code Red. Despite its popularity, the machine's origins, ownership, and maintenance remained unknown, contributing to its mystique. It became a local legend, with rumors suggesting it was haunted or connected to a time-traveling portal. The machine mysteriously disappeared in June 2018, leaving a note saying it had gone for a walk, and has since become a subject of ongoing intrigue and nostalgia. Cargo cults. Cargo cults are religious movements that emerged mainly in Melanesia during the 20th century, particularly influenced by the influx of Western goods and military presence during and after World War II. These cults, such as the John Frum movement on Tanna Island, believed that material wealth was of supernatural origin and would be delivered to them if they imitated Western behaviors and rituals, including building mock airstrips and using imitation radios. The cults were a response to the sudden appearance of modern goods and technologies, which local populations attributed to ancestral or divine intervention. Despite their origins in the hope of obtaining material goods, cargo cults often incorporated a mix of traditional beliefs and resistance to colonial influences, sometimes evolving into political movements or fading as modernity took hold. Centralia, Pennsylvania. Centralia, Pennsylvania, once a thriving coal mining town, became infamous due to an underground mine fire that ignited in 1962 and continues to burn today. The fire, believed to have started from a deliberate landfill burn that spread to coal seams, caused the ground to release toxic gases and become unstable, leading to the eventual abandonment of the town. By the early 1980s, the dangers became undeniable when a 12-year-old boy nearly fell into a sinkhole emitting deadly fumes. In 1983, the federal government allocated $42 million to relocate residents and demolish buildings, but a few inhabitants refused to leave. Legal battles ensued, and in 1992, the state invoked eminent domain. As of 2020, only 5 residents remained, living in a near ghost town with streets like the famous Graffiti Highway, which has since been buried to prevent trespassing. Despite the ongoing fire and the hazardous conditions, Centralia's St. Mary's Church continues to hold weekly services, standing as a solitary symbol of the once bustling community. Chang and Eng Bunker. Chang and Eng Bunker, born on May 11, 1811 in Siam, now Thailand, were the famous conjoined twins known as the Siamese twins. Connected at the sternum by a small band of cartilage and sharing a liver, they were discovered by a British merchant in 1824 and began touring globally in 1829, exhibiting themselves as curiosities. Settling in North Carolina in 1839, they became U.S. citizens, married sisters Adelaide and Sarah Yates, and fathered 21 children. They supported the Confederacy during the Civil War and owned enslaved people to work on their plantation. Financial struggles after the war forced them to return to touring. Chang's health declined following a stroke, leading to their deaths on January 17, 1874. Chang from a cerebral clot and Eng likely from shock at his brother's death. Chicken-powered nuclear bomb. The chicken-powered nuclear bomb, officially known as Project Blue Peacock, was a British initiative during the 1950s aimed at deterring a Soviet invasion of Western Europe by deploying nuclear landmines in Germany. These 10-kiloton mines were designed to create massive destruction and render areas uninhabitable due to radioactive fallout. One of the major challenges was ensuring the mines remained operational in cold weather. Engineers proposed an unusual solution, placing live chickens inside the mines with enough food and water to survive for about a week. The chicken's body heat would keep the mechanisms warm enough to function properly. This concept, though it seemed outlandish and was initially thought to be an April Fool's joke, was seriously considered and 2 prototypes were built. However, the project was ultimately canceled in 1958 due to concerns over the environmental impact and the practicalities of using such a weapon. Circle of Hope Girls Ranch. Circle of Hope Girls Ranch, located in Humansville, Missouri, was a boarding school for troubled girls operated by Boyd and Stephanie Householder from 2006 until its closure in 2020. The institution came under intense scrutiny after numerous former students alleged severe physical and emotional abuse. These allegations prompted a comprehensive investigation that resulted in Boyd Householder being charged with 79 felony counts, including child molestation and neglect, and Stephanie Householder facing 22 felony counts related to abuse and endangerment. The couple denied all accusations, which led to their arrest and ongoing legal proceedings, with their trial scheduled for late 2023. The investigation was significantly influenced by social media posts from former residents, including the householder's daughter Amanda, which brought widespread attention to the reported abuses and spurred law enforcement to take action. Clive Waring. Clive Waring, a British musicologist and conductor, developed severe anterograde and retrograde amnesia in 1985 following a brain infection caused by herpes viral encephalitis. This condition left him unable to form new memories and with a memory span of only a few seconds. Despite his profound memory impairment, Waring retains his procedural memory, allowing him to play the piano and conduct music, though he forgets these activities immediately after performing them. His emotional memory also remains intact. He recognizes and responds affectionately to his wife, Deborah, even though he cannot recall their shared experiences. His case has been extensively documented in various media, including documentaries and his wife's memoir, Forever Today. Collier Brothers. The Collier brothers, Homer and Langley, were 2 reclusive siblings who became infamous for their extreme hoarding in their Harlem brownstone at 2078 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Born to a doctor and a former opera singer, the brothers were well educated, attending Columbia University with Homer studying law and Langley studying engineering. Following their parents' deaths in the 1920s, the brothers increasingly isolated themselves. Homer's blindness in 1932 and later paralysis led Langley to quit his job to care for him, concocting unusual remedies and stockpiling newspapers for Homer's anticipated recovery. Their home, devoid of utilities, filled with junk, including pianos, books, and various oddities, became a maze rigged with booby traps. In 1947, police found Homer dead of starvation, and weeks later discovered Langley's body, crushed by one of his own traps. Their hoarding was revealed to the public when 120 tons of debris were removed from their home, turning the Colliers into a symbol of compulsive hoarding. Connecticut Fairy Village. Connecticut's Fairy Village, also known as the Little People's Village, is located in Middlebury, Connecticut, and consists of a collection of tiny stone houses hidden in the woods. The village was originally built in the early 20th century as part of an attraction for the nearby Lake Quassapug amusement park. The whimsical structures, designed to look like fairy homes, were intended to delight visitors traveling on the local trolley line. Over time, the village fell into disrepair and became overgrown, with many of the miniature houses now crumbling. Despite its origins as an amusement park feature, various local legends have sprung up around the village, including stories of an elderly couple who built the houses to appease fairies or to quiet the voices in their heads. Today, the site is largely abandoned and has become a point of local curiosity and folklore. Curse of Scotland. The Curse of Scotland refers to the 9 of Diamonds playing card, which has been associated with various explanations dating back to the early 18th century. One popular theory attributes the nickname to Sir John Dalrymple, 1st Earl of Stair, whose family crest resembles the 9 of Diamonds pattern. Dalrymple, who played a controversial role in Scottish history, including the Glencoe Massacre of 1692 and the push for the Act of Union in 1707, was deeply unpopular among many Scots, which might have led to the card being named after him. Other less credible explanations suggest the term originated from incidents during the Battle of Culloden or from the card game Pope Joan, where the 9 of Diamonds is called the Pope, a figure not favored in post-Reformation Scotland. Dighton Rock. Dighton Rock is a 40-ton boulder originally located in the Taunton River in Berkeley, Massachusetts, notable for its petroglyphs of uncertain origin. First documented by English colonist Reverend John Danforth in 1680, the rock has intrigued scholars for centuries. Various theories have been proposed about the carvings, including suggestions that they were created by Native Americans, Vikings, Portuguese explorers, or even ancient Phoenicians. Reverend Cotton Mather described the rock in 1690, adding to its mystique. In the early 20th century, Brown University professor Edmund Delabarre posited that the carvings were made by Portuguese explorer Miguel Corte Real in 1511, although this theory, like others, has been widely debated and often discredited. The rock was moved to Dighton Rock State Park in 1963 to preserve it, and it is now housed in a museum where visitors can view the carvings and explore the various hypotheses about their origins. Dorothy Eady. Dorothy Eady, also known as Seti, was a British woman born in 1904 who became a notable Egyptologist due to her profound belief in reincarnation. After a near-fatal fall at age 3, Eady claimed to have memories of a past life as a priestess named Bentrashit in ancient Egypt. She believed she served at the temple of Seti I in Abydos, where she claimed to have been a lover of Pharaoh Seti I and committed suicide to avoid scandal. Eady moved to Egypt in 1933 after marrying an Egyptian man and later worked for the Department of Antiquities. Her extensive knowledge of ancient Egyptian sites and customs, which she attributed to her past life, aided significant archaeological discoveries, including the location of a temple garden and a hidden tunnel at Abydos. Despite skepticism and controversy, her contributions to Egyptology were substantial, and she spent her later years living near the temple she believed she once served. Eady died in 1981 and was buried near a Coptic cemetery in the desert. February 30th. February 30th does not occur in the Gregorian calendar, which is the internationally accepted civil calendar. However, there have been historical anomalies where February 30th existed. In 1712, Sweden, which included Finland at the time, used February 30th to correct their calendar during their transition from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar. Due to a misstep in omitting leap years as planned, they added an extra day to February that year to realign with the Julian calendar before eventually switching to the Gregorian system in 1753. Additionally, the Soviet Union used February 30th in 1930 and 1931 as part of a revolutionary calendar reform aimed at improving industrial efficiency by implementing 5-day weeks and 30-day months for every working month. These instances are rare exceptions and do not reflect standard calendar practices. Frano Selak. Frano Selak, born on June 14, 1929, and passing away on November 30, 2016, was a Croatian music teacher famed for his extraordinary near-death experiences. Selak's series of incredible survival stories began in 1962 when he claimed to have survived a train derailment into an icy river, an event that killed 17 passengers. In 1963, he reportedly survived being sucked out of a malfunctioning plane mid-flight, landing in a haystack, while the crash killed 19 people. His subsequent brushes with death included escaping a bus crash in 1966, 2 car explosions in 1970 and 1973, being struck by a bus in 1995, and surviving a car plunge off a cliff in 1996. Despite the lack of independent verification for these events, Selak's tales of survival gained him widespread fame. In 2003, his luck turned even more when he won a lottery jackpot of approximately 900,000 euros, which he later generously shared with family and friends. Selak's life has been the subject of numerous media stories, though inconsistencies in his accounts have led to skepticism about the veracity of his claims. Ganesha Milk Miracle. The Ganesha Milk Miracle was a phenomenon that occurred on September 21, 1995, where statues of the Hindu deity Ganesha were reported to be drinking milk offerings in temples and homes across India and the world. This event began in New Delhi when a devotee claimed a Ganesha idol consumed milk, leading to a massive spread of the phenomenon through word of mouth and media. The incident attracted global attention, with major news outlets covering the story. Scientists offered explanations such as capillary action to account for the milk's disappearance, where milk would climb up the statue's surface and then trickle down, but these explanations did not deter believers. The event briefly revived in 2006 under similar circumstances. Despite scientific skepticism, many regarded it as a miraculous event, contributing to a significant religious fervor among Hindus worldwide. Gary DeVore Mystery. Gary DeVore was a Hollywood screenwriter known for films such as Raw Deal and Running Scared. On June 28, 1997, Devore disappeared while driving home from Santa Fe, New Mexico to Santa Barbara, California. He had recently completed a script titled The Big Steal, which allegedly contained sensitive information about the U.S. invasion of Panama. Despite extensive searches, his car and body were not found until a year later, submerged in the California aqueduct. Suspiciously, his hands were missing, his laptop with the script was gone, and investigators were puzzled by the circumstances of the crash, which required driving against traffic with no headlights. Conspiracy theories suggest CIA involvement, fueled by rumors that Devore had uncovered compromising information. The case remains unsolved, with his death officially deemed an accident, but many unanswered questions persist about the true cause of his demise. Gödel's loophole. Gödel's loophole refers to an alleged flaw in the U.S. Constitution identified by the Austrian-American logician Kurt Gödel in 1947. While preparing for his U.S. citizenship test, Gödel claimed to have found a way in which the Constitution could legally allow a dictatorship to be established. Although Gödel never publicly disclosed the specific details of the loophole, discussions and speculation suggest it might involve Article 5, which governs constitutional amendments. Gödel reportedly argued that the amendment process could be used to amend itself in a manner that would ease future amendments, potentially allowing for the creation of laws that undermine democratic principles. Gödel shared his concerns with friends Albert Einstein and Oscar Morgenstern, but the exact nature of the loophole remains a topic of debate and speculation among scholars. Hart Island. Hart Island, located in Long Island Sound off the Bronx in New York City, has served as a public burial ground since 1869, making it the largest tax-funded cemetery in the world. Originally acquired by New York City to serve as a potter's field, it became the final resting place for over 1 million people, including unclaimed bodies, indigent individuals, and stillborn infants. The island's history includes use as a training ground during the Civil War, a quarantine station during the yellow fever epidemic, and housing for a psychiatric hospital, a workhouse, and a homeless shelter. Managed by the Department of Correction until 2021, burials on Hart Island were traditionally conducted by inmates from Rikers Island. Recently, the island's management was transferred to the Parks Department, which plans to open it to the public as a park while preserving its solemn role as a cemetery. Hashima Island. Hashima Island, commonly known as Gunkanjima, or Battleship Island, due to its distinctive shape resembling a warship, is located about 15 kilometers from Nagasaki, Japan. The island became a hub of undersea coal mining after Mitsubishi purchased it in 1890, developing extensive mining facilities and constructing the first large reinforced concrete building in Japan to house workers. At its peak in 1959, the 16-acre island housed over 5,000 residents, making it one of the most densely populated places on Earth. However, the island's history also includes a darker period during World War II, when forced laborers from Korea and China worked under brutal conditions. The decline of coal as an energy source led to the mine's closure in 1974, and the island was subsequently abandoned. In 2009, Hashima was reopened to tourists and has since gained attention both for its eerie, decaying structures and its historical significance. Despite being recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2015, the island remains a contentious symbol due to its association with forced labor during the war. Hiroo Onoda. Hiroo Onoda was an Imperial Japanese Army intelligence officer who continued to fight World War II for 29 years after Japan's surrender in 1945. Stationed on Lubang Island in the Philippines, Onoda and his small group of soldiers carried out guerrilla activities, dismissing repeated attempts to inform them that the war had ended, believing them to be enemy propaganda. Despite numerous efforts by the Japanese government and his family to convince him otherwise, Onoda remained resolute until he was found by Norio Suzuki, a Japanese adventurer, in 1974. Suzuki managed to contact Onoda's former commanding officer, Major Yoshimi Taniguchi, who formally relieved him of duty. Onoda finally surrendered, turning over his rifle, ammunition, and sword. Post-war, Onoda returned to Japan to great acclaim, authored his autobiography, and later moved to Brazil, where he lived until his death in 2014. Hochelaga. Hochelaga was a fortified village of the St. Lawrence Iroquoians, located near present-day Montreal, Quebec. French explorer Jacques Cartier documented his visit to Hochelaga on October 3, 1535, during his second voyage to North America. He described the village as having around 50 longhouses surrounded by extensive cornfields and a palisade for protection. The village's population was estimated to be over 1,000 people. The inhabitants warmly welcomed Cartier and his men, who were given food and shown around the village, including being taken to the top of Mount Royal, which Cartier named in honor of King Francis I of France. Despite its detailed descriptions in Cartier's accounts, Hochelaga disappeared by the time Samuel de Champlain visited the area in 1603, likely due to factors such as disease, warfare, or migration. No physical evidence of Hochelaga has been found, leading some to consider it a historical mystery. Hoia Baciu Forest. Hoia Baciu Forest, located near Cluj-Napoca in Romania, is renowned for its paranormal activity and eerie legends, earning it the nickname the Bermuda Triangle of Transylvania. Covering approximately 729 acres, the forest is named after a shepherd who, according to local lore, vanished there along with his flock of 200 sheep. The forest gained international attention in 1968 when Emile Barnea, a military technician, photographed a purported UFO hovering over a clearing where no vegetation grows, a phenomenon that remains unexplained despite scientific investigation. Visitors frequently report unusual physical symptoms such as nausea, rashes, and feelings of anxiety, along with sightings of orbs, apparitions, and even time anomalies, like a girl who reportedly disappeared for 5 years only to reappear unchanged. The forest's misshapen trees, which grow in spiral patterns, add to its unsettling atmosphere. Researchers and paranormal enthusiasts continue to explore Hoia Baciu Forest, making it a popular yet mysterious tourist destination. John Rogan. John Bud Rogan, born between 1867 and 1868 in Hendersonville, Tennessee, was an African American who became the second tallest person ever recorded, reaching a height of 8 feet 9 inches. His rapid growth began at age 13 due to gigantism, which later led to ankylosis, a condition causing severe joint stiffness. This condition left Rogan unable to stand or walk by 1882. He used a goat-drawn cart for mobility and made a living by selling portraits and postcards. Despite numerous offers, he declined to join carnivals and sideshows. Rogan's hands and feet were extraordinarily large, measuring 11 inches and 13 inches respectively. He passed away on September 12, 1905, due to complications from his condition, and was buried under concrete to prevent grave robbery. Johnny Eck. Johnny Eck, born John Eckhart Jr. on August 27, 1911 in Baltimore, Maryland, was a famous American sideshow performer and actor, known for his role in Todd Browning's 1932 film Freaks. Born with sacral agenesis, which resulted in him having no lower half of his torso, Eck was often billed as the amazing half-boy, or the most remarkable man alive. Alongside his twin brother Robert, who had no physical deformities, Johnny entered the sideshow circuit at age 12. He gained fame not only through sideshows but also through his performances as a bird creature in several Tarzan films. Eck was known for his vibrant personality and artistic talents, including screen painting and model making. During the Great Depression, he performed at the 1933 Chicago World's Fair in Ripley's Believe It or Not auditorium. Later in life, Johnny and Robert ran a penny arcade and conducted Punch and Judy shows for local children in Baltimore. Eck passed away on January 5, 1991, and is remembered as a multifaceted performer who captivated audiences with his resilience and talents. Julia Wallace murder. On January 20, 1931, Julia Wallace was brutally murdered in her home at 29 Wolverton Street, Anfield, Liverpool. Her husband, William Herbert Wallace, found her body when he returned home from an unsuccessful attempt to meet a fictitious client named R.M. Qualtrough, whose address had been given to him via a mysterious phone call the previous evening. Julia had been bludgeoned to death, and although her husband was initially convicted of her murder, his conviction was overturned on appeal due to insufficient evidence, making it a landmark case in British legal history. Despite Wallace's acquittal, he remained the prime suspect, and the case has since been the subject of much speculation and various theories, including potential involvement by a former colleague or a serial burglar active in the area at the time. To this day, the murder remains officially unsolved, leaving it one of Britain's most perplexing criminal mysteries. Kochia Hill. Kochia Hill, located in Hitachi Seaside Park in Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan, is renowned for its seasonal transformation and spectacular displays of kochia plants. Each year, approximately 33,000 kochia plants, also known as summer cypress or burning bush, are planted on Miharashi Hill. These fluffy green bushes turn a vibrant crimson in autumn, creating a stunning red carpet effect that attracts visitors from all over the world. The best time to witness this transformation is from mid to late October, when the plants reach their peak color. Hitachi Seaside Park also hosts the Kochiya Carnival during this period, featuring nighttime events and food stalls. Besides Kochiya, the park is famous for its spring display of Nemophila, baby blue eyes, offering a unique floral experience across different seasons. Lake Superior Ghost Ship. The Lake Superior Ghost Ship, often referred to as the Flying Dutchman of the Great Lakes, is most famously represented by the SS Bannockburn, a cargo freighter that mysteriously vanished in November 1902. The Bannockburn set sail during a severe winter storm and was last seen by the crew of another ship, the Algonquin, before disappearing without a trace. Despite extensive searches, no wreckage was found immediately, though sporadic pieces like a life jacket and a life preserver eventually surfaced. Over time, various sightings of the ghostly ship have been reported, often in foggy, stormy conditions, solidifying its legend as an omen of bad weather and impending danger. These ghostly sightings have become part of Lake Superior's rich maritime lore, capturing the imaginations of sailors and enthusiasts alike. Marfa Lights. The Marfa Lights, also known as the Marfa Mystery Lights, are unexplained lights that have been observed near the town of Marfa, Texas, since the late 19th century. First reported in 1883 by cowhand Robert Reed Ellison, these lights appear as glowing orbs that can be red, blue, or white, and often seem to dance on the horizon, split, merge, disappear, and reappear. Numerous theories have been proposed to explain them, ranging from atmospheric phenomena like superior mirages to car headlights on nearby highways. Other hypotheses include glowing gases similar to will-o'-the-wisps, and geological explanations involving piezoelectric charges from the igneous rocks beneath Mitchell Flat. Despite extensive scientific investigations, no definitive explanation has been universally accepted, maintaining their status as a captivating mystery and a popular tourist attraction. Maunsell Forts. The Maunsell Forts are a series of fortified towers constructed during World War II to defend the United Kingdom from enemy aircraft and naval attacks. Designed by civil engineer Guy Maunsell, these structures were built in the Thames and Mersey estuaries. There were two main types of forts, naval and army. The naval forts, such as Rough Sands and Sunkhead, consisted of reinforced concrete towers supporting a steel platform armed with anti-aircraft guns. The army forts, including Red Sands and Shivering Sands, featured a cluster of interconnected towers with various military facilities. After being decommissioned in the 1950s, some forts were repurposed in the 1960s by pirate radio broadcasters, with Fort Roughs eventually becoming the self-proclaimed Principality of Sealand. Today, the remaining forts are mostly abandoned, though efforts like Project Red Sands aim to preserve them as historical landmarks. Mayday Mystery. The Mayday Mystery is a decades-long enigma centered around cryptic advertisements published annually on May 1st in the University of Arizona's student newspaper, the Arizona Daily Wildcat, since 1981. These ads, featuring complex puzzles composed of historical references, mathematical equations, and multilingual texts, have fascinated and baffled readers for over 40 years. The orchestrator of these ads is believed to be Robert Truman Hungerford, a Tucson lawyer and University of Arizona alumnus who claims to be part of a secretive group known as the Orphanage. Despite extensive analysis and speculation, including efforts documented by Brian Hance on a dedicated website, the true purpose and meaning behind these intricate messages remain unsolved, keeping the Mayday mystery alive as a captivating modern puzzle. McDonald's Servian Wall. The McDonald's at Roma Termini train station in Rome uniquely features a preserved section of the ancient Servian Wall, constructed in the early 4th century BCE. Originally built as a defensive barrier during the Roman Republic to protect against invasions such as the sack by the Gauls in 390 BCE, the wall was 10 meters high and 3.6 meters thick in places. The wall served as Rome's primary defense until the Aurelian Wall replaced it in the late 3rd century CE. During the construction of the Termini station, archaeologists discovered a well-preserved section of the wall, which was integrated into the McDonald's restaurant. This juxtaposition of ancient Roman architecture with modern fast food illustrates Rome's blend of historical preservation and contemporary life, offering visitors a unique dining experience amidst ancient ruins. Mechanical Riverfront Kingdom. The Mechanical Riverfront Kingdom, located in Decatur, Georgia, is an extensive sculptural environment created by artist Clark Ashton. Established in 1984 on Druid Hill, this unique art installation features a variety of symbolic structures and artifacts that reflect Ashton's views on human belief systems, societal issues, and the fate of mankind. The site includes the Commuter Gallery, a public art space where Ashton has crafted metal sculptures like the Bateman 5000 and the Ascension Machine, using a mix of industrial materials and found objects. Ashton, who dubs himself a venture spiritualist and mass minister, integrates themes of spirituality, industry, and environmentalism into his work. Visitors are encouraged to explore the installations, which are designed to provoke thought about human existence, greed, and the impact of industrialization. The mechanical riverfront kingdom remains open to the public, offering a free and thought-provoking artistic experience. Mel's Hole. Mel's Hole is an urban legend originating from a series of calls made by a man named Mel Waters to the radio show Coast to Coast AM, with Art Bell starting in 1997. Waters claimed to have discovered a bottomless pit on his property near Ellensburg, Washington. He described the hole as being 9 feet wide, lined with bricks to a depth of 15 feet, and as having seemingly infinite depth, which he attempted to measure by lowering a fishing line to 80,000 feet without reaching the bottom. His accounts included increasingly fantastical elements, such as stories of a neighbor's dead dog returning to life after being thrown into the hole, and the government allegedly seizing his land and removing it from satellite images. Waters' later claims involved another mysterious hole in Nevada with supernatural properties, like transforming ice into a flammable substance. Despite numerous searches and attempts to locate the hole, no verifiable evidence of its existence has been found, and investigations suggest it is likely a hoax. Nonetheless, the story of Mel's Hole remains a fascinating part of paranormal folklore. Montauk Monster. The Montauk Monster refers to a mysterious carcass that washed ashore on Ditch Plains Beach near Montauk, New York in July 2008. Discovered by Jenna Hewitt and friends, the creature was hairless, bloated, and had a beak-like snout with sharp teeth, leading to widespread speculation and media coverage. Various theories about its identity emerged, including it being a raccoon, a dog, or an escaped experimental creature from the nearby Plum Island Animal Disease Center. Despite the initial excitement, experts, including paleozoologist Darren Naish and TV host Jeff Corwin, identified it as a decomposed raccoon, with its unusual appearance resulting from decomposition. The carcass mysteriously disappeared shortly after being photographed, fueling ongoing conspiracy theories and fascination with the Montauk Monster. Ms. Scribe. Ms. Scribe, a key figure in the Harry Potter fanfiction community in the early 2000s, orchestrated an elaborate scheme using multiple fake online identities to gain fame and influence. She began posting on popular fanfiction sites like Fiction Alley and LiveJournal in 2003, quickly amassing a following through her fanfics and engaging blog posts. Mrs. Scribe created several sock puppet accounts that praised her work and attacked her rivals, generating sympathy and support for herself. Her tactics included posing as both her supporters and detractors, fabricating stories of harassment, and staging elaborate dramas involving fake religious extremists. These actions led to extensive infighting and suspicion within the fandom, particularly between the Harry Hermione and Harry Ginny shipping communities. The extent of her deception was eventually uncovered in the Ms. Scribe story, an unauthorized fandom biography, which detailed her manipulations and exposed her numerous false personas. This revelation led to widespread disillusionment in the fan community and highlighted the potential for exploitation in online fandoms. Nanjing Battalion. The Nanjing Battalion refers to a mysterious incident during the Battle of Nanjing in December 1937, part of the Second Sino-Japanese War, where an entire battalion of approximately 3,000 Chinese soldiers reportedly vanished. The battalion was tasked with defending a strategic bridge over the Yangtze River. On the night of December 9th, the soldiers were positioned and ready, but by the next morning, they had disappeared without a trace. There were no signs of struggle, and their equipment and fires were left intact. Various theories about their fate include desertion, surrender to the Japanese, or even supernatural explanations, but none have been definitively proven. The incident remains an unsolved mystery, contributing to the larger context of the Nanjing Massacre, where hundreds of thousands of Chinese civilians and disarmed soldiers were brutally killed by Japanese forces. Ngatea Crop Circle. The Ngatea Crop Circle, discovered on September 4, 1969, near Ngatea, New Zealand, involved a mysterious circular formation of dead manuka trees on farmer Bert O'Neill's property. The circle, measuring 142 centimeters in diameter, featured 3 deep V-shaped impressions suggesting the landing of a heavy tripod-like object. This phenomenon coincided with reports from 2 pilots of a fluorescent blue pulsating light in the area. Initial theories ranged from herbicide damage to fungal infection, but tests showed signs of shortwave radiation. Despite extensive investigations by both private researchers and New Zealand's Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, the exact cause remains unexplained, leading some to speculate about extraterrestrial involvement. Null Island. Null Island is a fictional location situated at the coordinates 0 degrees north, 0 degrees east, where the equator and the prime meridian intersect in the Gulf of Guinea, approximately 600 kilometers off the coast of West Africa. This point, marked by a weather buoy known as the Sol buoy, is used in geospatial and mapping software as a placeholder to trap errors when data points are incorrectly assigned coordinates of 0, 0. Although Null Island started as an inside joke among geographers, it has gained a unique identity and even a fictional history, with some imagining it as a small island inhabited by a blend of adventurous sailors and unlucky castaways. The concept underscores the importance of accurate geocoding in geographic information systems and highlights how erroneous data can amusingly end up stranded at this non-existent location. Nunavut Pingo. The Nunavut Pingo, located on Axel Heiberg Island, is a prominent geological formation in Canada's Arctic region. Pingos are ice-cored hills formed in permafrost areas due to the upward pressure of groundwater freezing and pushing the soil above it. The Nunavut Pingo, like others in the region, consists of a large core of ice covered by a layer of earth, which can reach significant heights. These features are particularly notable for their unique formation processes and the role they play in the Arctic landscape. Pingos are used as natural landmarks by indigenous communities, such as the Inuvialuit, who have relied on these formations for navigation and hunting for centuries. The preservation of these landforms is essential, as they provide critical insights into permafrost dynamics and climate change. Oarfish. The oarfish, particularly the giant oarfish, is the longest bony fish in the world, reaching lengths of up to 36 feet, with some reports suggesting they can grow even longer. These deep-sea fish inhabit mesopelagic to epipelagic ocean layers, typically found between 200 and 1,000 meters deep. Oarfish have elongated ribbon-like bodies, metallic silver coloration, and red dorsal and pelvic fins. They are often associated with sea serpent myths due to their size and undulating swimming pattern. Oarfish feed primarily on krill and other small marine organisms. Rarely seen alive, they are usually observed when sick or dead specimens wash ashore. Despite their elusive nature, they have a worldwide distribution in tropical and temperate waters. Pantone 448C. Pantone 448C, often referred to as the world's ugliest color, is a drab, dark brown hue selected by the Australian government in 2012 for use on plain cigarette packaging to deter smoking. This decision followed a study by market research agency GfK, which found that this color was the least appealing to smokers. Originally described as olive green, the name was changed due to concerns from the Australian Olive Association. Since then, Pantone 448C has been adopted by several other countries, including the United Kingdom, France, and Canada, for similar purposes. The color's effectiveness lies in its association with repulsion, helping to diminish the allure of tobacco products. Pareto Principle. The Pareto Principle, also known as the 80-20 rule, posits that in many situations, roughly 80% of the effects come from 20% of the causes. This principle, named after Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto, who observed that 80% of Italy's land was owned by 20% of its population, is widely applicable across various fields. In business, it is observed that 80% of sales come from 20% of customers, and in quality control, 80% of defects come from 20% of the problems. The principle is often used to identify and prioritize the most impactful factors, allowing for more efficient use of resources by focusing on the vital few while managing the trivial many. This concept extends to areas such as time management, where focusing on the most productive activities can lead to greater overall efficiency. Phoenix Lights. On March 13, 1997, the Phoenix Lights incident involved thousands of people across Arizona, Nevada, and Sonora, Mexico, witnessing a series of mysterious lights in the sky. The phenomenon began with a V-shaped formation of lights seen traveling southeast from Henderson, Nevada, across Arizona, with the most notable sightings occurring around 8:30 p.m. in Phoenix. A second event occurred around 10 p.m., featuring a row of hovering lights identified later as military flares dropped by A-10 jets from the Maryland Air National Guard during a training exercise at the Barry M. Goldwater Range. Despite official explanations attributing the lights to military activities, many witnesses, including Arizona Governor Fife Symington, described seeing a massive, unidentified craft, leading to widespread debate and fascination over the true nature of the lights. Plain of Jars. The Plain of Jars in northern Laos is an archaeological landscape characterized by thousands of large stone jars scattered across the Jiangkwang Plateau. These megalithic jars, some weighing up to 14 tons and standing over 3 meters tall, date back to the Iron Age, around 500 BCE to 500 CE. The jars are believed to have been used for funerary practices, possibly to distill decomposing bodies before final burial. The site includes not only the jars but also stone discs, secondary burials, tombstones, and quarry sites. Despite various theories, including use for rainwater collection or as royal mortuary vessels, their precise purpose remains uncertain. The area is also notable for the danger posed by unexploded ordnance left over from the Vietnam War, necessitating careful and guided exploration. Publius Enigma. The Publius Enigma is an internet mystery surrounding Pink Floyd's 1994 album, The Division Bell. It began with a series of cryptic messages posted by an individual named Publius on a Usenet newsgroup, suggesting a hidden riddle within the album's lyrics and artwork. The enigma gained attention when, during a concert at Giant Stadium, the words Enigma Publius appeared in the stage lights as promised by Publius. This validation spurred fans to analyze the album and subsequent messages for clues. Despite numerous theories and extensive fan collaboration, the true nature and solution of the enigma remain unresolved, with some considering it a marketing ploy and others a genuine mystery. Pythagorean Cup. The Pythagorean Cup, also known as the Greedy Cup or Cup of Justice, is an ancient Greek invention attributed to the philosopher and mathematician Pythagoras. It is designed to teach a lesson about moderation and greed. The cup appears ordinary, but it contains a hidden siphon mechanism within a central column. When liquid is poured beyond a certain level, the siphoning effect causes the entire contents of the cup to drain out through the bottom, leaving the user with nothing. This ingenious design employs principles of fluid dynamics, specifically the concept of communicating vessels, where the siphon creates negative pressure, pulling the liquid through the hidden channel once a critical level is reached. The Pythagorean cup is both a practical joke and a symbolic tool, illustrating the importance of moderation in life. It remains a popular item for both its historical significance and as a fun, educational device. Rabbit Hash, Kentucky. Rabbit Hash, Kentucky is a small unincorporated community in Boone County known for its historic charm, quirky name, and unique tradition of electing canine mayors. The town's name reportedly originated after a flood in the 1800s drove numerous rabbits into the area, which were then incorporated into local cuisine. Rabbit Hash is home to the Rabbit Hash General Store, built around 1831, which has become a central landmark despite being nearly destroyed by a fire in 2016 and previously enduring significant floods. The town's tradition of electing dogs as mayors began as a fundraising effort in 1998 and has since included several canine leaders, such as Lucy Liu, Bryneth Paltrow, and the current mayor, Wilbur Beast. The community, preserved as a historic district and listed on the National Register of Historic Places, remains a popular destination for its preserved 19th century architecture and annual events like Old Timers Day. Ricky McCormick Codes. The Ricky McCormick Codes refer to two mysterious notes found in the pockets of Ricky McCormick, whose body was discovered in a field in St. Charles County, Missouri, on June 30, 1999. These handwritten notes, consisting of a cryptic combination of letters and numbers, have baffled the FBI's Cryptanalysis and Racketeering Records Unit and remain unsolved. Despite extensive efforts by the FBI and amateur cryptographers, the meaning of the codes and their potential connection to McCormick's death remain a mystery. McCormick, who had a history of criminal activity and was involved in drug trafficking, reportedly used such codes since childhood. The FBI released the notes to the public in 2011, hoping fresh perspectives might help crack the code, but so far, no definitive solution has been found. Rohonk Codex. The Rohonk Codex is a mysterious and undeciphered manuscript that surfaced in Hungary in the early 19th century. It is approximately 450 pages long, filled with an unknown script and around 90 illustrations depicting religious and battle scenes. The codex's origin is uncertain, though the paper has been dated to 16th century Italy. Multiple attempts to decipher its text have been made, including hypotheses suggesting it could be written in an artificial language, a form of Brahmi script, or a ciphered version of Vulgar Latin, but none have been conclusively proven. Some scholars believe it might be an elaborate hoax, potentially created by Samuel Literati Nemes, a known forger from the 19th century. Despite extensive research, the Rohank Codex remains one of the most enigmatic and debated artifacts in the world of cryptography and historical manuscripts. Salish sea feet. The Salish sea feet phenomenon involves the discovery of over 20 detached human feet that have washed ashore since 2007 along the coasts of British Columbia, Canada, and Washington, USA. The feet are typically found inside running shoes or hiking boots, which helps them float and protects them from being consumed by marine life. Investigations revealed that the feet detach naturally due to decomposition and underwater scavengers, particularly arthropods, which quickly skeletonize bodies. Ocean currents and the buoyant properties of modern footwear then carry these disarticulated feet to shore. Most of the identified feet belong to people who either died accidentally or by suicide, ruling out foul play. The unusual concentration of these discoveries is attributed to the specific conditions of the Salish Sea and advancements in shoe technology that make shoes more buoyant. Screaming tunnels. The Screaming Tunnel, located near Niagara Falls, Ontario, is a small limestone tunnel built in the early 1800s as a drainage passage for the Grand Trunk Railway and later served as a pathway for farmers. The tunnel, measuring 125 feet long, has become famous for its eerie legend of a young girl who is said to haunt it. According to local folklore, the girl died tragically, either by being set on fire by her father during a custody dispute, caught in a farmhouse blaze, or murdered within the tunnel. Visitors often try to summon her ghost by lighting a match at midnight, supposedly triggering her scream. Despite its haunting reputation, some historians suggest an alternative explanation. A nearby resident would scream in the tunnel to vent her frustrations during a tumultuous marriage. The tunnel also gained notoriety when it was featured in David Cronenberg's 1983 film adaptation of Stephen King's The Dead Zone, adding to its mystique. 7 Bridges of Königsberg. The 7 Bridges of Königsberg is a famous problem in the history of mathematics that originated from the city of Königsberg, now Kaliningrad, Russia. The city was divided by the Pregel River, which created 2 large islands connected to each other and the mainland by 7 bridges. The problem was to determine whether it was possible to devise a walk through the city that would cross each of these bridges exactly once. Swiss mathematician Leonhard Euler tackled this problem in 1736, and his solution laid the groundwork for graph theory and topology. Euler demonstrated that such a walk was impossible because the graph representing the bridges and landmasses had more than 2 vertices with an odd degree, which means each vertex is connected by an odd number of edges. This insight was foundational for the development of the concept of Eulerian paths in graph theory, which are paths that traverse each edge of a graph exactly once. Sean Nelson. Sean Nelson was a U.S. Army veteran who gained notoriety in 1995 when he stole an M60A3 Patton tank from a National Guard armory in San Diego and went on a destructive rampage through the city. Struggling with addiction to methamphetamine, personal tragedies, and chronic pain from a motorcycle accident, Nelson's life had spiraled into chaos. He had lost both his parents to cancer, faced financial ruin, and dealt with the death of his girlfriend from a drug overdose. His bizarre hobbies included attempting to mine for gold in his backyard. On May 17, 1995, Nelson broke into the armory, started the tank, and drove it through the streets, crushing vehicles and infrastructure, but fortunately harming no one. The rampage ended when the tank became stuck on a concrete median, and police officers were forced to shoot Nelson to prevent further potential casualties. Skinwalker Ranch. Skinwalker Ranch, located in Utah's Uinta Basin, is a 512-acre property renowned for its alleged paranormal activity and UFO sightings. Known also as Sherman Ranch, the site has been a focal point for reports of unexplained phenomena such as cattle mutilations, sightings of strange lights and objects, and encounters with entities described in Native American lore, particularly the Navajo legend of the Skinwalker, a malevolent shapeshifter. The property gained wider attention after it was purchased by businessman Robert Bigelow in 1996, who used it as part of a Pentagon-funded black budget project to study the paranormal events reported there. In 2016, real estate mogul Brandon Fugel acquired the ranch, continuing investigations with advanced technology and scientific methods. The ongoing research at Skinwalker Ranch has been documented in the television series The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, which explores these mysteries through various experiments and surveillance efforts. Smoky Mountain Fireflies. The Smoky Mountain Fireflies, specifically the synchronous fireflies, create a spectacular natural light show in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park each year. This species is unique in North America for its ability to synchronize its flashing patterns during its mating display, where males emit a series of 5 to 8 flashes, followed by a brief pause, which the females respond to from their stationary positions. This phenomenon typically occurs from late May to early June, depending on environmental conditions such as temperature and soil moisture. The peak viewing times are usually between 9 p.m. and midnight. The event has become so popular that the National Park Service uses a lottery system to manage the number of visitors, with only a limited number of parking passes available for the Elkmont area where the display is most prominent. This bioluminescence is a result of a chemical reaction involving luciferin, luciferase, and oxygen within the fireflies' abdomens, producing nearly heatless light. Visitors are encouraged to follow guidelines to minimize disruption, such as using red cellophane-covered flashlights and avoiding the capture of fireflies to help preserve this enchanting natural display. Snake Island. Ilha de Queimada Grande, commonly known as Snake Island, is a small 43-hectare island located approximately 33 kilometers off the coast of São Paulo, Brazil. It is infamous for its dense population of golden lancehead pit vipers, one of the world's most venomous snakes. These vipers, unique to the island, have evolved to have potent venom to quickly kill birds, their primary prey. Due to the high density of these snakes, with estimates of 2,000 to 4,000 individuals, the Brazilian government has prohibited public access to the island to protect both human visitors and the critically endangered snakes. Only the Brazilian Navy and selected researchers are allowed to visit under strict supervision. The island's isolation following the last ice age led to the evolution of this distinct species. Despite legends of deadly encounters and the island's dangerous reputation, the venom of the golden lancehead has attracted interest for its potential medical applications, driving illegal poaching despite the risks. Sokushinbutsu. Sokushinbutsu is the practice of self-mummification by certain Buddhist monks, primarily in Japan's Yamagata prefecture, between the 11th and early 20th centuries. Monks undergoing Sokushinbutsu followed an extreme regimen to achieve enlightenment in their physical bodies. This involved a severe diet called mokujikigyo, where they consumed only tree bark, roots, nuts, and seeds over 1,000 days to eliminate body fat and muscle, preventing decomposition. They then ingested toxic sap from the urushi tree to make their bodies uninhabitable to bacteria and insects. The monks would enter a tomb, breathe through a bamboo tube, and meditate until death. After sealing the tomb, it remained undisturbed for 1,000 days. If the body was found preserved, the monk was considered a Sokushinbutsu and venerated as a living Buddha. The practice was banned in the late 19th century, and about 16 mummified monks remain enshrined today. Susie's dying. The Susie's dying phenomenon is an urban legend originating from the UK, centered around a mysterious phone number that, when dialed, played a repetitive and eerie message, help me, Susie's dying." This message was allegedly accessed through public phone boxes during the 1970s and 1980s, particularly in northern England, with most reports emerging from the Burnley area. Some accounts suggest that dialing this number involved tapping the receiver rather than using the dial, possibly due to the analog signal system of the time. While some speculate that the message might have been a test signal, others believe it to be part of a prank or urban myth. The exact origin of the message and the identity of Susie remain unknown, adding to the legend's mystique. The advent of modern technology and the decline of public phone boxes have largely rendered this eerie urban legend a relic of the past. The Dark Side of the Rainbow. The Dark Side of the Rainbow, also known as Dark Side of Oz, or The Wizard of Floyd, is an intriguing phenomenon where the 1973 Pink Floyd album, The Dark Side of the Moon, is played in sync with the 1939 film, The Wizard of Oz. Fans claim that numerous moments of the album align remarkably well with the movie's scenes and actions, creating an uncanny experience of synchronicity. This pairing is said to begin at the third roar of the MGM lion at the start of the film. Observers have noted various coincidences, such as the lyrics, "balanced on the biggest wave," during Dorothy's balancing act on a fence, and the song "Brain Damage" aligning with the Scarecrow's antics. Despite widespread fascination and debate, the members of Pink Floyd have consistently denied any intentional connection between the album and the film, attributing the phenomenon to mere coincidence. The concept gained significant attention in the 1990s, and has since become a popular cultural curiosity, explored by enthusiasts and media outlets alike. The Kundanbag Horror House. The Kundanbag Horror House in Hyderabad, India, is infamous for its eerie legends and mysterious occurrences. The story begins with a family of 4, a father, mother, and 2 daughters. One day, the father disappeared without a trace, and neighbors soon noted the strange behavior of the remaining family members. They were seen playing with bottles allegedly filled with blood and behaving oddly. The house gained notoriety in 2002 when a thief broke in and discovered the decomposed bodies of the mother and daughters. Astonishingly, the post-mortem revealed that they had been dead for approximately 6 months, yet neighbors claimed to have seen and heard them during this period. The house was subsequently sealed and remains abandoned, with no electricity but inexplicable lights often seen on the first floor at night. While some believe the story was fabricated to deter potential buyers, others assert the house is genuinely haunted, citing various paranormal experiences reported by locals. The Nantucket Sea Serpent Hoax. The Nantucket Sea Serpent Hoax of 1937 was an elaborate prank orchestrated by Tony Sarg, a well-known puppeteer and creator of Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade balloons. It began in the summer of 1937 when reports surfaced in local newspapers of giant sea serpent sightings off the coast of Nantucket, Massachusetts. Fishermen claimed to have seen a massive greenish sea monster, and large footprints were discovered on a beach, adding credibility to the claims. The hoax culminated when a massive, inflatable sea serpent, over 100 feet long, washed ashore, drawing large crowds. The serpent was revealed to be a balloon designed by Sarg, who aimed to boost local tourism and publicity for his curiosity shop. The stunt was a resounding success, generating significant media attention and delighting spectators. The sea serpent balloon even made an appearance in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade later that year. Timothy Dexter. Timothy Dexter, born in 1747 in Malden, Massachusetts, was a remarkably eccentric American businessman known for his improbable financial successes and bizarre antics. Largely uneducated and often ridiculed by his peers, Dexter made a fortune by investing in devalued continental currency, which surged in value after the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. Despite being given poor advice intended to ruin him, Dexter profited from ventures like shipping coal to Newcastle during a miners' strike and selling bed warmers as molasses ladles in the Caribbean. He built a mansion in Newburyport adorned with statues, including one of himself, and authored the nonsensical book A Pickle for the Knowing Ones, notable for its lack of punctuation. Dexter even faked his own funeral to observe reactions, adding to his legend as one of history's most unusual figures. Traub motorcycle. The Traub motorcycle, discovered in 1967 bricked up behind a wall in a Chicago suburb, is a unique and enigmatic piece of automotive history. Estimated to have been built in 1916, this one-of-a-kind machine was far ahead of its time, featuring innovative engineering details such as a twin-brake single-cam system and an 80 cubic inch, 1,278 cubic centimeters V-twin engine capable of reaching speeds up to 85 miles per hour. The bike's components, including a Schebler carburetor, Bosch magneto, and Troxel jumbo seat, suggest it was meticulously handcrafted, likely by Gottlieb Richard Traub, a Chicago-based motorcycle enthusiast and builder. The Traub's exceptional performance and advanced features remain unmatched by other motorcycles of its era, making its origins and creator a subject of fascination and mystery among vintage motorcycle enthusiasts. Today, the Traub motorcycle is preserved and displayed at the Wheels Through Time Museum in North Carolina, continuing to intrigue visitors with its remarkable story and engineering prowess. Tsutomu Yamaguchi. Tsutomu Yamaguchi was the only person officially recognized by the Japanese government as having survived both the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombings during World War II. On August 6, 1945, he was in Hiroshima on business when the Little Boy bomb detonated, causing severe burns and temporary blindness. Despite his injuries, Yamaguchi returned to his hometown of Nagasaki on August 8th. The next day, while recounting his experience at work, he survived the Fat Man bomb explosion. Yamaguchi later became an advocate for nuclear disarmament, sharing his experiences in memoirs and documentaries, and addressing the United Nations to call for the abolition of nuclear weapons. He passed away in 2010 at the age of 93, leaving a legacy of resilience and advocacy for peace. Underwater Post Office. The world's first and only underwater post office, located off the coast of Hideaway Island in Vanuatu, sits 3 meters underwater within a marine sanctuary. This unique postal service allows divers and snorkelers to send waterproof postcards directly from beneath the sea. Officially opened in May 2003, the post office was constructed from a large fiberglass water tank and is equipped with an embossed cancellation device instead of traditional ink stamps. The underwater post office operates during specific hours. marked by a flag on a float above the site when postal workers are present, and postcards can also be posted in an adjacent underwater mailbox. The initiative was inspired by a casual conversation between a resort owner and the local postmaster, and has since become a popular attraction, highlighting Vanuatu's rich marine life and promoting ecotourism. UVB-76. UVB-76, also known as the Buzzer, is a mysterious shortwave radio station that has been broadcasting since the late 1970s. It continuously transmits a monotonous buzzing sound on the frequency 4,625 kHz, which is occasionally interrupted by Russian voice messages, relaying sequences of numbers and names. Initially believed to be a Soviet military communications channel, it has continued to operate post-Cold War, and is suspected to be used by the Russian military for transmitting coded messages. The station was originally located near Poverovo, Russia, but after a brief silence and relocation in 2010, it resumed broadcasts under the new call sign MDZHB. Various theories about UVB-76's purpose include communication with military units, activating sleeper agents, or being part of a dead-hand nuclear retaliation system. Vapor 2. Vapor 2 refers to an unused boss character in the game Mother 3, accessible through specific cheat codes and data mining. This enemy, alongside others like the Rope Snake and Mini Elevator, was discovered in the game's unused data and does not appear in normal gameplay. Vapor 2's existence and purpose are shrouded in mystery, with its intended role and narrative context being speculative. Some theories suggest it was part of an alternate, possibly darker storyline, or an unused battle sequence. This boss is characterized by its distinctive battle background and incomplete in-game data, which hint at a more complex design that was ultimately not included in the final release of the game. Vasily Arkhipov. Vasily Arkhipov was a Soviet naval officer renowned for his critical role in averting a potential nuclear disaster during the Cuban Missile Crisis. On October 27, 1962, Arkhipov was aboard the Soviet submarine B-59, which was armed with a nuclear torpedo and detected by U.S. Navy ships near Cuba. As the submarine was subjected to depth charges, its captain, Valentin Savitsky, believed that war might have already started and ordered the torpedo to be prepared for launch. Launching the torpedo required the consent of all 3 senior officers on board. Arkhipov, despite being the second in command, used his authority and calm judgment to veto the launch, ultimately convincing Savitsky to surface and avoid escalation to nuclear conflict. This decisive action prevented a probable global nuclear war. Arkhipov's intervention remained largely unrecognized until after his death in 1998, but he is now celebrated as the man who saved the world. Vela Incident. The Vela Incident refers to a mysterious double flash of light detected by the American Vela Hotel satellite on September 22, 1979, in the Indian Ocean near the Prince Edward Islands. This event is widely believed to have been caused by a low-yield nuclear explosion, possibly a joint Israeli-South African nuclear test. Despite the characteristic double flash pattern typically indicative of a nuclear detonation, no definitive radioactive fallout was detected, and subsequent investigations, including the Ruina panel, concluded the signal was likely non-nuclear, potentially caused by a micrometeoroid impact. This conclusion, however, remains controversial, with some experts, including former President Jimmy Carter and intelligence analysts, suggesting it was indeed a nuclear test, a view supported by classified reports from the Naval Research Laboratory and other agencies. The incident remains unresolved, partly due to the political sensitivity surrounding potential Israeli or South African involvement, and the lack of conclusive evidence to publicly attribute the flash to a nuclear test. Wangongchang Explosion. The Wangongchang Explosion, also known as the Great Tianqi Explosion, occurred on May 30, 1626, at the Wangongchang Armory in Beijing during the Ming Dynasty. This catastrophic event is one of the largest non-military explosions in history, resulting in the deaths of approximately 20,000 people and causing extensive destruction over an area of 2 to 4 square kilometers. The explosion was so powerful that it was heard up to 150 kilometers away and created a mushroom cloud over the city. The blast obliterated buildings, uprooted trees, and even hurled a 3-ton stone lion over the city wall. The cause of the explosion remains uncertain, with theories ranging from accidental ignition of gunpowder to sabotage or a meteor strike. The incident had significant socio-political ramifications, exacerbating the Ming Dynasty's existing struggles with corruption, rebellion, and natural disasters, ultimately contributing to its decline and the rise of the Qing dynasty. WebDriver Torso. WebDriver Torso is a YouTube channel created by Google on March 7, 2013 to perform automated performance tests on YouTube. The channel became a subject of intrigue and speculation in 2014 due to its continuous upload of short, cryptic videos featuring red and blue rectangles accompanied by various beeping sounds. These videos were posted at regular intervals, sometimes as frequently as one video per minute, leading to numerous conspiracy theories, including speculations about alien contact or covert communications. Eventually, Google revealed that WebDriver Torso was simply a testing tool used to ensure video quality and performance across the platform. The channel humorously acknowledges its purpose in some videos and through Easter eggs in Google search results and Android systems. Zealandia. Zealandia is a mostly submerged continental mass located in the South Pacific Ocean. It is considered the world's youngest, thinnest, and most submerged continent, with 94% of its 4.9 million square kilometers underwater. Zealandia was part of the supercontinent Gondwana and began to separate from Antarctica around 100 million years ago, and later from Australia about 80 million years ago. This continental fragment includes New Zealand, New Caledonia, and various smaller islands. Geological evidence shows that Zealandia has all the characteristics of a continent. It has an elevated landmass relative to the ocean floor, a diverse geological structure, thicker continental crust compared to oceanic crust, and distinct boundaries from neighboring continents. Its highest point is Aoraki, Mount Cook in New Zealand. Zealandia is tectonically active, with significant volcanic activity and geothermal features due to its location on the boundary between the Australian and Pacific plates. The submerged portion holds rich mineral deposits and gas fields, such as the Maui gas field. Zealandia's formal recognition as a continent in 2017 helps scientists understand continental breakup and geological processes. Zhangye National Geopark. Zhangye National Geopark, located in Gansu, China, spans 322 square kilometers and is renowned for its stunning multicolored rock formations, often referred to as the Rainbow Mountains. These vibrant geological features were formed by the layering of red sandstone and mineral deposits over millions of years, sculpted by tectonic activity, wind, and water erosion. The geopark includes several scenic areas, with the Linza Danxia scenic area being the most popular and accessible. Visitors can explore the park through a network of boardwalks and viewing platforms that provide breathtaking panoramic views of the colorful landscapes. Established as a provincial geopark in 2005 and gaining national status in 2012, it became a UNESCO Global Geopark in 2019. The park's unique topography and geological significance make it a major tourist attraction and a valuable natural heritage site. Zombie ant fungus. The zombie ant fungus, scientifically known as Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, is a parasitic fungus primarily found in tropical forests. This fungus specifically targets carpenter ants, manipulating their behavior to ensure its own propagation. After infecting an ant, the fungus takes over the insect's central nervous system, compelling it to leave its colony, climb vegetation, and secure itself to a leaf or twig. The fungus then kills the ant and sprouts a stalk from the back of its head, releasing spores to infect more ants. This process not only highlights the complexity of parasitic relationships, but also the evolutionary adaptations of the fungus to control its host. Research into this fungus has revealed that it does not affect the ant's brain directly, but rather infiltrates its muscle cells to control movement. While the fungus poses no threat to humans, it remains a fascinating example of nature's intricate and sometimes macabre interactions. ZYZZYX Road. ZYZZYX Road is a 2006 American thriller film directed by John Penny, starring Katherine Heigl, Leo Grillo, and Tom Sizemore. The plot follows Grant, a married accountant who meets Marissa in Las Vegas and becomes involved in a passionate affair. Marissa's ex-boyfriend Joey discovers them, leading to a violent confrontation in which Joey is seemingly killed. The couple drives out to ZYZZYX Road in the Mojave Desert to dispose of the body, only to find it missing upon their return. The film gained notoriety for its box office performance, grossing only $30 during its limited release in a single Dallas theater, making it the lowest-grossing film in U.S. history. The release was primarily to fulfill a Screen Actors Guild requirement for low-budget films, aiming for foreign distribution rather than domestic success.
That is, if you want arms like these. Huh? Or these!
The Daily Capper. The Daily Capper was a short-form YouTube series that began on June 20th, 2010, documenting the activities of an online community of predators known as cappers. These individuals lured unsuspecting victims into performing lewd acts on live streams, captured the footage, and used it for blackmail. The series, featuring a robotic host and mimicking the layout of the children's show Crashbox, chronicled the community's actions, including celebrating their exploits through awards like Blackmailer of the Year. The program came under intense scrutiny following the tragic case of Amanda Todd, a girl who was harassed to death by one of these predators, revealing the disturbing extent of this underground network. Despite national attention and investigations, the creator of the Daily Capper remains unidentified, highlighting the challenges in addressing such nefarious online activities. Angzar. The symbol Angzar, officially named right angle with downward zigzag arrow, has an enigmatic origin and unclear purpose. Added to Unicode version 3.2 in March 2002, its earliest known appearance was in a 1972 monotype typeset catalog of mathematical characters, though its intended use remains unidentified. Despite extensive investigations, no definitive explanation has emerged, leading to various speculative theories. Some suggest it might denote a grounded high-voltage path or relate to electrical or mathematical symbols, while others liken it to ancient chaos magic sigils. The International Organization for Standardization included the symbol in its standard generalized markup language definitions, but even those involved in its documentation, like Barbara Beaton from the ST9 project, admit to not knowing its original meaning. This ambiguity has allowed the symbol to serve as a blank canvas for personal interpretation and creativity. 1-800-GOLF-TIP. 1-800-GOLF-TIP, a mysterious phone number from the 1990s, originated in Canada and gained notoriety for its bizarre, looping message of a man counting from 1 to 10, often accompanied by a loud screech or pause. Initially tied to a golf tips hotline created by USA Today and the PGA of America in 1992, the number's original purpose was to provide golf advice from PGA professionals. However, it later became a curiosity and urban legend among teens who called it out of intrigue, often encountering the strange, unsettling recording. Speculation about the number's true intent includes theories of it being a social experiment or a telemarketing ploy to collect active phone numbers. Over time, 1-800-GOLF-TIP transformed into an adult hotline, adding to its mystique and shifting away from its original function. 1946 Hungarian hyperinflation. In 1946, Hungary experienced the most severe hyperinflation ever recorded, driven by a combination of war reparations, political instability, and economic mismanagement. This period saw prices doubling every 15 hours, with daily inflation rates reaching up to 350%, rendering the Hungarian pengo virtually worthless. The hyperinflation was precipitated by continuous printing of money to finance war debts and reconstruction efforts, leading to an unprecedented devaluation of the currency. To stabilize the economy, the Hungarian government introduced a new currency, the forint, on August 1, 1946, at an exchange rate of 400,000 quadrillion pengos to 1 forint, effectively curbing the hyperinflation and restoring monetary stability. Agent 355. Agent 355 was a mysterious female spy who was part of the Culper spy ring during the American Revolution, a network established by Major Benjamin Tallmadge to gather intelligence on British operations in New York City. The true identity of Agent 355 remains unknown, with only one direct mention of her in an August 1779 letter by Abraham Woodhull, who referenced seeking the assistance of a lady using the code 355. Historians speculate she might have been Anna Strong, a Long Island resident who signaled fellow spies using laundry on a clothesline, or another woman of high social standing involved in espionage activities. Agent 355 is credited with helping expose Benedict Arnold's treachery and aiding in the capture of Major John Andre. Some accounts suggest she was captured and imprisoned on the HMS Jersey, where she possibly died, although these claims lack definitive evidence. Her legacy endures in popular culture, inspiring various fictional portrayals and continuing debates about her real identity and contributions to American independence. Andre's Arctic Balloon Expedition. Andre's Arctic Balloon Expedition of 1897, led by Swedish engineer Salomon August Andre, aimed to reach the North Pole using a hydrogen balloon named Örnen. The expedition launched from Svalbard on July 11, 1897, with Andre, Knut Frankel, and Niels Strindberg aboard. Almost immediately, the balloon encountered difficulties, losing hydrogen and being forced to land on the Arctic ice after only 2 days. The men attempted to march towards land but faced harsh conditions and limited supplies. Their fate remained a mystery until 1930, when their remains, along with diaries and photographs, were discovered by a Norwegian expedition. These documents revealed their struggles and ultimate demise due to the extreme Arctic environment and possible lead poisoning from their tinned food. Despite their tragic end, the expedition remains a poignant example of the era's adventurous spirit and the perilous nature of polar exploration. Anna Monaro. Anna Monaro, an Italian woman from the early 1930s, became a medical curiosity when she began emitting a faint blue glow from her chest during severe asthma attacks. This unusual phenomenon occurred primarily when she was in a deep sleep, attracting significant attention from the medical community. Notable physicist Enrico Fermi and other experts studied her condition extensively, documenting their observations in numerous reports. The glowing episodes were linked to increased respiratory and heart rates and were observed over several weeks, ultimately ceasing once her health improved. Various theories emerged, including suggestions of bioluminescence or heightened sulfur levels in her blood, but no definitive scientific explanation was established. The case of Anna Monaro remains unique, with her glow disappearing as her asthma symptoms abated. Baking with blood. For homemade Halloween treats, pig's blood can serve as an unconventional yet effective substitute for eggs in various sweet dishes. This substitution works because both blood and eggs contain similar proteins that coagulate when heated, providing structure and moisture to baked goods. The Nordic Food Lab has explored using pig's blood in traditional recipes such as sponge cakes, meringues, and ice cream, resulting in rich, moist textures akin to those achieved with eggs. Integrating pig's blood into Halloween-themed treats not only adds a macabre twist, but also offers a practical solution for those looking to experiment with alternative ingredients during the spooky season. Bell Witch Cave. The Bell Witch Cave, located in Adams, Tennessee, is a key element of the Bell Witch legend, one of the most famous hauntings in American folklore. The legend centers around the Bell family, who, in the early 19th century, were reportedly tormented by a malevolent spirit known as the Bell Witch. The entity was said to be the spirit of Kate Batts, a neighbor who believed she was wronged by John Bell in a land deal. The witch terrorized the family from 1817 to 1821, with incidents including physical assaults on family members and strange noises around their home. The cave gained notoriety when it was believed the spirit retreated there after John Bell's death, which she claimed responsibility for through poisoning. Today, the Bell Witch Cave is a popular tourist attraction, offering guided tours that delve into the eerie history and paranormal activity associated with the site. Bolney Torso. The Bolney Torso case involves the discovery of a headless and handless male torso in the village of Bolney, West Sussex, in October 1991. The victim, identified as a white male with a small star-shaped mole on his right thigh, had his head and hands removed to obscure his identity. Despite extensive investigations, including exhumations and forensic analyses, the victim remains unidentified. Theories about the perpetrator range from local criminals to East German fraudsters, but no definitive link has been established. Fresh forensic work in 2009 suggested a connection to Bavaria, but this did not lead to the victim's identification. The case remains one of the UK's most mysterious unsolved murders. Bowthorpe Tree. The Bowthorpe Oak, located in Manthorpe near Bourne, Lincolnshire, is one of England's most ancient and significant pedunculate oak trees. With an estimated age of 800 to 1,000 years, the tree has a circumference of about 44 feet, making it one of the oldest and largest oaks in the UK. The tree's hollow trunk has historically been used for various purposes, including hosting gatherings and providing shelter for livestock. The Bowthorpe Oak was recognized as one of the 50 Great British Trees by the Tree Council in 2002, highlighting its cultural and historical importance. The tree is also known for its role in local folklore and traditions, such as midsummer celebrations. Conservation efforts are ongoing to protect the tree from diseases and environmental threats, ensuring its longevity for future generations. Carlos Henrique Raposo. Carlos Henrique Raposo, known as Carlos Kaiser, is a Brazilian con artist who managed to forge a decade-long career as a professional footballer without ever playing a meaningful game. Leveraging his connections with influential footballers and journalists, Kaiser signed short-term contracts with numerous clubs, including Botafogo, Flamengo, and Vasco da Gama, by claiming to need time to regain match fitness. He frequently feigned injuries and manipulated medical staff to avoid playing. Kaiser also used fake phone calls and fraudulent media coverage to enhance his reputation. His audacity extended to staging fights with fans to get red-carded before even stepping on the field. His extraordinary deception, documented in the film Kaiser, the Greatest Footballer Never to Play Football, remains a legendary tale in the football world. Clapham Wood. Clapham Wood, located in West Sussex, England, is notorious for its association with paranormal activities, UFO sightings, and mysterious disappearances. Since the 1960s, the area has been a hotspot for reports of strange phenomena, including unexplained illnesses, sightings of gray mist, and sensations of being pushed or followed by an invisible force. The woods have also been linked to several mysterious deaths: Police Constable Peter Goldsmith in 1972, Pensioner Leon Foster in 1975, Reverend Harry Neil Snelling in 1978, and Gillian Matthews in 1981. These deaths, along with numerous reports of animal disappearances and strange occurrences, have fueled theories about satanic rituals and occult practices within the woods, particularly those associated with a group known as the Friends of Hecate. Despite investigations and skepticism from some researchers, Clapham Wood remains one of the UK's most enigmatic and allegedly haunted locations. Coral Castle. Coral Castle, located in Homestead, Florida, is a remarkable and mysterious structure built single-handedly by Latvian immigrant Edward Leeds Kalnin over a period of 28 years, from 1923 until his death in 1951. Despite being only 100 pounds and standing 5 feet tall, Leeds Kalnin moved and sculpted over 1,100 tons of oolitic limestone into intricate shapes, including furniture, a sundial, a polar telescope, and a 2-story tower, all without modern machinery. The methods he used remain a topic of speculation and intrigue, with theories ranging from magnetism to levitation, though it is widely accepted that he employed basic principles of leverage and hard work, using simple tools like tripods, pulleys, and winches. Coral Castle, originally named Rockgate Park, was inspired by Leeds Kalnin's unrequited love for his fiancée, Agnes Skoofst, and serves as a testament to his dedication and craftsmanship. Today, it is a popular tourist attraction listed on the National Register of Historic Places, drawing visitors who marvel at its construction and the enigma surrounding its creation. Crooked Forest. The Crooked Forest, or Krzywy Las, is a grove of approximately 400 pine trees located near the village of Nowe Czarnowo in West Pomerania, Poland. These trees, planted around 1930, exhibit a unique curvature at their bases, bending sharply to the north before curving back upright. The reason behind this distinctive shape remains a mystery, with several theories suggesting human intervention for practical purposes, such as creating naturally curved timber for boat building or furniture. Another theory posits that a heavy snowfall could have caused the young trees to bend, but this lacks supporting evidence. Despite the uncertainty surrounding their formation, the Crooked Forest is a protected natural monument and a popular tourist attraction, drawing visitors intrigued by its unusual and enigmatic appearance. Delphine Lalaurie. Marie Delphine Lalaurie, born in 1787 in New Orleans to a prominent Creole family, became infamous for her brutal treatment of enslaved people. Married 3 times, her third marriage to Dr. Leonard Lalaurie led her to acquire a mansion at 1140 Royal Street in the French Quarter. The mansion became the scene of horrific abuses that were exposed following a fire in 1834. Rescuers discovered enslaved individuals in a state of severe mutilation and torture, leading to a public outcry. Despite rumors of Lalaurie treating enslaved people kindly in public, private accounts revealed her extreme cruelty, including incidents of beating her daughters for attempting to feed the slaves and chaining her cook to the stove. The ensuing mob destroyed her home, and Lalaurie fled to Paris, where she reportedly died in 1849. The atrocities committed at her mansion cemented her legacy as one of New Orleans' most notorious figures. Die Glocke. Die Glocke, or the Bell, is an alleged top-secret Nazi scientific device purported to have been developed during World War II. First described by Polish journalist Igor Witkowski in his 2000 book Prawda o Wunderwaffe, Die Glocke is said to have been a wonder weapon, or Wunderwaffe, with supposed capabilities including anti-gravity effects, time travel, and advanced propulsion. The device was reportedly developed under the supervision of SS General Hans Kammler in a secret facility called Der Riese in the Owl Mountains, now part of Poland. Descriptions of Die Glocke include it being a bell-shaped object, about 12 to 15 feet tall and 9 feet in diameter, made from a hard, heavy metal, and containing a mysterious substance known as Zerum 525. Despite the sensational claims, there is no verifiable evidence to support the existence of Die Glocke, and most historians and scientists consider it a work of pseudoscience or a modern myth. The story has been perpetuated in popular culture and conspiracy theories, often linked to Nazi occultism and secret advanced technologies. Dimming stars. Dimming stars are a fascinating phenomenon in astronomy, often providing critical insights into stellar behavior and life cycle. One notable example is Betelgeuse, a red supergiant in the constellation Orion, which experienced a significant and unprecedented dimming event beginning in late 2019. This great dimming saw Betelgeuse's brightness drop by 2/3, sparking widespread speculation about the star's imminent explosion into a supernova. However, extensive observations revealed that this dimming was likely caused by a massive ejection of hot plasma from the star, which cooled to form a dust cloud that obscured its light. This event highlighted the complex dynamics of massive stars and their potential for dramatic changes as they near the end of their life cycles. Other stars, like KIC 8462852 or Tabby's star, also show unusual dimming patterns, sometimes attributed to orbiting exoplanets, interstellar dust, or even hypothetical structures built by advanced civilizations. These dimming events, while not fully understood, continue to intrigue astronomers and drive ongoing research into the mysteries of stellar behavior and evolution. Doggerland. Doggerland was a vast, now submerged landmass in the North Sea that connected Great Britain to mainland Europe during the last ice age. This area, which existed around 20,000 years ago, was characterized by rich ecosystems, including rivers, lakes, marshlands, and forests, supporting a diverse range of flora, fauna, and early human populations. As the ice sheets melted at the end of the last glacial period, rising sea levels gradually submerged Doggerland, with the final inundation occurring around 6,500 to 6,200 BCE, accelerated by events such as the Storegga Slide tsunami. This transformation left only remnants like Doggerbank as a visible trace of this once thriving region. Archaeological investigations using seismic surveys and sediment cores have revealed significant artifacts, such as stone tools, bones, and even human footprints, shedding light on the Mesolithic hunter-gatherer communities that inhabited Doggerland and their adaptation to changing environments. The study of Doggerland offers insights into prehistoric human migration, cultural development, and the impacts of climate change on ancient societies. Dudleytown, Connecticut. Dudleytown, Connecticut is an abandoned settlement located in the dark entry forest near Cornwall. Established in the mid-18th century by British settlers, including members of the Dudley family, the village was never officially a town. It experienced various misfortunes and hardships, which have since given rise to numerous legends and ghost stories. The area was plagued by poor farming conditions and limited resources, leading to its eventual abandonment in the late 1800s. In the 20th century, rumors of a curse linked to the Dudley family, who were allegedly descended from an English nobleman executed for treason, added to the village's eerie reputation. These tales include accounts of mysterious deaths, suicides, and madness among its residents. However, local historians have debunked many of these stories, attributing the village's decline to more mundane factors such as economic hardship and disease. Since the 1920s, the land has been maintained as a private trust and is closed to the public due to frequent vandalism and trespassing by those intrigued by its haunted lore. Ed Gein. Ed Gein, also known as the Butcher of Plainfield, was an American murderer and body snatcher whose crimes in the 1950s shocked the nation and inspired numerous horror films. Born on August 27, 1906 in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Gein had a troubled upbringing dominated by his overbearing mother, Augusta. After her death in 1945, Gein became increasingly reclusive and delved into macabre activities. He exhumed corpses from local graveyards to create grotesque keepsakes and household items from human bones and skin. In 1957, police investigating the disappearance of local hardware store owner Bernice Worden discovered her mutilated body at Gein's farmhouse, along with various human remains. Gein also confessed to the murder of Mary Hogan, a tavern keeper who had vanished in 1954. He was declared insane and spent the rest of his life in mental institutions, dying in 1984. Gein's gruesome acts have left a lasting impact on popular culture, serving as the basis for characters in films like Psycho, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and The Silence of the Lambs. El Ojo. El Ojo, also known as the Eye, is a mysterious circular floating island located in the Paraná Delta in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Discovered in 2003, the island is almost perfectly circular and measures approximately 120 meters in diameter. What makes El Ojo particularly intriguing is its continuous rotation around its own axis, which has led to various theories about its formation. Some scientists suggest that the island's movement is due to natural water currents and erosion processes similar to those that create ice disks. Others, however, speculate about more fantastical origins, including extraterrestrial involvement, due to the island's precise shape and the unusual clarity and temperature of the surrounding water. The phenomenon was brought to wider attention by Argentine filmmaker Sergio Neuspiller, who initially sought to make a paranormal documentary, but shifted focus to a scientific investigation. Despite efforts to fund comprehensive research, many questions about El Ojo remain unanswered, adding to its enigmatic allure. Elagabalus. Elagabalus, born Varius Avitus Bassianus, around 203 AD, was a Roman emperor from 218 to 222 AD. He ascended to the throne at the age of 14, primarily through the influence and machinations of his grandmother, Julia Maesa, who leveraged his resemblance to her nephew, the late Emperor Caracalla, to gain the loyalty of the Third Gallic Legion. Elagabalus is notorious for his eccentric and controversial behavior, which included religious reforms that elevated the Syrian sun god El-Gabal above the traditional Roman deities, earning him the enmity of the Roman religious and political elite. His reign was marked by extreme decadence, sexual promiscuity, and numerous marriages, including unions with men and a Vestal Virgin, which scandalized Roman society. His rule was characterized by lavish displays of wealth, extravagant parties, and controversial appointments of his favorites to high office. Elagabalus's disregard for Roman traditions and his erratic behavior led to widespread dissatisfaction, culminating in his assassination by the Praetorian Guard in 222 AD, orchestrated by his own grandmother, who replaced him with his cousin, Alexander Severus. Erdstall. Erdstall tunnels are enigmatic underground passageways found predominantly in Bavaria, Germany, and Austria, with over 2,000 known examples across Europe. These tunnels, typically narrow and low, often feature oval shapes and tight transitional points known as schluffs, which add to their mysterious design. The exact purpose of Erdstalls remains unknown, with theories ranging from hiding places and escape routes to spiritual or ritualistic uses. Archaeological evidence is scarce, making it challenging to determine their age and original function, though some findings suggest they date back to the Middle Ages, while others propose even earlier origins. The tunnel's construction and layout imply a high degree of engineering skill, yet their purpose continues to puzzle historians and archaeologists. Despite various speculations, including connections to ancient underground networks or religious ceremonies, the true reason behind the creation of Erdstalls remains a subject of ongoing research and intrigue. Etauwen Sherdlu. Etauwen Sherdlu is a phrase that emerged from the linotype typesetting machine, where the most frequently used letters in English, Etauwen and Sherdlu, were arranged in the first two vertical columns on the keyboard. Linotype operators would often type these sequences to mark errors or fill space, sometimes resulting in their accidental inclusion in printed material. The phrase symbolizes the quirks of the typesetting process and became widely recognized within the printing industry and beyond. The transition to digital typesetting in the 1970s ended the use of linotype machines, a change commemorated by the New York Times in the documentary Farewell, Etauwen Sherdlu. Fake snow. The fake Texas snow conspiracy theory emerged on social media during Winter Storm Uri in 2021, with videos claiming the snow was artificial. These videos showed people attempting to melt snowballs with lighters, which resulted in black scorch marks and seemingly no water melting. The scientific explanation debunks these claims, stating that the snow sublimates directly into vapor when heated, and the black residue is soot from incomplete combustion of the lighter's fuel. This phenomenon is natural and not evidence of fake snow. Forest of Lost Children. The Forest of Lost Children, as discussed by Brent Swanser on Mysterious Universe, refers to the Angeles National Forest in California, which has been the site of several baffling disappearances of children over the decades. Notable cases include Tommy Bowman, who vanished in 1957 while hiking with his family, and Bruce Howard Creeman, who disappeared in 1960 during a camping trip with the YMCA. Despite extensive searches, neither child was ever found. These mysterious disappearances have led to various theories, including the possibility of abductions by a serial killer, with convicted child molester Mac Ray Edwards confessing to some of the crimes but later recanting. The forest remains an area of intrigue and fear, with its dark history of unresolved cases continuing to haunt investigators and the public alike. Francesco A. Lentini. Francesco A. Lentini, born on May 18, 1889, in Rossellini, Sicily, was an Italian-American sideshow performer, famously known as the Three-Legged Man. Born with a parasitic twin, Lentini had 3 legs, 4 feet, and 2 sets of male genitalia. Due to the risk of paralysis, his extra limbs could not be removed. Overcoming early abandonment and adversity, Lentini found motivation in a home for disabled children and became remarkably agile. Emigrating to the United States in 1898, he gained fame for his performances with major circuses like Barnum and Bailey and Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, showcasing his unique abilities. Lentini married Teresa Murray, with whom he had 4 children, and continued performing until his death on September 21, 1966. His legacy remains a testament to resilience and adaptability in the face of extraordinary physical challenges. Ghost apples. Ghost apples are a fascinating natural phenomenon observed in Michigan, particularly during severe winter weather conditions. These formations occur when freezing rain coats apples still hanging on trees, creating a hard, icy shell. As temperatures fluctuate, the apple's flesh inside turns to mush due to its lower freezing point compared to water. When the mush drains out through openings at the bottom of the ice shell, it leaves behind a hollow, translucent ice structure resembling the original apple, which is referred to as a ghost apple. This unique occurrence was brought to widespread attention by Andrew Sietsema, a farmer and horticulturist who documented the phenomenon while pruning apple trees in Kent County, Michigan. His photos of the ghost apples quickly went viral, captivating audiences with their eerie beauty and the intriguing interplay between the elements and natural decay processes. Ghost Palace Hotel. The Ghost Palace Hotel, officially known as the P.I. Bedugul Taman Rekreasi Hotel and Resort, is an abandoned luxury hotel located in the highlands of Bedugul, Bali. Construction began in the 1990s, reportedly initiated by Tommy Suharto, son of Indonesia's former president, though other accounts suggest a wealthy Chinese businessman was involved. The project was abruptly halted, with some attributing the abandonment to the 1997 Asian financial crisis. The unfinished hotel has since become overgrown with vegetation and is shrouded in mystery and local folklore, earning a reputation as a haunted site. Today, the decaying structure draws urban explorers and tourists intrigued by its eerie ambiance and the panoramic views it offers of Bali's mountains and lakes. Despite its dilapidated state, remnants of its intended grandeur, such as marble floors and grand staircases, are still visible, adding to its haunting allure. Ghost Train of St. Louis. The Ghost Train of St. Louis, also known as the St. Louis Light, is a well-known paranormal phenomenon occurring near St. Louis, Saskatchewan, Canada. Witnesses describe seeing a mysterious bright light resembling a locomotive headlamp along an abandoned railway line. This phenomenon has been reported since the 1920s, adding to its legendary status. Various explanations have been proposed, including the diffraction of distant vehicle headlights, which was demonstrated by 2 high school students in a science fair project in 2002. Despite scientific attempts to explain the light, many locals remain convinced of its supernatural origin, with some stories attributing it to the ghost of a decapitated railway worker. The St. Louis Ghost Train has become a staple of Canadian folklore and continues to attract ghost hunters and curious visitors. Gibbons Twins. June and Jennifer Gibbons, known as the Silent Twins, were identical twins born on April 11, 1963, in Barbados before their family moved to Wales. They became known for their unique and isolating bond, communicating only with each other in a private language. Their behavior, influenced by bullying and racism, led to their withdrawal from society. The twins engaged in criminal activities like arson, which resulted in their incarceration at Broadmoor Hospital, a high-security psychiatric facility, for 12 years. During their time at Broadmoor, they were heavily medicated, which significantly impacted their creativity and physical health. In 1993, as they were being transferred to a lower security clinic, Jennifer died suddenly from acute myocarditis, an inflammation of the heart. After Jennifer's death, June began to engage with the world, and now lives a quiet life in Wales. Their story, which includes their creative writings and the mystery surrounding Jennifer's death, has been the subject of extensive media coverage, books, and films, most notably The Silent Twins by Marjorie Wallace. Goat Tower. The Goat Tower is an architectural curiosity originally inspired by a European garden folly, specifically designed as a multi-story residence for goats. The first known goat tower was built in the 19th century at the Aveleda Winery in Portugal by Fernando Guedes da Silva da Fonseca. This unique structure features a spiral ramp around the exterior, allowing goats to climb to different levels and take shelter in small compartments inside. The design has been replicated in various locations around the world, including South Africa, Norway, and the United States. Notably, the Tower of Ba in Findlay, Illinois, stands as one of the tallest at 31 feet high with 276 spiral steps. Goat towers have become iconic symbols at the places they are built, such as the Fairview Winery in South Africa and Hampton Roads Winery in Virginia, where they attract tourists and serve as playful habitats for the goats. Great Moon Hoax. The Great Moon Hoax was a series of 6 articles published in the New York Sun in August 1835, falsely claiming that British astronomer Sir John Herschel had discovered life on the moon. The articles, written by the Sun reporter Richard Adams Locke, described fantastical scenes such as lush vegetation, bipedal beavers, winged humanoids called man-bats, and elaborate temples, all supposedly observed through a powerful telescope. Although intended as satire, the articles captivated readers and significantly boosted the newspaper's circulation. The hoax went unchallenged initially, even attracting attention from scientific communities. It was later revealed that the entire story was fabricated, but the public reaction was generally one of amusement rather than outrage. This episode highlighted the era's blend of burgeoning scientific curiosity and gullibility, and it remains a notable example of early media sensationalism and the power of the press to shape public perception. Gregor MacGregor. Gregor MacGregor was a Scottish soldier and infamous conman known for orchestrating one of history's most audacious frauds, the Poyai scheme. Born in 1786, MacGregor served in the British Army and later joined the Venezuelan fight for independence under Simón Bolívar, which bolstered his credentials. After returning to Europe in 1820, he devised a plan to sell land in Poyai, a fictitious Central American paradise he claimed to rule as cacique. MacGregor described Poyai as a utopian haven rich in resources, complete with a democratic government and infrastructure. He sold land certificates and government bonds to hundreds of investors and settlers who believed in the detailed maps, guidebooks, and documents he forged. In 1822, the first settlers arrived only to find an uninhabitable jungle instead of the promised paradise. Many died from disease and exposure, and the survivors returned home, exposing the fraud. Despite being briefly jailed, MacGregor continued similar schemes in France before fading into obscurity. He died penniless in 1845, leaving behind a legacy as one of the most notorious con artists of all time. Gringekko's Torment. Gringekko's Torment is an intricate and notoriously difficult internet puzzle game that was created on April 12, 2007, by an individual using the alias Gringekko. Known for its complexity and unsolved status for over 4 years, the game captivated puzzle enthusiasts who found it to be a challenging and engaging experience. The puzzles often required a deep understanding of cryptographic techniques, careful attention to detail, and the ability to solve various ciphers and riddles. Players discussed strategies and shared hints in online forums, yet the true solution eluded the community for a significant period. The game became well known within the puzzle-solving community, inspiring discussions and collaborative efforts to decode its mysteries. Haesindang Park. Haesindang Park, also known as Penis Park, is located in Samcheok, South Korea, along the east coast. The park is renowned for its collection of phallic statues, created by Korean artists in various styles and sizes, which are displayed throughout the park. These sculptures are linked to the local legend of a young maiden who drowned off the coast. According to the legend, after her death, the villagers were unable to catch fish until they appeased her spirit with phallic symbols, believing this would bring back their good fortune. The park features a variety of exhibits, including the Village Folk Museum, which explores the history of Korean fishing communities and shamanic rituals. Additionally, the park hosts biannual ceremonies to honor the maiden's spirit, maintaining its cultural and historical significance. Hanging coffins. The practice of hanging coffins is an ancient and unique funerary tradition observed by various indigenous groups, particularly the Igorot people in Sagada, Philippines, and the Bo people in China. In Sagada, this tradition, which dates back over 2,000 years, involves placing coffins on the sides of cliffs or inside caves. The coffins are usually made from pine or cedar and are positioned in elevated locations to bring the deceased closer to the heavens, ensuring a smooth transition to the afterlife. The Igorots believe that this practice not only honors their ancestors, but also protects the bodies from animals and floods. The height at which the coffins are placed signifies the social status of the deceased, with higher placements indicating greater reverence. Similar practices are found among the Toraja people in Sulawesi, Indonesia, where boat-shaped coffins are placed below overhangs and guarded by wooden effigies. These hanging coffin sites have become significant cultural landmarks and tourist attractions, offering insights into the ancient burial customs and spiritual beliefs of these communities. Preservation efforts are ongoing to protect these cultural treasures from environmental and human threats. Hill of Crosses. The Hill of Crosses, located near Šiauliai in northern Lithuania, is a unique pilgrimage site adorned with hundreds of thousands of crosses of various sizes and materials, symbolizing Christian devotion and Lithuanian national identity. This site has been a place of resilience and faith since the 19th century, surviving multiple demolitions by occupying forces. Visitors from around the world contribute to the ever-growing number of crosses, rosaries, and religious icons, transforming the hill into a powerful testament to faith, freedom, and the enduring spirit of the Lithuanian people. iLibertine. iLibertine began as an elaborate hoax by late-night radio DJ Gene Shepard in the 1950s to criticize the way bestseller lists were compiled, which often relied on the number of requests for books. Shepard encouraged his listeners to ask for a fictional book, iLibertine, by a non-existent author, Frederick R. Ewing. The prank spread widely, resulting in genuine interest and confusion among booksellers. Eventually, publisher Ian Ballantine decided to capitalize on the hoax by actually publishing the book, with science fiction writer Theodore Sturgeon penning the novel and Shepard posing as Ewing for the author photo. The book was released in 1956 and included a humorous postscript thanking Shepard's listeners, known as the Night People, whose enthusiastic participation made the hoax a success. Irish Fright. The Irish Fright of December 1688 was a mass panic in England during the Glorious Revolution, triggered by rumors of Irish Catholic soldiers advancing to massacre the Protestant population. Following the disbandment of James II's Irish troops without disarming them, reports spread that these soldiers were pillaging and burning towns. The panic began on December 13th when countrymen arrived in London with alarming news, prompting widespread chaos. Within hours, about 100,000 men mobilized to defend against the supposed threat, with people arming themselves and preparing for attacks that never materialized. The hysteria spread rapidly, affecting counties such as Norfolk, Kent, Surrey, and reaching as far as Yorkshire and Wales, leading to false reports of massacres and widespread destruction. This event was fueled by long-standing anti-Irish sentiments and political instability, showcasing the power of rumors and fear during times of crisis. Isdal Woman. The Isdal Woman refers to an unidentified woman whose charred body was discovered in Isdalen Valley near Bergen, Norway, on November 29, 1970. Her case has baffled investigators for decades due to the mysterious circumstances surrounding her death. The woman, aged between 25 and 40, was found with her body severely burned, surrounded by personal items like jewelry, a watch, and an umbrella, arranged in a manner that some describe as ritualistic. Nearby, 2 suitcases containing wigs, clothing with labels removed, and a coded note were found at Bergen railway station, suggesting she had used multiple aliases and possibly engaged in espionage activities during the Cold War. Despite efforts including forensic analysis and isotope testing, her identity remains unknown. Theories about her being a spy have persisted, fueled by her movements across Europe and the coded messages. The case was reopened in 2016 but has yet to be solved, maintaining its status as one of Norway's most enduring mysteries. John Babacom Lee. John Babacom Lee, known as the Man They Could Not Hang, gained notoriety for surviving 3 failed attempts to execute him for the murder of his employer, Emma Keyes, in 1885. Convicted on circumstantial evidence, Lee maintained his innocence. On the day of his execution at Exeter Prison, the trapdoor mechanism malfunctioned 3 times, preventing his hanging. This extraordinary occurrence led to his death sentence being commuted to life imprisonment by Home Secretary Sir William Harcourt, citing the improbability of such a series of failures and public sentiment against continuing the execution attempts. After serving 22 years in prison, Lee was released in 1907 and reportedly moved to the United States, where he died in 1945. His case remains a unique and intriguing episode in criminal history, often interpreted as either divine intervention or mechanical failure. Kentucky Meat Shower. The Kentucky Meat Shower occurred on March 3, 1876 in Bath County, Kentucky, when pieces of raw meat fell from the sky over a 100 by 50-yard area near the home of Mrs. Crouch. Witnesses described the meat as falling like large snowflakes from a clear sky, with pieces measuring up to 4 inches. Scientific analyses identified the meat as lung tissue, muscle, and cartilage from either a horse or a human infant. The most widely accepted explanation is that a flock of vultures regurgitated their stomach contents while flying overhead, causing the meat to rain down. This bizarre event has remained a mystery, often cited as an example of unexplained meteorological phenomena. Lake Natron. Lake Natron, situated in northern Tanzania near the border with Kenya, is renowned for its highly alkaline waters, with pH levels reaching up to 12, and temperatures as high as 140 degrees Fahrenheit. This unique environment is inhospitable to most life forms, but it supports the growth of cyanobacteria, which give the lake its striking red and pink hues. The lake is a critical breeding ground for lesser flamingos, with around 75% of the global population hatching there. These flamingos thrive on the cyanobacteria that flourish in the lake's alkaline waters. The surrounding area, part of the Great Rift Valley, also hosts various endemic species, including fish like Alcalapia latalabris and A. indalalani. Despite its harsh conditions, Lake Natron remains an important ecological and cultural site, attracting wildlife enthusiasts and researchers alike. Large Antarctic sea mammal. The large Antarctic sea mammal, also known as the Nankyoku no Daikaiju, is a cryptid reportedly sighted by the Japanese research vessel Soya on February 13, 1958, near Lutzow-Holm Bay in Antarctica. The crew described the creature as resembling Godzilla, leading to its nickname. The sighting involved a large mammalian sea creature with characteristics that some accounts suggest may be similar to those of the Kabagon. Despite various theories and speculations, including misidentification of known marine animals like leopard seals under harsh Antarctic conditions, the true nature and existence of this cryptid remain unconfirmed. This incident remains a part of cryptozoological lore, with no further substantial evidence or sightings reported since then. Lithopedion. A lithopedion, or stone baby, is an extremely rare medical phenomenon that occurs when a fetus dies during an abdominal ectopic pregnancy and is too large to be reabsorbed by the mother's body. To protect against infection, the body encases the fetus in a calciferous substance, effectively mummifying it. This condition can remain undiagnosed for decades and is often discovered incidentally through imaging for other reasons. The earliest known case dates back to 1582, with fewer than 300 cases reported in medical literature. Lithopedions can occur at any stage from 14 weeks gestation to full term, with the calcification process gradually turning the fetus into a stone-like structure. Longyu Caves. The Longyu Caves are a series of 24 artificial sandstone caverns located in Zhejiang Province, China, discovered in 1992 when local villagers drained water from several ponds. These caves, estimated to be over 2,000 years old, feature vast underground spaces with intricate carvings and uniformly chiseled parallel lines on their walls, ceilings, and pillars, indicating a high level of craftsmanship and planning. Despite their impressive construction, there are no historical records or inscriptions documenting their creation, leading to various theories about their purpose, including potential uses for storage, religious ceremonies, or water management. The exact origin and reason for their construction remain a mystery, captivating archaeologists and historians alike. Lani Zamora Incident. The Lani Zamora Incident, a notable UFO encounter, occurred on April 24, 1964, in Socorro, New Mexico. Socorro police officer Lani Zamora was pursuing a speeding vehicle when he heard a loud roar and saw a flame in the sky. He followed the noise and flame to a remote area, where he observed an egg-shaped, shiny object with landing gear and a red insignia. Nearby were two small figures in white coveralls. As Zamora approached, the object emitted a loud roar and blew flames, then lifted off the ground and flew away. Investigators from Project Blue Book, the FBI, and the military found physical evidence at the site, including burned vegetation and landing marks, but no conventional explanation could be determined. The case remains one of the best documented UFO sightings, with J. Allen Hynek, a scientific advisor to Project Blue Book, considering it a pivotal and credible account. Mad Gasser of Mattoon. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon, also known as the Anesthetic Prowler, was a mysterious figure who allegedly terrorized the town of Mattoon, Illinois, over 2 weeks in September 1944. The incidents began on August 31st when residents reported smelling a strange, sweet odor, followed by symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, temporary paralysis, and burning sensations in their throats and noses. Witnesses described the perpetrator as a tall, thin man dressed in dark clothing and a tight-fitting cap. Despite numerous sightings and physical evidence such as cut window screens and cloths found at the scene, police were unable to identify or apprehend the assailant. Theories about the events range from mass hysteria, possibly exacerbated by World War II anxieties and sensational newspaper coverage, to the possibility of industrial pollution from a nearby factory. The most compelling explanation offered by some researchers is that the incidents were the work of an actual person, possibly a disturbed local resident with knowledge of chemistry. Despite extensive investigations, including involvement from the FBI, the true identity and motives of the mad gasser remain unknown, leaving the case shrouded in mystery. Man of the Hole. The Man of the Hole, also known as the Tanaru Indian, was the last surviving member of an uncontacted indigenous tribe in the Brazilian state of Rondônia. He lived in isolation for over 26 years after his tribe was decimated by violent attacks from ranchers and illegal miners starting in the 1970s. The Brazilian government protected his 8,070-hectare territory, monitoring him from a distance and leaving occasional supplies. The man, named for the deep holes he dug presumably for hunting or defense, avoided all contact with the outside world. He was discovered dead in his hammock in August 2022, believed to have died of natural causes at around 60 years old. His death marks the end of his tribe, highlighting the severe threats faced by uncontacted indigenous peoples in the Amazon. Martian canals. The Martian canals were a network of long, linear markings on Mars's surface, first reported by Italian astronomer Giovanni Schiaparelli in 1877. He named these features canali, which was mistakenly translated into English as canals, implying artificial constructions. This misinterpretation led to widespread speculation about intelligent life on Mars, particularly popularized by American astronomer Percival Lowell, who mapped and theorized that the canals were built by a civilization to transport water from the polar ice caps to arid regions of the planet. Despite Lowell's compelling maps and writings, skepticism persisted among the scientific community, with many considering the canals optical illusions caused by poor telescope resolution and psychological factors. The controversy was definitively resolved in 1965 when NASA's Mariner 4 mission provided the first close-up images of Mars, revealing a cratered, barren landscape with no evidence of canals. This debunking confirmed that the canals were mere figments of early observational errors and wishful thinking. Mary Bateman. Mary Bateman, dubbed the Yorkshire Witch, was an English criminal and alleged witch executed in 1809 for murder. Born in 1768, she began her life of crime with petty theft and fraud, later posing as a wise woman offering potions and charms. Her most infamous scam involved a hen laying eggs inscribed with "Christ is coming," a hoax she created using vinegar to etch the eggshells. Bateman's most notorious crime was the poisoning of Rebecca Perigot, whom she convinced to consume poison powders disguised as medicine, leading to her death in 1807. Bateman extracted significant sums of money and goods from the Perigots by fabricating a fictitious wise woman, Miss Blythe. Her deceitful and murderous actions eventually led to her arrest and execution, leaving a legacy as one of Britain's most notorious historical criminals. Mauritius Underwater Waterfall. The Mauritius Underwater Waterfall is a stunning optical illusion located off the southwestern coast of the island, near Le Morne Peninsula. This phenomenon is created by the flow of sand and silt sediments down a steep underwater slope into the depths of the Indian Ocean, making it appear as though a waterfall is cascading beneath the water's surface. The illusion is particularly striking when viewed from above, either by helicopter or airplane, revealing a breathtaking interplay of blue and green hues that simulate a three-dimensional waterfall effect. The illusion can even be observed on Google Maps. This natural wonder highlights the unique geographical formation of Mauritius, which sits on an oceanic shelf with abrupt drop-offs into deep oceanic chasms. Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi, born around 1584, was a renowned Japanese swordsman, philosopher, strategist, and ronin. He is most famous for his unique double-bladed swordsmanship and an undefeated record in over 60 duels. Musashi developed the Nitin Ichi-ryu style, which uses both a long and a short sword simultaneously. His most notable duel was against Sasaki Kojiro in 1612, where Musashi emerged victorious using a wooden sword crafted from an oar. Beyond his martial prowess, Musashi was an accomplished artist and writer, known for his work, The Book of Five Rings, which outlines his philosophy and strategies on martial arts and life. Musashi's life of wandering, dueling, and his contributions to martial arts have cemented his legacy as one of Japan's greatest samurai. Moragellons. Moragellons is a controversial and poorly understood condition characterized by the presence of unusual thread-like fibers appearing under or emerging from the skin, accompanied by persistent lesions and a sensation of crawling, biting, or stinging. Patients often experience severe fatigue, cognitive difficulties, and a range of neurological and musculoskeletal symptoms. The medical community largely views Morgellons as a form of delusional parasitosis, where individuals believe they are infested by parasites despite the lack of medical evidence supporting this. Research by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention concluded that the fibers found in the skin are mostly from external sources like textiles, and there is no infectious agent responsible for the symptoms. However, some researchers and patient advocacy groups, such as the Morgellons Research Foundation, argue that it may be linked to Lyme disease and other bacterial infections. The diagnosis and treatment of Morgellons remain challenging, often requiring a multidisciplinary approach involving dermatologists and psychiatrists to address both the physical and psychological aspects of the condition. Mpemba effect. The Mpemba effect is a counterintuitive phenomenon where hot water can freeze faster than cold water under certain conditions. First noted by Aristotle and rediscovered by Tanzanian student Erasto Mpemba in 1963, the effect has puzzled scientists for centuries. Several theories attempt to explain this anomaly, including differences in evaporation rates, convection currents, and the behavior of dissolved gases and solutes. Additionally, supercooling and the presence of microbubbles may play a role. Despite various experiments and studies, there is no consensus on a definitive explanation, and some researchers question whether the effect exists consistently. Nonetheless, the Mpemba effect remains an intriguing subject in the study of thermodynamics and physical chemistry. Maori Antarctic discovery. The Maori Antarctic discovery refers to the early voyages of Polynesian explorers, particularly the legendary navigator Huite Rangiora, who is believed to have led an expedition to Antarctic waters as early as the 7th century. Oral histories from Maori tribes such as Ngati Rarua and Te Ati Awa describe these journeys to a foggy, misty, and dark place not seen by the sun, likely referring to the Antarctic region. These accounts suggest that Huite Rangiora and his crew on the vessel Te Iwi o Atea encountered icebergs and marine mammals in the Southern Ocean, possibly reaching as far as the Ross Ice Shelf. This predates European discovery of Antarctica by over 1,000 years, challenging the conventional narrative that European explorers were the first to reach the continent in the 19th century. Recent studies highlight the importance of integrating indigenous knowledge and oral traditions into the historical understanding of Antarctic exploration, recognizing the significant contributions of Maori navigators and their enduring connection to the region. Naked Ladies of Twickenham. The Naked Ladies of Twickenham refers to a set of Grade II listed marble statues located in the gardens of York House, Twickenham. These statues, created in the late 19th century, depict 8 nude female figures, known as Oceanids from Greek mythology, and 2 aquatic horses, all carved from white Carrara marble. The statues were brought to Britain by financier Whitaker Wright, who acquired them for his estate, but, following his financial collapse and subsequent suicide in 1904, they were purchased by Sir Ratan Tata and installed in York House Gardens in 1909. Over the years, the statues suffered neglect and vandalism, but significant restoration efforts in 1989 revived their condition. The statues are now a prominent feature of the gardens, attracting visitors with their dramatic and historic presence. New Baltimore Glitch. The New Baltimore Glitch refers to an oddity noticed in Google Maps Street View for New Baltimore, a town in Greene County, New York. Despite the town having a recorded population of 3,370, in the 2010 census, the Google Maps imagery, dated around 2007, shows a conspicuously empty town with virtually no people or cars visible during a virtual drive-through. This discrepancy has led to speculation about a glitch, possibly due to corrupted original photos or a lack of updates from Google. The town itself, part of the historical Mahaican homeland, was settled around 1700 and formally established in 1811. It includes the New Baltimore Hamlet Historic District, with buildings dating from the late 18th to the late 19th century, reflecting late Victorian, Greek Revival, and federal architectural styles. The glitch appears localized, with the surrounding areas returning to normal imagery beyond a certain point on the main road. New York Eternal Flame. The New York Eternal Flame, located in the Shale Creek Preserve within Chestnut Ridge Park, western New York, is a natural phenomenon where a small grotto at the base of a waterfall emits natural methane gas that can be lit to produce a perpetual flame. The flame, visible nearly year-round, is sustained by methane gas seeping through faults in the shale bedrock, which is released and ignited as it reaches the surface. The phenomenon combines geological and natural features, including the continuous flow of water over the rocks, which helps release the trapped gas. Although the flame can be temporarily extinguished by factors like heavy rain, it is typically relit by visitors. The site has become a popular hiking destination, known for its unique and captivating interplay of fire and water, attracting nature enthusiasts and tourists to witness this rare natural marvel. Okeechobee Bones. The Okeechobee Bones refer to the discovery of numerous skeletons at the bottom of Lake Okeechobee, Florida, during the early 1900s. As the water levels receded, an eerie underwater graveyard was revealed near the lake's southern tip, uncovering dozens of skeletons that resembled a submerged ghost town. The origins of these bones remain a subject of speculation and local legend, with some theories suggesting they belong to the Seminole tribes who faced famine, war, and disease, while others propose they date back even further to ancient indigenous peoples. The discovery has added a mysterious and haunting aspect to the lake's history, contributing to its reputation for unexplained phenomena and ghostly encounters. Okiku's Doll. Okiku's Doll, often referred to as the Haunted Doll of Hokkaido, is a famous Japanese doll believed to be possessed by the spirit of a young girl named Okiku. The doll was originally purchased by Eikichi Suzuki in 1918 as a gift for his 2-year-old sister, who adored it until her untimely death from illness at the age of 3. After her death, the family placed the doll on their household altar in remembrance, soon noticing that its hair, originally cut in a traditional Okappa style, began to grow. This phenomenon led them to believe that Okiku's spirit had inhabited the doll. In 1938, the family entrusted the doll to the Manenji Temple in Iwamizawa, Hokkaido, where it remains today. The doll's hair continues to grow and requires regular trimming, which the temple monks perform, claiming to have received instructions through dreams. Despite various examinations suggesting the hair is indeed human, the exact cause of the growth remains a mystery, adding to the doll's eerie reputation. Olivier Levasseur's cryptogram. Olivier Levasseur, a notorious 18th century French pirate known as La Buse, or the Buzzard, is famed not only for his exploits but also for the mysterious cryptogram he allegedly left behind. As he faced execution by hanging on July 7, 1730 on Reunion Island, legend has it that he threw a necklace containing a cryptogram into the crowd, challenging them to find his hidden treasure. The cryptogram, supposedly composed of 17 lines of symbols, is believed to hold clues to a treasure amassed from his piratical exploits, including the capture of the Portuguese galleon Nossa Senhora do Cabo, which yielded an immense fortune in gold, diamonds, and religious artifacts. The story of the cryptogram first surfaced in a 1934 book by Charles de la Roncière, leading many to question its authenticity since it was not mentioned in contemporary records. Despite skepticism, treasure hunters like Reginald and John Cruz Wilkins have dedicated decades to deciphering the cryptogram, believing it to be a genuine key to Levasseur's legendary riches. The Osama bin Laden elephant. The rogue elephant named Osama bin Laden was notorious for causing significant destruction and fatalities in Assam, India, from 2004 to 2006. Responsible for at least 27 human deaths and extensive property damage, the bull elephant was named after the infamous terrorist leader due to his fearsome reputation. Despite a massive hunt and several attempts to capture or kill him, the elephant eluded authorities for years. He was eventually shot in December 2006, though some officials doubted the correct animal was killed, and concerns about other similarly dangerous elephants persisted. Pittsburgh refrigerator cat. The Pittsburgh refrigerator cat, also known as the Eskimo cat, is an urban legend that claimed a breed of cats was developed to survive in cold storage warehouses in Pittsburgh during the late 19th century. The story suggested that a pair of white cats were acclimated to cold environments, eventually breeding a line of cats with thick fur, long whiskers, and short tails that could withstand freezing temperatures. However, this tale was debunked, revealing that the story originated from a single litter of albino kittens born in a cold storage facility, which did not thrive. Despite being repeatedly debunked, the myth persisted in popular culture throughout the 20th century. Retrocausality. Retrocausality is a concept in quantum physics proposing that future events can influence the past, challenging the traditional notion of causality, where causes precede effects. This idea has gained traction as a potential solution to the paradoxes of quantum mechanics, particularly those involving non-local interactions, like entanglement, which Einstein famously referred to as spooky action at a distance. Retrocausality allows for the correlations observed in quantum experiments to be explained without violating the principles of relativity or locality. Unlike superdeterminism, which suggests a predetermined universe where future measurement choices are already encoded in the past, retrocausality maintains the independence of measurement choices, while allowing for backward-in-time causal influences. This theory has been supported by various quantum experiments and models, suggesting that the microworld does not differentiate between past and future, and it might help reconcile quantum mechanics with classical physics principles. Richmond TV Vigilante. The Richmond TV Vigilante is an enigmatic figure who garnered significant attention in Richmond, Virginia, for leaving old television sets on residents' porches in August 2018 and again in August 2019. Known for wearing a TV on his head, the Vigilante left dozens of CRT TVs, creating a surreal scene and baffling the local community. In 2019, surveillance footage captured the individual waving at cameras while delivering the TVs. Despite extensive media coverage and investigations, the identity of the TV vigilante remained uncertain. The events led to mixed reactions from residents and became a curious internet phenomenon. Eventually, police identified a 19-year-old suspect linked to the incidents who faced potential charges for dumping trash, trespassing, and wearing a mask in public. This bizarre act of modern-day mischief sparked both amusement and frustration among the community, highlighting the unique ways people can capture public interest and media attention. Room 322. Room 322 at Hotel Zaza in Houston, Texas, is an enigmatic and unsettling space that deviates significantly from the hotel's usual luxurious accommodations. Known informally as the Hard Times Room, it features a stark, utilitarian design with unusual decor such as chains holding the bed to the wall, skull and bone paintings, and a portrait of an old man, all contributing to a gothic, dungeon-like atmosphere. This room, not typically listed for rental, gained notoriety when a guest was mistakenly checked into it and subsequently posted about the experience online. The room's peculiar aesthetic and mysterious elements, like two-way mirrors and bare concrete floors, sparked various theories, including connections to secret societies such as the Skull and Bones. Hotel management has maintained that the room is merely one of their themed offerings, albeit with a decidedly darker twist, and has occasionally listed it for rent, before quickly unlisting it due to the controversy it stirs. Secrets of Fatima. The Secrets of Fatima are 3 apocalyptic visions and prophecies revealed by the Virgin Mary to 3 Portuguese shepherd children, Lucia Santos and her cousins Jacinta and Francisco Marto, in 1917. The first secret was a vision of hell, showing the children a terrifying scene of souls and demons in torment, which emphasized the need for prayer and penance to save souls. The second secret predicted the end of World War I and warned of another, worse war, or World War II, if people did not cease offending God. It also called for the consecration of Russia to the Immaculate Heart of Mary to prevent the spread of its errors, interpreted as communism, and promised peace upon compliance. The third secret, kept confidential until 2000, depicted a bishop in white, believed to be the Pope, being killed amidst the ruins of a city, surrounded by the corpses of clergy and lay people, symbolizing the persecution of the Church. This vision has been linked to the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul II in 1981, which he attributed to divine intervention. Shanai Timpishka. The Shanai Timpishka, also known as La Bamba, is a unique tributary of the Amazon River, located in the Mayantuyacu Sanctuary in Peru. This river is renowned for its extremely high temperatures, ranging from 113 degrees Fahrenheit to nearly 212 degrees Fahrenheit, earning it the title of the world's only boiling river. The name Shanai Timpishka translates to boiled with the heat of the sun, although the actual source of the heat is geothermal rather than solar. The river, about 4 miles long, flows through the Amazon rainforest and is considered sacred by the local Ashaninka community, who believe it is heated by the giant serpent spirit Yakumama, the mother of the waters. Geothermal scientist Andres Ruzo, who popularized the river through his research in a TED Talk, explains that the heat is due to rainwater seeping deep into the earth and heating up through geothermal gradients before emerging through fault-fed hot springs. Despite its natural beauty and scientific intrigue, the Shanai Timpishka faces threats from deforestation primarily driven by local logging activities. Shanti Devi. Shanti Devi, born in Delhi in 1926, claimed to remember her past life as Lugdi Devi, a woman from Mathura who died in 1925 shortly after childbirth. From a young age, Shanti provided detailed accounts of Lugdi's life, including her husband's name, Kedarnath, and specifics about their house and family members. Her claims garnered significant attention, leading Mahatma Gandhi to establish a commission to investigate. The commission's 1936 report supported Shanti's assertions, noting her accurate identification of people and places in Mathura, including details that were later verified, such as the location of hidden money taken by Kedar Nath after Lugdi's death. Shanti Devi's case remains one of the most thoroughly documented and compelling examples of claimed reincarnation, having been investigated by numerous researchers, including Ian Stevenson, and continuing to intrigue both skeptics and believers. Shugborough Inscription. The Shugborough inscription is an enigmatic sequence of letters carved on the Shepherd's Monument at Shugborough Hall in Staffordshire, England. This inscription consists of the letters OUOSVAVV, framed by the letters DM, which are commonly interpreted as a dedication to the Manes, Roman spirits of the dead. The inscription has baffled historians, cryptographers, and enthusiasts for centuries, leading to numerous theories about its meaning. Some believe it could be an initialism for a Latin phrase, possibly a dedication by George Anson to his deceased wife, or a reference to biblical verses. Others speculate it might relate to the Knights Templar and the location of the Holy Grail, influenced by theories from books like The Holy Blood and The Holy Grail. Despite extensive investigation, including efforts by Bletchley Park codebreakers, the true meaning of the inscription remains a mystery, with some even suggesting it was intended as an unsolvable puzzle or a prank by the monument's creators. Skyquakes. Skyquakes are mysterious, unexplained loud booming noises that appear to originate from the sky, often startling those who hear them and leading to numerous reports worldwide. These phenomena have been recorded for centuries, with names varying by region, such as Seneca guns in the United States, Barisal guns in Bangladesh, and Brontidi in Italy. Various theories have been proposed to explain skyquakes, including sonic booms from supersonic aircraft, meteors entering the Earth's atmosphere, distant thunder amplified by atmospheric conditions, seismic activity, and the release of methane gas from underground or underwater sources. Despite these hypotheses, no single explanation accounts for all occurrences, and many skyquakes remain unexplained, continuing to intrigue both scientists and the public. Spectre, Alabama. Spectre, Alabama is a fictional town constructed as a film set for Tim Burton's 2003 movie Big Fish, based on Daniel Wallace's novel. Located on Jackson Lake Island near Millbrook, Alabama, this set includes various buildings designed to create an idyllic small-town atmosphere central to the film's narrative. After filming concluded, the property owners opted to leave the structures intact rather than dismantling them. Although weather and fire have damaged parts of the set, several buildings remain, attracting visitors and fans of the movie. The site, privately owned, is accessible to the public for a small fee, offering a unique glimpse into the cinematic world created for Big Fish. Stefan Breitwieser. Stefan Breitwieser is a notorious French art thief who, between 1995 and 2001, stole 239 artworks from 172 museums across Europe. Unlike typical art thieves, Breitwieser stole not for profit but out of an obsessive desire to collect and possess beautiful works of art, particularly those from the 16th and 17th centuries. His thefts were meticulously planned, often conducted in broad daylight with his girlfriend, Anne Catherine Kleinklaus, acting as a lookout. The stolen artworks, valued at around $1.4 billion, were hidden in his mother's attic. When Breitwieser was arrested, his mother destroyed many pieces to eliminate evidence, causing significant loss to the art world. He served multiple prison sentences in France and Switzerland for his crimes, and was arrested again in 2019 after attempting to sell a stolen artifact online. Terry A. Davis. Terry A. Davis was a software engineer who developed Temple OS, a unique operating system he claimed was instructed by God. Diagnosed with schizophrenia, Davis worked on Temple OS for over a decade, designing it to resemble 1980s technology, complete with a custom programming language called Holy C. Despite its outdated appearance and lack of modern functionalities like networking, Temple OS demonstrated Davis's exceptional programming skills and dedication. His online presence, however, was marked by erratic and often offensive behavior, including frequent use of slurs and paranoid rants about the CIA. Davis believed his OS was a divine platform meant for communication with God, embedding numerous religious references and creating a peculiar yet compelling narrative around his work. His mental health struggles deeply affected his interactions and led to increasing isolation, legal troubles, and eventually homelessness. Tragically, Davis's life ended in 2018 when he was struck by a train, with many believing it was a suicide. His legacy is a blend of technological ingenuity and profound mental illness, leaving a lasting, if controversial, mark on the tech community. The Shags. The Shags, an American rock band from Fremont, New Hampshire, were formed in 1965 by the Wiggin sisters, Dot, Betty, and Helen, under the strict guidance of their father, Austin Wiggin Jr., who believed a palm reading predicting their fame. Despite their lack of musical training, the sisters recorded their only album, Philosophy of the World, in 1969, which was marked by its unconventional and technically naive sound. Initially dismissed, their music later gained a cult following, with fans including Frank Zappa and Kurt Cobain, who appreciated its raw and unfiltered quality. After Austin's death in 1975, the band disbanded, but their legacy continued to grow through reissues and tributes, highlighting their influence on outsider music and alternative rock. Times Beach. Times Beach, Missouri, founded in 1925 as a summer resort town, became a ghost town following one of the most significant environmental disasters in U.S. history. Initially envisioned by the St. Louis Star-Times as a high society retreat, the town transformed into a low-income suburb by the 1970s, struggling with unpaved roads and constant dust. To combat this, the town hired waste hauler Russell Bliss, who unknowingly sprayed the roads with a dioxin-laden mixture derived from industrial waste, including byproducts from the production of Agent Orange. This toxic contamination led to severe health issues and environmental damage, drawing the attention of the EPA. Following a catastrophic flood in 1982, the EPA's tests confirmed dangerous levels of dioxin, leading to the town's evacuation and eventual disincorporation. The entire site was cleaned up at a cost of nearly $200 million, culminating in its transformation into Route 66 State Park in 1999. Tomorrow's Pioneers. Tomorrow's Pioneers, a children's TV show airing on Hamas-run Al-Aqsa TV, propagated extreme anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli views, inciting violence and martyrdom among young viewers. Premiering in 2007, the show featured hosts like Farfor the Mouse, Nahul the Bee, and Asud the Rabbit, who delivered disturbing messages promoting jihad and hatred against Israelis. The show used characters mimicking popular Western icons, such as Mickey Mouse, to attract children and indoctrinate them with militant ideologies. Episodes often included graphic reenactments, discussions glorifying martyrdom, and calls for violence against perceived enemies, notably Israelis and Americans. Despite international condemnation and multiple bombings of Al-Aqsa TV's facilities by Israeli forces, the program continued to air intermittently, impacting a generation of Palestinian youth with its radical content. Visual snow. Visual snow syndrome is a rare neurological disorder characterized by continuous visual disturbances resembling static or snow across the entire visual field. These disturbances persist whether the eyes are open or closed and are often accompanied by other symptoms such as palinopsia, seeing after images, photophobia, light sensitivity, impaired night vision, and entoptic phenomena, visual effects originating within the eye. The exact cause of visual snow syndrome remains unclear, but it is believed to involve hyperexcitability of neurons in the visual processing areas of the brain, particularly the lingual gyrus and the cerebellar anterior lobe. Comorbid conditions such as migraines, tinnitus, and anxiety are common among those affected. Although there is no cure, treatments like anti-seizure medications, blue light blockers, and stress management techniques may help alleviate symptoms. Vladimir Demikov. Vladimir Demikov was a pioneering Soviet scientist and surgeon, renowned for his groundbreaking work in organ transplantation. Born in 1916, he made significant contributions to medical science, including the first successful heart-lung transplant in 1946, the first coronary artery bypass surgery in 1953, and the creation of the world's first organ bank between 1963 and 1965. Demikov's most controversial work involved his experiments with two-headed dogs, where he successfully grafted the head of one dog onto the body of another, achieving 23 such surgeries from 1954 onwards. Although these experiments sparked ethical debates, they played a crucial role in advancing the field of transplantology. His work influenced future medical pioneers, including Christian Barnard, who performed the first human heart transplant. Despite facing criticism and ethical scrutiny, Demikov's innovations laid the foundation for modern organ transplantation and surgical techniques. Vrillon Incident. The Vrillon Incident occurred on November 26, 1977, when a mysterious voice interrupted the evening news on Southern television in southern England. The intruder, identifying as Vrillon, a representative of the Ashtar Galactic Command, delivered a 6-minute message urging humanity to abandon its weapons and live in peace to avoid global catastrophe. The broadcast overrode the audio signal transmitted by the Hannington transmitter while distorting the video, reaching thousands of viewers and causing widespread alarm. Despite extensive investigations, the identity of the perpetrators remains unknown, and the incident is regarded as one of the most intriguing and unexplained broadcast signal intrusions in history. Whistled languages. Whistled languages are a unique form of communication where spoken words are transposed into whistles, allowing messages to be transmitted over long distances. These languages are prevalent in regions with challenging terrains such as mountains or dense forests, where normal speech wouldn't carry effectively. Examples include the Silbo-Gomero of the Canary Islands and various whistled languages in Mexico and West Africa. The system retains phonetic elements of the spoken language, using variations in pitch and duration to convey meaning. Whistled languages can replicate both tonal and non-tonal languages, adapting to the phonetic structure of each. This form of communication is not only a cultural heritage but also an area of interest for linguistic and cognitive research, offering insights into human speech processing and long-distance communication techniques. Wojtek. Wojtek, a Syrian brown bear, was adopted by the Polish Second Corps during World War II and became an emblematic figure in the military. Found as a cub in Iran in 1942, Wojtek was purchased by Polish soldiers and quickly integrated into their unit. To enable him to travel with the army, he was officially enlisted as a private and later promoted to corporal. Wojtek's duties included carrying ammunition, boosting morale, and participating in military activities. He gained fame for his role in the Battle of Monte Cassino, where he helped move heavy artillery crates. After the war, Wojtek was relocated to Edinburgh Zoo, where he lived until his death in 1963. His legacy endures through numerous statues and memorials in Poland and Scotland, symbolizing the deep bond between soldiers and their unusual comrade. Yakima County Doe. Yakima County Doe refers to an unidentified female whose decomposed body was discovered on July 25, 1977, in the back of an abandoned van in Yakima, Washington. Estimated to be between 18 and 30 years old, she was white, with brown hair and brown eyes, standing between 5 feet 3 inches and 5 feet 9 inches. The body showed signs of homicide, including blunt force trauma and strangulation, and had been sexually mutilated. Distinguishing features included a surgical abdominal scar and a star tattoo on her inner right thigh. Despite efforts including an exhumation for DNA testing in 2004, her identity remains unknown. Investigators have considered using genetic genealogy to solve the case. Zambia Space Program. The Zambia Space Program, initiated in the 1960s by Edward Makuka Nkoloso, aimed to beat the United States and the Soviet Union in the space race. Nkoloso, a grade school science teacher and self-appointed director of the non-official Zambia National Academy of Science, Space Research and Philosophy, envisioned sending a Zambian astronaut, or Afronaut, to the Moon and even Mars. Despite its grand ambitions, the program was rudimentary, with training exercises that included rolling trainees in oil drums to simulate weightlessness and swinging from trees. The program lacked financial backing, and requests for funding from various countries and organizations were unsuccessful. The initiative was marred by internal issues, including the disappearance of trainees and a lack of serious support, leading to its eventual collapse. Nkoloso's efforts were seen by many as either a genuine, albeit misguided attempt at space exploration or a satirical commentary on colonial attitudes towards Africa. Despite its failure, the program remains a curious and notable episode in the history of space exploration. Stjepan Mali. Stjepan Mali, also known as Stephen the Little, was an enigmatic figure who ruled Montenegro from 1767 until his assassination in 1773. Claiming to be the deposed Russian Emperor Peter III, Stjepan Mali's true origins remain uncertain. His ascent to power began when rumors of his imperial identity gained traction among Montenegrins, who admired Russia and were in desperate need of a unifying leader. Despite never officially declaring himself as Peter III, Stjepan leveraged the ambiguity and local support to consolidate power. His reign was marked by significant administrative, social, and military reforms, including the unification of Montenegrin clans, the introduction of a court system, and successful defense against Ottoman invasions. Stjepan's leadership brought a brief period of stability and progress to Montenegro, but his tenure ended abruptly when he was assassinated by his barber, reportedly bribed by the Ottomans. Stjepan Mali's legacy is complex, remembered both as a fraud and an effective ruler who significantly influenced Montenegro's development.
watermelon, fresh from the manure field.
2008 Horizon Air Q400 incident. On August 10, 2018, Richard Russell, a 29-year-old Horizon Air Ground Service agent, stole a Horizon Air Q400 aircraft from Seattle-Tacoma International Airport and subsequently crashed it on Ketron Island in Washington. Russell, who had no formal pilot training, managed to start the plane using his knowledge of aircraft operations gained from his job and internet searches. During the flight, he performed various aerial maneuvers and engaged in a dialogue with air traffic control, expressing personal grievances and a lack of intent to harm others. The incident, lasting approximately 75 minutes, ended when Russell intentionally crashed the aircraft, leading to his death, which was later ruled a suicide by the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office. The FBI's investigation confirmed that Russell acted alone, with no ties to terrorist activities or broader criminal motives, highlighting significant security vulnerabilities in aviation related to insider threats. 349 incident. In 1992, Pepsi Philippines launched the Number Fever marketing campaign to boost sales and compete with Coca-Cola. The promotion involved printing 3-digit codes under bottle caps, with winning numbers announced on television, promising prizes of up to 1 million pesos. On May 25th, a significant error occurred when the number 349 was mistakenly printed on around 800,000 bottle caps instead of just 2, leading to a flood of supposed winners demanding their prizes. Pepsi's attempt to offer a nominal compensation of $20 to each claimant did little to quell the outrage. Riots erupted across the country, resulting in the deaths of at least 5 people, extensive property damage, and numerous lawsuits against the company. The fiasco highlighted critical issues in marketing oversight and corporate responsibility, causing a long-lasting impact on Pepsi's reputation in the region. Al Wukair Scrapyard. Al Wukair Scrapyard, located about 12 miles from Doha, Qatar, is the largest scrapyard in the country, hosting around 20,000 vehicles at any given time. This vast site contains a wide variety of vehicles, including cars, jeeps, trucks, buses, construction equipment like excavators and bulldozers, and even motorbikes and boats. These vehicles range from relatively new to ancient, with conditions varying from pristine to completely wrecked or burnt beyond recognition. The scrapyard's atmosphere evokes a post-apocalyptic landscape where each vehicle tells a story of past utility and value. Visitors often find the site both eerie and fascinating, as it provides a stark contrast to the nearby modern city of Doha. Although the scrapyard is not typically open to the public due to safety concerns, occasional guided tours by guards are possible. Albert Johnson. In the winter of 1931 or 1932, Albert Johnson, infamously known as the Mad Trapper of Rat River, led the Royal Canadian Mounted Police on a grueling 48-day manhunt through the harsh terrain of the Northwest Territories and Yukon. The chase began when Johnson, a mysterious and reclusive trapper whose real identity remains unknown, shot an RCMP officer who was investigating complaints about tampered trap lines. Despite sub-zero temperatures and limited supplies, Johnson exhibited extraordinary survival skills, eluding capture by using techniques such as backtracking and following caribou trails. The RCMP, aided by local indigenous trackers and aerial reconnaissance from a World War I flying ace, finally cornered Johnson on the frozen Eagle River, where he was fatally shot during a final firefight on February 17, 1932. Johnson's body revealed no identification, and his true origins remain a subject of speculation and intrigue to this day. Ammanford Whaling House. In 2018, Alan and Christine Tate fled their home in Ammanford, Wales, due to a series of mysterious and unsettling sounds emanating from the house, which earned it the moniker Whaling House. The disturbances began one night when Christine heard strange noises while making coffee, leading the couple to hear various sounds like police sirens, screams, barking dogs, and even the hum of machines. The noises seemed to come from the basement beneath their kitchen. Despite inserting recording devices into the walls and speculating that the noises could be linked to human trafficking or a hidden drug lab, no concrete evidence was found by the police. The couple, too frightened to return, began traveling the UK in search of someone who could help them solve the mystery of their home. Angola Ship Cemetery. The Panguila Ship Cemetery, located on Santiago Beach in Panguila, Angola, is an eerie and expansive site where numerous derelict ships lie abandoned along the coastline. These vessels, remnants of Angola's maritime history, include cargo ships that were offloaded here before the construction of the port of Luanda, and ships damaged during storms. The area became an unofficial graveyard for these ships, many of which were left to rust since the 1960s. This ship cemetery, with its hauntingly beautiful and desolate landscape, has become both a local curiosity and a source of scrap metal for the surrounding communities. Despite the economic opportunities it provides, the site remains a stark reminder of the region's turbulent past and the environmental challenges of dealing with maritime waste. Battle of May Island. The Battle of May Island was a tragic naval training exercise that took place on the night of January 31st, 1918, off the coast of the Isle of May in the Firth of Forth, Scotland. During this ill-fated event, the British Royal Navy's Grand Fleet was maneuvering in the dark with minimal visibility and poor communication. A series of collisions involving K-class submarines and surface ships resulted in the loss of 2 submarines, K-4 and K-17, along with 104 sailors. The incident began with a mechanical failure on K-14, leading to a collision with K-22. Subsequent misunderstandings and attempts to avoid further collisions caused additional submarines to crash into each other and larger ships. The chaos was exacerbated by the miscommunication of fleet maneuvers and the poor handling characteristics of the K-class submarines. The tragedy remained largely unpublicized for many years, only coming to light when court-martial documents were released, revealing one of the most embarrassing and tragic episodes in Royal Navy history. Bergholz Barbers. The Bergholz Barbers, a religious group of former Amish under the leadership of Sam Mullet, was formed in 1995 and is located in Bergholz, Ohio. This group gained notoriety for a series of violent beard-cutting attacks in 2011, targeting members of other Amish communities. These attacks were motivated by religious disputes and power struggles, with Mullet directing his followers to carry out the assaults as a means of retribution against those he perceived as opposing him. The victims were often held against their will while their beards and hair, symbols of their faith, were forcibly cut. In 2012, Mullet and 15 of his followers were convicted of federal hate crimes and other charges, though their sentences were later reduced. Mullet was initially sentenced to 15 years in prison. The Bergholz group practices a form of religion that diverges significantly from traditional Amish beliefs, rejecting core values such as nonviolence and humility. Biological immortality. Biological immortality, the phenomenon where the mortality rate of an organism does not increase with age, is observed in various species, including the jellyfish Turritopsis dohrnii, the hydra, and certain lobsters. Unlike most organisms that experience increased vulnerability as they age, these species have mechanisms that allow them to either revert to a younger state or maintain stable cellular function indefinitely. For instance, the Turritopsis dohrnii can revert its cells to an earlier developmental stage, effectively restarting its life cycle, while hydras possess an extraordinary regenerative capacity through a constant supply of stem cells. Lobsters, which continuously express the enzyme telomerase, can repair their DNA and sustain cellular health longer than most vertebrates. However, biological immortality does not equate to invulnerability. These organisms can still die from disease, predation, or environmental factors. Research into these mechanisms offers potential insights for extending human health span and treating age-related diseases, although true biological immortality remains out of reach for humans. Blood Falls. Blood Falls is a striking natural phenomenon located at the tongue of Taylor Glacier in the McMurdo Dry Valleys of East Antarctica. This unique feature is characterized by its outflow of iron oxide-tainted saltwater, which turns a vivid red when exposed to air. The coloration is due to the oxidation of iron in the hypersaline water, which emerges from fissures in the glacier. The water, originating from an ancient subglacial lake sealed off for millions of years, contains high concentrations of iron and hosts extremophilic bacteria that thrive in the cold, salty, and anoxic conditions. These microorganisms, surviving without sunlight, offer insights into potential life on other planets, such as Mars, where similar extreme conditions exist. Researchers, using advanced microscopy techniques, have identified iron-rich nanospheres in the water, explaining the distinct crimson appearance of the falls. Bunny Man. The Bunny Man is an urban legend that originated from 2 incidents in Fairfax County, Virginia, in 1970. The first incident occurred on October 19th, when Air Force Academy cadet Robert Bennett and his fiancée reported seeing a man in a white suit with bunny ears hurling a hatchet at their car while shouting about trespassing. 10 days later, construction worker Paul Phillips encountered a man in a similar rabbit costume wielding a hatchet and threatening him. These events led to a flood of local reports and gave rise to the legend of the Bunny Man, a supposed axe-wielding maniac in a rabbit costume. Over time, the legend has evolved to include various macabre stories, often centered around the Colchester Overpass, now known as Bunnyman Bridge. Despite extensive investigations, the identity of the Bunnyman was never confirmed, and much of the story remains rooted in folklore rather than documented fact. Béla Kiss. Béla Kiss was a Hungarian serial killer who, in the early 1900s, murdered at least 23 women and 1 man, preserving their bodies in metal drums filled with methanol. Operating under the guise of a lonely widower seeking companionship, he used personal ads to lure his victims, defrauding them of their money before strangling them. The grisly discovery came in 1916, when Kiss's landlord, preparing to lease Kiss's property while Kiss was away fighting in World War I, opened the drums and found the preserved corpses. Kiss had left for the war in 1914, and despite being pursued, he evaded capture by faking his death and possibly swapping identities with a deceased soldier. Various sightings were reported over the years, including claims of him living in Romania, Turkey, and even New York City, but his fate remains unknown. Cactus Dome. Cactus Dome, also known as Runit Dome, is an enormous concrete structure built over a nuclear test crater on Runit Island in the Eniwetok Atoll, Marshall Islands. Constructed between 1977 and 1980, the dome covers the Cactus nuclear test crater from a 1958 detonation. The structure, which is 377 feet in diameter and 18 inches thick, encapsulates approximately 100,000 cubic yards of radioactive debris, including plutonium-239. The dome was intended to contain the fallout from U.S. nuclear testing, but concerns have been raised about its integrity due to environmental factors such as rising sea levels and potential structural degradation. A 2020 report from the U.S. Department of Energy indicated that while the dome poses no immediate threat, long-term monitoring is necessary to prevent any future environmental contamination. California Speed Billboard. The billboard in the Nintendo 64 game, California Speed, features a chilling message that reads, "Sometimes God takes mommies and puppies away, and sometimes, just sometimes, I do." This unsettling text, discovered on the Mojave Desert track, has intrigued and disturbed gamers since its discovery. The message was a placeholder texture mistakenly left in the game during its rushed development. Morgan Godat, one of the developers, explained that the team, under tight deadlines, inserted this absurd placeholder, assuming it would be replaced before the game's release. However, it was overlooked and ultimately included in the final product, leading to numerous theories and online discussions about its meaning and origin. Karl Tanzler. Karl Tanzler, also known as Count Karl von Kozel, was a German-born radiology technologist at the Marine Hospital Service in Key West, Florida, who developed an intense obsession with a young Cuban-American tuberculosis patient named Elena Helen Milagro de Hoyos. Despite his extensive efforts and unconventional treatments, Elena succumbed to the disease in 1931. Tanzler's fixation did not end with her death. He constructed an elaborate mausoleum for her and visited it nightly. In 1933, Tanzler secretly removed her body and took it to his home, where he preserved and lived with the corpse for 7 years, using wax, plaster, and various other materials to maintain its appearance. The morbid secret was uncovered in 1940 when Elena's family confronted Tanzler and alerted the authorities. Tanzler was arrested but never convicted due to the expiration of the statute of limitations. The case generated significant media attention, with some viewing Tanzler as a tragic romantic figure. Child Eater of Bern. The Kindlifresserbrunnen, or Child Eater Fountain, is a nearly 500-year-old sculpture in Bern, Switzerland, depicting an ogre consuming a child while holding a sack of additional children. Created by Hans Gieng between 1545 and 1546, the fountain has become one of Bern's most famous and macabre landmarks. The purpose behind this gruesome statue remains a subject of speculation. Some theories suggest it represents the Greek god Cronus, known for devouring his offspring, while others believe it is an anti-Semitic portrayal rooted in medieval blood libel myths. Another hypothesis is that the sculpture was intended to frighten misbehaving children, or to depict a local folklore character. Despite its unsettling imagery, the Kindlifresserbrunnen continues to attract significant attention and remains a notable historical and cultural monument in Bern. Clifford Hoyt. Clifford Hoyt, age 31, suffered severe injuries in a car accident in December 1999 in Maryland. After regaining consciousness, Hoyt claimed to have died and experienced a vivid journey to hell, describing in detail the tortures and anguish he endured. Despite these disturbing accounts, he refused psychological treatment and was eventually discharged. Hoyt's behavior became increasingly erratic. He would play music at odd hours to fend off what he believed were pursuing demons and used large blocks of ice to soothe a persistent burning sensation he felt. His landlord and neighbors reported finding him in distressing conditions, leading to his eventual commitment to a psychiatric facility. Some attribute his experiences to brain damage from the accident, but Hoyt remained steadfast in his belief that he had seen hell and that demons were after him. Krakow, Italy. Krakow, located in the Basilicata region of southern Italy, is a hauntingly beautiful medieval ghost town perched atop a 1,300-foot cliff. Founded around the 8th century and first recorded in 1060 AD, Krakow experienced various historical episodes, including feudal rule, Napoleonic occupation, and the impacts of the Black Death in 1656. Despite surviving these challenges, the town was ultimately abandoned due to a series of natural disasters. Frequent landslides, particularly in the mid-20th century, coupled with floods in 1972 and the Irpinia earthquake in 1980, rendered Krakow uninhabitable. By 1963, the remaining residents were relocated to Krakow Peschiera in the valley below. Today, Krakow's ruins attract tourists and filmmakers, with its dramatic landscape serving as a backdrop for several movies, including The Passion of the Christ and Quantum of Solace. Efforts to preserve its cultural heritage have been recognized by the World Monuments Fund. Craig Miles Mausoleum. The Craig Miles Mausoleum, located in Cleveland, Tennessee, is renowned for its eerie red stains that appear on its white marble surface. Constructed in 1872 by John Craig Miles in memory of his 7-year-old daughter Nina, who tragically died in a buggy accident, the mausoleum is part of the St. Luke's Episcopal Church complex. The family was affluent, and the mausoleum, built of expensive Carrara marble, stands as a testament to their grief and wealth. Over the years, mysterious red streaks, resembling blood, have appeared on the marble, and despite numerous attempts to explain them through chemical analysis, their origin remains a mystery. Local legend suggests these stains emerged after each death in the Craig Miles family, adding to the mausoleum's haunted reputation. Today, the mausoleum is a notable local landmark and a subject of fascination for visitors and ghost story enthusiasts. Dagobeh cipher. The Dagobeh cipher, created by Alexander Dagobeh in 1939, remains an unsolved cryptographic challenge. Published in the first edition of his book Codes and Ciphers, the cipher was intended as a puzzle for readers. The cipher consists of a series of 5-digit number groups, which, when broken down, reveal a pattern suggesting a grid-based encryption, possibly using a Polybius square method. Despite numerous attempts to crack it, including theories involving genetic algorithms and potential errors in Dagobeh's original encoding, the cipher remains unbroken. Dagobeh himself reportedly forgot the method he used to create it, further complicating decryption efforts. This enduring mystery has fascinated cryptographers and puzzle enthusiasts for over 80 years. Dark Luigi. Dark Luigi is a prolific YouTube content creator with a staggering 113,417 video uploads, showcasing his dedication and consistency in producing content. His channel, which focuses on gaming-related videos, has amassed over 10,800 subscribers and more than 1.18 million views since its inception on February 24, 2018. Dark Luigi's content includes gameplay highlights, tutorials, and game discussions, appealing to a wide audience of gaming enthusiasts. Despite the high volume of uploads, his estimated monthly earnings are modest, ranging from $2 to $28, with yearly earnings projected between $21 and $333. This steady content production has contributed to his channel's gradual growth in views and subscribers over time. Dream hacking. Dream hacking, the concept of advertisers targeting our dreams, is moving from science fiction to potential reality as researchers explore the feasibility of influencing dream content through auditory and visual stimuli. Companies like Molson Coors have already conducted experiments, such as their Dream Incubation Project, which attempted to associate positive imagery with their products during participants' sleep. This technique involves using pre-sleep prompts and auditory cues during sleep to plant specific ideas into dreams. Researchers from MIT's Media Lab and other institutions have developed devices like Dormio, which can detect sleep stages and introduce targeted stimuli to influence dream content. While the technology shows promise for applications in areas like creativity and therapy, there are significant ethical concerns regarding consent and privacy. Experts warn that without regulation, dream hacking could become a new frontier for invasive advertising, prompting calls for proactive policies to protect consumers from such manipulation. Dynamite fishing. Dynamite fishing, also known as blast fishing, is a highly destructive and illegal practice that continues to decimate marine ecosystems in the Philippines. This method involves using homemade explosives to stun or kill fish, making them easy to collect. While it provides quick and substantial catches, the explosions cause widespread damage, destroying coral reefs that have taken centuries to form, and killing a wide range of marine life indiscriminately, including rare species of whales and dolphins. Despite being outlawed, this practice persists due to its profitability and the relatively low risk of severe penalties for those caught. The Philippine government has struggled to enforce regulations effectively, although local communities and organizations are taking initiatives to combat the practice. Efforts such as promoting ecotourism have shown some success in providing alternative livelihoods to fishing communities, reducing the dependency on destructive fishing methods. However, the overall impact of dynamite fishing remains devastating, contributing significantly to the degradation of coral reefs and the collapse of local marine food chains. East Bay Walls. The East Bay Walls, also known as the Berkeley Mystery Walls, are a series of crude stone walls and rock alignments found throughout the hills surrounding the San Francisco Bay Area, extending as far north as Chico and Red Bluff. These structures, typically about a meter high and wide, are built without mortar and vary greatly in construction, from carefully stacked stones to loose piles. The walls run in discontinuous sections that range from a few meters to over a half-mile long. The exact origins and purpose of these walls remain unknown, with theories suggesting they could have been built by Native American tribes, early European settlers, or even Chinese laborers during the 19th century. Despite numerous studies and some speculative historical accounts, no definitive evidence has been found to explain who built these walls or why. The walls are accessible in several regional parks, such as Ed R. Levin County Park and Mission Peak Regional Preserve, and continue to be a subject of fascination and study. Edgar Cayce. Edgar Cayce, often referred to as the Sleeping Prophet, was an American clairvoyant born in 1877 who claimed to access a higher state of consciousness while in a trance. During these trance sessions, he would provide insights on a wide array of topics, including health, reincarnation, dreams, the afterlife, and future events. Cayce's readings were recorded by his assistants and led to the creation of over 14,000 documented sessions. His recommendations often included holistic health practices and spiritual guidance. Despite lacking formal medical training, many of his health-related readings were reported to be effective, gaining him a significant following. Cayce's work also laid the foundation for the Association for Research and Enlightenment, which continues to explore his teachings and preserve his readings. His influence is evident in the New Age movement and holistic health practices today. Edward Mordrake. Edward Mordrake, sometimes spelled Mordrake, is the apocryphal subject of a 19th century urban legend that tells the story of an English nobleman with an additional face on the back of his head. This second face was said to be capable of whispering, laughing, or crying, tormenting Mordrake with malicious whispers at night. The tale claims Mordrake begged doctors to remove the face, but they refused due to the risks involved. Desperate, he ultimately took his own life at the age of 23. The legend first appeared in an 1895 article by Charles Lawton Hildreth in the Boston Sunday Post, which presented various fictitious human freaks supposedly documented by a non-existent Royal Scientific Society. This story was later included in the 1896 Medical Encyclopedia Anomalies and Curiosities of Medicine, adding a veneer of credibility. Despite the persistent fascination with Mordrake's story, it is widely regarded as a work of fiction without any basis in medical or historical fact. Elmer McCurdy. Elmer McCurdy was an American outlaw who met a bizarre post-mortem fate after being killed in a shootout with police in 1911 following a botched train robbery in Oklahoma. Known for his inept criminal activities, McCurdy used too much nitroglycerin in his heists, often destroying more than he gained. After his death, McCurdy's embalmed body went unclaimed and was displayed by the Undertaker as a curiosity, charging visitors to view the bandit who wouldn't give up. His mummified remains subsequently toured with carnivals and sideshows for over 6 decades, mistaken for a mannequin until 1976, when his identity was discovered during the filming of a TV show. Finally, in 1977, McCurdy was laid to rest in Guthrie, Oklahoma. Evil Otto. Evil Otto is the primary antagonist in the classic 1980 arcade game Berserk and its 1982 sequel Frenzy. He is depicted as a relentless, bouncing smiley face that invades the game's electrified mazes, creating a unique challenge for players. Evil Otto is invincible and appears to drive the player towards increasingly difficult levels, filled with hostile robots that vocalize taunts like "Chicken, fight like a robot." The character was inspired by the game's designer Alan McNeil, who named Otto after a stern security guard. Otto's role is to ensure that no player can remain idle, as he appears to eliminate those who linger too long in any part of the maze, making strategic movement and quick reactions essential for survival. Ferdinand Cheval, a French mail carrier born in 1836, dedicated 33 years to constructing the remarkable Palais Idéal in Haute-Rive, France. Inspired by a uniquely shaped stone he stumbled upon during his postal rounds in 1879, Cheval began collecting stones daily while delivering mail, eventually amassing an eclectic collection that he transformed into an extraordinary architectural feat. The palace, completed in 1912, stands 12 meters high and 26 meters long, combining elements of various architectural styles, including a mosque, a temple, and a medieval castle, reflecting influences from Christianity, Hinduism, and his imaginative interpretations of different cultures. Cheval's work, now considered a masterpiece of naive art, received official recognition as a historical monument in 1969, ensuring its preservation. The palace continues to attract visitors worldwide, fascinated by Cheval's relentless dedication and artistic vision. Forest Clown. The mystery of the clown trail camera picture, which surfaced around 2010, has captivated and unsettled many. The images depict a clown dressed in a two-tone suit with a peculiar expression, seemingly peering at the trail camera. These photos, taken deep in a forest, have circulated widely on the internet, often linked to various urban legends. Despite extensive sharing and speculation, no definitive backstory or evidence has emerged to explain the photos' origins, leading many to believe they were likely staged as part of a prank or an attempt to create a viral sensation. The absence of witnesses or additional context adds to the enduring intrigue surrounding these eerie images, which predate the 2016 clown sighting hysteria. Frypan Tower. Frypan Tower, situated on the treacherous Frying Pan Shoals off the coast of North Carolina, was erected in 1964 to replace the lightships that had been stationed there since 1854. This steel structure, designed like a Texas oil platform, was intended to guide mariners through the hazardous graveyard of the Atlantic by warning them of the shallow waters. Manned by the Coast Guard until it was automated in 1979, the tower was eventually decommissioned in 2004 due to advancements in GPS technology. Richard Neal purchased the tower in 2010 and initiated extensive restoration efforts, transforming it into an ecotourism and adventure destination while preserving its historical significance. Today, managed by the nonprofit FP Tower Inc., Frypan Tower serves not only as a maritime navigational aid, but also as a hub for environmental research and marine wildlife preservation. Funtime Kids Care. Funtime Kids Care, a daycare center located in Salt Lake City, Utah, became the center of internet speculation and controversy, following a Reddit post by user Disco Godfather 692. This user noted the absence of children at the facility over 5 years, which he found suspicious for a daycare. The post quickly gained traction, leading to various conspiracy theories suggesting illicit activities such as meth production or human trafficking. Some local residents supported these claims, noting the eerie avoidance of the building by children. However, others defended the daycare, asserting that their children attended the facility without issues, though many of these defending accounts were suspiciously created within a short time frame, leading to further doubts about their authenticity. Despite the Reddit thread being deleted due to harassment and threats directed at the daycare, discussions migrated to other forums like 4chan, keeping the mystery alive. To this day, no definitive evidence has emerged to confirm or deny the darker speculations, leaving Funtime Kids Care an enduring enigma in internet lore. Dr. Gay Hitler. Dr. Gay Hitler, born in 1882 to George Washington Hitler and Ida Mae Lutz, was a well-known dentist in Circleville, Ohio. Despite the unfortunate connotations of his surname, which became infamous due to Adolf Hitler's actions, Dr. Gay Hitler served the community from 1922 until his death in 1948. The Hitlers of Circleville were established long before Adolf Hitler's rise to power, and the family name, despite its later stigma, was associated with early settlers who were respected members of the community. George Washington Hitler, Gay's father, was part of this lineage, which included landmarks and roads named after the family in Pickaway Township. Dr. Gay Hitler's practice and life were unremarkable save for the coincidental and unfortunate name he bore, which has since become a subject of curiosity and amusement on the internet. General Butt Naked. General Butt Naked, born Joshua Milton Blahy, was a Liberian warlord infamous for his brutal actions during the First Liberian Civil War. Known for leading his troops into battle wearing only shoes, Blahy claimed to have killed over 20,000 people, often engaging in acts of cannibalism and ritualistic sacrifices. His nom de guerre reflected his practice of fighting naked, a strategy he believed made him invincible. In 1996, Blahy experienced a dramatic conversion to Christianity after a vision of Jesus, leading him to renounce his violent past and become an evangelical preacher. He testified before Liberia's Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 2008, seeking forgiveness and advocating for the establishment of a war crimes court. Today, he runs a non-governmental organization, Journeys Against Violence, which aims to rehabilitate former child soldiers and drug addicts, despite mixed reactions from the Liberian public regarding the sincerity of his transformation. Ghosts of Matsue. The ghosts of Matsue are part of the rich cultural and historical tapestry of the city of Matsue in Shimane Prefecture, Japan. This region is famously associated with Lafcadio Hearn, also known as Koizumi Yakumo, an influential writer who collected and published numerous Japanese ghost stories in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Among his notable works are tales like Hoichi the Earless and Mujina, which continue to captivate readers with their eerie and supernatural themes. Matsue itself is home to several haunted sites, including the Matsui Castle, where the ghost of a woman is said to linger, and the Matsue Ohashi Bridge, rumored to have been the site of a human sacrifice during its construction. These ghost stories and locations contribute to Matsui's reputation as a city steeped in mysterious and haunting folklore. Globsters. Globsters, also known as blobs, are unidentified organic masses that wash up on the shores of oceans or other bodies of water. These mysterious masses often spark intrigue and speculation due to their unidentifiable nature and sometimes bizarre appearances. The term globster was coined by Ivan T. Sanderson in 1962 to describe the Tasmanian carcass of 1960, which lacked visible eyes, a defined head, or apparent bone structure. Typically, globsters are the decomposing remains of large marine animals such as whales or sharks, with their identity obscured by advanced decomposition stages. Notable examples include the St. Augustine monster of 1896, initially thought to be a giant octopus but later identified as whale blubber, and more recent instances like the mermaid globster that washed ashore in Papua New Guinea in 2023. These occurrences continue to fascinate both the public and scientists, underscoring the enigmatic and sometimes unsettling nature of the ocean's depths. Great Banyan Tree. The Great Banyan Tree, located in the Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose Indian Botanic Garden in Howrah, India, is an extraordinary natural wonder. Estimated to be over 250 years old, this single tree spans an impressive 4.67 acres, with its expansive canopy supported by approximately 3,772 aerial roots. Originally growing from a central trunk that succumbed to fungal infection and cyclonic damage in 1925, the tree has thrived as a clonal colony, continuously expanding outward. Visitors often mistake its dense network of prop roots for a forest, rather than a single organism. The tree's circumference reaches about 1,594 feet, making it the widest tree on Earth. It has survived numerous cyclones, most recently Cyclone Amphan in 2020, which damaged some of its roots but did not halt its growth. The Great Banyan Tree remains a significant tourist attraction and a testament to nature's resilience and grandeur. Heinrich Schliemann. Heinrich Schliemann, born in 1822, was a German businessman turned amateur archaeologist who made groundbreaking contributions to the field of archaeology, particularly with his excavations at the sites of ancient Troy, Mycenae, and Tiryns. Initially a successful merchant, Schliemann retired early to pursue his passion for uncovering the historical truths behind Homer's epics. His most famous excavation at Hisarlik, believed to be the site of Troy, began in 1871 and unearthed significant artifacts, including Priam's treasure. However, his methods, such as the destructive Schliemann Trench, were often controversial and caused irreversible damage to archaeological sites. Despite criticism and accusations of self-mythologizing, Schliemann's discoveries brought to light the Mycenaean civilization, influencing modern archaeology's understanding of prehistoric Greece. Hirvelagua. Hirvelagua, located in San Lorenzo Albarradas, Oaxaca, Mexico, is renowned for its stunning petrified waterfalls, which are not waterfalls in the traditional sense, but mineral formations created over thousands of years. The name hierve el agua, meaning the water boils, refers to the bubbling effect of the mineral-rich spring water that seeps from the ground, though the water itself is cool, not hot. These formations resemble cascading water due to the accumulation of minerals like calcium carbonate, magnesium, and sulfur. The site includes two main rock formations, Cascada Grande and Cascada Chica, and features man-made pools where visitors can swim while enjoying panoramic views of the surrounding Sierra Madre del Sur mountains. Hierve el Agua also has historical significance due to ancient Zapotec irrigation canals, unique in pre-Hispanic Mexico. The site is a popular tourist destination, offering hiking trails, natural pools, and a glimpse into both natural beauty and ancient engineering. Hisashi Ouchi. Hisashi Ouchi, a Japanese nuclear plant worker, endured the worst radiation burns ever recorded following an accident at the Tokaimura nuclear facility on September 30, 1999. Along with his colleagues, Ouchi was exposed to extremely high levels of radiation, 17 sieverts, nearly double the lethal dose, while manually mixing uranium, which caused a criticality incident. Ouchi suffered immediate and severe symptoms, including intense pain, vomiting, and loss of consciousness. Over the next 83 days, he was kept alive in an excruciating state, undergoing numerous medical interventions such as stem cell transplants, skin grafts, and blood transfusions. His condition steadily deteriorated as his body could no longer regenerate cells due to extensive DNA damage. Despite his family's hopes and the medical team's efforts, Ouchi succumbed to multiple organ failure on December 21, 1999. The incident highlighted serious safety lapses and led to increased scrutiny of nuclear safety protocols in Japan. Holy Prepuce. The Holy Prepuce, or Holy Foreskin, is one of the most unusual and controversial relics attributed to Jesus, purportedly consisting of the foreskin removed during his circumcision. Throughout the Middle Ages, numerous churches across Europe claimed to possess the Holy Prepuce, including those in Rome, Antwerp, Chartres, and Santiago de Compostela, with up to 18 different relics reported at one time. The relic was often attributed miraculous powers and became a significant object of veneration. Its veneration symbolized the human aspect of Jesus and played a role in medieval Christian devotion. The relic's authenticity and provenance were often disputed, leading the Catholic Church to issue a decree in 1900 threatening excommunication for anyone discussing it. The last known Holy Prepuce was kept in the Italian village of Calcutta until it mysteriously disappeared in 1983, ending public veneration and fueling further intrigue about its fate. Hutuan. Hutuan, located on Shengshan Island off the coast of Shanghai, China, is a striking example of nature reclaiming human habitation. This village, once bustling with over 2,000 residents in the mid-20th century, was primarily a fishing community. However, due to declining fish populations, isolation from the mainland, and lack of access to education and modern amenities, the population dwindled, leading to its abandonment in the 1990s. Over the past few decades, lush vegetation has enveloped the village's buildings, creating a surreal green landscape that has transformed Hutuan into a popular tourist destination. Today, it attracts visitors who are captivated by its overgrown beauty and the stark contrast between the remnants of human structures and the encroaching natural environment. The site also offers insights into the broader implications of rural depopulation and the balance between human activity and nature. HR 4796. HR 4796 is a notable binary star system located in the southern constellation of Centaurus, approximately 235 light-years from Earth. The system comprises two stars, HR 4796A, a young, bright A-type main-sequence star, and HR 4796b, a smaller, less luminous M-type red dwarf. HR 4796a is particularly interesting to astronomers due to its prominent circumstellar debris disk, which is indicative of ongoing planetary formation processes. This disk is highly structured, appearing as a narrow ring, and is thought to be sculpted by the gravitational influences of as-yet undetected planets within the system. Observations from instruments like the Hubble Space Telescope and the Very Large Telescope have provided detailed images of this disk, offering insights into the dynamics of planet formation and the evolution of circumstellar environments around young stars. Inaccessible Island. Inaccessible Island is a volcanic island located in the South Atlantic Ocean, part of the Tristan da Cunha archipelago. Covering an area of 14 square kilometers, the island's highest point, Swales Fell, reaches 581 meters. The island, last active around 1 million years ago, is now extinct and was declared a nature reserve in 1976. It remains uninhabited and is recognized for its unique biodiversity, including the world's smallest flightless bird, the inaccessible island rail. Along with Guff Island, it forms a UNESCO World Heritage Site due to its undisturbed environment and significant seabird colonies, which include species such as the Tristan albatross and northern rockhopper penguins. Despite its remoteness, it plays a crucial role in conservation and biological research, highlighting its global ecological importance. Incorruptible saints. The concept of incorruptible saints in Catholic and Orthodox traditions refers to the belief that divine intervention prevents the natural decomposition of the bodies of certain saints after death. This phenomenon is seen as a sign of their holiness and favor with God. Notable examples include Saint Bernadette Soubirous, whose body remains well preserved since her death in 1879, and Saint John Vianney. These saints' bodies are often displayed in glass cases and remain an important aspect of their veneration. The Church does not officially declare incorruptibility as a requirement for sainthood, but it is viewed as a miraculous sign. Investigations into incorruptible saints typically include medical examinations to distinguish between natural mummification processes and true incorruptibility. The phenomenon has been documented and revered since early Christian times, with reports dating back to the first millennium. Iona's Beach. Iona's Beach, located on the north shore of Lake Superior in Minnesota, is renowned for its unique singing phenomenon. Instead of sand, the beach is covered with smooth pink rhyolite rocks that produce a melodious sound when waves wash over them. This musical effect is caused by the specific shape and composition of the rocks, which were eroded from a nearby cliff and deposited onto the beach by the lake's powerful waves. The beach stretches for about 300 yards and is part of the Iona's Beach Scientific and Natural Area, which aims to preserve this natural wonder. Named after Iona Lind, a former resort owner in the area, the beach is a popular spot for hiking, swimming, and simply enjoying the serene soundscape created by the tinkling stones. Jumping Frenchman of Maine. The Jumping Frenchman of Maine is a rare neuropsychiatric disorder characterized by an extreme and exaggerated startle response. First identified in the late 19th century among French-Canadian lumberjacks in Maine, individuals with this condition exhibit involuntary reactions such as jumping, screaming, flailing, and obeying simple commands when startled by sudden noises, gestures, or physical contact. This response is often accompanied by echolalia and echopraxia. The disorder was extensively studied by Dr. George Beard and later by other neurologists, who proposed that it could be a result of both genetic and environmental factors, potentially exacerbated by the isolation and harsh conditions of lumber camp life. Although the exact cause remains unknown, it is considered part of a group of culturally specific startle disorders found worldwide, such as Lata in Malaysia and Miriachit in Russia. Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone. The Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone is an enigmatic artifact discovered in 1872 by workers digging a fence post in Meredith, New Hampshire. This egg-shaped stone, made of quartzite and measuring approximately 4 inches long and 2.5 inches thick, features a variety of carved symbols, including a face, corn, arrows, and geometric shapes. It also has 2 drilled holes of different diameters, indicating the use of advanced tools, possibly from the 19th century, suggesting modern tampering. The stone's purpose and origin remain subjects of speculation, with theories ranging from it being a Native American artifact, a thunderstone, or a commemorative object, to suggestions of it being an elaborate hoax. Despite various hypotheses and scientific analyses, the true history and function of the Lake Winnipesaukee Mystery Stone continue to elude researchers, making it a fascinating and unsolved piece of history. The stone is currently on display at the Museum of New Hampshire History. Lead Masks Case. The lead masks case refers to the mysterious deaths of 2 Brazilian electronic technicians, Manuel Pereira da Cruz and Miguel José Viana, whose bodies were discovered on August 20, 1966, on the Morro do Vintém Hill near Rio de Janeiro. The men were found wearing formal suits and lead masks typically used to protect against radiation. Beside them were a water bottle, towels, and a notebook containing cryptic instructions: 1630 be at the agreed place, 1830 swallow capsules, after effect protect metals, wait for mask signal. The lack of any signs of struggle or a clear cause of death led to various speculations, including involvement with extraterrestrial communication, a secret experiment gone wrong, or a cult ritual. Despite numerous theories, the true cause of their deaths remains unsolved, and the case continues to be one of Brazil's most baffling mysteries. Lehigh lashing. The Lehigh lashing refers to the most lopsided defeat in Penn State football history, which occurred on November 11, 1889, when they lost to Lehigh University with a score of 106-0. This humiliating loss took place in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, just 3 seasons after Penn State introduced football on their campus. The game was notably brutal, with Lehigh employing a flying wedge formation that was difficult and dangerous to counter. Penn State only had 9 healthy players for the game, which contributed significantly to the mismatch. The severity of the defeat was such that Lehigh's head coach ended the game 5 minutes early out of mercy. This historic loss remains a poignant reminder of the early challenges faced by Penn State's football program. LHOHQ. LHOHQ, or Laughing Horse's Orifice Headquarters, is a mysterious and disturbing website that has intrigued and unsettled internet users since its first mention in 2007. The website contains a bizarre collection of documents, images, and videos, many of which involve themes of conspiracy, mind control, and avant-garde art. The content often features flashing lights and disturbing imagery, leading some to speculate about its purpose and origins. Some believe it to be an elaborate artistic project or an alternate reality game, while others suspect it might be a honeypot or contain illicit material. The site gained notoriety for listing personal information of prominent figures, including politicians, which appears to have been gathered by bots during major data leaks. Despite extensive investigation and speculation, the true intent and creators behind LHOHQ remain unknown, making it one of the internet's most perplexing rabbit holes. Malbolge. Malbolge, designed by Ben Olmsted in 1998, stands out in the world of esoteric programming languages due to its deliberate complexity and nearly impenetrable structure. As a language created to be as difficult to use as possible, Malbolge employs a unique combination of encryption-like techniques and self-altering code, making it exceptionally challenging for programmers to write functional programs. Its intricate design includes a ternary virtual machine, a self-modifying code mechanism, and an obscure instruction set that collectively create a chaotic programming environment. The language's name, derived from Dante's Inferno, reflects its purpose of being a hellish experience for developers. Despite its notorious difficulty, Malbolge has garnered a niche following among programming enthusiasts who relish the intellectual challenge it presents. Its status as public domain ensures that anyone can explore and experiment with its perplexing features without restrictions, contributing to its legacy as a curiosity in the programming community. Mirandajo. Mirandajo, born Arnold Garrett Henskes in 1912, gained notoriety in the 1940s for his astonishing ability to pierce his body with sharp objects without apparent harm or bleeding, leaving audiences and medical professionals baffled. His performances involved skewering himself with swords and other sharp objects, often in front of live audiences and under medical supervision to confirm the authenticity of his acts. Dajo claimed to possess paranormal powers that allowed him to withstand these extreme feats, attributing his abilities to spiritual beliefs and practices. Despite numerous attempts to debunk his performances as illusions or tricks, Dajo's body exhibited a remarkable capacity for healing and resistance to injury, which remains a subject of intrigue and speculation. His life and acts continue to be a topic of interest in the realms of performance art, paranormal research, and medical anomalies. Mortis.com. Mortis.com, a mysterious website first brought to public attention by a curious 4chan user, has intrigued internet sleuths with its vast server hosting terabytes of encrypted data. The site's origins, purpose, and content remain shrouded in secrecy, fueling rampant speculation and conspiracy theories among online communities. Despite extensive probing, the identity of the site's owner and the nature of its data have never been conclusively revealed, leading some to theorize that it could be a clandestine government project, a private data repository, or even a complex alternate reality game. The intrigue surrounding Mortis.com is heightened by its seemingly impenetrable security measures and the eerie, cryptic messages occasionally found on the site, which only add to its enigmatic reputation. The case of Mortis.com remains one of the internet's most enduring mysteries, captivating those fascinated by the hidden depths of the digital world. Naga Fireballs. Naga Fireballs, a phenomenon observed annually on the Mekong River, particularly in the Nong Khai province of Thailand, consist of glowing orbs rising from the water and ascending into the night sky. These mysterious occurrences, typically seen during the end of the Buddhist Lent in October, have sparked a blend of cultural lore and scientific curiosity. Local legend attributes the fireballs to the mythical serpent Naga, believed to inhabit the river and emit the glowing spheres as a form of homage. However, scientific explanations suggest alternative causes, such as the combustion of methane gas released from the riverbed or even human-made pyrotechnics. Despite these theories, no definitive explanation has been universally accepted, leaving the Naga fireballs a captivating mix of myth and mystery. The annual event draws thousands of spectators, blending cultural celebration with the allure of unexplained natural phenomena. Patterson Road. Patterson Road in Texas, particularly the stretch near George Bush Park in Houston, has garnered a reputation for eerie occurrences and paranormal activity. Locals and visitors alike report unexplained phenomena, such as ghostly apparitions, strange noises, and the sensation of being watched. One of the most well-known legends involves ghostly handprints appearing on cars parked on the road, allegedly the spirits of children who died in a bus accident attempting to push stalled vehicles to safety. Skeptics argue that these handprints are likely the result of condensation and natural oils from human hands, but the road's dark, isolated setting and the numerous consistent reports contribute to its enduring mystique. Whether approached with curiosity or skepticism, Patterson Road remains a popular destination for paranormal enthusiasts and those intrigued by local legends. Phoenix Ghost Radio. Phoenix Ghost Radio, an enigmatic online station, has piqued the interest of paranormal enthusiasts and mystery seekers with its continuous broadcast of eerie sounds, ghostly voices, and cryptic messages. Operating anonymously, the station's origins and purpose remain obscure, sparking various theories about its intent, ranging from an art project or a viral marketing stunt to a genuine attempt to communicate with the supernatural. Listeners have reported hearing unsettling noises, disembodied voices, and occasional snippets of music that add to the station's creepy ambiance. Despite extensive speculation and investigation by curious followers, the creators behind Phoenix Ghost Radio have remained elusive, fueling further intrigue. The station's persistent air of mystery and the chilling content it broadcasts have cemented its status as a fascinating topic within the realms of internet lore and paranormal exploration. Pope Joan. Pope Joan is a legendary figure said to have reigned as pope under the guise of a man during the Middle Ages, her story first appearing in 13th century chronicles. According to the legend, Joan, an exceptionally learned woman, disguised herself as a man and rose through the ecclesiastical ranks, eventually becoming pope. Her identity was allegedly revealed when she gave birth during a public procession, leading to her immediate downfall and subsequent death. Historians debate the veracity of this tale, as there is no contemporary evidence to support it, and it is likely a medieval fabrication reflecting concerns about female authority and morality. Despite the lack of historical proof, the story of Pope Joan has endured, influencing literature, art, and popular culture, and continuing to spark discussions about gender and power within the church. Port St. Joe Polaroid. The Port St. Joe Polaroid refers to a haunting photograph discovered in 1989 in a Florida parking lot depicting a bound and gagged young woman and boy, believed by many to be Tara Calico, a 19-year-old who disappeared near her home in Belen, New Mexico, in 1988. The chilling image surfaced months after Tara's disappearance, sparking widespread speculation and hope that she might still be alive. Despite intensive investigations by authorities and private entities, the identities of the individuals in the photograph have never been conclusively confirmed, and no definitive connection to Tara's case has been established. The photograph remains one of the most enigmatic pieces of evidence in her disappearance, keeping the case alive in public memory and maintaining a lingering sense of mystery and unresolved questions about her fate. Project Habakkuk. Project Habakkuk, conceived by the British during World War II, was an ambitious plan to construct massive, unsinkable aircraft carriers out of pykrete, a composite material made of wood pulp and ice. Proposed by Geoffrey Pike, the project aimed to address the Allies' need for mid-Atlantic air cover to protect convoys from German U-boats. The concept envisioned enormous floating platforms, up to 2,000 feet long, with a thickness of 40 feet, capable of carrying numerous aircraft and providing a stable runway in the harsh oceanic environment. Despite initial enthusiasm and successful small-scale tests demonstrating pykrete's strength and durability, the project's technical challenges, logistical complexity, and high costs led to its eventual abandonment. Nevertheless, Project Habakkuk remains a fascinating example of wartime innovation and unconventional thinking. Q-Source. The Q source, hypothesized by biblical scholars, is believed to be a written collection of Jesus' sayings that predates the Gospels of Matthew and Luke. This hypothetical document is posited to explain the significant overlap in content between these two Gospels that is not found in Mark, suggesting that Matthew and Luke drew from two sources, Mark and Q. The Q source, named after the German word Quell meaning source, likely consisted of teachings and parables of Jesus rather than narrative elements. Though no physical manuscript of Q has been discovered, its existence is inferred through textual analysis and the similarities in the Synoptic Gospels. The study of Q has profound implications for understanding the early Christian community and the transmission of Jesus' teachings. This scholarly construct highlights the complexities and methodologies involved in biblical exegesis and the historical quest to trace the origins of Christian scripture. Ryestones. Ryestones, also known as yapstones, are large circular stone discs with a central hole, traditionally valued by the inhabitants of the Yap Islands in Micronesia as a form of currency and status symbol. These impressive artifacts, some of which can weigh several tons and measure up to 12 feet in diameter, were quarried from limestone deposits on neighboring Palau and transported to Yap using ancient seafaring techniques. The value of a rye-stone is determined by factors such as its size, craftsmanship, and the history associated with its acquisition and transfer. Despite their impracticality for everyday transactions, rye stones play a crucial role in social and ceremonial contexts, representing wealth, inheritance, and social alliances. The continued cultural significance of rye stones underscores the unique ways in which the Yapis have preserved and adapted their traditional practices within the modern world. Ringing rocks. Ringing rocks, found in various locations such as Pennsylvania's Ringing Rocks Park, are unique geological formations that emit a bell-like sound when struck with a hammer. These rocks, typically composed of a dense, hard type of diabase or basalt, owe their acoustic properties to their unusual internal stress and the presence of specific mineral compositions. Scientific studies suggest that the rock's ability to resonate is due to their high iron content and the way they are naturally fractured, allowing them to vibrate like a bell. Interestingly, not all rocks in these fields produce the ringing sound, and the phenomenon ceases if the rocks are removed from their natural environment, indicating the importance of their geological context. Ringing rocks have fascinated scientists and tourists alike, with their mysterious auditory qualities making them a popular subject of study and a unique natural attraction. San Pedro Mountains Mummy. The San Pedro Mountains mummy, discovered in Wyoming in 1934, is a remarkably well-preserved miniature mummy that has intrigued scientists and enthusiasts alike. Measuring just over 6 inches tall in a seated position, the mummy was found by gold prospectors in a sealed cave. Initial examination suggested it might be the remains of a 65-year-old man of a diminutive race, sparking legends of little people among Native American folklore. Later analyses, including X-rays and more detailed studies, revealed that the mummy was likely a child with a rare congenital disorder, such as anencephaly. Despite extensive scientific investigation, the exact origins and details of the mummy remain a subject of debate and mystery, contributing to its enduring fascination. The mummy, once held by various collectors, has since disappeared, adding another layer of intrigue to its story. Screaming skulls. Screaming skulls, as documented by British historian John Collinson in his 1791 work History and Antiquities of the County of Somerset, are human skulls that are said to emit supernatural sounds, typically screams or moans, when disturbed or removed from their resting places. These skulls are often linked to folklore and local legends, with several famous examples found in English manor houses, such as Bettiscombe Manor in Dorset and Burton Agnes Hall in Yorkshire. The tales commonly assert that the skulls belong to individuals who died under tragic or violent circumstances, and their spirits supposedly remain bound to their earthly remains. Disturbing these skulls is believed to bring misfortune or unrest to the household. While these accounts are largely regarded as folklore, they continue to capture public imagination and contribute to the rich tapestry of British ghost stories. Seattle Windshield Pitting Epidemic. The Seattle windshield pitting epidemic of 1954 is a notable case of mass hysteria that began with reports of unexplained damage to automobile windshields in Bellingham, Washington, and quickly spread to Seattle and surrounding areas. Residents observed small pits and holes appearing in their car windshields seemingly overnight, sparking widespread concern and speculation about the cause. Initial theories ranged from industrial pollution to cosmic rays and even secret military tests. As the reports escalated, authorities, including the police and scientists, were called to investigate, but no definitive explanation was found. Eventually, it was concluded that the phenomenon was largely a case of collective delusion, where the heightened public awareness led people to notice minor imperfections that had likely existed all along. The event remains a classic example of how psychological factors can contribute to widespread public panic and misperception. Serpent Mound. Serpent Mound, a 3-foot-high prehistoric effigy mound located in Peebles, Ohio, is one of the most significant and enigmatic earthworks in North America, believed to have been constructed by the indigenous peoples of the region. Measuring approximately 1,348 feet in length, the mound depicts a coiled serpent with an undulating body and a spiral tail, ending in a triangular head with an open mouth, possibly swallowing an egg. Radiocarbon dating and archaeological studies suggest it was built by the Fort Ancient culture around 1070 CE, although some theories propose it may have been constructed or modified by earlier cultures such as the Adena. The mound's precise purpose remains unclear, but it is thought to have served as a site of spiritual or ceremonial significance, potentially aligning with astronomical events like the summer solstice sunset. Serpent Mound's design and construction reflect advanced knowledge of geometry and astronomy, highlighting the sophisticated cultural practices of the mound-building societies. Shanxi Village. Shanxi Village, particularly known for its extraordinary archaeological find, is home to the Terracotta Army, an extensive collection of terracotta sculptures depicting the armies of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. Discovered in 1974 by local farmers in the Lintong district of Xi'an, Shanxi province, this vast assembly of life-sized figures includes soldiers, horses, and chariots, buried with the emperor around 210 to 209 BCE to protect him in the afterlife. The site encompasses an estimated 8,000 soldiers, 130 chariots with 520 horses, and 150 cavalry horses, with many figures still unearthed. Each figure is uniquely crafted with distinct facial features and armor, reflecting the sophisticated artistry and technological prowess of the Qin dynasty. The discovery has provided invaluable insights into ancient Chinese military practices, burial customs, and craftsmanship, making Shanxi Village a focal point of historical and cultural significance. Shades of Death Road. Shades of Death Road, an ominously named street in Warren County, New Jersey, has attracted numerous tales of ghostly encounters and eerie occurrences, contributing to its reputation as one of the state's most haunted locations. The road's unsettling name is said to originate from various dark legends, including reports of highway robberies and murders during the colonial period, a series of fatal car accidents, and even outbreaks of malaria. These stories are compounded by claims of paranormal activity, such as ghost sightings, mysterious lights, and an eerie atmosphere that locals and visitors alike report experiencing. Adding to its mystique, the nearby Ghost Lake and the ruins of an old cabin are frequent sites of purported supernatural events. Despite the spine-chilling legends, Shades of Death Road remains a popular destination for thrill seekers and paranormal enthusiasts drawn to its macabre allure. Shell Beach, Australia. Shell Beach in Western Australia, located in the Shark Bay World Heritage Area, is renowned for its unique composition of countless tiny white shells, primarily from the species Phragum erugatum. Stretching over 70 kilometers, this beach stands out due to its stark, pristine appearance, with shell layers reaching up to 10 meters deep in some places. The high salinity of the waters in Shark Bay, caused by the region's evaporation rates exceeding precipitation and limited inflow of fresh water, creates an environment in which these cockle shells thrive without much predation. The dense accumulation of shells has led to their historical use in local construction, where they are sometimes compacted into bricks. Shell Beach not only offers a visually stunning landscape, but also provides a unique ecological study area for scientists examining the interactions between marine life and hypersaline environments. Shimizu Megacity Pyramid. The Shimizu Megacity Pyramid, a proposed project by the Shimizu Corporation, envisions a massive pyramid-shaped arcology in Tokyo Bay, designed to address urban overcrowding and environmental concerns. The structure, intended to house up to 1 million people, would stand 2,004 meters tall and span a base width of 2,300 meters, making it one of the largest architectural undertakings ever conceived. Utilizing advanced materials like carbon nanotubes to ensure structural integrity and lightness, the pyramid would integrate residential, commercial, and recreational spaces within its self-sustaining environment. The design includes an innovative transportation system, relying on robotic cars and elevators to navigate the vast interior. Although still theoretical, the Shimizu Megacity Pyramid represents a forward-thinking approach to sustainable urban development and futuristic architecture, highlighting the potential for megastructures to alleviate the pressures of modern city living. Singing Sand Dunes of Liwa. The Singing Sand Dunes of Liwa, located in the vast Rub al Khali Desert of the United Arab Emirates, are renowned for their unique acoustic phenomenon, where the sand produces a resonant humming sound under specific conditions. This mysterious singing occurs when the sand grains, particularly of a uniform size and silica composition, move or slide against each other, often triggered by wind or human activity. The sound can range from a soft hum to a loud roar, depending on the volume and speed of the sand movement. Scientific studies attribute this natural symphony to the friction between sand grains and the resulting vibrations, which create the audible tones. The dunes of Liwa have attracted both scientific interest and tourist curiosity, adding to the allure of the region's striking desert landscapes. Smoking Hills. The Smoking Hills, located on the east coast of Cape Bathurst in Canada's Northwest Territories, are a geological phenomenon characterized by continuous smoke emissions from naturally burning deposits of sulfur-rich lignite coal. Discovered by the explorer John Franklin in 1826, these hills have been burning for centuries due to the spontaneous combustion of exposed coal seams, which ignite when sulfurous minerals come into contact with oxygen. The resulting smoke is rich in sulfur dioxide, giving the area its distinctive pungent odor and contributing to the unique and barren landscape. This natural combustion process has created a stark environment devoid of vegetation, making the Smoking Hills a subject of interest for geologists studying natural fires and their long-term impacts on the surrounding ecosystem. SOS Incident. The SOS incident of 1989 on Mount Asahidake in Daisetsuzan National Park, Japan, involves a mysterious and tragic case that remains unresolved. In August 1989, a hiker discovered an SOS sign made of rocks and logs, prompting a search operation by authorities who subsequently found the skeletal remains of a man and a woman near the site. The remains were later identified as those of Sayo Sasaki and her boyfriend, Tadashi Fukui, who had been missing since July 1984. Despite extensive investigations, the circumstances leading to their deaths and the creation of the SOS sign remain unclear, with theories ranging from an accidental fall to foul play. The incident has captured public attention due to its mysterious nature and the chilling implications of an SOS signal left unnoticed for 5 years in a popular national park. The Loudun Possessions. The Loudun Possessions, occurring in 17th century France, were a series of alleged demonic possessions and mass hysteria that gripped the town of Loudun and led to the execution of a local priest, Urbain Grandier. In 1632, several nuns from the Ursuline convent in Loudun exhibited symptoms of possession, including convulsions, blasphemous outbursts, and accusations of sexual misconduct against Grandier. The hysteria spread rapidly, attracting attention from religious authorities and resulting in Grandier's arrest, trial, and eventual execution by burning at the stake. The Loudun possessions have been the subject of historical debate, with interpretations ranging from genuine instances of possession to psychological phenomena such as mass hysteria and political intrigue. This infamous case continues to fascinate scholars and serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of religious fervor and social hysteria. The Miracle of 1511. In 1511, during an exceptionally harsh winter known as the Winter of Death, the residents of Brussels experienced an unusual and creative form of protest and expression known as the Miracle of 1511. Faced with severe cold and societal tensions, the locals built around 110 snowmen, many of which were satirical and risque in nature. These snow sculptures ranged from humorous and political to overtly sexual, serving as a form of social commentary against the ruling class, including Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, who was notably absent from Brussels at the time. This event highlighted the frustration and disparity between the impoverished citizens and the affluent rulers. The snowmen, depicting various scenes and characters, became a medium for the people to voice their dissent and critique their leaders in a creative and public manner. This extraordinary spectacle concluded with the arrival of spring and subsequent flooding as the snow melted, marking a brief period of unity and expression in a time of hardship and political unrest. The William Sloane Bell Apparition. In a fascinating video that has left skeptics and believers alike puzzled, a YouTuber showcased what he claims to be the apparition of a ghost named James, manifesting through the inexplicable ringing of a bell. The video features a simple bell resting on a couch, which, after nearly 10 minutes of suspenseful waiting, rings seemingly on its own. This occurrence has been meticulously analyzed, with various debunking attempts suggesting potential use of magnets, strings, or video edits, all of which have been systematically ruled out due to the seamless nature of the footage and the stationary reflection seen in the bell. Despite exhaustive frame-by-frame analysis, no clear explanation has emerged, making this video a compelling piece of evidence for those inclined to believe in paranormal phenomena. Vampire pumpkins. Vampire pumpkins, a fascinating folk legend from the Balkans and southeastern Europe, are said to transform into vampires if left unharvested too long after Christmas. These eerie tales originate mainly from the folklore of Romania, Greece, and Albania. The legend suggests that pumpkins can exhibit signs of vampirism, such as moving on their own, emitting a strange light, or exuding blood-like fluids. This folklore is deeply rooted in the region's rich cultural history, reflecting the people's historical fears and superstitions about the supernatural. Such stories often intertwined with broader vampire myths, emphasizing the region's unique blend of myth and agricultural practices. Scholars believe these legends served as cautionary tales, possibly aimed at ensuring the timely harvest of crops and maintaining agricultural rituals. The persistence of such tales in modern storytelling highlights the enduring allure of supernatural folklore in the Balkans, keeping the region's cultural heritage alive and intriguing to contemporary audiences. Van Meter Visitor. The Van Meter Visitor, a bizarre creature reported to have visited the small town of Van Meter, Iowa in 1903, left a lasting impression on local folklore with its strange, bat-like appearance and glowing horn. Witnesses described the creature as large, flying, and emitting a blinding light from its forehead, which was particularly unnerving. Over several nights, various townspeople, including respected community members, reported sightings of the visitor, often accompanied by loud noises and a pungent odor. Attempts to shoot the creature were unsuccessful, as it appeared impervious to bullets. The visitor was last seen entering an old abandoned mine on the outskirts of town, never to reappear. This series of events led to numerous theories, ranging from an unknown animal species to extraterrestrial visitors, or even a mass hallucination. The legend of the Van Meter Visitor has since become an intriguing part of Iowa's paranormal history, captivating both skeptics and believers alike. Walking corpse syndrome. Walking corpse syndrome, also known as Cotard's delusion, is a rare mental disorder where individuals believe they are dead, do not exist, or have lost their internal organs or blood. This delusion is typically associated with severe depression, psychotic disorders, or neurological conditions like brain injury or multiple sclerosis. Patients may experience severe anxiety, detachment from reality, and a profound sense of hopelessness, sometimes leading them to stop eating or neglect personal hygiene, believing their bodily functions are unnecessary. The syndrome was first described by Dr. Jules Cotard in the 19th century and remains a challenging condition to treat, often requiring a combination of antipsychotic medications, antidepressants, and psychotherapy. Cases of Cotard's delusion are extremely rare, making it a fascinating subject for psychiatric research and highlighting the complex relationship between brain function and perception of self. WASP-12b. WASP-12b, a hot Jupiter orbiting the star WASP-12, is an exoplanet known for its extreme proximity to its host star, leading to extraordinarily high surface temperatures of around 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Discovered in 2008, this planet is notable for its rapid orbital period of just over 1 Earth day, causing it to experience intense gravitational forces that distort its shape into an egg-like form. WASP-12b is also gradually being consumed by its star, as the intense heat and radiation strip away its atmosphere, resulting in a trailing stream of gas. This process contributes to its classification as a disintegrating planet. Observations have revealed that the planet reflects very little light, making it one of the darkest known exoplanets. These unique characteristics make WASP-12b a subject of significant interest in the study of planetary formation and atmospheric dynamics. Witch's Tree. The Witch's Tree in Louisville, Kentucky, is a gnarled, eerie-looking tree that locals believe to be inhabited by witches who once cursed the city. According to local folklore, the tree was struck by lightning in 1890 after townspeople cut it down, supposedly angering the witches and leading to a devastating storm that followed. To appease these supernatural beings and prevent further calamities, residents began leaving offerings such as trinkets, beads, and written notes at the base of the tree. This tradition has continued, turning the tree into a shrine of sorts where people still place their offerings to avoid invoking the witch's wrath. The witch's tree remains a fascinating blend of local superstition and community ritual, illustrating how folklore can shape cultural practices and collective memory in a community. World's loneliest tree. The world's loneliest tree, a Sitka spruce located on Campbell Island in the Southern Ocean, stands as the most remote tree in the world, more than 170 miles from its nearest neighbor. This solitary spruce, known as the Campbell Island tree, is a curious anomaly, given that Sitka spruces are not native to this sub-Antarctic region. It is believed to have been planted by Lord Ranfurly, a British governor, in the early 20th century, possibly around 1901. The tree has become a symbol of isolation and resilience, standing alone against the harsh climatic conditions of the island. Its remarkable distance from other trees makes it an interesting subject for both ecological study and human fascination, highlighting the tree's unique status and the broader themes of survival and isolation in extreme environments. Yay video games. The Yay video games incident revolves around a Reddit user who suddenly exhibited bizarre behavior in 2010, flooding a thread with over 4,000 nonsensical comments in a matter of hours. Initially, this user, while discussing Elder Scrolls Oblivion, began spamming cryptic messages like "Ubisoft goes Steamworks bye-bye," "always on DRM," which were often formatted with bold italics and embedded links to eerie images. This strange episode led to widespread speculation about the user's mental state, with theories ranging from a manic episode to elaborate trolling. The mystery deepened when it was discovered that this user had multiple accounts exhibiting similar behaviors, all connected through repetitive, nonsensical postings. Further investigation revealed that the individual behind these accounts suffered from chronic pain and had a history of over-medication and possible mental health issues, including delusions exacerbated by their upbringing and medical treatment. This context highlights the complexities of online behavior and the potential underlying personal struggles that can manifest in seemingly inexplicable ways. Zhang Zongchang. Zhang Zongchang, a Chinese warlord notorious for his rule over Shandong from 1925 to 1928, was infamous for his brutality, eccentricity, and corruption. Nicknamed the Dogmeat General due to his fondness for gambling, Zhang was a larger-than-life figure who maintained a private army reputed for its diverse ethnic composition and dubious loyalty. His reign was marked by severe oppression, including harsh taxes and violent suppression of dissent, earning him widespread infamy. Despite his ruthless tactics, Zhang's rule was also characterized by a certain flamboyance. He was known for his grandiose lifestyle, numerous concubines, and extravagant spending. His downfall came when his forces were defeated by the nationalist Kuomintang army, leading to his eventual retreat and assassination in 1932. Zhang's legacy remains a vivid example of the chaotic warlord era in China, reflecting the tumultuous political landscape of early 20th century China.
Look, it's the Krusty Krab, home of the Krabby Patty.
08888888888. The phone number 08888888888 associated with Mobitel in Bulgaria has garnered a notorious reputation due to an urban legend suggesting that all its users have died under mysterious or violent circumstances, leading to its eventual suspension. The eerie history began with the number's first owner, Vladimir Grashnov, a former CEO of Mobitel, who died of cancer in 2001. Following him, Konstantin Dimitrov, a mafia boss, was assassinated in 2003, and then Konstantin Dishlev, a real estate agent and alleged drug lord, was shot dead in 2005. Despite the sensational nature of these deaths, there is no concrete evidence linking the number itself to the fatalities, making it a subject of speculation and fear rather than substantiated fact. The number's suspension by Mobitel adds to the mystique, but the real causes of these deaths likely lie in the dangerous lives led by its users rather than any supernatural or cursed attributes of the number itself. 2003 Ricin Letters. The 2003 Ricin Letters incidents involved two separate discoveries of letters laced with ricin, a highly toxic substance, which were sent to the White House and the Department of Transportation between October and November 2003. The first letter, addressed to the White House, was intercepted in a mail processing facility on October 15th, while the second letter, directed to the Department of Transportation, was found on November 6th. Both letters contained threats linked to new trucking regulations and were signed Fallen Angel, indicating a single perpetrator. Despite extensive investigations, the FBI was unable to identify or apprehend the individual responsible. These incidents underscored the vulnerabilities in the nation's mail screening processes and highlighted the ongoing threat of bioterrorism, leading to increased security measures for government mail handling. ADE 651. The ADE 651, marketed as a bomb detector by the British company Advanced Tactical Security and Communications Ltd., was exposed as a fraudulent device that lacked any scientific basis for its claims. Despite being essentially a modified dowsing rod, it was sold to various countries, particularly Iraq, for millions of dollars. The device's ineffectiveness was tragically highlighted by numerous bombings that occurred despite its use, leading to significant loss of life and questioning the due diligence of purchasing authorities. In 2013, James McCormick, the company's director, was convicted of fraud and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The scandal underscored critical failures in procurement processes and the importance of scientific validation for security technologies. Imo Koivunen. Imo Koivunen, a Finnish soldier during the Continuation War, became the first documented case of a soldier overdosing on methamphetamine during combat in 1944. While fleeing Soviet forces, Koivunen, exhausted and separated from his unit, ingested a large dose of Pervitin, a stimulant given to troops to enhance endurance and alertness. Over the course of several days, he experienced heightened energy and hallucinations, but also severe physical deterioration. He trekked over 250 miles in sub-zero temperatures without food or adequate supplies, ultimately surviving his ordeal despite the overdose. Koivunen's experience highlights the extreme measures taken in wartime and raises ethical concerns about the use of performance-enhancing drugs in military operations. Akhenaten. Akhenaten, an ancient Egyptian pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, is best known for his radical religious reforms, shifting from traditional Egyptian polytheism to worship centered around the sun disk Aten. Reigning from around 1353 to 1336 BCE, Akhenaten established a new capital at Akhetaten, modern-day Amarna, and promoted a unique artistic style depicted with elongated features and androgynous forms. His reign marked a significant departure from convention, which included changes in royal iconography and inscriptions emphasizing his connection to Aten. Following his death, his successors, notably Tutankhamun, restored the old religious practices, and efforts were made to erase Akhenaten's legacy, leading to his period being termed the Amarna Interlude. His reign continues to fascinate historians for its bold innovations and the eventual reversion to traditional beliefs. Akodasewa Market. Akodasewa Fetish Market, located in the Akodasawa district of Lomé, Togo, is renowned as one of the largest voodoo markets in the world, catering to practitioners of traditional African religions and those seeking spiritual healing. The market offers a wide array of items used in voodoo rituals, including animal skulls, skins, herbs, and various fetish objects believed to possess spiritual powers. It serves as a central hub for traditional healers, who provide consultations and craft personalized charms and remedies for ailments and protection. The market attracts both local clients and international tourists, drawn by its unique cultural and religious significance. Despite its controversial nature, the Akodasewa Fetish Market remains an important site for understanding the rich spiritual heritage of West Africa. Alice in Wonderland Syndrome. Alice in Wonderland Syndrome is a rare neurological condition characterized by distortions in perception, where individuals experience alterations in the size, shape, and spatial relationships of their own bodies or external objects. Named after Lewis Carroll's famous novel due to its resemblance to the protagonist's surreal experiences, AIWS episodes can involve micropsia, macropsia, and time distortions, often linked to migraines, epilepsy, or viral infections, particularly in children. The exact cause of AIWS remains unclear. Diagnosis primarily relies on clinical observations and patient history, as there are no specific tests for the syndrome. While the condition is typically benign and self-limiting, it can be distressing, and management focuses on addressing underlying conditions and symptomatic relief. Amazon Ditches. The Amazon Ditches, a network of mysterious human-made earthworks known as geoglyphs, predate the Amazon rainforest, challenging long-held assumptions about the region's history. Discovered in areas cleared for agriculture, these ditches, some forming geometric shapes and other intricate designs, date back at least 2,000 years, with some estimates suggesting they could be even older. The ditches' purposes remain speculative, with theories ranging from ceremonial and religious functions to water management or defensive structures. Their existence indicates that pre-Columbian societies engaged in significant landscape modification and had complex social and cultural practices. This discovery has reshaped our understanding of the Amazon, highlighting that large, organized human populations inhabited and manipulated the landscape long before European contact. Andrew Clemens. Andrew Clemens, an American sand artist from Iowa, gained recognition for his intricate sand art bottles, created in the late 19th century. Despite being deaf and primarily self-taught, Clemens perfected a meticulous technique involving layers of naturally colored sand sourced from the Pictured Rocks region along the Mississippi River. Using simple tools, he created detailed images and patterns inside glass bottles without adhesives, relying on the sand's natural cohesion. His works often depicted patriotic themes, floral designs, and elaborate landscapes, astonishing viewers with their precision and artistry. Today, Clemens's bottles are highly prized by collectors and museums, representing a unique and enduring form of American folk art. Ashen light. Ashen light, a hypothesized faint glow observed on the night side of Venus, has intrigued astronomers since its first reported sighting by Giovanni Battista Riccioli in 1643. This elusive phenomenon is described as a subtle illumination, visible when the bright crescent of Venus is in a phase, which should otherwise render the dark side completely invisible. Despite numerous reports over centuries, the existence of ashen light remains unconfirmed, with modern observations providing no definitive evidence. Various theories have been proposed to explain it, ranging from electrical discharges in the Venusian atmosphere to fluorescence from the planet's thick clouds, but none have been substantiated. The enigmatic nature of ashen light continues to challenge and captivate researchers, prompting ongoing studies to determine its reality and origin. Baquedano creature. The Baquedano creature, a cryptid reported in June 2000 in the Baquedano region of Chile, sparked widespread curiosity and media attention due to its unusual appearance and mysterious origins. Described as a small, winged creature with a reptilian-like body, the initial sighting occurred when a farmer discovered the lifeless body of the creature. Subsequent analysis by local authorities and scientists yielded no definitive identification, fueling speculation about its nature, with theories ranging from a new species to a deformed bat or even an extraterrestrial being. Despite thorough investigations, including DNA testing, the creature's identity remains unresolved, making it a subject of ongoing fascination and debate within cryptozoological circles and the general public. Bermeja. Bermeja, a phantom islet reportedly located off the north coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, has puzzled cartographers and researchers for centuries. First appearing on maps in the 16th century, Bermeja was consistently marked as a small landmass in the Gulf of Mexico. However, modern surveys and satellite imagery have failed to locate the islet, leading to debates over its existence. Theories abound, including cartographic errors, natural submersion, or even deliberate removal for geopolitical reasons, given its potential influence on territorial waters and oil rights. Despite extensive searches by the Mexican government and various scientific expeditions, Bermeja's true nature remains an enigma, fueling speculation and curiosity about this mysterious geographic phantom. Big Nose George. Big Nose George Parrott, a notorious cattle rustler and highwayman in the American Wild West, gained infamy for his criminal exploits during the late 19th century. Active primarily in Wyoming and Montana, Parrott's gang was involved in numerous stagecoach robberies and cattle thefts. His criminal career came to a dramatic end after his involvement in the botched train robbery near Medicine Bow in 1878, which led to the murder of 2 lawmen. Captured in 1880, Parrott attempted to escape from jail, but was lynched by an enraged mob in Rawlins, Wyoming. In a bizarre twist, parts of his skin were later used to create a pair of shoes and a medical bag, which are now displayed in the Carbon County Museum. His skull was also used for medical study, reflecting the macabre fascination with outlaw justice during that era. Blood over intent. The blood over intent phenomenon is an internet-based ritualistic practice wherein participants write a statement of intent, often related to bringing forth heaven on earth or freeing humanity from bondage, and then smear their blood on the paper before uploading a video of the act to YouTube. This modern adaptation of ancient blood magic combines personal bloodletting with digital witnessing, aiming to assert one's spiritual presence and enlightenment to the online community. The practice has been linked to various conspiracy theories and occult beliefs, with participants claiming enhanced spiritual powers and perception. Despite its growing presence on YouTube, the ritual has faced significant criticism and concern due to its disturbing nature and the involvement of children in some videos. The movement has been associated with leaders like Mark Braun, also known as Quasi-Luminous, who promotes a blend of New Age and apocalyptic beliefs, further fueling the controversy surrounding blood over intent. Bouvet Island. Bouvet Island, a remote dependency of Norway, lies in the South Atlantic Ocean, about 1,700 kilometers north of the coast of Antarctica. This small, uninhabited island spans approximately 49 square kilometers and is almost entirely covered by glaciers, making it one of the most isolated landmasses in the world. Despite its harsh environment, the island is a critical site for scientific research due to its pristine ecosystem and unique geological features. It serves as an important location for studies on climate change, marine biology, and geology. The island is protected as a nature reserve under Norwegian law, ensuring its preservation and limiting human impact. Bridgewater Triangle. The Bridgewater Triangle, covering approximately 200 square miles in southeastern Massachusetts, is renowned for its alleged paranormal phenomena, including UFO sightings, cryptozoological reports, and ghostly encounters. This area, centered around the Hockomock Swamp and including towns like Abington, Rehoboth, and Freetown, has become a focal point for both amateur and professional paranormal investigators. Historically significant for its Native American heritage, the region is also linked to various legends and folklore, adding to its enigmatic reputation. Researchers have documented numerous mysterious occurrences over the years, making the Bridgewater Triangle a compelling subject for studies in unexplained phenomena and cultural narratives. Burned House Horizon. The Burned House Horizon refers to a widespread archaeological phenomenon where numerous prehistoric settlements across Europe, particularly in the Neolithic and Chalcolithic periods, show evidence of having been intentionally set on fire. This pattern, observed in regions such as the Balkans and Central Europe, has led researchers to hypothesize various reasons for these deliberate burnings, including ritualistic practices, warfare, and socio-political strategies to renew or abandon old sites. These charred layers provide valuable insights into ancient human behaviors, settlement patterns, and the socio-cultural dynamics of early agricultural communities. The examination of these sites reveals important data about construction techniques, domestic life, and the broader environmental impacts of such widespread burning practices. Casa Grande Domes. The Casa Grande Domes in Arizona, constructed in the late 1970s, were originally intended to serve as a manufacturing facility for computers by Intercon Technology Inc. These distinctive structures, characterized by their UFO-like appearance and built using a unique spray foam construction technique, were never fully completed or utilized for their intended purpose. Over the years, the domes have fallen into a state of disrepair and have become a local curiosity and site for urban exploration, attracting attention for their eerie and abandoned aesthetic. Despite their dilapidated condition, the Casa Grande domes remain a notable example of unconventional architectural ambition and a piece of local industrial history. Catacombe dei Cappuccini. The Catacombe dei Cappuccini in Palermo, Sicily, are renowned burial catacombs established in the late 16th century by the Capuchin friars. Initially intended to bury monks, the catacombs soon expanded to include the local elite, becoming a status symbol for the deceased. This underground cemetery is famous for its remarkably well-preserved mummies, dressed in their finest attire and displayed along the walls. The mummification process involved natural drying followed by washing with vinegar and stuffing with straw, which contributed to the exceptional preservation. Among the most famous mummies is that of Rosalia Lombardo, a young girl who died in 1920, often referred to as the Sleeping Beauty due to her lifelike appearance. The Catacombe dei Cappuccini offers a unique and eerie glimpse into historical burial practices and the cultural attitudes towards death and the afterlife in southern Italy. Charlie No Face. Charlie No Face, also known as Raymond Robinson, was a disfigured American man who became a local legend in western Pennsylvania due to his nightly walks. Born in 1910, Robinson was severely injured in a childhood accident with an electrical line, which left him without eyes, a nose, and an arm. To avoid public attention and the resulting social stigma, he took to walking at night along State Route 351, where curious residents and travelers would occasionally encounter him. Despite his frightening appearance, those who met Robinson found him to be friendly and approachable. His nighttime excursions and the subsequent stories contributed to a blend of urban legend and genuine human resilience, making him a unique figure in local folklore. Chimera experiments. Chimera experiments have recently taken a significant step forward as researchers from the US, China, and Spain announced the creation of the first embryos that are part human and part monkey. These groundbreaking experiments, conducted to explore potential advancements in regenerative medicine and organ transplantation, involved inserting human stem cells into macaque embryos. The embryos were allowed to develop for up to 20 days before being studied for their integration and development. This research aims to better understand early human development and address the severe shortage of donor organs. However, it also raises complex ethical and moral questions regarding the extent and implications of such cross-species genetic experimentation. Clockman. Clockman refers to a mysterious and terrifying animated short that aired on Nickelodeon's children's show Pinwheel in the late 1970s and early 1980s. The search for this lost media began with a forum post by a user known as Commander Santa, who vividly described the short as featuring a greenish-blue man who kidnaps a boy at midnight from his bedroom. This description sparked a 5-year hunt involving various online communities, each piecing together fragments of memories and details. Despite initial skepticism and numerous red herrings, the short was eventually identified as Sally the Witch, a 1976 stop-motion film produced in Czechoslovakia. The film, based on an English folktale, was later acquired by Co Films and dubbed in English for educational purposes, leading to its broadcast on Pinwheel. The rediscovery of Sally concluded one of the most notable searches in lost media history, confirming the accuracy of the recollections shared by those who remembered the eerie animation. Cokeville Elementary School Incident. The Cokeville Elementary School incident occurred on May 16, 1986, in the small town of Cokeville, Wyoming, when David and Doris Young took 154 children and teachers hostage with a homemade bomb. The couple intended to demand a ransom of $2 million per child, but their plan went awry when the bomb accidentally detonated. Miraculously, all the hostages survived, although many sustained injuries. The Youngs, however, did not survive the explosion. The event is often recounted with references to a series of inexplicable occurrences that many survivors believe were miraculous, such as the failure of the bomb to detonate properly, and reports of feeling protected by unseen forces. The incident left a lasting impact on the community and is a significant case study in crisis management and the psychological effects of trauma. Cross sea. A cross sea is a sea state characterized by the intersection of two wave systems, creating a distinct checkerboard-like pattern on the ocean's surface. This phenomenon occurs when wind-generated waves from different directions converge, often resulting in hazardous conditions for maritime navigation. Cross seas can develop when a prevailing wind shifts, causing a new wave system to overlay an existing one, or when waves generated by distant storms intersect with local wind waves. The resulting crisscross pattern can create steep, unpredictable waves and dangerous sailing conditions. Sailors and surfers often regard cross seas as particularly treacherous due to the increased likelihood of capsizing or losing control. Understanding and predicting cross-sea conditions is crucial for maritime safety. Devil's Tree. The Devil's Tree, located in Basking Ridge, New Jersey, is an allegedly cursed oak tree shrouded in local legend and dark history. The tree is infamous for its association with a series of grim events, including lynchings and murders attributed to the Ku Klux Klan in the early 20th century, symbolizing the town's reckoning with its racist past. Local folklore claims the tree is cursed, with various eerie phenomena reported, such as the tree emanating heat in winter and causing misfortune to those who damage it. Despite attempts to cut it down, the tree remains standing, protected by a chain-link fence to prevent vandalism. This site serves as a reminder of historical atrocities and the enduring impact of racial violence in American history. Dovlin, Wisconsin. Dovlin, Wisconsin is a fascinating subject within the realm of urban legends and mysterious phenomena, often cited as a town that mysteriously vanished without a trace. According to local lore, Dovlin supposedly existed in the central part of the state but was wiped from maps and official records, with its disappearance attributed to an unexplained event. This legend has been fueled by alleged personal accounts and fragmented memories of former residents who claim to recall the town's existence. Despite extensive searches and inquiries, no concrete evidence or historical documentation confirms Dovlin's existence, making it a captivating topic for conspiracy theorists and paranormal enthusiasts alike. The mystery of Dublin continues to intrigue those who ponder the possibilities of alternate realities or government cover-ups. Eaglehawk Neck Tessellated Pavement. The tessellated pavement at Eaglehawk Neck in Tasmania is a striking geological formation that resembles a man-made tile floor but is entirely natural. This phenomenon occurs due to the unique erosion process affecting the flat rock surfaces. Over millions of years, salt water and natural weathering have caused the rock to crack into regular rectangular blocks. These blocks, often mistaken for human craftsmanship, are divided into two main types: pan formations, where the center of the blocks is lower than the edges, and loaf formations, where the center is raised. This natural wonder is not only a popular tourist attraction, but also an important site for studying geological processes and the interaction between rock and environmental factors. Ecuador baby skull helmets. Archaeologists in Ecuador discovered the remains of infants buried with helmets made from the skulls of other children, a practice dating back to around 100 BC at the Salango archaeological site. These peculiar burials involved placing the crania of older children over the heads of the deceased infants, possibly as part of a ritualistic or protective measure. The researchers speculate that this practice may have been linked to beliefs about safeguarding the infants in the afterlife or during a period of environmental stress. This discovery sheds light on the complex mortuary practices and spiritual beliefs of the ancient cultures in the region, highlighting their unique approach to death and the afterlife. Falcon Lake Incident. The Falcon Lake Incident, which occurred on May 20, 1967, in Manitoba, Canada, is one of the most well-documented UFO encounters. Stefan Michalak, an amateur geologist, claimed to have witnessed two cigar-shaped objects descending near Falcon Lake. As he approached one of the objects, he noted a grid-like exhaust that suddenly emitted a burst of hot gas, causing burns to his chest and stomach that left a grid-like pattern. Michalak's burns and subsequent illness were documented by medical professionals, adding credibility to his account. Despite thorough investigations by both Canadian and U.S. authorities, including the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the United States Air Force, the origin of the object remains unexplained, making it a compelling case in UFO lore. Female Stranger. The Female Stranger is a renowned historical enigma and local attraction in Alexandria, Virginia, with her grave located in St. Paul's Cemetery at St. Paul's Episcopal Church. The gravestone, dated October 14, 1816, bears an inscription that tells of a young woman who died under mysterious circumstances, her identity remaining unknown to this day. Accompanied by a man believed to be her husband, she was cared for at Gadsby's Tavern until her untimely death. Her companion insisted on secrecy, and upon her death, he vanished, leaving behind an unpaid bill and a legacy of speculation and intrigue. The story of the Female Stranger continues to captivate visitors and historians alike, contributing to the rich tapestry of Alexandria's local lore. Fire morels. Fire morels, a unique variety of morel mushrooms, are known for their mild smokiness and are typically found in areas that have recently experienced wildfires. Unlike their natural counterparts, fire morels are more finicky, requiring specific post-fire conditions to thrive. They are particularly abundant in the first spring following a fire, capitalizing on the nutrient-rich ash and the absence of competing vegetation. Foragers and chefs highly prize these mushrooms for their distinct flavor, which adds a subtle smokiness to culinary dishes. The ecological role of fire morels also contributes to forest regeneration by breaking down organic material and promoting new plant growth. Forest Grove Sound. In February 2016, residents of Forest Grove, Oregon, were disturbed by an unexplained noise described by the Oregonian as a mechanical scream. This eerie sound, which resembled metal scraping against metal, was heard sporadically across the town, puzzling both locals and experts. Despite investigations by city officials, fire departments, and even acoustic experts, the source of the noise was never definitively identified. Theories ranged from malfunctioning industrial equipment and faulty water valves to more speculative ideas like underground gas lines or paranormal activity. The mysterious sound ceased after a few weeks, leaving behind a blend of curiosity and unease among the community. Gaius Apuleius Diocles. Gaius Apuleius Diocles was a Roman charioteer who achieved legendary status in ancient Rome, renowned for his unparalleled success and wealth. Racing primarily for the red and white factions, Diocles competed for 24 years, amassing a record 1,462 victories out of 4,257 races. His earnings, estimated to be around 35,863,120 sesterces, made him one of the wealthiest athletes in history. Diocles' skill and strategic prowess on the racetrack captivated audiences and solidified his fame, illustrating the high stakes and immense popularity of chariot racing in Roman culture. His career remains a testament to the athletic prowess and entertainment value prized in ancient Roman society. Garfield Phone's Mystery. The Garfield Phone's Mystery, involving the persistent appearance of Garfield-shaped novelty phones on the beaches of Brittany, France, baffled locals and environmentalists for 35 years. The mystery was finally solved in 2019 when a decades-old shipping container, wedged in a partially submerged cave and filled with the phones, was discovered. This container, likely lost during a storm in the 1980s, had been leaking its contents into the ocean, resulting in the gradual dispersal of the phones along the coastline. This discovery highlights the enduring impact of marine debris and the challenges in tracking and managing ocean pollution. Green Children of Woolpit. The Green Children of Woolpit is a medieval legend concerning two children with green-hued skin who mysteriously appeared in the village of Woolpit in Suffolk, England, during the 12th century. According to accounts, the children spoke an unknown language and initially refused to eat anything but raw beans. Over time, they adapted to normal food, and their skin lost its green tint. The boy soon died, but the girl survived and learned to speak English, revealing that they came from a subterranean world called St. Martin's Land, where everything was green. Theories about their origin range from folklore and extraterrestrial hypotheses to more mundane explanations such as dietary deficiencies or the displacement of Flemish immigrants. This enigmatic tale continues to intrigue historians and folklorists, representing a blend of mystery and local lore. Hananuma Masakichi. Hananuma Masakichi was a renowned Japanese sculptor from the late 19th century, famed for his creation of ikininyo, or lifelike dolls. His most famous work is a life-sized self-portrait, meticulously crafted from thousands of small wooden strips, which he created to immortalize himself as he battled tuberculosis. Using a technique that involved inserting individual hairs and painting his skin to replicate veins and blemishes, Masakichi achieved an extraordinary level of realism. The sculpture was so lifelike that it reportedly even featured removable parts, such as fingernails and teeth. This masterpiece not only demonstrated Masakichi's exceptional skill and dedication, but also left a lasting legacy in the world of hyper-realistic art. Harlequin babies. Harlequin-type ichthyosis is a rare genetic disorder characterized by the thickening of the skin over almost the entire body at birth, creating large diamond-shaped plates separated by deep cracks. This severe condition is caused by mutations in the ABCA12 gene, which is crucial for lipid transport in skin cells. Infants with this disorder often face critical challenges, including dehydration, infection, and respiratory difficulties, due to the compromised barrier function of their skin. Advances in neonatal care and the use of retinoid treatments have significantly improved survival rates and quality of life for affected individuals. Despite its rarity, Harlequin-type ichthyosis remains a focal point of genetic and dermatological research. HD 189733b. HD 189733b is an exoplanet located approximately 64.5 light-years away in the constellation Vulpecula. This gas giant, discovered in 2005, orbits very close to its host star, HD 189733, completing an orbit every 2.2 Earth days. The planet is notable for its deep blue color, attributed to the scattering of blue light by silicate particles in its atmosphere, similar to the process that makes Earth's sky appear blue. HD 189733b experiences extreme weather conditions, including temperatures around 1,832 degrees Fahrenheit and violent winds reaching up to 5,400 miles per hour. Observations using the Hubble Space Telescope and other instruments have provided insights into its atmospheric composition, revealing the presence of water vapor, methane, and carbon dioxide, making it a key subject in the study of exoplanetary atmospheres. Hungarian Suicide Crossword. The Hungarian Suicide Crossword is an urban legend centered around a supposedly cursed crossword puzzle that induces a sense of hopelessness and despair in those who attempt to solve it, leading them to suicide. The tale gained traction due to its association with the song Gloomy Sunday, also known as the Hungarian Suicide Song, written by Rezo Seres in the 1930s. This song was rumored to have caused numerous suicides in Hungary and other parts of the world. Despite its pervasive presence in popular culture, there is no credible evidence to support the existence of a suicide-inducing crossword puzzle. The legend serves as a poignant example of how urban myths can intertwine with real-life tragedies to create enduring stories that capture the public's imagination. Ireland Shakespeare forgeries. The Ireland Shakespeare forgeries became a significant scandal in 1790s London when William Henry Ireland, a young aspiring writer, produced a series of fake Shakespearean documents and plays. These included letters, poetry, and even an entirely new play titled Vortigern and Rowena, which he claimed to have discovered in a chest. Ireland's father, Samuel Ireland, a fervent admirer of Shakespeare, enthusiastically supported and publicized these finds. The forgeries initially fooled several notable literary figures of the time, but suspicions grew, leading to their eventual debunking by experts such as Edmund Malone. The exposure of the forgeries not only discredited Ireland but also highlighted the fervent desire for new Shakespearean works and the gullibility of even the most learned enthusiasts of the bard. Isidro Mejia. Isidro Mejia was rushed to a hospital in 2004 after a nail gun accident resulted in 6 nails being lodged into his head. While working on a construction site, Mejia fell from a roof and accidentally triggered the nail gun, which discharged nails into his skull and brain. Remarkably, surgeons were able to successfully remove all the nails over the course of 5 hours without causing significant damage to vital structures in his brain. Mejia's recovery was considered miraculous, given the severity of his injuries. His case is often cited in medical literature as an extraordinary example of human resilience and the capabilities of modern neurosurgery. Jamaican beach thieves. In 2008, thieves in Jamaica executed a brazen theft by stealing hundreds of tons of sand from Coral Spring Beach in Trelawney Parish, causing significant embarrassment for local police and sparking a political controversy. The stolen sand, amounting to approximately 500 truckloads, was suspected to have been taken for use in private construction projects, as high-quality beach sand is a valuable commodity. The incident led to public outcry and demands for accountability, highlighting issues of corruption and inadequacy in law enforcement. Despite extensive investigations, the perpetrators were never apprehended, and the missing sand was never recovered, leaving the beach and the local tourism industry adversely affected. Johan de Witt. Johan de Witt was a pivotal Dutch statesman who served as the Grand Pensionary of Holland from 1653 until his tragic death in 1672. A leading figure in the Dutch Republic, de Witt was instrumental in the administration and economic policies that contributed to the prosperity of the Dutch Golden Age. He championed the republican form of government over monarchical rule, opposing the House of Orange. His tenure was marked by significant achievements in trade, naval power, and financial management, but his political stance made him many enemies. The outbreak of the Franco-Dutch War and internal dissent culminated in de Witt and his brother Cornelis being brutally lynched by an Orangist mob in The Hague, a shocking event that underscored the intense political rivalries of the period. John Holler knife. The John Holler knife, often referred to as the mother of all Swiss Army knives, is a remarkable multi-tool created in Germany around 1880. This intricate knife, produced by the cutler John S. Holler & Co., boasts over 100 tools, including miniatures concealed within its tortoiseshell handle covers. The tools range from standard blades and scissors to more unusual implements like a functional pistol, a straight razor, and a corkscrew. Its craftsmanship and complexity exemplify the peak of 19th century toolmaking, making it a fascinating artifact for collectors and historians alike. The John Holler knife is a testament to the ingenuity and artistry of its time, blending practicality with ornate design. Joseph Merrick. Joseph Merrick, known as the Elephant Man, was an Englishman born in 1862 who gained fame due to his severe physical deformities, which were caused by a condition now believed to be Proteus syndrome. Despite his challenging circumstances, Merrick exhibited a remarkable artistic talent, crafting intricate models of buildings out of card and showcasing his sensitivity and intellect. His life took a significant turn when he was exhibited in freak shows, ultimately drawing the attention of Dr. Frederick Trevis, who provided him with care and shelter at the London hospital. Merrick's story, marked by his resilience and the compassion he received, highlights the intersection of medical curiosity, human dignity, and the societal attitudes toward physical differences in Victorian England. Joshua Maddox. Joshua Maddox, a teenager from Woodland Park, Colorado, disappeared on May 8, 2008. His remains were discovered on August 7, 2015, inside the chimney of an abandoned cabin just 2 blocks from his home. The discovery occurred during the cabin's demolition when workers found his body in a fetal position, leading to various theories about how he ended up there. Despite the unusual circumstances, the coroner ruled his death accidental, suggesting that he might have attempted to enter the cabin through the chimney and became trapped. This conclusion, however, has been met with skepticism from some, considering the position of the body and the intact chimney grate. The case remains a topic of debate and intrigue, highlighting the complexities and challenges in determining the events leading to his tragic death. Kisaragi Station. In January 2004, a user named Hasumi posted on the Japanese forum 2chan about a strange experience while riding a train believed to be on the Enshu railway line in Shizuoka Prefecture. Hasumi's post detailed how the train failed to stop at any known stations, eventually halting at a mysterious place called Kisaragi Station. Despite searching, no such station existed on any maps or in official records. Hasumi described the area as desolate, surrounded by mountains and grasslands, with no signs of life or buildings. Other 2chan users attempted to guide and reassure her, but the situation grew increasingly bizarre. Hasumi reported hearing distant drums and bells, and later encountered an unsettling man offering a ride, which led to even more alarming developments. The narrative abruptly ended with Hasumi expressing fear and confusion before disappearing from the forum, leaving her fate unknown. This incident has since evolved into a widely discussed urban legend, sparking debates and spawning various interpretations and adaptations in popular culture. Knights of the Golden Dawn. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, established in 1887 in London by 3 Freemasons, William Robert Woodman, William Wynne Westcott, and Samuel Little MacGregor Mathers, was a secret society focused on the study and practice of occult hermeticism and metaphysics. This organization became one of the most influential forces in 20th century Western esotericism. Members engaged in the study of alchemy, astrology, tarot, and theurgy. The order was divided into 3 hierarchical orders, with the first order teaching esoteric philosophy, the second order focusing on practical magic, and the mysterious third order, which was believed to be guided by non-physical beings known as the Secret Chiefs. The Golden Dawn admitted both men and women on an equal basis, which was unusual for its time. The group faced internal strife and eventual fragmentation in the early 20th century, leading to the formation of splinter groups like the Stella Matutina and Alpha et Omega. Lake City Quiet Pills. The Lake City Quiet Pills mystery began with a Reddit user known as Religion of Peace or Milo, who was active in several subreddits, including the controversial r/jailbait. In 2009, Milo announced the creation of an image hosting site, LakeCityQuietPills.com, described as that old guy's image host. Following Milo's death in July 2009, another user, 26, posted an obituary, which led to speculation about hidden messages in the website's source code. These messages appeared to be job postings for clandestine operations, sparking theories that the site was a front for a mercenary or assassination network. The term quiet pills was interpreted as a euphemism for bullets, supported by the presence of a Lake City ammunition plant in Missouri. The mystery deepened with claims linking the site to the assassination of a Hamas operative in Dubai, although no definitive evidence has confirmed these theories. Despite extensive investigations by internet users, the true nature and purpose of LakeCityQuietPills.com remain unresolved. Latvian Bridge to Nowhere. The Latvian Bridge to Nowhere, officially known as the Tilts uz Nekurieni, is a peculiar structure located in the rural landscape of Irlavas Pagasts. This concrete railway bridge, constructed in the 1930s, was part of a grand plan to connect the remote Mangapurua Valley Soldiers settlement to the rest of Latvia. However, due to the Great Depression and the challenging terrain, the road project was abandoned, leaving the bridge isolated in a lush green meadow with no roads leading to or from it. The bridge, now an intriguing historical landmark, stands as a silent testament to the failed attempts at pioneering and development in the region. It is accessible via a walking track from the Mangapurua landing on the Wanganui River, attracting visitors intrigued by its history and the serene natural surroundings. Leatherman. The Leatherman was a mysterious vagabond known for his distinctive handmade leather suit, which weighed about 60 pounds and was crafted from old boot tops. Between 1857 and 1889, he traveled a continuous 365-mile loop between the Hudson River and the Connecticut River, completing his route every 34 days with remarkable punctuality. Despite his nomadic lifestyle, he became a local celebrity, with residents along his route often providing him with food, tobacco, and leather scraps. Though he communicated in broken English and fluent French, his true identity remains unknown. He was rumored to be a Frenchman named Jules Bourglet, who supposedly wandered the American Northeast after a personal and financial downfall in France, but this story was debunked. The Leatherman died in 1889, likely from untreated cancer, and was buried in Sparta Cemetery in Ossining, New York. His grave was exhumed in 2011 for relocation, but no human remains were found, only coffin nails and soil. Lost City of the Kalahari. The Lost City of the Kalahari is an enduring legend that traces back to 1885, when Canadian explorer Guillermo Farini, born William Leonard Hunt, claimed to have discovered ruins of an ancient civilization in the Kalahari Desert. Farini described his findings as a series of stone structures and walls that he believed were remnants of a grand city. His reports, including a presentation to the Royal Geographical Society, captured public imagination and led to numerous expeditions to verify his claims. However, subsequent investigations, including a notable one by scientist A.J. Clement in the 1960s, suggested that what Farini observed were likely natural rock formations rather than man-made structures. Despite extensive searches by various explorers, no concrete evidence of such a city has been found, and the legend remains a blend of myth and historical curiosity. Main Penny. The Main Penny, also known as the Goddard coin, is a Norwegian silver coin dating to the reign of King Olaf Kiri. Discovered in 1957 at the Goddard Archaeological Site in Brooklyn, Maine, this coin has stirred considerable debate regarding its origins and significance. Identified as a Norwegian penning by numismatist Kolbjørn Skari, the coin's authenticity and dating are generally accepted, suggesting it was minted between 1065 and 1080 AD. The presence of this coin in Maine has led to speculation about pre-Columbian transoceanic contact, potentially indicating Norse exploration or trade with Native American populations. However, the Maine penny is the only Norse artifact found at the site, leading some scholars to propose alternative explanations, such as the coin being brought through native trade networks from Norse settlements in Greenland or Newfoundland. Despite various theories, including the possibility of it being a modern hoax, the coin remains a subject of intrigue and debate in both historical and archaeological communities. Managua Event. On September 6, 2014, an explosion near the Augusto C. Sandino International Airport in Managua, Nicaragua, created a 12-meter wide and 5.5-meter deep crater, sparking widespread speculation that it was caused by a meteorite impact. Initial reports from Nicaraguan officials and seismic data supported the meteorite theory, but skepticism arose due to the lack of eyewitnesses, visible fireball, and meteorite fragments typically associated with such impacts. Experts from NASA and other institutions expressed doubts, suggesting that the crater's formation might be attributed to other causes, such as a ground slump, sinkhole, or even a military explosion, given the proximity to an Air Force base. Further complicating the matter, the timing of the event did not align with the close passage of asteroid 2014 RC, which passed over the southern hemisphere hours later. Despite extensive investigations, including ground-penetrating radar and debris analysis, no conclusive evidence confirmed the meteorite hypothesis, leaving the true cause of the Managua event unresolved. Mansa Abu Bakr II voyage. Mansa Abu Bakr II, the predecessor of Mansa Musa, is reputed to have abdicated the throne of the Mali Empire in the early 14th century to embark on an ambitious voyage across the Atlantic Ocean. Historical accounts, primarily derived from oral traditions and the writings of Arab historians like Al-Umari, suggest that Abu Bakr II equipped a fleet of 2,000 ships with the aim of discovering what lay beyond the western horizon. Despite the grandeur of this expedition, its fate remains shrouded in mystery, as none of the ships, including that of Abu Bakr II, returned. Scholars have debated the veracity and implications of this voyage, with some suggesting it was a myth or a misinterpretation of historical records, while others argue it points to early African transoceanic exploration. However, no concrete archaeological evidence has been found to confirm that Abu Bakr II reached the Americas, and the lack of physical artifacts or credible documentation has led many historians to remain skeptical of the voyage's success. Michael Malloy. Michael Malloy, often referred to as Iron Mike or the Rasputin of the Bronx, was a homeless Irishman from County Donegal who lived in New York City during the 1920s and 1930s. Malloy became infamous for surviving numerous attempts on his life by a group of 5 acquaintances known as the Murder Trust. These men took out multiple life insurance policies on Malloy and then tried to kill him to collect the payouts. Their methods included giving him copious amounts of alcohol, substituting it with antifreeze, turpentine, and wood alcohol, as well as feeding him raw oysters soaked in methanol and a sandwich filled with spoiled sardines and carpet tacks. When poisoning failed, they tried freezing him to death on a cold winter night and running him over with a car. Despite these extreme efforts, Malloy miraculously survived each attempt. Ultimately, he was killed by carbon monoxide poisoning on February 22, 1933. The subsequent investigation led to the arrest and execution of 4 of the conspirators, while the 5th received a prison sentence. Majingo Island. Majingo Island, a tiny and densely populated rocky outcrop in Lake Victoria, has been at the center of a protracted territorial dispute between Kenya and Uganda since the early 2000s. Covering only about 2,000 square meters, the island is home to approximately 500 inhabitants, primarily fishermen who rely on the rich stocks of Nile perch found in the surrounding waters. This abundance has made the island highly valuable and a point of contention between the two nations. Both Kenya and Uganda have used colonial-era maps to justify their claims, leading to sporadic confrontations and diplomatic efforts to resolve the issue. In 2009, a survey confirmed that the island lies within Kenyan territory, but disputes over fishing rights continue to strain relations. Despite several agreements and joint management efforts, tensions flare periodically, exemplified by the frequent raising and lowering of national flags by both sides and incidents of arrest and harassment of fishermen. The complex dynamics on Majingo reflect broader challenges in managing shared natural resources and maintaining peace in the region. Mongolian deathworm. The Mongolian deathworm, or Olgoi korkoi, is a legendary creature said to inhabit the sands of the Gobi Desert. Described as a large, reddish worm-like creature up to 5 feet long, it is reputed to have deadly abilities such as spitting venom and delivering electric shocks. The first known Western mention of the deathworm came from the writings of Roy Chapman Andrews in the 1920s, but local folklore about the creature dates back much further. Despite numerous expeditions by cryptozoologists and researchers, no physical evidence of the deathworm's existence has been found. Many believe the creature to be a myth, possibly inspired by sightings of real but less exotic animals like the Tartar sand boa or the worm lizard. The legend persists, however, fueled by consistent descriptions from various sources over time and the creature's menacing reputation in local culture. My Way killings. The My Way killings refer to a series of fatal disputes in the Philippines arising from the singing of Frank Sinatra's song My Way during karaoke sessions, commonly known as videoke in the country. These incidents, which spanned from the early 2000s to around 2012, resulted in at least 12 deaths. The first widely reported case occurred in 2007 when a security guard shot a man for singing the song off-key. The phenomenon is attributed to the confrontational nature of the song's lyrics, which some perceive as arrogant, potentially provoking violence, especially in the heightened emotional and often inebriated atmosphere of karaoke bars. In response to the violence, many establishments in the Philippines have removed the song from their playlists to prevent further incidents. Nancy Benoit premonition. On June 22, 2007, Chris Benoit, a professional wrestler, killed his wife Nancy Benoit in their home in Fayetteville, Georgia. This tragic event was part of a series of actions that culminated in a double murder-suicide over a 3-day period. Nancy was found with her hands and feet bound, showing signs of strangulation. Their 7-year-old son, Daniel, was also killed, likely smothered after being sedated with Xanax. Chris Benoit then hanged himself using a weight machine. The incident shocked the wrestling world and led to extensive investigations. Subsequent autopsies revealed that Chris Benoit had severe brain damage, akin to that of an elderly Alzheimer's patient, likely due to repeated head trauma from his wrestling career. High levels of testosterone were also found in his system, suggesting steroid abuse. The combination of brain injuries, substance abuse, and personal issues are believed to have contributed to this tragic event. Nescowan Ghost Forest. The Nescowan Ghost Forest is the remnants of an ancient Sitka spruce forest located on the Oregon coast near the town of Nescowan. These stumps, over 2,000 years old, were unearthed in the winter of 1997 or 98 when a series of storms eroded the sand that had covered them for centuries. Scientists believe the forest was destroyed by a seismic event, such as an earthquake or tsunami, which caused the land to sink and the trees to be buried under mud and sand, preserving them from decomposition. The stumps, still rooted in their original soil, stand as a testament to the dramatic geological changes that have shaped the coastline. During low tides, these stumps emerge from the sand, covered in barnacles and other sea life, creating a hauntingly beautiful sight. Odessa Catacombs. The Odessa Catacombs, located beneath the city of Odessa, Ukraine, form one of the world's largest underground labyrinths, stretching over 2,500 kilometers. Initially created in the 19th century due to extensive limestone mining, these catacombs have since become shrouded in mystery and history. During World War II, they served as a refuge and strategic base for Soviet partisans fighting against Axis forces, with hidden chambers used for living quarters, hospitals, and armories. Post-war, the catacombs became a haven for smugglers and criminals. Today, they are a significant cultural and historical site, featuring sections open to tourists, such as the Museum of Partisan Glory. However, the vast majority of the tunnels remain unexplored, filled with myths, legends, and occasional macabre discoveries, making them a dangerous yet fascinating part of Odessa's heritage. Peter the Wild Boy. Peter the Wild Boy was discovered in 1725 in the forest near Hamelin, Germany, living a feral existence. Estimated to be around 12 years old, Peter was found by a hunting party led by King George I of England. Exhibiting animalistic behavior such as walking on all fours and subsisting on forest flora, Peter could not speak and displayed physical traits that later suggested he may have had Pitt-Hopkins syndrome, a genetic disorder identified only in 1978. Brought to England, he became a curiosity at the royal court but struggled to adapt to societal norms. Despite efforts to educate him, Peter remained largely nonverbal, known to only say Peter and King George. He lived the remainder of his life under the care of various guardians, eventually settling on a farm in Northchurch, Hertfordshire, where he passed away in 1785. Portlock, Alaska. Portlock, Alaska, once a bustling cannery town on the southern end of the Kenai Peninsula, is now an eerie ghost town shrouded in mystery and legend. Established around 1900, the town grew enough by 1921 to warrant its own post office. However, by the late 1940s, residents began abandoning the town, with the last postmaster leaving in 1950. Official reasons for the exodus included economic decline and isolation, but local lore suggests more sinister causes. Reports of unexplained disappearances, mutilated bodies, and sightings of a Sasquatch-like creature called the Nantiinak fueled fears. Hunters and cannery workers reported eerie howls, large footprints, and encounters with an unknown beast, leading to heightened anxiety and eventual mass departure. Today, the remnants of Portlock include decaying buildings, rusted cannery equipment, and an abandoned mine tunnel, with occasional discussions about re-establishing the village. Project Iceworm. Project Iceworm was a covert Cold War initiative by the United States Army, aimed at establishing a network of mobile nuclear missile launch sites beneath Greenland's ice sheet. Conceived during the late 1950s, the project was hidden under the guise of Camp Century, ostensibly a research facility to test Arctic construction techniques and a portable nuclear reactor. However, its true objective was to deploy up to 600 ICBMs that could be launched against the Soviet Union. The base, operational from 1959 to 1963, included extensive tunnels, living quarters for over 200 soldiers, and various facilities like a hospital and a theater. Despite its ambitious goals, Project Iceworm was ultimately abandoned due to the instability of the ice, which caused structural issues and political complications with Denmark. The declassified details of the project emerged in 1997, revealing the significant environmental concerns posed by the abandoned waste, which could be exposed due to melting ice from climate change. Project Stargate. Project Stargate was a top-secret U.S. government program initiated in the 1970s to explore the potential military applications of psychic phenomena, particularly remote viewing, where individuals purportedly could perceive information about distant or unseen targets. Funded by the CIA and later managed by the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, the project encompassed several code names over its lifespan, including Scanate, Grillflame, and Sunstreak, before becoming Stargate in 1991. The program's roots trace back to concerns that the Soviet Union was making significant advances in psychic research, prompting the U.S. to investigate similar capabilities. Research conducted at the Stanford Research Institute included high-profile psychics like Uri Geller, whose controversial tests claimed to demonstrate genuine paranormal abilities. Despite some reported successes, such as locating a Soviet aircraft, the overall efficacy of remote viewing was heavily disputed. In 1995, a CIA-commissioned evaluation deemed the program ineffective, leading to its closure and declassification. However, the intrigue surrounding Project Stargate persists, with debates over its findings and speculative claims about its continuation in more covert forms. River Witham Sword Cipher. The River Witham sword, discovered in 1825 near Lincoln, England, is a 13th-century double-edged weapon notable for its mysterious inscription, plus NDXOXCHWDRGHDXORVI+. Likely of German origin, this sword is part of a broader European tradition of inscribed medieval swords, which were believed to endow magical or protective properties. Despite extensive research, the exact meaning of the inscription remains unclear. Scholars speculate that it might be an invocation or a religious statement in Latin, possibly abbreviated to fit the space on the blade. The British Museum, where the sword is housed, notes that such swords were typically owned by wealthy warriors or knights and might have been used during the Crusades. The enduring mystery of the River Witham sword's inscription continues to intrigue historians and cryptographers alike. Robidjan Urgna. Robidjan Urgna, a YouTube channel translating to Angry Neighbor in reverse, features primarily audio recordings of the uploader's neighbors, typically presented against a black screen. Despite the channel's name, the neighbors' conversations captured in these videos usually sound mundane and non-confrontational. Over time, video titles have evolved to become more hostile, using derogatory language to describe the neighbors. Occasionally, the videos include text or images, such as the phrase environmental recording, or a meme featuring a baby with offensive comments directed at the neighbors. The channel's purpose remains unclear, leading to speculation that the uploader may be exhibiting stalker-like behavior towards their neighbors. Rup Kund Skeletons. The mystery of Rup Kund, India's lake of skeletons, centers around the discovery of hundreds of human skeletons at this high-altitude glacial lake in the Himalayas. These remains, first discovered by a forest ranger in 1942, have puzzled scientists and historians due to their varying origins and time periods. Recent studies, including DNA analysis, revealed that the skeletons belong to distinct groups from different historical eras, some dating back to the 9th century while others are more recent. The exact cause of death remains debated, with hypotheses ranging from a sudden hailstorm to ritualistic practices. The presence of artifacts and differing physical traits among the skeletons further complicate the mystery, suggesting a complex history of human activity at the site. St. Patrick's Purgatory. St. Patrick's Purgatory, located on Station Island in Lough Derg, Ireland, is a renowned pilgrimage site believed to have been established in the early medieval period. According to legend, St. Patrick received a vision of a cave or pit on the island that served as a gateway to purgatory, where pilgrims could experience a foretaste of the afterlife's purification process. This site has attracted devout Christians for centuries, who partake in a rigorous 3-day pilgrimage involving fasting, prayer, and barefoot walks. Historical accounts in medieval literature, including texts by Gerald of Wales and the Vision of Owain, have contributed to its mystical reputation. Despite modern skepticism, the pilgrimage continues to draw visitors seeking spiritual renewal. 7 Gates of Hell. The 7 Gates of Hell is a modern urban legend associated with York County, Pennsylvania, alleging that a series of gates, if passed through in a specific order, will lead to hell itself. The legend intertwines 2 primary narratives, one involving an insane asylum that supposedly burned down, resulting in the installation of gates to control the escaped inmates, and another suggesting a doctor built these gates on his private property. While the physical existence of these gates is highly disputed, with only one gate allegedly visible, the tale persists as a chilling local folklore. The area has become a popular destination for thrill seekers and paranormal enthusiasts, despite the lack of verifiable evidence supporting the legend. Siphonophores. Siphonophores are an order within the class Hydrozoa, part of the phylum Cnidaria, comprising marine organisms that exhibit unique colonial forms. Unlike most organisms, a siphonophore is not a single individual, but a complex, integrated colony of specialized zooids, each performing distinct functions such as feeding, reproduction, or locomotion. Notable examples include the Portuguese man-o'-war, which is often mistaken for a jellyfish. These colonies can reach impressive lengths, with some species like the Praia dubia extending over 40 meters. Siphonophores inhabit various ocean depths, from surface waters to the deep sea, and possess specialized structures called nematocysts to capture prey. Their bioluminescent capabilities also play a role in defense and communication. Spine collector. For years, the publishing world has been gripped by the mystery of the spine collector, a figure who has been stealing unpublished manuscripts of highly anticipated books. This phenomenon first came to light when publishers like Norstedts in Sweden began receiving phishing emails from someone posing as insiders within the industry, requesting these unreleased works. The methods used were surprisingly low-tech, relying more on social engineering than on sophisticated hacking techniques. The motivation behind these thefts remains unclear, with theories ranging from corporate espionage to personal vendettas. The case took a significant turn in 2023 when Filippo Bernardini, an employee at a major publishing house, pleaded guilty to orchestrating these thefts, revealing a complex web of deception within the literary world. His arrest highlighted vulnerabilities in the publishing industry's security practices, particularly concerning how sensitive pre-release materials are handled and shared among international partners. St. Omer Witch Grave. The St. Omer Witch Grave, located in the now abandoned village of St. Omer in Illinois, is shrouded in local legend and mystery. The grave, marked by a distinctive spherical tombstone atop stacked logs, is the resting place of Caroline Barnes, who died in 1882. The tombstone lists an impossible date of death, February 31st, which has fueled rumors of witchcraft. Folklore suggests this date was inscribed to prevent her spirit from rising, as it was believed witches could return on the anniversary of their death. Historical records, however, indicate Caroline likely died from pneumonia at the end of February 1882, with the erroneous date and misspelled names on the gravestone probably being due to clerical errors. Superbad.com. Superbad.com, created by graphic designer Ben Benjamin in 1997, is a renowned web art installation that gained significant attention for its innovative and unconventional approach to web design. The site won a Webby Award in the Weird category in 1999 and was featured in the Whitney Museum Biennial in 2000. Initially a test bed for Benjamin's web design projects, Superbad evolved into a labyrinth of interconnected visual and conceptual sub-projects. These range from technical and monochromatic designs to vibrant, surreal animations and satirical texts, often incorporating elements from Japanese pop culture. The site is noted for its non-linear, exploratory experience, with over 140 interconnected pages that often change, making each visit unique and unpredictable. Superbad's playful and eclectic nature reflects a critique of the commercial and homogenizing influences of mainstream media, using web design as a medium for artistic expression and commentary. Sycamore Knoll. Sycamore Knoll, located approximately 6 miles off the coast of Point Dume in Malibu, California, is an underwater geological formation situated around 2,000 feet below the ocean's surface. This oval-shaped structure, spanning nearly 3 miles wide and 2 miles across, has intrigued both geologists and UFO enthusiasts alike. While some speculate it to be an alien base due to its unusual appearance, described as a flat-topped mesa-like formation with potential pillar-like features, scientific explanations attribute its formation to natural geological processes along the Anacapa Dume fault system. Despite sensational claims popularized by shows and online theories, experts like those from the U.S. Geological Survey confirm that Sycamore Knoll is a natural underwater feature shaped by tectonic and oceanographic forces prevalent in the region. The Triangular Manuscript. The Triangular Manuscript, attributed to the enigmatic Count of Saint-Germain, is an 18th century French text encoded and named for its unique equilateral triangle shape. The manuscript, housed in the Getty Research Institute, comprises 2 known copies, Hogarth manuscripts 209 and 210, dated around 1750 and 1775 respectively. The text, written in cipher, outlines rituals purportedly granting the ability to discover hidden treasures and extend life. Notably, the rituals involve performing them during specific astronomical events or with special amulets. The manuscript's triangular form and coded content suggest a symbolic and mystical significance, aligning with the esoteric and alchemical interests attributed to Saint-Germain. Tower Bridge Incident. On April 5, 1968, Royal Air Force Flight Lieutenant Alan Pollock executed an unauthorized flight through the span of Tower Bridge in London with his Hawker Hunter jet. This bold maneuver was intended as a personal protest against the Ministry of Defense's decision to forego an aerial display for the RAF's 50th anniversary, as well as against broader government budget cuts affecting the RAF. Pollock's flight path included low passes over several London landmarks and culminated in flying through Tower Bridge, an unprecedented act in aviation history. The daring stunt garnered significant public and RAF support, but it led to Pollock's immediate arrest and subsequent discharge from the RAF on medical grounds, effectively ending his military career without a court-martial. TV 8 Kids Fun Festival. TV 8 Kids Fun Festival, also known as Pink Morning Cartoon, was an animated children's show that aired on WINJLP, a local station in Columbus, Ohio, from 1996 to 2004. Created and produced by Reverend Ella Flowers, who also did all the voice work, the show featured a variety of animated shorts and songs aimed at entertaining and educating children. Despite its local broadcast, the series gained a peculiar notoriety for its unique, low-budget animation style and the mystery surrounding its limited surviving footage. Much of the original content was lost after the tapes went missing post-2004, but a few clips have resurfaced online, sparking interest among nostalgia and lost media enthusiasts. Ural Relief Map. The Dashka Stone, also known as the Map of the Creator, is a controversial artifact discovered in 1999 near the village of Chandar in the southern Urals by Russian professor Alexander Chuvirov. This stone slab, measuring approximately 148 centimeters by 106 centimeters, contains a detailed topographical map of the Ural region, complete with depictions of rivers, canals, and dams. The stone is composed of 3 layers: a base of 14 centimeters thick dolomite, a middle layer of diopside glass, and a top layer of calcium porcelain. The estimated age of the stone, derived from embedded ancient seashells, is around 120 million years old, leading to much debate and speculation about its origins. Some researchers suggest the map indicates the presence of an advanced ancient civilization, while others believe the age estimation is inaccurate and attribute the markings to natural formations. The artifact remains a subject of intrigue and skepticism in both archaeological and scientific communities. USS Stein Mystery Squid. In 1978, the USS Stein, a U.S. Navy frigate, encountered a mysterious incident that led to significant damage to its sonar dome. While on patrol in the Pacific Ocean, the ship's sonar system, essential for submarine detection, began malfunctioning. Upon inspection in dry dock, engineers discovered that the sonar dome's rubber coating was shredded with large, deep cuts, covering about 8% of its surface. Embedded in these cuts were large, curved claws identified as belonging to a species of squid, though much larger than any known at the time. These findings suggested an encounter with a colossal squid, potentially up to 150 feet long, which remains much larger than the documented maximum size of giant squids. This incident provided rare evidence of the existence of such massive deep-sea creatures and remains a topic of fascination and debate among marine biologists and cryptozoologists. Victor Lustig. Victor Lustig, a highly skilled con artist from Austria-Hungary, is best known for his audacious scams, including selling the Eiffel Tower twice. Born in 1890, Lustig's criminal career spanned Europe and the United States, where he used his charm and intellect to execute elaborate cons. One of his most famous schemes involved selling a money box that allegedly printed perfect $100 bills, tricking wealthy victims into paying large sums. His ability to blend into elite social circles allowed him to target high-profile individuals and institutions. Despite multiple arrests, Lustig often escaped, demonstrating his resourcefulness and cunning. He was eventually apprehended by American authorities and sentenced to 20 years in Alcatraz for counterfeiting. Lustig's exploits highlight his exceptional skills in manipulation and deception, earning him a notorious reputation in criminal history. William James Sidis. William James Sidis, an American child prodigy born in 1898, displayed extraordinary mathematical and linguistic abilities from a young age. By the age of 11, he was accepted into Harvard University, where he lectured on four-dimensional bodies, astonishing both students and faculty. Sidis was proficient in over 40 languages and developed his own language called Vendergood. Despite his intellectual prowess, Sidis struggled with the pressures and expectations placed on him, leading him to withdraw from academic and public life. He spent much of his later years writing under pseudonyms and focusing on various intellectual pursuits, including public transportation systems and Native American history. Sidis's life underscores the challenges faced by prodigies, particularly the balance between extraordinary talent and personal fulfillment. Yanar Dagh. Yanar Dagh, a natural gas fire on the Absheron Peninsula near Baku, Azerbaijan, has been blazing continuously for centuries, fueled by natural gas seeping through porous sandstone. This burning mountain emits flames that can reach up to 10 feet in height, creating a striking visual spectacle, especially at night. The site has become a significant tourist attraction and a symbol of Azerbaijan's rich natural gas resources. Its continuous fire has been linked to historical accounts of the region's eternal flames, which have influenced Zoroastrianism, a religion that originated in the area. Yanar Dagh's persistent blaze exemplifies the unique geological and cultural heritage of Azerbaijan. Yagdze. The Yagdze case involves the mysterious death of Günther Stoll, an unemployed German food engineer, on October 26, 1984, one of Germany's most baffling unsolved cases. Before his death, Stoll mentioned them, whom he believed were after him, and scrawled the cryptic acronym Yagdze shortly before leaving his home. Later that night, he was found injured in his car, which had crashed into a ditch, and he died en route to the hospital, mentioning 4 unknown individuals. The autopsy revealed that his injuries were not from the crash but from being run over by a vehicle. The cryptic note, unexplained injuries, and his paranoid behavior have fueled numerous theories and speculations, but no concrete evidence has surfaced, leaving the case unsolved. Aureus statues. The Aureus statues, located in a forest near the village of Aureus in Catalonia, Spain, are mysterious stone carvings that have intrigued visitors and researchers alike. These enigmatic sculptures, which include figures resembling human faces, animals, and other shapes, are believed to date back to ancient times, though their exact origin and purpose remain unknown. Some theories suggest they may be linked to pagan rituals or ancient cultural practices, while others propose they were created more recently as artistic expressions. The forest setting adds to the statue's eerie and mystical ambiance, attracting both tourists and scholars interested in uncovering their secrets.
That's his maniac shriek! He's going to attack!
1458 Mystery Eruption. The 1458 Mystery Eruption, along with the 1452 Mystery Eruption, are significant due to their large sulfate spikes recorded in ice cores, indicating massive volcanic events that had substantial climatic impacts. These eruptions caused noticeable global cooling and were initially misdated due to poor time resolution in earlier ice core studies. The exact location of the 1458 eruption remains uncertain, but potential candidates include the Kuai caldera in Vanuatu, the Mount Reckless, and the Tofua caldera. These eruptions are believed to have been highly explosive, possibly reaching a volcanic explosivity index of 7, indicating their immense power and the widespread atmospheric effects they caused, such as cooling periods and disruptions to agriculture and weather patterns. 1561 Nuremberg phenomenon. On April 14, 1561, the citizens of Nuremberg witnessed a spectacular event that has since been interpreted in various ways. Described in a broadsheet by Hans Glaser, the event featured numerous flying objects, including spheres, crosses, and rods, which appeared to engage in a chaotic aerial battle, followed by a large black triangular object and subsequent crashes. Modern interpretations range from a natural meteorological phenomenon such as sundogs or parhelia to more fantastical explanations involving extraterrestrial spacecraft. Historians suggest that Glaser, known for his sensationalist tendencies, may have exaggerated the event, embedding religious and apocalyptic themes in his report. 1566 Basel phenomenon. The 1566 Basel phenomenon involved a series of mass sightings of unusual celestial events above Basel, Switzerland, occurring on July 27th, 28th, and August 7th. These events were documented in a contemporary pamphlet that described the sky filled with numerous red and black spheres appearing to fight each other at sunrise and sunset. Historians have debated the nature of these sightings, with some suggesting they were optical phenomena such as sundogs or parhelia, where sunlight interacts with ice crystals in the atmosphere to create bright spots and halo effects. Other interpretations propose that the event was a combination of atmospheric and psychological phenomena, possibly influenced by religious and apocalyptic fears of the period. The phenomenon remains a subject of fascination due to its vivid descriptions and the historical context in which it was reported. I'm fairly certain this is not a word or an acronym, so I'm just not going to say it. This hidden track from Taiko no Tatsujin Do Dan to Nidaime has garnered attention for its eerie and unsettling content. This song, not accessible through normal gameplay, was discovered within the game's data files by hackers and curious players. It features a mix of unsettling audio elements, including distorted voices, screams, and snippets from classical compositions like Mozart's Requiem Mass in D minor, creating a chilling atmosphere. Speculations about its purpose range from it being a test track left by the developers to a potential teaser for future content. The song's inclusion has led to various fan theories and discussions within the gaming community, particularly because of its creepy nature and the mystery surrounding its intended use. 200 Demons House. The 200 Demons House in Gary, Indiana, refers to the alleged haunting and demonic possession experienced by LaToya Ammons and her family in 2011. LaToya, her mother Rosa Campbell, and her 3 children claim to have witnessed various paranormal activities in their rental home, including levitation, strange voices, and physical attacks. The situation escalated to the point where medical professionals and law enforcement officials documented some of these phenomena. Skeptical investigators, however, have suggested that many of the events could have been exaggerated or misinterpreted. Despite the controversy, the story gained widespread attention when paranormal investigator Zach Bagans purchased and later demolished the house after producing a documentary titled Demon House. 3X Murders. On the evening of June 11, 1930, Joseph Mozinski was found shot to death in his car in a secluded Lover's Lane area in Whitestone, Queens, New York. Mozinski, a married grocery store owner, was with his mistress Catherine May, who survived the attack. The assailant, known only as 3X, left a cryptic note with May before vanishing. 5 days later, a similar murder occurred, where 26-year-old Nick Sowley was shot under comparable circumstances, with another note left behind. The killer claimed in letters to be a special agent from a secret organization called the Red Diamond of Russia, on a mission to retrieve important documents. Despite extensive investigations and numerous threatening letters sent to various people, the identity of 3X and the true motive behind the murders remain unsolved to this day. The letter G. The website 973ehtnamu973.com, created by David Dennison in 2000, is an enigmatic and complex platform that delves into various esoteric and metaphysical topics. The site employs a blend of numerology, particularly the significance of the number 9, and mystical elements, aiming to stimulate alternative thought processes and personal enlightenment. Users often describe the experience as a labyrinth of interconnected pages filled with symbolic imagery, cryptic texts, and philosophical musings. The site has garnered attention for its unconventional presentation and mysterious content, drawing comparisons to an online puzzle or an elaborate art piece designed to challenge and expand the mind. Despite its intrigue, some reviewers suggest caution due to the presence of suspicious websites hosted on the same server. Anthropodermic bibliopagy. Anthropodermic bibliopagy is the practice of binding books in human skin, a macabre tradition that dates back to at least the 16th century. It became particularly prevalent during the 19th century, often carried out by physicians who used the skin of deceased patients or executed criminals. The motivations varied from honoring the deceased to a more sinister use as a form of posthumous punishment. Modern identification techniques such as peptide mass fingerprinting have confirmed several existing examples, including books in the collections of the Mutter Museum and Harvard's Houghton Library. These bindings often come with handwritten notes detailing their grisly origins, such as the case of Ludovic Boulan's book, bound with skin from an unclaimed mental patient. Ararat anomaly. The Ararat anomaly is a peculiar structure identified in photographs of the snowfields near the summit of Mount Ararat in Turkey, which some believe could be the remains of Noah's Ark. First captured during a U.S. Air Force reconnaissance mission in 1949, the anomaly has been the subject of numerous satellite imagery studies and analyses since. Located on the northwest corner of Mount Ararat's western plateau, at an elevation of approximately 15,500 feet, the object appears to be ship-shaped, fueling speculation about its origin. Over the years, various missions using advanced imaging technology, such as the Ikonos and QuickBird satellites, have provided detailed views of the anomaly. Despite extensive research and public interest, the true nature of the Ararat anomaly remains a mystery, with interpretations ranging from a natural geological formation to potential archaeological remnants. The Defense Intelligence Agency and other analysts have noted the linear facades in the ice, but conclusive identification has been elusive due to the challenging environmental conditions and the site's remote location. Army-Nask wolves. In early 2011, the remote Russian town of Verkhoyansk, located in the Yakutia region, was terrorized by an unprecedented super pack of approximately 400 wolves. This massive assembly of wolves killed over 30 horses within just 4 days, causing significant distress among the local population of around 1,300 residents. The harsh winter conditions and scarcity of usual prey, such as rabbits, likely drove these wolves to form an unusually large pack and hunt larger animals like horses. In response, authorities organized 24 teams of hunters equipped with snowmobiles to patrol the area and reduce the wolf population, offering a bounty for each wolf skin. Atlanta Bloodhouse. The Atlanta Bloodhouse refers to a bizarre and unexplained incident that occurred on September 8, 1987, at the residence of Minnie and William Winston in Atlanta, Georgia. That night, Minnie discovered what appeared to be human blood seeping from the floors and walls of their home at 1114 Fountain Drive. The substance was later confirmed to be human blood of type O, while both Winstons had type A blood. Despite thorough investigations by the Atlanta Police Department and various specialists, no source for the blood was ever found. Theories range from a potential hoax, possibly involving the Winstons' children who had access to blood due to their professions, to paranormal explanations. The case remains unsolved, with no evidence of a crime or logical explanation for the phenomenon. Beg. The eyeball designing developer YouTube channel, created by Inshal Beg, has garnered attention for its unusual content, where a child types what appears to be random gibberish under the pretense of offering programming tutorials. The videos often stretch for tens of hours, repeating the same nonsensical lines of code, leading many to speculate about the channel's true purpose. Some theories suggest it could be an elaborate prank, while others think it might be an attempt to manipulate YouTube's algorithm to generate views and ad revenue. Despite its lack of educational value, the channel's bizarre nature has sparked significant curiosity and discussion in online communities, with users trying to decipher the motives behind these uploads and whether there is a deeper meaning or strategy at play. Black Stick Men. During an expedition near the small town of Buford, Wyoming, cryptozoologist Mark Wolfgang Miller and his team reported a close encounter with a mysterious entity known as the Black Stick Man. This phenomenon, described as a tall, thin, and shadowless figure resembling a stickman drawing, has intrigued and puzzled researchers and enthusiasts alike. Miller's team allegedly came within 6 feet of one of these entities, attempting to capture photographic evidence, although the creature did not clearly appear in the images. This sighting is one of several reported in the area, contributing to ongoing debates about the existence and nature of the Black Stick Men. Some skeptics argue that these sightings could be hoaxes or misinterpretations of natural shadows and tree movements, while others suggest possible supernatural or interdimensional origins. Boanthropy. Boanthropy is a rare psychological disorder where individuals believe they are a cow or ox, exhibiting behaviors such as walking on all fours, eating grass, and mooing. This delusion often stems from severe mental illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or psychotic depression. The most famous historical reference to boanthropy is the biblical account of King Nebuchadnezzar II, who was said to have lived like an ox. Modern psychological insights suggest that hallucinations, hypnosis, and vivid dreams can contribute to such delusions. The disorder can significantly impact an individual's life, leading them to abandon their social roles and live in isolation. Treatment typically involves managing the underlying mental health conditions with antipsychotic medications and psychotherapy. Barari suicides. The Barari suicides refer to the deaths of 11 members of the Chundawat family in Barari, Delhi, India, on July 1, 2018. This tragic event was initially perceived as a mass suicide but was later considered an accidental outcome of a ritual gone wrong. The family, found hanged in their home, had been following rituals documented in diaries maintained over several years. These diaries indicated that Lalit Chundawat, believed to be possessed by his late father's spirit, led the family in these rituals with the promise of salvation. Psychological evaluations suggested the family was experiencing a shared psychotic disorder where delusions are transmitted among close-knit family members. The post-mortem reports confirmed death by hanging, with no evidence of foul play. This incident has been the subject of significant media attention and documentaries, shedding light on the psychological and cultural factors leading to such an event. Cameraheads. Cameraheads is an early creepypasta that first appeared on 4chan's paranormal board on August 8, 2009. The story begins with a person discovering a pile of rocks, a torn envelope, and a mini DV tape while walking through a gully. The envelope contained a note that read, "I killed a camera head. It took Trevor, and get help if I don't come back." The tape, which contained eerie footage, was uploaded to YouTube, and the poster then went silent. Camera heads are described as human-like entities with cameras instead of heads, acting as living surveillance systems. The story became a staple on the paranormal Wiki X/Enopedia, but was considered lost for years until rediscovered in 2020. Despite its initial impact, no extensive supplementary material or additional posts related to the creepypasta were ever verified. Charles Morgan murder. On March 22, 1977, Charles Chuck Morgan, an escrow agent from Tucson, Arizona, disappeared after dropping his daughters off at school. He reappeared 3 days later, disheveled and with his throat coated with a hallucinogenic drug, claiming he had been abducted and tortured but refusing to contact the authorities. Morgan's life took a mysterious turn involving wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying a .357 Magnum. 2 months later, he disappeared again and was found dead, 11 days after that in the desert, shot in the back of the head, and wearing his bulletproof vest. Officially ruled a suicide, many believe Morgan's death was connected to his alleged involvement with organized crime, secret government activities, and a fraud investigation he had testified in just before his death. Christopher Thomas Knight. Christopher Thomas Knight, known as the North Pond Hermit, is a former recluse who lived in the Maine woods without human contact for 27 years, from 1986 to 2013. During his time in isolation, Knight survived by burglarizing nearby cabins for food, clothing, and other supplies, which earned him a notorious reputation among local residents. He managed to endure harsh winters without lighting a fire to avoid detection. Knight's solitude was interrupted only twice when he briefly interacted with a hiker and accidentally encountered a man sleeping in a cabin he intended to burgle. He was eventually captured by a game warden in 2013 while stealing from a summer camp. After his arrest, Knight expressed deep remorse for his thefts and completed a co-occurring disorders court program. His story, which has intrigued and divided public opinion, was documented in Michael Finkel's book, The Stranger in the Woods, highlighting themes of solitude, survival, and the human need for connection. Colchester Druid. The Colchester Druid refers to an archaeological site discovered in 1996 in Stanway, near Colchester, Essex. The site contains the cremated remains of an individual buried with a collection of intriguing artifacts dating from around 40 to 60 CE, possibly around the time of the Roman invasion of Britain. These artifacts include a surgical kit with 13 instruments, a board game, a cloak adorned with brooches, a jet bead believed to have magical properties, and metal rods conjectured to be used for divining. This grave, believed to belong to someone of significant status, possibly a druid or a high-ranking healer, also contained a tea strainer with traces of herbal brew, suggesting the individual's involvement in medicinal practices. The presence of these items has led to debate among archaeologists about whether the individual was a druid, a Romanized doctor, or perhaps both, given the blend of Celtic and Roman elements found at the site. Congolese football incident. The Congolese football incident refers to a tragic event that occurred during a match in the village of Bena Chadi in the eastern Kasai province of the Democratic Republic of Congo. On October 28, 1998, a bolt of lightning struck the field, killing all 11 members of one team instantly, while leaving the opposing team from Basanga completely unscathed. This incident, reported by the daily newspaper L'Avenir in Kinshasa, also resulted in burns for over 30 spectators. The disparity in the impact on the two teams led to widespread accusations of witchcraft, a common cultural response in the region to unexplained phenomena. The match was tied 1-1 when the lightning struck, further fueling local suspicions of supernatural involvement. Coronal heating problem. The coronal heating problem in solar physics addresses the puzzling observation that the sun's corona, or outermost layer, reaches temperatures of several million kelvins, while the surface below, known as the photosphere, is much cooler at around 5,770 kelvins. This significant temperature difference has intrigued scientists for over a century. Research suggests that magnetic reconnections and alpha waves might play key roles in transferring energy from the sun's surface to its corona. Observations from missions like NASA's Parker Solar Probe, which flies through the corona, aim to gather data to better understand these processes. Despite numerous studies, including data from instruments like the Hinode and IRIS satellites, the exact mechanisms remain elusive, highlighting one of astrophysics' greatest unsolved mysteries. Count Dante. Count Dante, born John Timothy Keehan, was a flamboyant and controversial American martial artist during the 1960s and 1970s, known for his outlandish claims and self-promotion. He rechristened himself as Count Juan Rafael Dante, falsely claiming noble Spanish heritage. Dante heavily advertised his world's deadliest fighting secrets booklet and comic books, boasting of his mastery in dim mak, or the death touch, a technique allegedly capable of killing or incapacitating opponents with minimal force. He founded the Black Dragon Fighting Society and was involved in various controversial incidents, including the 1970 Dojo War in Chicago, which resulted in the death of one of his students and severely tarnished his reputation. Despite the controversy, he was a skilled martial artist, and his methods, which focused on practical combat scenarios, foreshadowed the development of modern mixed martial arts. Dante's life was marked by his larger-than-life persona and various legal troubles, culminating in his sudden death in 1975 from a bleeding ulcer. Daniel Dancer. Daniel Dancer, born in 1716 in Pinner, Middlesex, was an infamous English miser whose extreme frugality and eccentric lifestyle became legendary after his death in 1794. Inheriting an estate of 80 acres and a farm, Dancer lived with his sister in near total seclusion, adopting severe cost-saving measures. He wore clothes made from hay bands, ate a single meal of baked meat and hard-boiled dumplings prepared weekly, and refused to spend money on basic necessities, even foregoing medical treatment for his sister, leading to her death. His miserly habits extended to securing his home by entering through a window with a ladder he pulled in after himself. Dancer's deathbed was attended by Lady Tempest, the only person he trusted, who inherited his estate but died shortly after. His life, documented in various periodicals and books shortly after his death, inspired Charles Dickens's character Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol. Devil's Footprints. The Devil's Footprints is a phenomenon that occurred on the night of February 8 or 9, 1855, around the Exe estuary in East and South Devon, England. Following a heavy snowfall, residents discovered mysterious cloven hoof-like marks in the snow extending up to 100 miles. These footprints traversed various terrains, including rooftops, walls, and even across the river, leading many to speculate that they were the work of Satan. Several theories have been proposed to explain the footprints, ranging from animals like badgers and hopping mice to more unconventional suggestions such as an escaped kangaroo or an experimental balloon dragging shackles. Despite extensive investigation and numerous hypotheses, the true origin of the Devil's Footprints remains unsolved, continuing to intrigue and mystify researchers and locals alike. Devil's Handwriting. The Devil's Handwriting story has been widely circulated and rehashed on the internet, often described as the only known specimen of satanic calligraphy. The story traces back to the 1532 book Introductio in Chaldaicam Linguam by Teseo Ambrogio Albanese, where a conjurer named Ludovico Spoletano supposedly summoned the devil and received a response in mysterious, cryptic characters. This tale has inspired various reproductions and interpretations over the centuries. The original cipher was considered a significant curiosity during the Renaissance and has been preserved in various historical collections, including those of St. John's College in Cambridge. Despite its sensational origins, the actual content of the cipher remains undeciphered, adding to its mystique and continued fascination. Many theories exist about its true meaning and purpose, but the enigma of the Devil's Handwriting endures, blending elements of historical fact and folklore. Door dogs. In Tangiers, Morocco, folklore speaks of door dogs, small canines that serve as premonitory omens of death. These creatures are described as silent dogs with pointed noses, similar to schipperkes, which are seen following individuals weeks before their demise. Sightings typically occur at thresholds like doorways, where these dogs are visible only to bystanders, not the doomed person. This folklore blends West African traditions with European omen dog legends, creating a unique cultural narrative that emphasizes the mysterious and supernatural aspects of death omens. Drowning machines. Drowning machines are a term used to describe the deadly hydraulic conditions created at low-head dams, structures built across rivers and streams. These dams are often used for purposes such as water regulation and power generation, but they create a dangerous hydraulic jump, a turbulent area where fast-moving water from the dam meets slower downstream water. This interaction forms powerful underwater currents and vortexes that can trap and submerge objects or individuals indefinitely. The recirculating flow within these hydraulic jumps is perilous because it creates a washing machine-like effect that can overwhelm even strong swimmers and make rescue efforts exceedingly difficult. The water's turbulence, along with entrained air-reducing buoyancy, increases the risk of drowning. Despite numerous warning signs and public safety campaigns, these structures continue to pose significant hazards, leading to over 700 documented drowning deaths in the United States since 1900. Efforts to mitigate these dangers include educational initiatives and engineering modifications to reduce the occurrence of such fatal hydraulic jumps. Endless elevators. Endless elevators are a global urban legend featuring elevators that extend beyond the known basement levels of buildings, plunging deep into the earth, sometimes described as descending infinitely or reaching sinister depths such as hell. This concept has been popularized through various stories and explorations, often involving abandoned buildings where these elevators purportedly continue downward endlessly. The idea traces back to speculative and fantastical writings, including those by Richard Sharp Shaver, who contributed stories to Amazing Stories magazine about subterranean worlds filled with ancient ruins and malevolent entities. These legends encapsulate a blend of horror and curiosity, reflecting human fascination with unexplored depths and the mysteries lurking beneath everyday structures. Erdington Murders. The Erdington murders refer to the eerily similar cases of Mary Ashford and Barbara Forrest, who were both killed on May 27th, but 157 years apart in Erdington, Birmingham, England. Mary Ashford was found dead in 1817, having been sexually assaulted and drowned after a night of dancing. The prime suspect, Abraham Thornton, was acquitted due to lack of evidence despite public suspicion. In 1974, Barbara Forrest was also found raped and strangled after a night out, with Michael Ian Thornton, unrelated to Abraham, being the primary suspect. He too was acquitted due to insufficient evidence. Both women were 20 years old, had foreboding feelings before their deaths, and their cases remain unsolved, raising questions about these uncanny parallels. Fairbanks lamprey rain. In June 2015, residents of Fairbanks, Alaska, were startled by the sudden appearance of Arctic lampreys falling from the sky. These eel-like fish, known for their parasitic behavior and vampire-like mouths filled with rows of sharp teeth, were found in unusual locations far from water, including parking lots and lawns. The Alaska Department of Fish and Game investigated and suggested that the lampreys were likely dropped by gulls that had picked them out of the Chena River. The gulls, possibly startled or struggling with the wriggling fish, inadvertently dropped them while flying over the town. This unusual event drew significant attention due to the lampreys' frightening appearance and the mystery of their sudden descent from the sky. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva, also known as Munchmeyer disease or formerly myositis ossificans progressiva, is an extremely rare genetic disorder that causes soft connective tissues, such as muscles, tendons, and ligaments, to gradually transform into bone. This condition is caused by mutations in the ACVR1 gene, which lead to the production of abnormal bone morphogenetic protein receptors that remain permanently active, promoting continuous bone formation outside the normal skeleton. Symptoms often begin in early childhood, starting at the neck and shoulders, and include the progressive ossification of muscles and connective tissues, severely restricting movement and leading to disability. FOP is inherited in an autosomal dominant pattern, but most cases result from new mutations with no family history. There is currently no cure, and treatment focuses on managing symptoms and preventing flare-ups that can be triggered by minor injuries or illnesses. Research is ongoing to develop therapies that can better control the disease's progression. Forgotten languages. The website Forgotten Languages is an enigmatic and cryptic online platform that delves into a variety of complex and obscure topics. It features thousands of articles written in constructed languages, or anti-languages, that often require advanced decryption methods to understand. These articles span a wide array of subjects including linguistics, cryptography, mythology, and speculative science. The content is heavily encrypted and appears to blend factual information with fictional narratives, creating a unique and often baffling experience for readers. The site has sparked interest and debate among online communities due to its mysterious nature and the sophisticated encryption techniques it employs, which are designed to prevent easy decoding by outsiders. This combination of high-level encryption and esoteric content has led to various theories about the site's purpose and origins. Francis Tumblety. Francis Tumblety, born around 1833 in Ireland, was an American medical quack who amassed considerable wealth by posing as an Indian herb doctor throughout the United States and Canada. Tumblety was known for his flamboyant personality and self-promotional tactics, often finding himself in legal trouble. His dubious medical practices and eccentric behavior made him a notorious figure of his time. Tumblety was also controversially linked to the Jack the Ripper case. He was in London during the Whitechapel murders in 1888 and was arrested for gross indecency. Although some police officials, such as Inspector John Littlechild, considered him a suspect due to his misogynistic tendencies and criminal record, many experts dismiss him as a plausible Ripper due to inconsistencies with eyewitness descriptions and his conspicuous appearance. Tumblety's life ended in 1903 when he died of heart disease in St. Louis, Missouri, leaving behind a contested estate and a legacy shrouded in mystery and speculation. Frenier Mass Grave. The Frenier Mass Grave is the final remnant of the small town of Frenier, Louisiana, which was devastated by a catastrophic hurricane on September 29, 1915. This tragic event is intertwined with the legend of Julia Brown, a local voodoo priestess who is said to have predicted the town's demise. Known for her eerie songs, Brown reportedly sang, "One day I'm gonna die, and I'm gonna take all of you with me," in the days leading up to the hurricane. Her death coincided with the storm, which obliterated Frenier and resulted in a mass burial for the many victims. While some view her prediction as a curse, others believe it was a warning or an attempt to protect the community. This legend has cemented Brown's place in local folklore, contributing to the area's reputation as a paranormal hotspot. Fritz Duquesne. Fritz Duquesne was a South African Boer and German soldier, big game hunter, journalist, and spy, renowned for his multifaceted and adventurous life. Born in 1877, Duquesne fought for the Boers during the Second Boer War, where he earned the nickname Black Panther for his stealth and cunning. He was captured and escaped from British forces multiple times, once infiltrating the British Army to sabotage their efforts. His intense hatred for the British, fueled by the death of his mother in a British concentration camp, led him to become a German spy during both World Wars. He orchestrated sabotage missions, including the claimed but disputed sinking of HMS Hampshire, which killed Lord Kitchener. Duquesne's espionage activities culminated in his arrest in 1941 as the leader of the Duquesne spy ring, the largest espionage case in U.S. history. Between wars, he was a big-game hunting advisor to President Theodore Roosevelt and engaged in various other occupations, often adopting new identities and fabricating his past to suit his needs. Gaiola Island. Gaiola Island, located off the coast of Naples in the Posillipo residential quarter, is part of the Gaiola Underwater Park, a protected marine area. The island consists of two small islets connected by a narrow stone bridge. Known for its historical ruins, including an ancient Roman villa and a temple dedicated to Venus, Gaiola Island is steeped in legend and mystery. The island has gained a reputation for being cursed, with many of its owners experiencing tragic fates, including financial ruin, mysterious disappearances, and untimely deaths. Notable owners include Baron Karl Paul Langheim, who faced economic collapse due to extravagant living, and the industrialist Gianni Agnelli, whose family suffered several misfortunes. Today, Gaiola Island remains uninhabited, largely avoided by locals, and serves as an intriguing spot for visitors interested in its eerie history and beautiful scenery. Galdrux. Galdrux, as presented on the website galdrux.com, represents a complex and enigmatic online entity that combines elements of mysticism, chaos theory, and internet culture. The site describes Galdrux as a cryptosophical entity aiming to disrupt and transform consensus reality through practices termed as the Galdrux Praxis. This involves actions designed to blend the inner and outer worlds, ultimately aiming to create a new chaotic order. Central to Galdruxian activities is the meta-arg called the Game 23, which uses immersive narratives to undermine established realities. The site blends esoteric language with digital subcultures, promoting the creation of cults and mimetic warfare as tools for ideological subversion. The content is a mix of cryptic messages and symbolic references, emphasizing a philosophical and metaphysical agenda to transcend traditional structures and bring about a new cosmic alignment. George Psalmanazar. George Psalmanazar, born around 1679 in France, was an infamous impostor who convincingly posed as a native of Formosa, now Taiwan, in the early 18th century. His elaborate deception included adopting bizarre customs, wearing exotic clothing, and creating a fictitious Formosan language. Psalmanazar's 1704 book, An historical and geographical description of Formosa detailed outlandish practices such as human sacrifice and cannibalism, which captivated and misled British society. Despite early success and even lecturing at the Royal Society, skepticism grew, and by 1706 he confessed to the hoax. Remarkably, his admission did not ruin him. Instead, he reinvented himself as a theological essayist and a contributor to academic works. His memoirs, published posthumously in 1765, offer insights into his life and the extent of his deceptions, which have since become a fascinating case study in the history of literary and cultural frauds. Gloria Ramirez. Gloria Ramirez, known as the Toxic Lady, was an American woman from Riverside, California, who became infamous after several hospital workers fell ill due to exposure to her body and blood on the night of her death, February 19, 1994. Ramirez, suffering from late-stage cervical cancer, was admitted to the emergency room at Riverside General Hospital, displaying symptoms of severe heart and respiratory distress. During her treatment, medical staff noticed an oily sheen on her skin and a garlic-like odor from her body. When a blood sample was taken, it emitted ammonia-like fumes, causing multiple ER staff members to faint and experience symptoms like nausea, shortness of breath, and muscle spasms. Subsequent investigations suggested that Ramirez might have been using dimethyl sulfoxide as a pain remedy, which could have converted into the highly toxic dimethyl sulfate under the conditions present in the ER. Despite extensive forensic analysis, including input from the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, the exact cause of the hospital staff's symptoms remains debated, with theories ranging from chemical reactions to mass hysteria. Green Vault. The Green Vault, or Grünes Gewölbe, in Dresden, Germany, is one of Europe's oldest museums, established by Augustus the Strong between 1723 and 1730. It houses the largest treasure hoard in Europe, showcasing around 4,000 pieces, including elaborate jewelry, gold, silver, and precious stones. The collection is split between the historic Green Vault, with approximately 3,000 items, and the new Green Vault, which displays about 1,000 additional pieces. The museum's treasures survived the bombing of Dresden during World War II, although the building itself suffered significant damage. Notably, the Green Vault was the site of a major heist in November 2019, where thieves stole 21 pieces of jewelry containing over 4,300 diamonds. Despite the arrest of several suspects linked to the Remo clan, only some of the stolen items have been recovered. The Green Vault continues to be a significant cultural and historical site, attracting numerous visitors each year. Halifax Slashers. The Halifax Slasher incident in 1938 in Halifax, England, is a classic example of mass hysteria. The panic began when two women reported being attacked by a man with a mallet and bright buckles on his shoes. Over the next 9 days, more reports of attacks emerged, leading to widespread fear and the formation of vigilante groups. Businesses shut down, and Scotland Yard was called in to assist with the investigation. However, as the police delved deeper, many victims admitted to inflicting their own injuries. The hysteria eventually subsided after these confessions, and several individuals were charged with public mischief. This episode highlights how fear and rumors can escalate into a full-blown public panic, even when there is no real threat. Heliobeam. The heliobeam, also known as the sun gun, is a theoretical orbital weapon conceptualized in 1929 by German physicist Hermann Oberth. The idea involves mounting a large concave mirror on a satellite to concentrate sunlight onto a specific area on Earth's surface, potentially destroying targets or causing lethal heat through focused solar radiation. During World War II, German scientists at the Hillersleben Army Artillery Proving Grounds expanded on Oberth's idea, envisioning a space station equipped with a 100-meter-wide metallic sodium reflector. They calculated that such a mirror could produce enough heat to boil oceans or incinerate cities. Although the project was never realized, it represents an early example of theoretical space-based weapons and reflects the ambitious and often fantastical nature of wartime superweapon concepts. Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club was a term used for several exclusive high society clubs in 18th century Britain and Ireland, notorious for their debauchery and scandalous behavior. Founded initially by Philip, Duke of Wharton, in 1719, these clubs quickly gained infamy for their libertine activities, including heavy drinking, gambling, and mock religious ceremonies. The most famous incarnation was led by Sir Francis Dashwood, whose group met in the elaborate Hellfire Caves beneath West Wycombe. The club's members, including prominent figures like John Wilkes and possibly Benjamin Franklin, were rumored to partake in pagan rituals and bacchanalian revelries, often involving prostitutes euphemistically referred to as nuns. The notoriety and decline of these clubs were marked by scandals and political failures, such as Dashwood's disastrous tenure as Chancellor of the Exchequer, leading to their dissolution by the mid-1760s. However, the legacy of the Hellfire Clubs persisted in various forms, influencing university fraternal societies and secretive gatherings into the modern era. Hormuz Island. Hormuz Island, often referred to as Iran's Rainbow Island, is renowned for its stunningly colorful landscapes, resulting from its rich mineral deposits of iron oxide, sulfur, and copper. Located in the Persian Gulf, the island can be accessed via a 40-minute ferry ride from Bandar Abbas or a 50-minute ferry from Keshem Island. One of the island's highlights is the Rainbow Valley, showcasing over 70 different hues in its geological formations. Visitors can explore unique attractions such as the Red Beach, known for its striking red sand and soil, and the Portuguese Fortress, a remnant of 16th century colonial history. Hormuz also offers the mesmerizing Silver Beach and sea caves along its southern coastline, ideal for photography and exploration. The island's hot and arid climate makes autumn to spring the best times for visiting, avoiding the extreme summer heat. Accommodation is primarily in local homestays or eco-lodges, providing an authentic experience of Persian hospitality and cuisine, including dishes made with the island's distinctive red soil. House of Blue Lights. The House of Blue Lights on the northeast side of Indianapolis, Indiana, was the home of eccentric millionaire Skiles Edward Test. Known for being decorated year-round with blue Christmas lights, the house became a local legend surrounded by eerie tales and urban myths. The most famous of these legends claimed that Test kept his deceased wife in a glass coffin surrounded by blue lights, but in reality, all of Test's wives outlived him. Skiles Test, who was known for his love of animals, created a unique estate with a 40 by 80-foot solar-heated swimming pool and separate parks for his numerous pets. After his death in 1964, the property was left to the city and eventually became Skiles Test Nature Park. Despite the house and its structures being demolished in the late 1970s, the legend of the House of Blue Lights persists, fueled by stories of paranormal activity and the site's mysterious allure. Icebox Murders. The Icebox Murders refer to the gruesome 1965 killing of Fred and Edwina Rogers in Houston, Texas, with their dismembered bodies found in their refrigerator. The primary suspect was their son, Charles Frederick Rogers, an American seismologist and pilot who disappeared shortly after the discovery and was never found. The investigation revealed that Fred had been bludgeoned with a hammer, while Edwina was shot in the head. Both were dismembered with a saw found in the house. The case remains unsolved, with speculation about Rogers' potential involvement in the JFK assassination further fueling its mystery. Rogers was declared legally dead in 1975, and theories about his fate range from him being a CIA operative to being murdered in Honduras. Ilya Ivanov. Ilya Ivanov was a notable Russian and Soviet biologist who made significant contributions to the field of artificial insemination and the interspecific hybridization of animals. Born in 1870, Ivanov pioneered techniques that greatly benefited agriculture, particularly in breeding horses. However, he is most infamous for his controversial attempts to create a human-ape hybrid. In the 1920s, with support from the Soviet government, Ivanov conducted experiments in French Guiana, where he inseminated female chimpanzees with human sperm, but these efforts did not result in any pregnancies. His later attempts to use human volunteers and ape sperm in the Soviet Union were thwarted by various setbacks, including the death of his last orangutan. Ivanov's work was motivated by both scientific curiosity and the political climate of the time, which aimed to use science to support ideological goals. Despite his contributions to animal breeding, Ivanov's reputation was marred by these ethically dubious experiments, and he was eventually exiled during a political purge, dying in 1932 in Kazakhstan. Inunaki Village. Inunaki Village, located in the Fukuoka Prefecture of Japan, is shrouded in urban legend and mystery. Allegedly established during the Edo period, it is said to have been home to persecuted peasants who chose to isolate themselves from the rest of society. Over time, the village was rumored to become a place of madness and violence, with tales of disease, inbreeding, and even cannibalism emerging. The legends further claim that the village is now abandoned and that electronic devices ceased to function there, adding to its eerie reputation. The most famous access point, the old Inunaki Tunnel, is reputed to be haunted and has become a hotspot for thrill seekers despite being sealed and under police surveillance. Although widely regarded as fictional, the stories of Inunaki Village continue to captivate and terrify, contributing to its status as a modern myth. John Bentinck, 5th Duke of Portland. John Bentinck, 5th Duke of Portland, born in 1800, was a British Army officer and peer, renowned for his eccentric and reclusive behavior. He inherited the title in 1854, along with the family estate at Welbeck Abbey in Nottinghamshire. Bentinck was known for his elaborate underground constructions at Welbeck Abbey, which included a vast network of tunnels and subterranean rooms, such as a library, a billiards room, and a ballroom. Despite his wealth and influence, he lived a life of profound solitude, rarely seen by others and communicating with his staff through letterboxes. His eccentric lifestyle led to various rumors about his appearance and behavior, although contemporary accounts describe him as a normal-looking man. The Duke was also involved in a notable legal scandal posthumously, known as the Druce case, where it was falsely claimed he led a double life as a London upholsterer. He died in 1879 at Harcourt House in London. Korotangi. The Korotangi, or Bird of Sorrow, is a revered taonga, sacred artifact, discovered in New Zealand, believed by the Maori of Tainui allegiance to have been brought to the country from Hawaii in their ancestral waka. Carved from serpentine stone with metal tools, its origins suggest a connection to China or Indonesia, predating Polynesian arrival by several centuries. Discovered in 1878 near Aotea Harbor, the Korotangi was found entwined in the roots of a manuka tree. It has been associated with numerous legends, including its use as an oracle and protector during voyages and battles. The artifact was lost for generations and rediscovered in the late 19th century. It was later housed at the Dominion Museum before being returned to the Tainui people in 1995 as part of a Treaty of Waitangi settlement. Today, it remains a potent symbol of Maori heritage and spiritual significance. Lady in the Woods. The Lady in the Woods is a mysterious oak sculpture located near a small woodland in Otterden, Kent, England. Standing at nearly 9 feet tall, this striking piece of art depicts a pregnant woman with her hands clasped in prayer. Despite its size and intricate detail, the identity of the artist remains unknown, as does the exact reason for its creation. Local legends suggest it might have been carved by an Eastern European soldier stationed in the area during World War II, while other stories propose it was created by a wood-carving student in the 1970s who worked on it undisturbed in the secluded location. Over the years, the statue has attracted numerous visitors who often leave offerings or adornments, indicating its continuing significance to those who encounter it. Les Sables du Cul du Chien. Les Sables du Cul du Chien, located in the forest of Fontainebleau near Noisy-sur-École, France, is an unusual geological formation often described as an immense beach without a sea. This expansive area of white sand, surrounded by dense forest and scattered with sandstone boulders, was formed from quartz deposited by a prehistoric ocean over 30 million years ago. Today it serves as a popular spot for hiking, picnicking, and particularly bouldering, attracting climbers from all over. The name Cul du Chien translates humorously to dog's butt, referring to one of the uniquely shaped boulders in the area. Accessible via a short hike from nearby parking areas, Les Sables du Cul du Chien offers a striking contrast of beach-like sand amidst the forest, making it a favored destination for nature enthusiasts and adventurers. London After Midnight. London After Midnight is a lost 1927 American silent mystery horror film directed and co-produced by Todd Browning, featuring Lon Chaney in a dual role. The film, also known by its working title The Hypnotist, was based on a short story by Browning and adapted into a screenplay by Waldemar Young. It centers on Scotland Yard's Inspector Burke, played by Chaney, who investigates a wealthy man's apparent suicide, which later reveals itself to involve ghoulish figures and possible vampirism. Noted for Chaney's eerie makeup as the man in the beaver hat, the film was a commercial success for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, though it received mixed critical reviews for its somewhat incoherent storyline. Tragically, the last known print was destroyed in a 1965 MGM vault fire, rendering it one of the most famous lost films of the silent era. Makunik. Makunik, an ancient village in Iran's South Khorasan province near the Afghan border, is known as the Village of Little People due to the unusually short stature of its past inhabitants. This unique characteristic has been attributed to a combination of genetic factors, malnutrition, and environmental conditions. The village, dating back 1,500 years, features approximately 200 adobe houses with very low ceilings and small doorways, suitable for the short stature of its residents. Historically, the isolation of Makunik led to intermarriages and a limited diet, primarily consisting of turnips and barley, which further contributed to the reduced height of its people. In recent decades, improved nutrition and healthcare have resulted in the current population reaching average heights. Despite modern developments, Makunik's distinct architecture and cultural heritage continue to intrigue and attract visitors, highlighting its potential for tourism. Maltese catacombs. The Maltese catacombs, particularly the well-known St. Paul's and St. Agatha's catacombs in Rabat, Malta, are significant archaeological sites that provide insight into early Christian, Jewish, and pagan burial practices on the island. These catacombs date back to the 3rd to 8th centuries CE and were primarily used as communal burial grounds. Characterized by their extensive underground galleries and tombs, they feature unique elements like the agape tables, circular rock-cut tables used for ceremonial meals and funerary rituals. The catacombs were constructed outside the ancient Roman city of Melite, now Medina, following the tradition of placing burials outside city walls. The architecture includes various types of tombs, such as the baldacchino, and displays evidence of different cultural influences, including Phoenician and Roman. Metallosis Maligna. Metallosis Maligna is a fictitious short film directed by Floris Cake, presented in the style of a medical documentary. The film explores a dramatic and imaginary disease that affects patients with medical implants, causing wild metallic growths that gradually transform human tissue into mechanical-like constructions. This speculative condition is depicted through detailed visual effects, showcasing the progression from initial symptoms to grotesque metal formations overtaking the body. The film employs a blend of realistic documentary techniques and surreal visual storytelling to create a compelling narrative about the interplay between biology and technology, highlighting themes of bodily autonomy and the potential hazards of medical advancements. Though entirely fictional, Metallosis Maligna captivates audiences by blurring the lines between reality and science fiction. Mugyucheng. Mugyucheng, located in the Taklamakan Desert of Xinjiang, China, is a region characterized by its harsh desert landscape and historical significance. The Taklamakan, known as the Place of No Return, is one of the largest sandy deserts in the world, covering approximately 330,000 square kilometers. The area is marked by vast, shifting sand dunes that can reach up to 300 meters in height, shaped by strong prevailing winds. Historically, the region served as a critical junction along the ancient Silk Road, connecting various cultures and trade routes. Despite its arid conditions, the desert's edges are dotted with oases that support sparse vegetation and wildlife. These oases, fed by rivers such as the Tarim and Hotan, are vital for the survival of local communities and provide a stark contrast to the surrounding desert environment. The combination of extreme climate, unique geological formations, and rich cultural history makes Mugyucheng a fascinating subject for both scientific study and tourism. Motorcycle charioteering. Motorcycle chariot racing was a thrilling and unusual sport that gained popularity in the 1920s and 1930s. Inspired by ancient Roman chariot races and the cinematic success of Ben-Hur, this sport saw competitors harnessing motorcycles to chariots. Initially, a single motorcycle pulled a chariot with a rider, but the design quickly evolved to include multiple motorcycles controlled by a single charioteer, using reins attached to the handlebars and throttles. These races were held in various countries, including the United States, Australia, and parts of Europe, and were known for their dangerous and spectacular nature. Riders often dressed in Roman garb, and the events featured elaborate setups and daring stunts. Despite its initial popularity, the sport faded after the 1930s, largely due to the economic downturn and the onset of World War II. However, it remains a fascinating chapter in the history of motorsports. Musk flower loss of scent. Erythranthe moschata, commonly known as the musk flower or musk monkey flower, experienced a notable phenomenon in the early 20th century where cultivated and wild specimens simultaneously lost their strong musk scent around 1913. Originally popular for its fragrance in Victorian gardens, the cause of this scent loss remains speculative. Some theories suggest that the initial scented plants were an anomaly and that subsequent importation of seeds from unscented populations led to the trait's dilution. Another possibility involves hybridization with a related species, Mimulus luteus, which produced larger, less fragrant flowers. Despite the loss of its characteristic scent, Musk flower continues to be appreciated for its ornamental value and its ability to thrive in moist environments across western North America and beyond. MV Joyita. The MV Joyita was an American merchant vessel that mysteriously vanished with 25 passengers and crew in the South Pacific in October 1955. The ship, which departed from Apia, Samoa, bound for the Tokelau Islands, never arrived at its destination. It was discovered 5 weeks later, adrift and partially submerged over 600 miles off course near Fiji. The Joyita was in a poor state, with its port engine inoperable and the starboard engine covered with mattresses. The radio was tuned to the international distress frequency, but a break in the antenna cable rendered it ineffective. The vessel's bilges were flooded due to a corroded pipe, and the bilge pumps were clogged, leading to further water ingress. Despite these issues, the ship's design made it nearly unsinkable, raising questions about why the crew abandoned it. Theories about their disappearance range from a rogue wave or pirate attack to mutiny or a medical emergency, but no definitive explanation has been confirmed. The Joyita's fate remains one of maritime history's enduring mysteries. Mysiam. The concept of Mysiam, an extraterrestrial being who reportedly took pictures of Earth and the Moon from space, emerged from an intriguing and somewhat fantastical narrative. According to the story, Mysiam allegedly ran out of fuel while passing by Earth, which he referred to as 0422. This intelligent alien purportedly responded to requests from users on the online forum 4chan, capturing images of specific coordinates provided by the users. These images included shots of Earth and the Moon, supposedly proving Mysiam's extraterrestrial origin. The tale captivated many, blending elements of science fiction with speculative real-life scenarios, raising questions about the possibilities of extraterrestrial intelligence and their potential interactions with human technology. Despite the entertaining narrative, there is no verifiable evidence supporting the existence of Mysiam or the authenticity of the claimed images, marking it as a fascinating piece of modern mythos rather than a documented extraterrestrial encounter. Nanny Lynn. The Films of Nanny Lynn is a collection of 3 short Amiga animated films from 1997, titled Princess Emaluma, The Story of Srebrenica, and Bob the Blob, created by Lynn Ochberg, also known as Nanny Lynn. Originally made to entertain her grandchildren, these films were discovered on an unlabeled VHS tape in 2020. The animations, characterized by their crude yet captivating style, include diverse themes ranging from fairy tales to the Bosnian War. Distributed through bootleg tapes, the films gained a cult following on early internet forums and sparked curiosity about their origins. Despite their amateurish execution, the films are notable for their sincere and surreal storytelling, making them a unique artifact in the realm of lost media. Renewed interest in the late 2010s led to the discovery of Ochberg, who embraced the newfound attention and participated in screenings and Q&A sessions about her work. Nemesis. Nemesis is a hypothetical star, possibly a red dwarf or brown dwarf, suggested in 1984 by physicist Richard Muller to explain a perceived periodicity in mass extinction events on Earth. The theory posits that this star orbits the Sun at a distance of approximately 1.5 light-years beyond the Oort cloud. Its gravitational influence could periodically send comets into the inner solar system, increasing the likelihood of impacts with Earth and causing mass extinctions. However, extensive searches, including infrared surveys by the Wide Field Infrared Survey Explorer and the 2-micron All-Sky Survey, have failed to detect such a companion star. These findings, along with inconsistencies in the periodicity of extinction events, have led many scientists to doubt the existence of Nemesis. The concept remains a topic of debate and speculation within the scientific community, with some proposing alternative explanations for the observed patterns in mass extinctions. New England stone chambers. The New England stone chambers scattered across the region have long sparked debate and intrigue. These structures, often constructed with dry-laid stone using sophisticated corbelling techniques, have been found in various forms and sizes, including underground chambers like the Upton Chamber in Massachusetts, which features a 14-foot-long tunnel leading to a 12-foot diameter chamber. Some theories suggest they were built by ancient civilizations, such as the Celts or Phoenicians, citing astronomical alignments and carbon-dated artifacts as evidence. However, mainstream archaeologists largely dismiss these claims, arguing that the chambers were built by colonial farmers as root cellars to store crops through the winter. This view is supported by the consistent style and construction methods seen in other colonial-era stone structures. Despite thorough investigations, including a 1977 Vermont study, and debunking of alternative theories, the allure of the chamber's mysterious origins persists among enthusiasts. Nugetian meat cycles. The Nugetian meat cycle is a concept explored on the 973 EHT Namu 973 Oracle Forum, which delves into esoteric and mystical interpretations of various phenomena. This particular treatise discusses the cyclical nature of meat consumption and its symbolic implications within the Nugetian framework. The discussion suggests that meat cycles are connected to larger cosmic and spiritual rhythms, potentially reflecting ancient rituals and ecological balances observed by past civilizations. The forum posts include detailed discussions on the alignment of meat cycles with lunar phases and seasonal changes, emphasizing their impact on human behavior and spirituality. Although largely speculative and mystical, these discussions are part of a broader attempt to understand human practices through the lens of ancient wisdom and cosmic patterns. Odd Spanish Anti-Cavalry Saber. The Odd Spanish Anti-Cavalry Saber is a unique historical weapon designed to counter the threat posed by cavalry units during combat. This type of saber typically featured a heavy, curved blade optimized for powerful cutting and slashing movements, capable of disabling both the horse and rider. Unlike traditional cavalry sabers, which were designed for mounted combat, the anti-cavalry saber was intended for use by infantry soldiers. The weapon's weight and design allowed it to deliver significant damage, particularly when used against the legs of charging horses, thus disrupting cavalry charges and providing infantry units a tactical advantage. Additionally, the saber's construction included techniques from early Spanish masters, ensuring both effectiveness and durability on the battlefield. Oliver Lurch. On December 24, 1890, during Christmas festivities at the farm of Tom Lurch in South Bend, Indiana, Oliver Lurch mysteriously disappeared. According to the legend, Oliver was sent to fetch water from a well and never returned. Despite extensive searches, no trace of him was found. Years later, in 1924, construction workers discovered human bones near the Lurch family farm, which were eventually identified as belonging to Oliver Lurch. The circumstances of his disappearance and subsequent discovery of his remains remain shrouded in mystery, with some speculating supernatural involvement due to reports of strange noises and ghostly apparitions around the farm. However, discrepancies in accounts, including variations in the date and location of the event, and the lack of contemporary records, suggest that the story might be more folklore than fact, possibly inspired by fictional tales like those of Ambrose Bierce and Brad Steiger. Operation Wikinger. Operation Wikinger was a German naval sortie on February 22, 1940, involving 6 Kriegsmarine destroyers aiming to disrupt British fishing and submarine activities near Dogger Bank in the North Sea. The operation was marked by catastrophic failures in communication between the German Navy and the Luftwaffe. The flotilla, consisting of the destroyers Friedrich Eckold, Leberecht Maas, Richard Beitzen, Max Schulz, Theodor Riedel, and Erich Köllner, proceeded without air cover due to a communication breakdown. A German Heinkel. A 111 bomber mistook the destroyers for enemy vessels and bombed the Leberecht Maas, leading to its sinking. In the ensuing chaos, Max Schulz struck a mine and also sank. The entire debacle lasted about 30 minutes and resulted in the loss of 2 destroyers and 578 sailors, primarily due to miscommunication and friendly fire. This operation is considered one of the most embarrassing failures of the Kriegsmarine during World War II. Painting of a headless man. In 1994, commercial photographer James Kidd captured an intriguing photograph at an old stagecoach stop in Tombstone, Arizona. When developed, the photo revealed the eerie image of a headless man standing beside the stagecoach, a figure not present when the photo was taken. This unexplained apparition garnered significant attention and scrutiny, with experts, including those from Kodak, verifying the photo had not been altered. Inspired by this mysterious image, artist Laura P. obtained Kidd's permission to create an oil painting based on the photograph. As she worked on the painting, Laura experienced strange feelings and, following its completion, unusual events began to occur around her home. These incidents ranged from objects moving on their own to persistent leaks that only stopped after the painting was relocated. The painting, often referred to as the stagecraft, has since been linked to numerous paranormal activities and continues to captivate and unsettle those who encounter it. Petrus Gonçalves. Petrus Gonçalves, born around 1537 in Tenerife, is known for his presence in the court of Henry II of France. Gonçalves had hypertrichosis, a rare genetic condition causing excessive hair growth, which led to his portrayal as the wild gentleman of Tenerife. At about 10 years old, he was given as a gift to King Henry II, who decided to provide him with a nobleman's education. Gonsalves was taught to read, write, and speak multiple languages, integrating into court life despite being viewed as an oddity. He married a woman named Catherine, with whom he had 7 children, 4 of whom inherited his condition. The family became subjects of fascination and were frequently depicted in portraits by artists such as Joris Hofnagel. Gonsalves's life and his family's unusual appearance are believed to have partly inspired the classic tale Beauty and the Beast. Phantom Time Conspiracy. The Phantom Time Conspiracy is a pseudo-historical theory first proposed by Heribert Illig in 1991. This theory posits that approximately 297 years of history, specifically between 614 and 911 AD, were fabricated by a conspiracy involving Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. Illig suggested that these rulers manipulated the calendar to place their reigns around the auspicious year 1000 AD, claiming that historical documents from this period were forged to support the fabricated timeline. He based his theory on perceived inconsistencies in medieval records and calendar discrepancies between the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Despite its sensational nature, the theory has been widely debunked by historians and archaeologists who point to extensive archaeological evidence, dendrochronology, and astronomical records that confirm the historical accuracy of the so-called missing centuries. The hypothesis is generally regarded as a fringe theory without credible evidence to support its claims. Pittsburgh Protractors. The Pittsburgh Protractors are a peculiar and ongoing urban mystery that began in 2011, characterized by hundreds of colorful protractors affixed to various surfaces throughout Pittsburgh. These protractors, often found on bridges, trash cans, signs, and mailboxes, are uniquely numbered, with the highest recorded number being 500. The origins and purpose of these protractors remain unknown, leading to various theories and local intrigue. Some speculate that they might form a picture if mapped and connected chronologically, while others believe they are a tribute to Pittsburgh's industrial heritage or a project by a math enthusiast. Despite their enigmatic nature, the protractors have encouraged residents and visitors to explore the city more thoroughly, uncovering lesser-known spots and engaging with the community. However, many protractors have started to disappear, making the mystery even more elusive. Saturday Mythiane. Saturday Mythiane, discovered in 1987 near the Tugela River in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, was believed to have lived among monkeys for about a year. When found, he exhibited animal-like behaviors, such as walking on all fours, climbing trees, and preferring fruit, particularly bananas. Named Saturday for the day he was found and Mythiane after the head of the special school that took him in, his integration into human society proved challenging. Despite being in care for years, he continued to behave more like a primate than a human, showing little interest in social interaction and never learning to speak. Saturday Mythiane passed away in a fire in 2005, having lived a life marked by the profound impacts of his early isolation and unique upbringing. Scorpion Ciphers. The Scorpion Ciphers are a series of cryptic letters and cryptograms sent to John Walsh, the host of America's Most Wanted, starting in 1991. Signed by an individual known as Scorpion, these letters included threats and claims of numerous crimes. Despite extensive analysis, only 2 of the cryptograms, known as S1 and S5, have been publicly released. The S1 cipher is a 10x7 grid with 53 unique symbols, while S5 is a 12x15 grid with 155 unique symbols. The messages accompanying these ciphers are filled with threats and taunts, hinting at the sender's involvement in unsolved crimes ranging from arson to homicide. The complexity of these ciphers has made them challenging to crack, and the true identity of Scorpion remains unknown, adding to the mystery surrounding these communications. Sea of Galilee Structure. The Sea of Galilee structure is a massive, mysterious circular monument discovered submerged about 30 feet beneath the surface. First detected during a sonar survey in 2003, this cone-shaped structure is made of unhewn basalt boulders, weighs approximately 60,000 tons, and measures about 230 feet in diameter and nearly 32 feet in height. Its construction appears to be man-made, with no apparent construction patterns or signs of cutting or chiseling on the stones, suggesting that it was likely built on land before being submerged due to rising water levels. Archaeologists speculate that the structure could date back more than 4,000 years, potentially to the 3rd millennium BC, a period associated with other megalithic structures in the region, such as Khirbet Beteha and the ancient city of Bet Yera. The exact purpose and origin of this enigmatic structure remain unknown, but its size and complexity imply it was constructed by a well-organized society with significant planning and labor capabilities. 7 Sutherland Sisters. The 7 Sutherland Sisters, originating from Lockport, New York, were a famed singing group in the late 19th century, known not just for their musical talents but more so for their extraordinarily long hair. The 7 daughters of Fletcher and Mary Sutherland, Sarah, Victoria, Isabella, Grace, Naomi, Dora, and Mary, gained popularity primarily through their performances with Barnum and Bailey Circus starting in 1882. Their act, which featured their combined 37 feet of hair, captivated audiences and led to the creation of a highly successful line of hair care products marketed under the 7 Sutherland Sisters hair grower. This business venture, managed by their brother-in-law J. Henry Bailey, saw enormous financial success, with sales reaching $90,000 in the first year alone, equivalent to millions today. The sisters' fortunes, however, dwindled due to poor financial management and changing fashion trends. Their legacy remains a fascinating chapter in the history of American entertainment and marketing. Silent City of Alaska. The Silent City of Alaska refers to a legendary mirage supposedly seen above Muir Glacier in southeastern Alaska. This phenomenon was first reported by prospector Dick Willoughby in 1888, who claimed to have photographed a vision of a distant city, which he speculated was a reflection from a location thousands of miles away, possibly in Russia. Willoughby's photograph depicted a cityscape with buildings and was widely publicized, leading to significant public interest and speculation. However, experts quickly debunked the photograph, identifying the city as Bristol, England. The image was revealed to be part of a hoax. As it turned out, Willoughby had purchased the photograph from an English tourist and concocted the story to gain attention and profit. Despite being exposed as a fraud, the tale of the Silent City captivated imaginations and became a part of Alaskan folklore, continuing to intrigue people even after Willoughby's death in 1902. 6th Century Composition. 6th Century Composition, more commonly known as 4 minutes 33 seconds, is a modernist composition by American experimental composer John Cage, created in 1952. The piece is unique in that it instructs performers not to play their instruments throughout its 3 movements, which collectively last 4 minutes and 33 seconds. The intent is to highlight the ambient sounds in the performance environment, challenging traditional notions of music and silence. The work premiered on August 29, 1952, with pianist David Tudor at the Maverick Concert Hall in Woodstock, New York. Tudor marked the transitions between movements by opening and closing the piano lid. Cage's inspiration for this piece stemmed from his interest in Zen Buddhism and his exploration of chance operations, as well as his belief that any sound could be considered music. 4 minutes 33 seconds has had a profound impact on contemporary music and art, influencing a wide range of subsequent experimental works and discussions on the nature of music and sound. Sounds of Saturn. The sounds of Saturn, captured by NASA's Cassini spacecraft, are a collection of eerie and fascinating audio recordings converted from radio emissions. These emissions, closely related to the auroras near Saturn's poles, were detected by Cassini's radio and plasma wave science instrument starting in April 2002. The radio waves, which were originally far above the audible range, were shifted downward in frequency and compressed in time to make them audible to human ears. The resulting sounds are a complex mix of rising and falling tones, similar to Earth's auroral emissions, which contribute to their spooky and otherworldly quality. These recordings provide valuable insights into Saturn's magnetic field and the interactions between the planet and its moon, Enceladus. Stanley Marsh Signs. Stanley Marsh III, an eccentric artist and philanthropist from Amarillo, Texas, is renowned for his creation of the Dynamite Museum project, which involved placing hundreds of whimsical, painted traffic signs throughout the city. These signs, which bore humorous, cryptic, or thought-provoking messages, had nothing to do with actual traffic regulations. Marsh's project began in the early 1990s and involved collaboration with local artists and sign companies. The signs, which cost between $300 and $1,000 each, were often adorned with random thoughts, literary excerpts, and surreal images. The installation process involved convincing property owners to host these signs, transforming neighborhoods into open-air galleries. While the signs initially attracted intrigue and became a quirky hallmark of Amarillo, their legacy became controversial due to Marsh's legal troubles, including allegations of sexual misconduct. Despite this, the signs have remained a unique aspect of Amarillo's cultural landscape, embodying a blend of art, local engagement, and urban folklore. Star jelly. Star jelly, also known as astromixin or astral jelly, is a gelatinous substance that occasionally appears on grass or tree branches. Its origins have been the subject of folklore and scientific curiosity. Historically, star jelly was thought to be connected to meteor showers, leading to its cosmic-sounding name. However, scientific investigation reveals more terrestrial explanations. The substance is often identified as unfertilized frog or toad spawn, which expands significantly when it absorbs water from dew or rain. Another potential source is the regurgitated remains of amphibian innards, typically left behind by predators. Some sightings have also been attributed to slime molds, which are organisms that can form gelatinous masses under certain conditions. Despite its mundane biological explanations, star jelly continues to capture the imagination and curiosity of those who encounter it, inspiring various cultural references and speculative theories. Starlight. Starlight is an intumescent material created by British hairdresser and amateur chemist Maurice Ward in the 1980s, renowned for its extraordinary heat-resistant properties. Starlight can withstand extreme temperatures, even those produced by laser beams or nuclear explosions, without burning or breaking down. During various demonstrations, including one on the BBC television show Tomorrow's World, starlight-coated materials, such as eggs and human hands, remained unaffected by intense heat sources, including blowtorches. Despite its potential applications in aerospace and fire safety, Starlight never reached commercial production, largely due to Ward's reluctance to reveal its composition or patent it, fearing intellectual theft. After Ward's death in 2011, the exact formula remains unknown, preserving the mystery of this potentially revolutionary material. Stigmata. Stigmata in Catholicism are the appearance of bodily wounds, scars, and pain that correspond to the crucifixion wounds of Jesus Christ, typically located on the hands, feet, and side. These phenomena have been reported throughout history by various individuals, most notably by Saint Francis of Assisi in the 13th century and Padre Pio in the 20th century. The Church often investigates claims of stigmata rigorously to rule out natural or fraudulent explanations, yet the exact cause remains a subject of theological and scientific debate. Some theories suggest psychological or psychosomatic origins, where intense religious devotion may manifest physically, while others consider them divine signs. Despite skepticism, stigmata continue to be a profound symbol of faith and suffering within the Catholic tradition. Tamagotchi suicides. Tamagotchi, the popular virtual pet from the 1990s, sparked a phenomenon among children who eagerly raised these digital creatures from eggs to their inevitable end. However, the game's life and death cycle sometimes led to emotional distress, with some reports suggesting that children felt intense sadness or guilt when their Tamagotchi died due to neglect. The term Tamagotchi suicides emerged more as a dramatic expression of the psychological impact rather than actual events. This reaction highlighted the profound connection kids formed with their virtual pets, prompting discussions about the psychological effects of digital attachments on young minds. While no credible evidence supports widespread psychological harm, the Tamagotchi craze did underscore the importance of managing emotional responses to virtual experiences. Thanksgiving Day Disaster. The Thanksgiving Day disaster on November 29, 1900, occurred during the highly anticipated annual college football game between the California Golden Bears and the Stanford Cardinal at the Haight Street grounds in San Francisco. The tragedy struck when a section of the wooden stands, overcrowded with eager spectators, collapsed under the weight of the crowd. The poorly constructed stand gave way, causing 22 fatalities and injuring over 100 people. This disaster underscored the critical need for stringent safety regulations and proper engineering standards for public event structures. In the aftermath, there was a significant push for reform in the construction and inspection of temporary seating arrangements at large gatherings. This incident had a lasting impact on the protocols for ensuring spectator safety and highlighted the importance of structural integrity and crowd management in preventing such calamities. The Drolatic Dreams of Pantagruel. The Drolatic Dreams of Pantagruel, published in 1565, is a collection of 120 surreal and whimsical illustrations often referred to as demon doodles. These bizarre images, attributed to François Desprez, depict a variety of grotesque and comical monsters engaging in absurd and humorous activities. Each illustration presents a unique character with exaggerated features and fantastical elements, showcasing the Renaissance fascination with the grotesque and the imaginative. The collection reflects the period's playful and satirical artistic tendencies, drawing on themes of fantasy, humor, and the macabre. These images not only entertained, but also offered a visual commentary on human nature and societal quirks, blending humor with the grotesque in a way that remains captivating. Unknown monoliths. In late 2020, a series of mysterious metal columns, referred to as monoliths, appeared around the world, starting with the discovery of the Utah monolith in a remote desert area. These monoliths, typically constructed from sheet metal and standing about 10 to 12 feet tall, were found in various locations including Romania, California, and the United Kingdom, among others. The structures sparked global curiosity and speculation, drawing comparisons to the monolith in the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. While some monoliths were quickly identified as the work of artists and pranksters, others remained unexplained, fueling theories ranging from alien involvement to viral marketing stunts. The phenomenon highlighted the intersection of art, mystery, and social media, as the sudden and widespread emergence of these monoliths captured public imagination. This led to discussions about their significance, the nature of viral trends, and the human fascination with unexplained occurrences. The rapid appearance and disappearance of these monoliths also raised questions about the logistics and coordination behind their placement, suggesting a mix of spontaneous creativity and organized effort. Wong the Unicorn. Wong the Unicorn, a term referencing individuals with horn-like protrusions, taps into a deep mythological and historical fascination with horned humans. Throughout history, notable figures such as Alexander the Great and Moses have been depicted with horns, often symbolizing power, divinity, or other worldly attributes. These depictions are rooted in various cultural myths and religious interpretations. In the case of Alexander, his horns were sometimes used to emphasize his semi-divine status, while Moses' horns in Michelangelo's sculpture arose from a mistranslation of the Hebrew Bible, which described him as having rays of light emanating from his head. Such portrayals reflect a broader human intrigue with the concept of physical anomalies as markers of greatness or spiritual significance. This fascination persists in modern times, with occasional reports of individuals exhibiting cutaneous horns due to medical conditions like cornucutaneum, blurring the lines between myth and reality. Beebus 1. Beebus 1 is an enigmatic entry from the late 1980s NES game catalogs, famously listed in the October 1989 issue of Video Games and Computer Entertainment magazine, without any accompanying details or descriptions. Its mysterious listing has led to extensive speculation and debate within the gaming community, with no confirmed evidence of its existence, gameplay, or developer. Some theories suggest it might have been a typo, a mistranslation, or an unfulfilled placeholder for a game that was never released. Despite numerous attempts by enthusiasts to uncover more information, including examining similar-sounding titles and contacting individuals involved in the gaming industry at the time, Beebus 1 remains an unresolved mystery and a topic of intrigue in the realm of lost media. This ongoing curiosity reflects the broader fascination with uncovering and preserving the history of video games. Yellowstone Whispers. Yellowstone Whispers refers to the mysterious sounds resembling whispers reported by visitors around Lake Yellowstone. These sounds, often described as eerie and haunting, have sparked considerable curiosity and speculation. Scientific explanations suggest that the whispers may be caused by natural phenomena such as wind patterns, water movements, or geological activity unique to the Yellowstone area. The park's geothermal features, including hot springs and geysers, contribute to unusual acoustic effects that can produce these whisper-like sounds. Despite various theories, the exact source of the whispers remains elusive, adding to the mystique of Yellowstone National Park and enhancing its reputation as a place of natural wonders and unexplained phenomena. Zombie dog experiments. In the late 19th century, German physiologists Gustav Fritsch and Eduard Hitzig conducted groundbreaking experiments on dogs that significantly advanced the understanding of brain function. In 1870, they exposed the dog's cerebral cortex and applied electrical stimulation, which led to specific muscle movements on the opposite side of the body. This provided clear evidence that certain brain areas control motor functions, a discovery that supported John Hewlings Jackson's earlier hypothesis about cortical localization. Fritsch and Hitzig's experiments demonstrated that stimulating different cortical regions resulted in predictable movements, mapping out what is now known as the motor cortex. Their work was pivotal in establishing the concept of functional localization in the brain, a notion further confirmed and expanded by British neurologist David Ferrier, who used similar methods on both dogs and monkeys.
I heard his order, Mr. Krabs. He said he was...
Dr. Bosch. The Dr. Bosch phenomenon, centered on a YouTube channel created in May 2012, combines real and fictional elements to craft an unsettling experience rooted in gameplay from Fallout New Vegas. Named after the painter Hieronymus Bosch, known for his surreal and macabre artworks, the channel explores hidden, out-of-bounds areas of the game, suggesting a deeper narrative. The videos reveal cryptic quests and eerie discoveries, leading to speculation on forums like RC Creepy Gaming about its nature as an art project, ARG, or modded game. Key elements include bypassing game barriers, finding dilapidated shacks, mysterious radio signals like UVB-68, and surreal imagery such as upside-down rooms and floating fish. The series references art and literature, including Goya's Black Paintings, René Magritte's The Son of Man, Borges' The Library of Babel, and the Gnostic text Trimorphic Protonoia, enhancing the atmosphere of existential inquiry. This journey through a modified game world blurs the line between gameplay and philosophical reflection, inviting viewers to explore themes of chaos, meaning, and the human condition. 3 Orangutans, 1 Blender. 3 Orangutans, 1 Blender is an infamous alleged shock video that has become a topic of intense curiosity and controversy online. Despite numerous claims and reaction videos on YouTube, there is no verifiable evidence that the original video exists. Reaction videos that supposedly depict viewers' responses to the video feature audio of distressed orangutans and Blender-like sounds, which are consistent across all reactions. These reaction videos show extreme emotions, such as horror and revulsion, which adds to the myth's allure. The lack of a traceable source for the original video, combined with the uniformity of the reaction videos, suggests that 3 Orangutans 1 Blender is likely a sophisticated internet hoax. The phenomenon underscores the viral nature of internet content and highlights how easily misinformation can be amplified and believed. The persistence of this myth, despite the absence of the actual video, demonstrates how digital folklore can develop and spread rapidly in the age of social media. Adam Rayner. Adam Rayner, an Austro-Hungarian man born in 1899, holds the unique distinction of being the only person in recorded history to have been both a dwarf and a giant. In his early years, Rayner was classified as a dwarf. At the age of 18, he stood at a mere 4 feet 8 inches. His short stature was due to a form of dwarfism, which made him too short to serve in the military during World War I. However, his life took a dramatic turn when he began experiencing an abnormal growth spurt in his 20s. This sudden change was caused by a pituitary gland tumor, which led to acromegaly and gigantism. By the time he was in his early 30s, Rayner had grown to an astonishing height of 7 feet 2 inches. This rapid and excessive growth brought numerous health complications, including severe spinal curvature, kyphosis, impaired vision, and issues with mobility. Despite various medical interventions, his condition continued to deteriorate. Adam Rayner's case remains a remarkable example in the study of endocrinology, illustrating the profound effects of pituitary gland disorders on human growth and development. Alien hand syndrome. Alien hand syndrome is a rare neurological disorder in which one of a person's hands acts independently, seemingly without conscious control. This phenomenon is typically associated with damage to the brain's corpus callosum, frontal lobes, or parietal lobes, often resulting from stroke, surgery, or neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. Individuals with AHS might find their hand performing actions such as grasping objects, undoing buttons, or even striking their own body without intentional command. This can lead to significant distress and functional impairment. Treatment focuses on managing symptoms through techniques like visual feedback and behavioral strategies to regain some control over the affected limb. Alien hand syndrome highlights the complex interplay between brain regions in motor control and the sense of agency. Amy Sorey. The Saratoga County Sheriff's Office reported the arrest of Amy Sorey and James Salvo, both residents of Schenectady, following an extensive investigation into a grand larceny case. On September 13th, The duo allegedly entered a construction trailer at Single Cut Brewery in Clifton Park and stole over $3,000 worth of construction tools. The investigation revealed that Sori and Salvo targeted the trailer specifically for the valuable equipment inside. Both individuals were charged with grand larceny in the third degree, reflecting the serious nature of their crime and the substantial value of the stolen property. This incident highlights the ongoing issue of theft and the importance of vigilant security measures at construction sites. Andre Thomas. Andre Thomas is an American convicted murderer known for his severe mental illness, which led him to remove both of his eyeballs in separate incidents, ingesting one of them. In 2004, Thomas committed a gruesome triple murder in Sherman, Texas, killing his estranged wife, Laura Boren, their 4-year-old son, and her 1-year-old daughter. He cut open the chests of his victims, believing it would prevent demons inside them from escaping. 5 days after his arrest, while in jail, he gouged out his right eye, and later, in 2008, he removed and ingested his left eye while on death row. Thomas has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and experiences severe psychotic delusions and hallucinations. His legal team argues that he is too mentally ill to be executed, citing his long history of mental illness and the extreme nature of his self-harm. His case has prompted discussions about the treatment of mentally ill inmates on death row and the legal implications of executing individuals with severe psychiatric disorders. Ant burglar. An extraordinary and highly organized robbery took place in the Central Business District of Chicago, targeting a PNC bank. On the afternoon of the incident, at approximately 2:54 p.m., a large truck was conspicuously parked outside the bank. 3 men, dressed in masks and gloves to obscure their identities, exited the vehicle and swiftly entered the bank. They used threats of violence to coerce the bank staff and customers, effectively neutralizing any immediate resistance. The robbers managed to steal a significant amount of money before making their escape. The suspects displayed a high degree of coordination and professionalism, suggesting prior planning and experience. The heist prompted an immediate response from the FBI and local law enforcement, who have since been conducting an extensive investigation to track down the culprits. The incident, which left no physical injuries but a considerable psychological impact on the victims, has heightened concerns about the security measures in place at financial institutions within the area and has led to calls for improved security protocols. Azobasso. Azobasso, discovered in 1931 in the Dades Valley near Skoura, Morocco, was initially thought to be a missing link in human evolution due to his unusual physical features, which included a sloping forehead, protruding jaw, and long arms. Basu lived in a primitive manner, using basic tools and consuming raw meat, which added to the perception of him as a living example of early human ancestors. His physical and behavioral traits sparked significant interest among scientists and the press, who compared him to Neanderthals. However, further investigation revealed that Basu, along with his similarly featured sisters, likely suffered from microcephaly, a condition characterized by an abnormally small head and brain, leading to severe intellectual disability. This revelation debunked the myth of Basu as a missing link and highlighted the complexities and misinterpretations often involved in the search for human evolutionary ancestors. Baikal ice rings. For several decades, scientists and astronauts have observed the formation of giant ice rings in Lake Baikal, one of the world's oldest and deepest lakes. These rings, visible in the spring ice, were first noticed in satellite images in the early 2000s and gained international attention when photographed from the International Space Station in 2009. Researchers have determined that these rings are formed by warm, clockwise circulating eddies beneath the ice. The warmer water at the eddy's boundary melts the ice, creating a ring of thinner, darker ice, while the center remains thick due to weaker currents. These rings can pose significant risks to vehicles traveling over the ice, as their thin structure is not easily visible from the ground. Studies continue to explore the exact causes of these eddies, but factors such as wind patterns, river inflows, and the lake's unique topography are believed to contribute to their formation. Baltic Sea Anomaly. The Baltic Sea Anomaly, discovered in June 2011 by the Swedish Ocean X diving team, is a mysterious circular object detected via sonar on the floor of the northern Baltic Sea in the Gulf of Bothnia. Measuring around 60 meters in diameter, the anomaly has sparked various theories, from a crashed UFO to an ancient man-made structure. Geologists and scientists who analyzed samples from the site found it to be composed of sandstone, gneisses, basalt, and granites, suggesting it is a natural formation resulting from glacial activity. Despite claims of electrical malfunctions near the site, further research has not provided conclusive evidence of artificial origins, and experts largely believe it to be a natural geological feature. Bethnal Green screaming. The Bethnal Green tube disaster on March 3, 1943, remains one of the worst civilian tragedies in the UK during World War II, resulting in the deaths of 173 people, including 62 children. That night, as air raid sirens sounded, hundreds of people rushed to the station, which was used as an air raid shelter. The narrow, poorly lit staircase leading into the station became a death trap when a woman carrying a child fell, causing a catastrophic domino effect. Within seconds, around 300 people were caught in the crush, leading to fatalities primarily from asphyxiation and crush injuries. Despite initial reports suggesting a bomb hit, it was later revealed there was no bombing raid that night. The disaster was exacerbated by inadequate safety measures such as the absence of handrails and poor lighting. The tragedy was not fully reported immediately due to government censorship aimed at maintaining public morale. It wasn't until decades later that memorials were erected to honor the victims and acknowledge the disaster's impact on the community. Powell Case. The Powell Case, a pre-independence Indian court case, revolved around a man who claimed to be Ramendra Narayan Roy, the second Kumar of the Powell estate, who was presumed dead in 1909. The claimant, a mendicant named Sundardas, appeared in Powell in 1921, sparking widespread controversy and legal battles. He garnered support from many locals who believed his claim, despite opposition from the British Court of Wards and his widow, Bibabati Devi, who denied his identity. The case was prolonged from 1930 to 1946, involving detailed testimonies and substantial evidence. The court ultimately ruled in favor of the claimant, recognizing him as the rightful heir to a portion of the Bawal estate. The case remains one of India's most intriguing legal sagas, highlighting issues of identity, inheritance, and colonial judicial processes. Black Hope Curse. The Black Hope Curse centers around the Newport subdivision near Houston, Texas, where Sam and Judith Haney purchased their dream home in the early 1980s. Shortly after moving in, the Haneys discovered human remains in their backyard while digging a swimming pool. These remains were part of the old Black Hope Cemetery, a burial ground for African Americans dating back to the 19th century. The discovery triggered a series of unexplained and unsettling events, including disembodied voices, objects moving on their own, and strange apparitions. The Haneys, along with other residents, reported numerous paranormal activities, leading them to believe their homes were haunted by the disturbed spirits from the cemetery. Efforts to seek legal recourse were met with challenges, and the Haneys eventually had to abandon their home due to financial and health issues. The case gained significant media attention and became a subject of speculation and fear, contributing to the legend of the Black Hope Curse. Bohotes Void. The Bohotes Void, discovered in 1981 by astronomer Robert Kirshner and his team, is a colossal spherical region in space situated in the vicinity of the constellation Bohotes. This vast expanse spans approximately 330 million light-years in diameter and contains a strikingly low number of galaxies, around 60, compared to the 2,000 that would typically be expected in such a volume of space. This makes it one of the largest and most famous voids in the known universe. Theories suggest that the Bohotes Void may have formed through the merging of smaller voids, which left behind this significantly empty region. This scarcity of galaxies within the void highlights the uneven distribution of matter in the universe and provides valuable insights into the large-scale structure of the cosmos and the role of dark energy in cosmic expansion. Burrowing burglars. On June 9, 1986, employees at the First Interstate Bank in Hollywood, California, discovered that the bank vault had been looted. The burglars, dubbed the burrowing burglars, had tunneled through 100 feet of soil from a nearby storm drain and drilled a small hole into the vault, allowing them to steal over $150,000 in cash and the contents of 36 safety deposit boxes, amounting to an estimated total of $2.5 million. The robbers left minimal evidence, using an intricate system involving a gas-powered generator and hand tools, and despite extensive investigations, they were never caught. Carancas meteor sickness. On September 15, 2007, a meteorite crashed near the village of Carancas in Peru, creating a crater approximately 13 meters wide. Following the impact, over 200 villagers reported symptoms such as nausea, headaches, vomiting, and skin irritations, and some livestock were also affected. Initial fears of radiation were dismissed, and scientists proposed that arsenic fumes from disturbed ground might have caused the illnesses, as the local soil contains natural arsenic deposits. The high temperature of the impact site and the release of sulfurous gases likely contributed to the health issues. Most affected individuals recovered within a few days, but the event remains a notable example of the potential health impacts of meteorite strikes. Carnivorous fog. Between 1955 and 1966, several people reported encountering a strange pink fog along the Tomoka River near Daytona, Florida. This phenomenon, known as the carnivorous pink cloud, was described as a low-hanging mist that seemed to dissolve foliage and allegedly stripped flesh from animals and humans, leaving only bones. Various theories emerged, including a Native American curse linked to Chief Tamaki, toxic swamp gases, or even a release of chemicals from nearby industrial activities. Some accounts suggest that the cloud appeared during cooler weather and was accompanied by a strong sulfurous smell. Despite numerous sightings and local folklore, no scientific explanation has been confirmed, and the sightings ceased after the mid-1960s, leaving the true nature of the carnivorous pink cloud a mystery. Caroline Walter grave. Caroline Walter, who died at age 16 of tuberculosis in 1867, is buried in the Alter Friedhof Cemetery in Freiburg, Germany. Her grave, marked by a life-size statue of her lying peacefully as if asleep, was commissioned by her sister Selma. Since her death, fresh flowers have mysteriously appeared daily on her grave, regardless of weather or season, a phenomenon that has continued for over 150 years. Speculations about the identity of the person placing the flowers include a secret admirer or a devoted tutor, but no definitive answer has ever been found. The enduring mystery and local legends, including tales of a heartbroken lover and a dedicated groundskeeper, have made Caroline Walter's grave a notable and poignant point of interest. This story, coupled with the beautiful and serene statue, continues to attract visitors and intrigue historians and locals alike. Channel 7 incident. On January 3, 2007, viewers of Channel 7 in Melbourne, Australia, experienced a disturbing incident during the broadcast of the documentary series Mayday, specifically the episode Head-On Collision. The audio was unexpectedly replaced by a loop of a voice repeatedly saying, "Jesus Christ, help us all, Lord. Fuck," which continued for approximately 6 minutes. This incident caused confusion and concern among viewers. The source of the audio loop remains unclear, with theories ranging from an internal technical glitch to an unauthorized signal intrusion. Channel 7 issued a statement denying it was a prank or security breach, but did not provide a definitive explanation for the occurrence, making it one of the more peculiar broadcast anomalies in recent history. Chinese gold bar ciphers. The Chinese gold bar ciphers involve 7 gold bars, allegedly issued to General Wang in Shanghai, China in 1933. These bars, which are held by an unnamed museum in the U.S., contain inscriptions in Chinese, English, and cryptographic text. The inscriptions reference a large financial transaction involving over $300 million and the deposit of 300 million shares with a U.S. bank, purportedly Citibank's predecessor. The text also mentions prominent figures from the Kuomintang era, including generals He Yingqin, Zhu Peide, and Li Fulin, though there are inconsistencies in the details. The cryptograms and script writing on the bars have not been deciphered, and the validity of the claims associated with the bars remains disputed. The bars weigh a total of 1.8 kilograms and contain cryptic messages that have sparked ongoing intrigue and research efforts to decode them. COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO, short for Counterintelligence Program, was an extensive and covert FBI initiative that ran from 1956 to 1971, aimed at surveilling, infiltrating, discrediting, and disrupting domestic political organizations deemed subversive. Initially targeting the Communist Party USA, the program expanded to include civil rights organizations like the Southern Christian Leadership Conference led by Martin Luther King Jr., black nationalist groups such as the Black Panther Party, and various New Left movements. Tactics included illegal wiretaps, forged documents, false reports to media, and harassment, often violating First Amendment rights. Notable actions included attempts to discredit King, contributing to internal conflicts within the Black Panther Party, and efforts to prevent the unification of militant black nationalist groups. COINTELPRO's existence was revealed in 1971 when activists burglarized an FBI office and exposed the documents, leading to the Church Committee investigation, which condemned the program's unconstitutional activities and resulted in increased oversight of intelligence operations. David Hampson. David Hampson, dubbed the Silent Man, has been repeatedly blocking traffic in Swansea, Wales, by standing silently in the middle of busy roads since 2014. He maintains complete silence during and after these incidents, refusing to communicate with police, legal authorities, or medical professionals. This behavior has resulted in multiple arrests, breaches of criminal behavior orders, and several prison sentences, including a notable 3.5-year term in 2021. Despite court-ordered psychiatric evaluations, Hampson remains uncooperative, making it difficult to ascertain his motives or mental state. The court has determined that his silence is a deliberate choice rather than a medical condition, labeling him as mute of malice. His continued actions have caused significant disruption, public safety concerns, and legal challenges as authorities struggle to understand and manage his peculiar and persistent behavior. Dipygus. Dipygus is an extremely rare congenital disorder characterized by the duplication of various structures in the caudal region, including the embryonic cloaca and neural tube. This condition can lead to a wide spectrum of malformations, ranging from partial duplications to complete duplication of the lower body, including limbs, gastrointestinal, and genitourinary systems. Patients with dipygus may exhibit duplicated organs that can function normally, although the condition often requires complex surgical interventions to correct functional impairments and improve the quality of life. The exact cause of dipygus is unknown, but it is believed to result from abnormalities during embryonic development. Diagnosis typically occurs through prenatal imaging or detailed examinations post-birth, and treatment plans are highly individualized based on the extent of the abnormalities and their impact on the patient's health and functionality. Duhara tribe. The Duhara tribe, living near the Chicora people in the regions that are now South Carolina and Georgia, is believed to have been a predecessor to the Creek Indian tribe. The Duhara were distinct from other native groups in the area, reportedly of European appearance with red or brown hair, gray eyes, and taller stature. Spanish explorers in the 16th century documented interactions with the Duhara, noting their unique practices such as deer herding and cheese making from deer milk, which was uncommon among neighboring tribes. These accounts have led some researchers to speculate about possible early European, particularly Irish, influences in the region. However, there is limited archaeological evidence to support these claims, and the Duhara's precise origins and relationship with other tribes remain topics of historical debate. Dialihi001. The bot known as Dialihi001, often seen spamming forums with posts about fake diplomas from universities such as the University of Sydney and Northumbria University, has been active for several years. YouTuber Barely Sociable discussed this bot in a 2019 video, detailing its use of sophisticated tools like XRumor, XEvil, and XAuth, which employ proxied IP addresses and advanced CAPTCHA bypass methods to flood forums with advertisements. The bot's spam posts typically include contact information like WeChat IDs and appear in various languages, including Korean. Despite attempts to mitigate its impact, similar spam activity persists, suggesting the bot's operators continually update their methods to circumvent evolving spam filters. Recent reports indicate that such bots not only target forums, but also social media platforms, promoting services ranging from fake diplomas to casinos and massage parlors, highlighting the ongoing challenge of combating automated spam. El Fausto. El Fausto, a Spanish fishing boat from Tazacorte, La Palma, mysteriously disappeared 3 times in 1968. Initially, it vanished on a routine trip to El Hierro. Despite calm seas, the boat did not arrive, prompting a search operation. Days later, a British ship encountered El Fausto adrift with its crew unharmed, but after receiving supplies, it vanished again. Months later, an Italian ship found El Fausto adrift near the Tropic of Cancer, with only one mummified corpse aboard, identified as Julio Garcia Pino. The boat was being towed to Venezuela when it mysteriously disappeared for the final time. Julio's body was found clutching a notebook with most pages torn out, adding to the enigma. This incident remains one of Spain's most baffling maritime mysteries, with theories ranging from piracy to illegal migration attempts. Electromagnetic field consciousness. Electromagnetic field theories of consciousness propose that consciousness arises from the brain's electromagnetic fields generated by neural activity. These theories, notably advocated by researchers like John Joe McFadden, suggest that the brain's EM fields integrate information across neural networks, potentially serving as the physical substrate for consciousness. This hypothesis contrasts traditional views that consider EM fields as mere byproducts of brain activity, instead positing them as integral to the conscious experience. McFadden's semi-field theory, for instance, argues that these fields are essential for conscious thought and voluntary actions, offering a possible explanation for the binding problem in neuroscience, which questions how discrete neural processes create a unified conscious experience. Critics, however, remain skeptical, pointing to the lack of definitive empirical evidence and the challenges in distinguishing conscious from non-conscious EM patterns. Despite these debates, EMF theories continue to be a compelling area of research in the quest to understand the nature of consciousness. EM effects on human body. The effects of electromagnetic fields on the human body have been extensively studied, revealing both potential benefits and risks. Non-ionizing EM fields, which do not carry enough energy to ionize atoms, are commonly encountered in everyday life through devices like mobile phones and microwave ovens. These fields primarily cause biological effects through heating, as seen in the warming effect of microwaves. While current research indicates that low-level, long-term exposure to these fields does not cause significant health issues, some gaps in understanding remain, necessitating further investigation. For instance, studies have suggested a possible link between EMFs and minor health effects such as headaches, fatigue, and anxiety, but these findings are not consistently supported by robust scientific evidence. Additionally, concerns about EMFs in cancer remain contentious, with epidemiological studies suggesting a slight increase in childhood leukemia risk associated with low-frequency magnetic fields, though a definitive cause-effect relationship has not been established. As research continues, scientists aim to better understand the nuanced interactions between EMFs and human health, particularly regarding long-term, low-level exposures. Empty Internet. The dead internet theory is a conspiracy suggesting that the internet is predominantly populated by AI-generated content, with a significant decline in genuine human activity starting around 2016-2017. This theory argues that bots create a vast majority of online content, including social media posts, articles, and comments, leading to an illusion of a lively digital environment while human engagement diminishes. Although exaggerated, the theory touches on real concerns. Over 50% of web traffic is attributed to bots, both benign, like search engine crawlers, and malicious, such as spam bots and data scrapers. Advanced AI language models further contribute to this by generating content that mimics human interaction. However, human-generated content still plays a critical role, with most viral and significant interactions remaining human-driven. This blending of AI and human content raises questions about the authenticity and quality of digital interactions and information. End-of-the-world cinema. The End-of-the-World Cinema, situated at the southern tip of the Sinai Peninsula, is an abandoned outdoor movie theater that was conceived by a Frenchman in the early 2000s. He transported hundreds of vintage seats, a custom-made screen, and a projector from Cairo, intending to create a unique cinematic experience in the desert. Despite setting everything up, local opposition reportedly led to the sabotage of the generator on opening night, preventing any films from being screened. The theater, now abandoned, remains an enigmatic landmark with its 700 seats and large screen starkly contrasting the barren desert landscape. Photographs by Estonian photographer Kaupo Kikas have brought attention to this peculiar site, which has never been officially documented on the internet until recently. This abandoned cinema, known locally as La Tête dans les Étoiles, Head in the Stars, is accessible only via off-road tracks near Sharm el-Sheikh, adding to its mystique and allure. Ernie Defort. Ernie Defort, born on July 7, 1931, in Winnipeg, Manitoba, had a parasitic twin named Len attached to his sternum. Len, a headless body with 2 arms, 2 legs, and additional internal organs, was often showcased alongside Ernie in Canadian sideshows under titles like 2 Boys with 1 Head. The presence of Len began to adversely affect Ernie's health by 1942, leading to a surgical separation at the Mayo Clinic by Dr. Henry Meyerding in 1943. Despite Ernie's emotional attachment to Len, the operation was deemed necessary. Post-surgery, Ernie experienced depression, but eventually adapted and led a relatively normal life, including marriage and family. Dr. Meyerding noted Ernie's remarkable intelligence and resilience. After the surgery, Ernie occasionally revisited the carnival scene, sharing his story with his family. Ferma Ludzka, a film by Piotr Wyrzykowski, created in 1994, offers a poignant critique of human mechanization and dehumanization through its metaphorical depiction of society as a human farm. The piece is rooted in Wierzycowski's broader exploration of the human body's role within digital and performative spaces, often blurring the lines between reality and fiction. This work, alongside others such as Atomic Love and Communostalgie, reflects his fascination with societal control and the impact of technology on personal identity and freedom. Ferma Ludzka employs visual and thematic elements to provoke reflection on how modern life can strip individuals of their humanity, echoing the artist's consistent focus on the intersection of corporeal existence and societal structures. Google Maps Black Zones. Google Maps and Google Earth feature several blacked out or blurred regions, primarily for security and privacy reasons. These areas often include government buildings, military bases, and sensitive infrastructures to prevent the dissemination of potentially dangerous information. For instance, places like Volkel Air Base in the Netherlands, known for housing U.S. nuclear weapons, and the high-frequency active Auroral Research Program facility in Alaska have been obscured. Other notable blacked-out locations include Baba Atomic Research Center in India and parts of the Faroe Islands, often due to technical limitations or legal restrictions on imagery. Goose Tree. The goose tree myth is a widely reported historical misconception about the breeding habits of the barnacle goose. In medieval times, it was believed that barnacle geese did not hatch from eggs like other birds, but instead spontaneously generated from goose barnacles attached to driftwood. This belief likely arose because barnacle geese were never observed breeding in Europe. They migrate to the Arctic for nesting, which medieval Europeans never witnessed. The myth was perpetuated by texts like Gerald of Wales's Topographia Hibernica and various bestiaries, which describe these geese as emerging from barnacles. Even prominent figures like Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II debunked this myth through empirical observations, yet it persisted for centuries. This misconception was also exploited by some Irish clergy to classify the geese as seafood, allowing them to be eaten during Lent. Hanging Snake Cave. Cantemo Cave, located in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, is famously known as the Cave of the Hanging Snakes. This unique ecosystem hosts a remarkable interaction between bats and snakes. The cave's ceilings are home to yellow-red rat snakes, which have adapted to hunt bats by hanging from the cave ceiling. As thousands of bats exit the cave at dusk, these snakes dangle and strike mid-air to catch their prey. This fascinating behavior is an adaptation to the cave's environment, providing the snakes with a reliable food source. The cave, a popular tourist attraction, also features an array of fossils embedded in its walls, reflecting the region's ancient seabed history. The spectacle of the hanging snakes adds to the cave's eerie yet captivating appeal. Hessdalen Lights. The Hessdalen Lights, observed in the Hessdalen Valley of central Norway since at least the 1930s, are an enigmatic phenomenon featuring bright floating lights of various colors such as white, yellow, and red. These lights, which can last from a few seconds to several hours, were particularly frequent in the early 1980s, with sightings peaking at 20 times per week. Theories about their origin include ionized dust reacting with elements in the atmosphere, piezoelectric effects from quartz in the valley's geology, combustion of gases like hydrogen and oxygen, and atmospheric plasma caused by charged particles. The Hessdalen Automatic Measurement Station, established in 1998, continuously monitors these lights using optical cameras, radio receivers, and other sensors. Despite extensive multidisciplinary research involving geophysicists, astrophysicists, and engineers, the precise cause of the Hessdalen lights remains unidentified, continuing to attract scientific and public interest alike. Hollinwell Incident. The Hollinwell Incident, occurring on July 13, 1980, at the Hollinwell Showground in Kirkby in Ashfield, Nottinghamshire, England, involved around 300 children who experienced sudden fainting spells, nausea, and other symptoms during a junior brass and marching band competition. Despite extensive investigations, the exact cause remains undetermined. Initial theories suggested mass hysteria due to the stressful conditions and nervous anticipation of the performance. Other hypotheses included exposure to pesticides from nearby fields, specifically tridomorph, although weather conditions made this unlikely. Some also speculated about high-frequency radio waves or a mysterious virus. However, these theories were either dismissed or lacked conclusive evidence, leaving mass hysteria as the most accepted explanation. Though many affected individuals disputed this conclusion, believing the symptoms were real and not psychosomatic. Holocomb Bottom Incident. The Holocomb Bottom Incident refers to the mysterious death of 15 Dartmoor ponies discovered in April 1977 near Postbridge, England. The ponies were found with broken limbs and bloodied bodies, their remains decomposing at an unusually rapid rate. Various theories have been proposed to explain this incident, ranging from lightning strikes and predatory attacks to more fantastical ideas involving extraterrestrial activity. One prevalent conspiracy theory suggests that a low-flying UFO may have created a vortex, lifting and then violently dropping the ponies, although there is no substantial evidence to support this claim. Other speculations included poisoning, malnutrition, and even satanic rituals, yet none have been conclusively proven. The incident remains a topic of intrigue and debate, particularly among those interested in unexplained phenomena and extraterrestrial theories. If a 707. In a forum discussion on airliners.net, users explored the hypothetical scenario of a Boeing 707 hitting the World Trade Center, comparing it to the actual impact of the Boeing 767 during the September 11th attacks. The discussion revealed that the 707, an older and smaller aircraft, might have caused less structural damage due to its lower speed and weight compared to the 767. However, the fuel capacity and potential for fire damage were significant concerns, suggesting that while the structural impact might differ, the ensuing fire and destruction could still have been catastrophic. Participants in the forum debated various factors such as the structural integrity of the buildings, the speed of the aircraft, and the volume of fuel on board, with some experts indicating that the design of the World Trade Center might have withstood the impact, but not the subsequent fires. Indrid Cold. Indrid Cold, often referred to as the Smiling Man, is a mysterious humanoid entity first reported in West Virginia in the 1960s. Known for his unnervingly broad smile, Cold is often associated with UFO sightings and extraterrestrial phenomena. The most notable encounter with Indrid Cold occurred in November 1966, when salesman Woodrow Derenberger claimed Cold communicated with him telepathically, stating he meant no harm and was curious about humanity. Cold described himself as originating from a planet named Lanalos in the Ganymedes galaxy. His presence is frequently linked to the Mothman sightings in the same region, adding to his enigmatic reputation. Descriptions of Cold include a tall man with a reflective green suit and small, beady eyes, and his appearances often coincide with reports of other paranormal activities. Despite the eerie nature of his encounters, Cold is generally not considered malevolent. The legend of Indrid Cold has persisted, inspiring numerous books, movies, and discussions within the UFO and paranormal communities. Iris 05437 plus 2502, Iris 05437 plus 2502, a captivating reflection nebula situated in the constellation Taurus, was discovered in 1983 by the Infrared Astronomical Satellite. The nebula features a distinctive bright boomerang-shaped arc whose origin remains unclear. One leading hypothesis suggests that this arc is formed by a high-velocity star, possibly ejected from a nearby cluster, which interacts with the surrounding gas and dust at speeds over 200,000 kilometers per hour. This interaction creates the sharp, glowing structure seen in the nebula. The Hubble Space Telescope's images, captured using yellow and near-infrared filters, reveal intricate details of this nebula, highlighting the unusual arc and the surrounding interstellar dust. This region is relatively small, spanning only 1/18 the diameter of a full moon, and lies close to the Milky Way's central plane. Despite the detailed observations, the exact cause of the nebula's illumination and the bright arc remains a mystery, adding to its enigmatic allure. Isaac W. Sprague. Isaac W. Sprague, known as the Living Skeleton, was a famous sideshow performer born in East Bridgewater, Massachusetts in 1841. Sprague's normal childhood was abruptly altered at age 12 when he began to suffer from progressive muscular atrophy, leading to severe and continuous weight loss despite a healthy appetite. By adulthood, he weighed only 43 pounds at a height of 5 feet 6 inches. Unable to sustain traditional employment, he turned to the sideshow circuit, where he was discovered by a promoter and later hired by P.T. Barnum for his American Museum. Sprague's performances, which included tours in the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, drew large audiences fascinated by his skeletal appearance. Despite his popularity, Sprague faced financial difficulties and returned to sideshow work multiple times to support his family, which included his wife Tamar Moore and their 3 sons. He ultimately died in poverty in 1887, with his condition remaining a medical mystery throughout his life. Japan Airlines Cargo Flight 1628. Japan Airlines Cargo Flight 1628 was a Boeing 747-200F en route from Paris to Narita International Airport near Tokyo when it experienced a notable UFO encounter over Alaska on November 17, 1986. Captain Kenju Terauchi and his crew reported seeing two small, unidentified objects and a larger mothership that followed their aircraft for approximately 40 minutes. These objects were visible both visually and on the plane's radar. Despite the detailed descriptions and sketches provided by Terauchi and the radar data that seemed to support the sighting, subsequent investigations by the FAA and other authorities concluded that there was no substantiating evidence to confirm the presence of a UFO. The incident, which involved discussions with air traffic control and military radar, gained significant media attention and was the subject of much speculation and debate within the UFO community. Terauchi's decision to publicly discuss the encounter led to his reassignment by Japan Airlines to a desk job, reflecting the professional risks associated with reporting such phenomena. Joan of Leeds. Joan of Leeds was an English nun in the early 14th century who became known for her dramatic escape from monastic life. Discontent with the confines of St. Clement's Nunnery in York, Joan faked her death by creating a dummy of herself, which her fellow nuns buried. She then fled to Beverley, where she lived openly, causing scandal among church authorities. Archbishop William Melton discovered her ruse and issued a directive for her return, condemning her actions as impudent and indecent. Joan's case is notable for its vivid detail and the unusual ingenuity of her escape, as well as the insight it provides into the struggles of medieval nuns who often entered religious life in adolescence and sometimes regretted their vows. Her story resurfaced in recent years through the work of researchers at the University of York who uncovered the tale while digitizing medieval registers. Jofar Vorin. In 1850, a man named Jofar Vorin appeared in the village of Lebas near Frankfurt under Oder, Germany, claiming to be from a country called Laxaria, located on the continent of Sakria, which he said was separated from Europe by vast oceans. Vorin spoke broken German and claimed to read and write in two unknown languages, Laxarian and Abramian. He described his religion as Ispatian, a Christian-like faith. Vorin stated that he had come to Europe searching for his long-lost brother but had been shipwrecked along the way. Despite extensive interrogation by local authorities and scholars who found his story intriguing and somewhat plausible, he could not identify any known locations on maps. The mystery deepened when, during a transfer to Berlin for further investigation, he vanished without a trace after jumping out of the carriage. This incident has fueled theories about parallel universes and teleportation due to the lack of any verifiable information about his origins or subsequent whereabouts. La Mancha Negra. La Mancha Negra, first appearing in 1986 on a highway connecting Caracas to Simón Bolívar International Airport, is a mysterious black substance that has plagued Venezuela for decades. Described as a greasy, tar-like goo with the consistency of chewed bubblegum, it covers roads and causes numerous accidents due to its slick nature. Despite extensive efforts, including cleaning with detergents, resurfacing roads, and using pulverized limestone, the substance repeatedly reappears. Theories about its origin range from leaky old vehicles' fluids mixing with dust, substandard asphalt, to natural petroleum seepage from the nearby Orinoco Belt. Various Venezuelan presidents have attempted to address the issue, often turning it into a political matter by accusing opponents of sabotage. The substance remains an enigma, with no definitive explanation for its composition or persistent recurrence. Le Loyon. Le Loyon is an urban legend surrounding a mysterious humanoid figure that reportedly roamed the forest near Mals, Switzerland, starting around 2003. The figure, often described as over 6 feet tall, wore a vintage gas mask, military fatigues, and a cloak, instilling fear among those who encountered it. Witnesses described various sightings, including one in 2012 where Le Loyon was seen carrying a bouquet of flowers while wearing a diving suit. Despite numerous encounters, the figure never exhibited aggressive behavior but caused significant local anxiety. In September 2013, Le Loyon's attire and a note titled Death Certificate and Testament of the Ghost of Mals were found in the woods, suggesting that the public attention forced the figure to cease its walks. The note blamed the media for ruining the therapeutic walks that provided mental solace. While some believe Le Loyon was an eccentric individual seeking solitude, others speculated about supernatural or psychological explanations. The legend gained international attention, contributing to various theories, including mass hysteria and hoaxes, but the true identity and motives of Le Loyon remain unknown. Little Red Man of Paris. The Little Red Man of Paris, also known as L'Homme Rouge, is a legendary figure believed to have haunted the Tuileries Palace and appeared to various notable French figures, including Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon, known for interpreting dreams and believing in prophecies, claimed to have encountered this entity several times throughout his life. The Little Red Man was said to appear before significant events, often providing cryptic warnings or advice. For instance, he allegedly advised Napoleon before his successful Battle of the Pyramids in Egypt, but warned against the disastrous Russian campaign. Despite his military genius, Napoleon's belief in this spectral figure influenced some of his decisions. The Little Red Man was also reportedly seen by other historical figures such as Henry IV, Louis XVI, and Marie Antoinette, typically before tragic or pivotal events. The legend of this red-clad ghost, with varying descriptions from a devilish figure to a dwarf, persisted until the Tuileries Palace burned down in 1871, after which sightings ceased. Liu disappearance. The Liu disappearance case is one of Taiwan's most baffling mysteries. On January 20, 2008, Liu, a 37-year-old mother, and her 4-year-old daughter entered an elevator in the Yuanlin Financial Building in Changhua. Surveillance footage captured them entering the elevator, but there was no record of them ever exiting. Despite extensive investigations by local authorities, including a thorough search of the building and surrounding areas, no substantial clues were found. Various theories have been proposed, ranging from abduction to supernatural involvement, but none have been confirmed. The case has drawn significant media attention and remains unsolved, continuing to perplex both investigators and the public. Mariana UFO Incident. The Mariana UFO incident occurred on August 15, 1950, in Great Falls, Montana, when Nick Mariana, the general manager of the local minor league baseball team, captured two bright, spinning, and metallic objects on his 16mm color camera. These objects, estimated to be at an altitude of 10,000 feet and 50 feet in diameter, moved against the wind at a steady pace. Mariana's footage, consisting of 315 frames, showed the objects in a clear rectilinear path, leading to various interpretations and extensive analyses. The Air Force initially suggested the objects were reflections from two F-94 jets, but this explanation was disputed, especially after Mariana claimed the first 30 frames showing clearer images were missing when the film was returned by the Air Force. Dr. Robert M.L. Baker's analysis for the Douglas Aircraft Corporation concluded that the images could not be explained by known natural phenomena. The Condon Committee later reviewed the film, with differing opinions among investigators, further deepening the mystery. The Mariana UFO footage remains a significant and controversial piece of evidence in UFO research, contributing to over 100 subsequent UFO sightings in Great Falls, and leading to the local baseball team being renamed the Great Falls Voyagers in 2008 in honor of the incident. Medieval found footage. The medieval found footage video on YouTube has generated considerable intrigue and debate among internet users. Purportedly depicting scenes from the Middle Ages, the video has been widely dismissed as a modern hoax or art project, with many noting the anachronistic nature of the concept. The video gained popularity through various online platforms, including Reddit, where discussions highlighted its dubious authenticity and speculative origins. Despite claims of time travel evidence, the consensus among viewers and experts is that the video is a creative fabrication rather than genuine historical footage. The fascination with such videos underscores the allure of blending historical themes with modern media, creating engaging yet fictional narratives. Mexican Zone of Silence. The Zone of Silence, or La Zona del Silencio, is a desert area located near the Bolson de Mapimí in Durango, Mexico, known for its mysterious and anomalous phenomena. The region gained significant attention in 1970 when an Athena RTV test rocket from the U.S. veered off course and crashed, leading to a covert operation that included the removal of radioactive materials. This event sparked numerous legends, including claims of radio signal failures, magnetic anomalies, and extraterrestrial sightings. The area is said to disrupt radio, television, and satellite signals due to local magnetic fields, though no official reports confirm these disruptions. Additionally, the desert's unique environment, once a seabed in the Tethys Ocean, contains numerous marine fossils and high levels of magnetite and uranium, which some believe contribute to the area's strange phenomena. Reports of unusual lights, mysterious figures, and UFO sightings have further fueled the zone's enigmatic reputation, drawing parallels with other mysterious regions like the Bermuda Triangle. Despite the lack of scientific validation, the Zone of Silence remains a popular subject for paranormal enthusiasts and tourists alike. Mount Kailash Pyramid. Mount Kailash, located in Tibet, is not only a significant religious site, but also a subject of various intriguing theories. Some researchers and explorers, particularly Russian ophthalmologist Dr. Ernst Muldashev, have proposed that Mount Kailash is an ancient man-made pyramid surrounded by smaller pyramids. This theory suggests that the mountain could be connected to other major pyramid sites around the world, such as Giza and Teotihuacan. Muldashev's expeditions included geological and physical examinations, and he reported strange occurrences such as unusual noises from within the mountain and accelerated aging effects experienced by climbers. Despite these claims, the Chinese government has banned climbing the peak due to its sacred status in Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Bon. The mountain is considered the abode of Lord Shiva in Hinduism and the site of spiritual significance in other religions. The legends surrounding Mount Kailash also include its association with the mythical kingdom of Shambhala, further adding to its mystique. Namibian fairy circles. Namibian fairy circles are circular patches of barren land, ranging from 2 to 12 meters in diameter, found primarily in the grasslands of the Namib Desert. These enigmatic formations have puzzled scientists for decades, leading to multiple theories about their origin. Recent research suggests that these circles result from plant self-organization due to water stress, where grasses compete for limited water resources, creating a pattern that maximizes water availability to surviving plants. This hypothesis challenges earlier beliefs that termites were responsible for the formations by feeding on grass roots. Studies have shown that soil moisture decreases more rapidly within the fairy circles compared to the surrounding areas, further supporting the water stress theory. The fairy circles are now recognized as a remarkable example of natural self-organization in arid ecosystems. Oil pit squid. The oil pit squid is a cryptid legend that emerged in 1996 when workers at the GMC Delphi Interior plant in Anderson, Indiana, reported discovering strange squid-like creatures in a sludge pit filled with oil, antifreeze, and other automotive byproducts. These creatures were described as being 6 to 8 inches long, grayish-red in color, and somewhat transparent. Despite claims of capturing one in a jar, the specimen mysteriously disappeared, and no scientific analysis could be conducted. Some theories suggest these creatures could be extremophils, organisms that thrive in extreme environments, similar to those found near hydrothermal vents. However, skeptics argue that the sightings could be misidentifications of more common organisms or simply a case of urban legend fueled by anecdotal evidence. To date, no concrete evidence supports the existence of the oil pit squid, leaving it a fascinating yet unresolved mystery. Potomsky Crater. The Potomsky Crater, also known as the Kolpakov Cone, is a peculiar rock formation located in the Bodaibo district of the Irkutsk region in southeastern Siberia. Discovered in 1949 by geologist Vadim Kolpakov, the crater consists of shattered limestone blocks forming a cone about 40 meters high and 160 meters in diameter, with a smaller central mound about 12 meters high. The crater's origin remains a mystery, with various theories including a meteorite impact, volcanic activity, or a gas explosion. Dendrochronological analysis suggests the crater is around 300 years old. While initial hypotheses lean towards a meteoric origin, more recent studies suggest it could be a rare type of gas volcano, possibly involving the underground release of fluids like hydrogen. Despite numerous scientific expeditions, no definitive evidence has confirmed any single theory, leaving the crater an ongoing subject of intrigue and speculation. People of Mount Shasta. Mount Shasta, in Northern California, is steeped in a rich tapestry of myths and legends involving both indigenous beliefs and more modern mystical narratives. Indigenous tribes like the Wintu, Achumawi, Atsugewi, and Modoc hold the mountain sacred, viewing it as the dwelling place of spirits such as Skell, who engaged in a legendary battle with Lao of Mount Mazama. The mountain is also famously associated with the legend of the Lemurians, an advanced race from the sunken continent of Lemuria, who are said to reside in the hidden city of Telos beneath Mount Shasta. This legend, popularized by Frederick Spencer Oliver's book, A Dweller on Two Planets in the late 19th century, describes the Lemurians as tall beings with advanced spiritual and technological prowess. Additionally, the mountain has been linked to other legends, such as the mysterious J.C. Brown, who claimed to have found an underground city in 1904, and Guy Ballard's 1930s encounter with the Count of Saint-Germain, which led to the creation of the I Am religious movement. Modern myths also include UFO sightings and Bigfoot encounters, further enhancing Mount Shasta's reputation as a focal point for mystical and unexplained phenomena. Petropolis Alien Doctors. The Petropolis Alien Doctors incident is a fascinating account from October 25, 1957, involving a young girl suffering from terminal stomach cancer in Petropolis, Brazil. On this night, as her condition reached a critical point and morphine was no longer effective, a vivid light reportedly appeared outside her window, witnessed by 7 family members and a maid. This light was associated with a small saucer-shaped craft from which small beings with long hair and bright green eyes descended. These beings allegedly entered the house and conducted a procedure that illuminated the girl's abdomen with a bluish-white light, making the cancer visible to the onlookers. One of the beings placed a hand on the father's forehead, supposedly communicating telepathically about the girl's condition. The story was reported by Brazilian UFO investigator Dr. Olavo Fontes and documented by his colleague, journalist João Martins. Phantom kangaroo. Phantom kangaroo sightings involve reports of kangaroos, wallabies, or their footprints in locations far from their native habitats of Australia and New Guinea. These mysterious sightings have been documented worldwide, including in the United States, Europe, and Japan, often with no concrete evidence to explain their presence. Notable sightings include a series of reports in 1934 near South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, where a kangaroo-like creature was observed over several days, even allegedly killing other animals. In 1974, multiple sightings occurred in Illinois and surrounding states, with police officers in Chicago attempting, but failing, to capture the animal. Theories to explain these phenomena range from escaped zoo animals and pets to mass hysteria and urban legends. Some cryptozoologists speculate that the sightings might involve a previously undocumented species of marsupial native to other continents. Despite numerous sightings, no captured specimens or definitive evidence has been produced, leaving the phantom kangaroo an enduring cryptid mystery. Pokaini stones. Pokaini Forest in Latvia is known for its mysterious heaps of stones scattered throughout the woods, which have intrigued visitors and researchers for years. These stone piles, known as the Pokaini stone agglomerates, form groups, walls, and even what some describe as stone rivers. The stones have sparked numerous legends and theories, ranging from ancient pagan rituals to claims of the forest being a site of strong mystic energy and healing properties. Some believe the stones were intentionally placed in the forest as part of traditional practices, possibly linked to healing or spiritual activities, and visitors today often bring offerings to these stones, hoping to receive positive energy or healing in return. Despite various studies, the exact origin and purpose of these stones remain a subject of speculation and mystery, contributing to the forest's allure as a site of natural beauty and enigmatic history. Quantum suicide and immortality. Quantum suicide and immortality is a thought experiment rooted in the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics proposed by Hugh Everett. This interpretation suggests that all possible outcomes of a quantum event occur in separate parallel universes. In the quantum suicide experiment, an individual's survival is tied to a quantum event, such as the decay of a radioactive atom. If the atom decays, a lethal device is triggered. If it does not, the individual survives. According to MWI, each outcome leads to a split in the universe, with the individual continuing to exist in the branches where they survive. This results in what is termed quantum immortality, where the individual perceives continuous survival despite the probabilities. However, critics argue that this concept does not align with practical experiences of death and consciousness, suggesting that survival in such scenarios might be limited to brief, unconscious states rather than true immortality. Roman dodecahedra. Roman dodecahedra are small, hollow, 12-sided objects made of copper alloy, characterized by their pentagonal faces, each with a circular hole. Discovered across northwestern Europe, these artifacts date back to the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, but their exact purpose remains a mystery. Theories about their use range from practical tools to religious artifacts. Some suggest they might have been used as surveying instruments, knitting tools, or even for determining the size of coins. But these hypotheses lack definitive evidence. Many archaeologists now believe they had a ritualistic or symbolic function, possibly used in fortune-telling or other ceremonial practices. The lack of contemporary descriptions in Roman texts adds to the enigma, as these objects were likely not mentioned due to their possible association with prohibited magical practices. Roosevelt Cipher. The Roosevelt Cipher, prominently featured in The Friedman Legacy, a tribute to William and Elizabeth Friedman, is an enigmatic cryptogram attributed to President Franklin D. Roosevelt. This complex cipher intrigued the Friedmans, who are celebrated cryptanalysts. The cipher consists of 2 parts, with the second part successfully deciphered by the Friedmans using a homophonic substitution method, where each letter is represented by 1 or more numbers, adding a layer of complexity to the decoding process. Despite this success, the first part of the cryptogram remains unsolved, contributing to its enduring mystery. This puzzle is significant not only for its historical value, but also for its intricate design, which has sparked interest and debate among cryptography enthusiasts and scholars. It is a testament to the sophisticated methods employed in historical ciphers and the ongoing challenges they present to modern-day cryptanalysts. Santa Cruz Island Mystery Box. The Santa Cruz Island Mystery Box, discovered in a 19th century wooden seed house within a former ranch vegetable garden, has intrigued historians and cryptographers alike. This seed house, painted white with yellow trim, housed an unusual copper box containing cremated human remains. Found in 1990 by a Santa Barbara County Agricultural Commissioner staff member, the remains were identified as those of an elderly woman, likely cremated in the 1950s-1960s. The discovery has sparked numerous theories regarding the identity of the remains and their placement in the seed house, ranging from connections to mid-century ranch workers to more speculative narratives. Despite forensic and historical investigations, the true story behind the mystery box remains unsolved, highlighting both the rich history and enduring enigmas of Santa Cruz Island. Scandinavian Ghost Rockets. The Scandinavian ghost rockets, first sighted in 1946, were mysterious rocket or missile-shaped objects seen predominantly in Sweden and Finland. The phenomenon began in February 1946 and resulted in around 2,000 reported sightings by the end of the year. These objects were often described as silent, fast-moving, and leaving behind smoke trails. Initial theories speculated that the ghost rockets were Soviet tests of captured German V-1 and V-2 rockets. However, post-Cold War research revealed that the Soviets had not launched any such missiles in 1946, debunking this theory. Some investigators considered extraterrestrial origins, while others attributed the sightings to natural phenomena like meteors, particularly since many sightings coincided with the Perseid meteor shower. Despite extensive military investigations and public interest, the true nature of the ghost rockets remains an unsolved mystery, reflecting both Cold War anxieties and the enduring human fascination with the unknown. Severed Hand of Sumner. The mystery of the severed hand found in Sumner, Christchurch, centers around an incident in 1885 when a severed hand was discovered at Taylor's Mistake, a nearby beach. The hand was identified by a Mrs. Sarah Howard as belonging to her husband, Arthur Howard, whose clothes had been found neatly folded on Sumner Beach 2 months earlier. The discovery led to suspicions of foul play and a conspiracy to defraud an insurance company, as Mr. Howard had a substantial life insurance policy. The case escalated when Arthur Howard was later found alive, and it was revealed that the hand actually belonged to an unidentified woman. Despite exhumations and extensive investigations, the identity of the woman and the origins of the severed hand remain unresolved, making it one of Christchurch's enduring historical mysteries. Siberian Death Cauldrons. The Siberian Death Cauldrons, located in the so-called Valley of Death in the Sakha Republic, Russia, are a mysterious and intriguing phenomenon. These metal structures, reportedly made of copper or a copper-like material, have been partially submerged in the permafrost and are described as being hemispherical with razor-sharp edges. Sightings date back to the 19th century, with local legends and accounts from hunters and explorers who found them in the taiga. Those who sought shelter within the cauldrons often experienced unexplained illnesses, including confusion and dizziness. Despite numerous expeditions since the 1970s, no definitive evidence or explanations have been found. Some theories suggest natural explanations such as toxic volcanic gases causing the observed effects, while others speculate about extraterrestrial origins or ancient technology. The cauldrons remain a topic of fascination and speculation among researchers and enthusiasts alike. Sky serpents. Sky serpents, also known as atmospheric beasts, are described as snake-like or elongated serpentine dragons that appear to float or fly in the air. They are typically seen moving in an undulating fashion, much like sea serpents in the air, and they lack wings, distinguishing them from traditional dragons. These creatures have been reported to be semi-solid, sometimes translucent, and are believed to exhibit behaviors such as glowing and shape-shifting. Sightings of sky serpents have been documented throughout history, with notable reports in the 20th century, including instances where they were described as giant, winged creatures. Theories about their existence range from optical illusions caused by atmospheric conditions to extraterrestrial origins. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, sky serpents continue to be a topic of fascination in cryptozoology and folklore. Spokes of Venus. The spokes of Venus refers to an observation made by Percival Lowell in 1896, where he claimed to see dark, spoke-like patterns radiating from a central spot on the planet Venus. Using a 24-inch Clark refractor telescope, Lowell stopped down the aperture to reduce atmospheric turbulence, inadvertently creating a setup similar to an ophthalmoscope, which optometrists use to examine the eye. This configuration caused shadows of the blood vessels in Lowell's own retina to be projected onto his view of Venus, leading him to believe these features were on the planet itself. Despite initially retracting his findings in 1902, Lowell later reaffirmed his observations, although they were widely discredited by other astronomers. Modern explanations, such as those by astronomers Andrew T. Young and Philip C. Steffi, confirm that the spokes were indeed optical illusions caused by Lowell's observing technique, thus revealing the fallibility of even the most meticulous scientific observations under certain conditions. SpongeBob Incident. The so-called Brazilian SpongeBob incident emerged as a peculiar urban legend during the 2016 Rio Olympics. According to the tale, a broadcast intrusion interrupted Olympic coverage with an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, allegedly accompanied by a low-frequency sound known as the brown note, purported to cause involuntary defecation. Despite claims that numerous Brazilians experienced this and required hospitalization, there is no substantial evidence or credible media reports supporting the occurrence. The incident likely gained traction due to the overall chaotic nature of the 2016 Olympics, which were marred by numerous logistical and infrastructural issues, creating fertile ground for such rumors. Sri Lanka handball team. In 2004, the entire Sri Lankan handball team vanished during a tour in Germany, leading to a significant mystery and international intrigue. The team, formed hastily with players who had no prior handball experience, lost all their matches disastrously. After a friendly game and a night of celebration, they disappeared from their hotel at dawn, leaving behind a note claiming they were heading to France, though their actual destination was Italy. This incident revealed that the team was not officially sanctioned, and the Sri Lankan Sports Ministry was unaware of its existence. The players had used this opportunity to escape to Europe in search of better economic prospects. German authorities later annulled their visas and issued arrest warrants for immigration violations. Over time, many of the players returned to Sri Lanka due to homesickness and unfulfilled promises of employment in Europe. Station.exe. The story of Station revolves around an anonymous individual who discovered an additional disc in a CD case purchased at a tech expo. This extra disc contained an executable file named Station, which, when run, exhibited typical malware behavior. The malicious file would alter system settings, create backdoors for unauthorized access, and potentially steal data, posing significant security risks. Such malware often infiltrates systems through deceptive means, including extra disks, downloads from unverified sources, and phishing emails. Users reported severe issues like system crashes, slowed performance, and unauthorized data access. Analysis tools like Manalizer can help detect and analyze such malicious files by performing static analysis on executables to identify undesirable behavior. The broader implications of malware like Station underline the importance of cybersecurity practices, including avoiding unknown files, keeping systems updated, and using reliable antivirus software. Studham Alien. The mystery of the Studham Alien, also known as the Little Blue Man, revolves around an encounter on January 28, 1967, when 7 young boys playing near Studham Common in Bedfordshire, England, reported seeing a small, blue-skinned figure. Described as about 3 feet tall, the entity wore a one-piece suit and a large, brimless bowler hat. The children recounted that the figure would vanish and reappear multiple times, often in a puff of bluish smoke, and emitted unintelligible sounds. The incident was documented by their teacher, Miss Newcomb, who believed the boys' story after separating them to write individual accounts, all of which were consistent. Local ufologists investigated and found no concrete evidence but noted similar UFO sightings in the area. The tale remains one of the intriguing, unexplained encounters of the 1960s, blending elements of folklore with modern UFO mythology. Super 8 Face. The Super 8 Face phenomenon originates from a viral post on 4chan, where a user shared a video of a face appearing amidst static on an unnamed channel at a Super 8 hotel. The video, recorded on a Samsung TV, showed a face within the static on channel 73, which was not listed in the hotel's TV guide. The face was surrounded by a bright circle, and the channel bore a Plus TV watermark, indicating a defunct Finnish broadcaster. Theories about the face include the possibility of it being a frozen broadcast snippet, an elaborate prank by a hotel employee, or a test by TV pirates using low-frequency channels. Despite various theories, the true nature of the Super 8 face remains unclear, contributing to its unsettling and mysterious reputation. Sweating sickness. Sweating sickness, also known as the English sweating sickness or Sutor anglicus, was a mysterious and highly fatal disease that struck England and later parts of Europe between 1485 and 1551. The disease began abruptly with symptoms such as a sense of dread, severe cold shivers, aches, intense headaches, and delirium, followed by a sudden and profuse sweating which often led to death within 24 hours. Its rapid onset and high mortality rate, particularly among young and able-bodied individuals, baffled contemporary physicians and led to widespread fear. Various theories about its cause have been proposed, including hantavirus, anthrax, and insect-borne diseases, but no definitive cause has been identified. The disease notably affected the wealthy more than the poor, which was unusual for infectious diseases of the time. Despite extensive research, the precise nature of sweating sickness remains one of the great medical mysteries of the Tudor period. The Finders. The Finders cult, exposed in the late 1980s, involved allegations of child abuse and satanic rituals. It gained attention when two well-dressed men were found with 6 unkempt children in Tallahassee, Florida. Authorities discovered the children were unbathed and malnourished, and subsequent investigations led to properties in Washington, D.C. and Virginia, revealing evidence of child exploitation and bizarre rituals. Despite the initial shocking findings, including documents on obtaining children and photos of disturbing practices, the case was quickly shrouded in secrecy. Claims surfaced that the group had CIA connections, which allegedly led to the suppression of further investigations. Official reports were often redacted, and although the group was accused of severe misconduct, they were never formally prosecuted. The Finders' activities and the abrupt cessation of the investigation have fueled numerous conspiracy theories about government involvement and cover-ups. The Monster with 21 Faces. The Monster with 21 Faces was an enigmatic group that terrorized Japanese confectionery companies in the mid-1980s, starting with the kidnapping of Ezaki Glico's president, Katsuhisa Ezaki, on March 18, 1984. The kidnappers, armed with what appeared to be a pistol and rifle, used a stolen key to enter his home, subsequently demanding a ransom, which was never paid as Ezaki escaped. The group continued to torment Glico and other companies with letters, threats, and poisoned products, leading to mass recalls and public fear. Despite extensive police investigations and media coverage, the group remained elusive, and their identity and motives were never conclusively determined, leading the case to become one of Japan's most infamous unsolved mysteries. The Naples Disappearances. The Naples disappearances involved Terrence Williams and Felipe Santos, who went missing in 2004 and 2003, respectively, under similar circumstances in Naples, Florida. Both men were last seen with Stephen Calkins, a Collier County Sheriff's deputy. Santos vanished after a minor traffic accident on October 14, 2003, with Calkins claiming he dropped him off at a nearby Circle K store. Williams disappeared on January 12, 2004, after being seen with car trouble. Calkins similarly stated he left Williams at a Circle K. Despite Calkins' inconsistent statements and failing parts of a polygraph test, no substantial evidence has led to his arrest. Public interest in the cases resurged in 2012 due to media coverage and advocacy by Tyler Perry, who offered a $200,000 reward for information. The cases remain unsolved, and both men have been declared legally dead. The Sandown Clown Incident. In May 1973, 2 children vacationing at Lake Common, Sandown, Isle of Wight, encountered a peculiar figure they later described as a clown-like entity, which came to be known as Sam the Sandown Clown. The children, referred to as Faye and an unnamed boy, were drawn to the site by a wailing noise resembling an ambulance siren. They crossed a footbridge over a stream and met a 7-foot-tall figure with an unusual appearance, including triangular eyes, a square nose, and yellow lips, all set directly on its shoulders without a visible neck. The entity wore a green tunic, white trousers, and a pointed yellow hat. Despite its intimidating appearance, Sam was friendly and communicated using a combination of a microphone and speech, although its lips barely moved. The children followed Sam to its metallic hut, where they spent about 30 minutes observing its strange behavior, such as eating berries by inserting them into its ear and having them reappear in its mouth. This incident, reported to the British UFO Research Association in 1978, remains an enigmatic and singular encounter, blending elements of cryptid lore and UFO phenomena. The spook light. The spook light, often referred to as the Hornet spook light or Joplin spook light, is a mysterious light phenomenon seen along the border between southwestern Missouri and northeastern Oklahoma. This enigma, described as an orange ball of light, typically appears on a gravel road known locally as the Devil's Promenade. The light has been documented for over a century, with sightings dating back to the 19th century. Descriptions of the spook light vary, with some witnesses reporting it as the size of a baseball to a basketball, moving at high speeds, hovering, or dancing along the road. Explanations for the light range from scientific theories, such as reflections of car headlights or atmospheric electrical charges due to geological fault lines, to local legends involving ghostly figures like Native American spirits and miners searching for their families. Despite numerous investigations, including those by the Army Corps of Engineers, the exact origin of the spook light remains unexplained, making it a fascinating subject for both paranormal enthusiasts and skeptics alike. Track 61. Track 61 is an abandoned subway station beneath the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City, renowned for its secretive use to transport presidents and other high-profile guests discreetly. Built originally for freight and private use, Track 61 came into prominence when President Franklin D. Roosevelt used it in 1944 to avoid public scrutiny of his polio condition. Accessing the hotel directly from the platform via a specially designed elevator, Roosevelt could move between his train and the hotel without being seen. Over the years, the track has been sporadically used by other dignitaries and served as a venue for unique events, including an underground party hosted by Andy Warhol in the 1960s. While many myths surround its use, such as the claim that FDR's personal train car was permanently stationed there, these have been debunked, revealing that the car on the track was actually a baggage car. Despite its decline in use, Track 61 remains an intriguing piece of New York's clandestine history, still considered a potential emergency escape route for the president. Tucson Anomalous Zone. The Tucson Anomalous Zone, located in southeastern Arizona near the Mexican border, is an area rich with unexplained phenomena and local legends. This region, particularly around the Tumacacori and Huachuca Mountains, is known for sightings of mysterious blue-green lights that have been reported since 1939. These lights, often described as large, glowing orbs, appear in the sky at night and vanish within minutes, baffling observers and defying conventional explanations. Additionally, the area is home to the Doorway to the Gods, a stone archway where several people have reported strange occurrences, including objects disappearing when passed through its opening, and anomalies like different weather conditions seen through the arch. The region's rugged terrain and historical significance, including connections to Spanish missionaries and indigenous legends, add to its mysterious allure. The San Rafael Valley, part of the Tucson Anomalous Zone, provides a scenic backdrop with its rolling plains and dramatic mountain vistas, making it a hotspot for both paranormal enthusiasts and hikers seeking to uncover its secrets. Turning Angel Statue. The Turning Angel statue in Natchez, Mississippi, commemorates the victims of a devastating explosion that occurred at the Natchez Drug Company on March 14, 1908. This tragic event led to the deaths of several employees, including 5 young women whose ages ranged from 12 to 22. In memory of the deceased, the owner of the Natchez Drug Company commissioned a marble angel statue, which stands in the Natchez City Cemetery overlooking their graves. The statue has gained local notoriety and the nickname Turning Angel because it is said to appear as if it turns to look at passing cars when their headlights illuminated at night. This eerie optical illusion has made the statue a focal point of local folklore. Over the years, the statue has been subjected to vandalism, notably in 2020 when it was damaged and required significant restoration efforts. Despite this, the turning angel remains a poignant symbol of the tragedy and a unique part of Natchez' history. Untersberg Code. The Untersberg Code is an intriguing and enigmatic text allegedly discovered by an assistant named Lazarus in the 16th century, engraved in a rock within a cave on the Untersberg mountain. This cryptic inscription has sparked considerable interest due to its undeciphered nature and historical context. The text, transcribed as a series of seemingly random letters and numbers, has led to various speculations about its meaning and purpose. Some suggest it could be a form of encryption common in the 16th century, potentially involving knowledge of ancient German or Latin. However, despite multiple attempts to crack the code, no conclusive interpretation has emerged. The Untersberg itself, a mountain straddling the border between Germany and Austria, is rich in legends, including tales of time anomalies and mythical beings, which adds to the mystery surrounding the code. The mountain's caves, including the Riesending Cave, are also notable for their geological and historical significance, further intertwining with the lore of the Untersberg Code. Valley of Headless Men. The Valley of Headless Men, located in Nahanni National Park Reserve in the Northwest Territories of Canada, is shrouded in mystery and folklore due to a series of eerie incidents beginning in the early 20th century. The name originates from the discovery of decapitated bodies, such as those of prospectors Willie and Frank McLeod in 1908. They had ventured into the valley in search of gold, but were later found headless, sparking widespread rumors and fear. Subsequent discoveries of headless bodies, including that of Swiss prospector Martin Jorgensen in 1917 and World War I veteran John O'Brien in 1922, only deepened the valley's ominous reputation. Theories about these decapitations range from murder by rival prospectors to attacks by wild animals or supernatural forces, though none have been conclusively proven. The Dean people, the indigenous inhabitants, have long spoken of the valley's dangers, adding to its mystique. Despite its grim history, the valley is also known for its stunning landscapes and has become a point of interest for adventurers and mystery enthusiasts alike. Vallone dei Mulini. The Vallone dei Mulini, or Valley of the Mills, is a historic site in Sorrento, Italy, known for its picturesque and lush landscape. Formed around 37,000 years ago due to the volcanic activity of the Campi Flegrei, the valley was once a bustling center of industry with mills that processed wheat and a sawmill for wood, particularly active from the 13th century until the early 20th century. The construction of Piazza Tasso in 1866 isolated the valley, leading to its abandonment and eventual overgrowth with dense vegetation. The high humidity and secluded location have allowed a unique microclimate to develop, supporting rare plant species like the Phyllitis vulgaris. Today, the ruins of the mills, enveloped in greenery, serve as a striking reminder of the area's industrial past and are a popular spot for photography, although access to the site itself is restricted to viewing from above or nearby points such as Piazza Tasso. Wessex Way Monster. On November 14, 2007, a traffic surveillance camera on the A338 Wessex Way in Bournemouth, Dorset, captured footage of a mysterious creature which has since been the subject of much debate. The video shows the creature crossing the central crash barrier and disappearing into the shadows without being caught in the headlights of an approaching car. Initially thought to be a deer due to its leaping movement, experts have noted that the creature's hind legs resemble those of a human rather than a deer, leading to alternative theories about its identity. Some speculate it could be a skinwalker, wendigo, or even a feral human, while others suggest the footage might be a fabrication. Despite various theories, the creature's true nature remains a mystery, adding to the lore of strange sightings in the UK. Wilga Waterhole Whaling. The Wilga Waterhole in central western Queensland, Australia, is notorious for its eerie and unexplained wailing sounds that have spooked both humans and animals for over a century. The phenomenon was first reported by shearers and station workers in the late 1800s, who described the sounds as unearthly wails and screams emanating from the waterhole. These noises were so terrifying that they drove people away and prevented animals from drinking at the waterhole. Various theories have emerged to explain the sounds, ranging from ghostly entities to subterranean channels, but none have been conclusively proven. The site gained further notoriety from a 1947 article by Bill Beatty, which detailed the experiences of two shearers who camped near the waterhole and were driven off by the horrifying noises. Today, the Wilga Waterhole is located on private property, adding to its mystique as a haunted and enigmatic location. Yaritza Oliva. Yaritza Oliva, a 20-year-old woman from Palenque, Chile, has gained attention for her rare and distressing condition known as hemolacria, which causes her to cry tears of blood. This condition, characterized by the presence of blood in the tears, can result from various causes such as conjunctival injury, blood disorders, high blood pressure, or even hormonal changes. Despite numerous medical evaluations, the exact cause of Oliva's condition remains undiagnosed, leaving her and her family in distress due to the pain and the financial burden of seeking specialized care. Hemolacria is extremely rare, with few documented cases worldwide, and it often requires thorough medical investigation to determine the underlying cause and appropriate treatment. In Oliva's case, the condition has led to significant discomfort and social challenges, as the public and medical professionals continue to search for answers to this enigmatic ailment.
Hey, Bubble Bass, you're sitting on my friend.
Gus Fring's origins. Gus Fring, a central antagonist in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, has a deliberately enigmatic backstory. Known to be Chilean, his exact origins are shrouded in mystery. Hints suggest he may have had a high-ranking military role under Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet, as evidenced by his nickname Generalissimo and the fear his reputation inspired among Mexican cartel members. After leaving Chile, he relocated to Mexico in 1986 and then to the U.S., where he built his dual empire of fast food and narcotics distribution. Gus's vendetta against the Salamanca family, particularly Hector, is driven by the murder of his partner and lover, Max Arciniega. Concrete. The character Concrete from the Steven Universe Art and Origins art book sparked significant controversy for its racially insensitive depiction. Concrete, a gray-skinned, thick-built character with coiled hair and exaggerated lips, was criticized for perpetuating harmful racial stereotypes. The character's description, which included traits like an inability to read, further fueled the backlash by reinforcing negative stereotypes about African Americans. Despite being a preliminary sketch that was never intended to appear in the show, its inclusion in the art book was seen as a serious oversight. Both Rebecca Sugar, the show's creator, and Lamar Abrams, the artist who drew Concrete, issued apologies, acknowledging the unintentional but offensive nature of the character's design and promising to improve cultural sensitivity in future works. Paul Stamets' reaction. Paul Stamets' reaction on the Joe Rogan Experience when asked about the potential negative effects of portobello mushrooms sparked intrigue due to his cryptic response and refusal to detail specifics. Stamets mentioned that discussing the topic might put his life in danger, suggesting the presence of harmful compounds such as hydrazines and agaritines, known for their carcinogenic properties when raw or inadequately cooked. His hesitation is likely influenced by the significant economic stakes in the mushroom industry, potential legal implications, and concerns about causing public alarm. The global mushroom market is vast, with portobello mushrooms being a staple in many diets, and publicizing negative information could have considerable financial repercussions. Furthermore, there's speculation about the mushroom industry's control over such information, contributing to Stamets' cautious approach. How to make a hat entirely out of dried cucumber. How to Make a Hat Entirely Out of Dried Cucumber by Zandiloquent's Bizarre. The third is a unique and whimsical guide that merges unconventional art with humor and creativity. Rather than providing a straightforward instructional manual, the book explores the imaginative process of crafting a hat from dried cucumbers, emphasizing the joy of artistic experimentation. Through a blend of narrative and visual storytelling, readers are introduced to the eccentric world of cucumber hat making it a celebration of artistic freedom and resourcefulness. Chris Tyson. The controversy surrounding Chris Tyson, a prominent member of the Mr. Beast YouTube channel, stems from his public gender transition and the impact it has had on his personal and professional life. Starting in mid-2022, fans observed changes in Tyson's appearance and behavior, which he later attributed to taking his mental health seriously and undergoing hormone replacement therapy. These changes, coupled with his separation from his wife, sparked significant public and media attention. Supporters, including Mr. Beast, expressed their encouragement, highlighting Tyson's bravery and commitment to his true self. However, Tyson also faced substantial backlash, with critics arguing that his transition negatively affected his role as a father and his presence on the Mr. Beast channel. This situation has put Mr. Beast in a delicate position, as he must navigate his friend's controversial decision while managing the potential impacts on his brand and audience engagement. Outlast Insane Asylum. Outlast Insane Asylum written by Michael Strawn and based on the video game Outlast by Red Barrels, immerses viewers in a harrowing narrative following investigative journalists Michael and Luis as they uncover the dark secrets of Mount Massive Asylum. The screenplay closely mirrors the game's intense atmosphere, characterized by its claustrophobic setting and relentless horror. The asylum, once used for MKUltra experiments, is now a nightmarish labyrinth filled with mutilated patients and deranged staff under the control of the corrupt Murkoff Corporation. The film captures the essence of survival horror with its use of stealth, night vision, and the protagonist's desperate attempts to escape while documenting the atrocities within. Critics have praised the game's, and by extension the film's, ability to sustain high levels of tension and fear, thanks to its detailed sound design and realistic, grim visuals that evoke a pervasive sense of dread. The screenplay further enhances this by integrating the game's plot devices, such as finding hidden documents and avoiding violent encounters, making it a faithful and gripping adaptation. Letters to E.T. Letters to E.T. is a heartfelt collection of over 30 fan letters compiled in a book edited by Steven Spielberg. Published in 1983, the book features letters from fans of all ages who were deeply moved by the film E.T. the Extraterrestrial. These letters include personal anecdotes, drawings, and expressions of the profound impact the movie had on viewers. Spielberg himself introduces the collection, which also includes black and white production photos and reprints of related newspaper cartoons. The diverse range of letters highlights the universal appeal and emotional resonance of the character E.T., as well as the film's enduring legacy in popular culture. Leave Me Alone. In iDubbbz's Content Cop video targeting Leafy, a former YouTuber known for his controversial content, iDubbbz introduces a satirical concept for a children's book titled Leave Me Alone. This fictional book, which does not actually exist, served as a humorous critique of Leafy's bullying and weak chin, a recurring joke among fans. The narrative of the book involves Leafy hiding his chin behind various objects like ice cream, a basketball, and a leaf, while making derogatory remarks towards others. This satirical portrayal underscores the moral lesson of treating others with kindness, juxtaposing Leafy's abrasive online persona with a children's story format. Despite the book being a gag, many fans mistakenly believed it to be real due to the detailed descriptions provided by iDubbbz in the video. Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting is a supposedly upcoming drama film in the Cool Cat cinematic universe, directed and written by Derek Savage. Originally slated for a late 2010s release, the project has faced significant delays as Savage seeks to ensure a major global blockbuster launch through a prominent distributor. In the interim, Savage has produced various other Cool Cat films to attract investor interest. Notably, the character Dirty Dog, initially intended to debut as the school shooter in Stops a School Shooting, first appeared in Cool Cat's Crazy Dream, and subsequently starred as the antagonist in Cool Cat Fights Coronavirus and Cool Cat vs. Dirty Dog Unleashed. The film, set to be the 5th feature-length installment and the 10th overall in the Cool Cat series, boasts a 104-page script and is projected to run for approximately 2 hours. Black Dog. The Black Dog, a supernatural, spectral, or demonic hellhound originating from English folklore, is a recurring figure in various legends across Europe and the Americas. These ghostly canines are typically described as unnaturally large with glowing red or yellow eyes, and are often associated with death or the devil. Sightings and tales of black dogs such as Black Shuck, Barghest, and the Gert dog span from Dartmoor to Suffolk, and their presence is frequently considered an omen of death or disaster. However, in some traditions they also serve as protective spirits, guiding or guarding individuals during dangerous journeys. These legends often link black dogs to locations like crossroads, ancient pathways, and places of execution, where they are believed to appear suddenly and vanish just as quickly, leaving behind an aura of dread or occasionally protection. The myths surrounding black dogs have permeated various cultures, integrating elements of Celtic, Norse, and Christian beliefs, thereby enriching their narrative with a complex blend of fear, mystery, and awe. The politics of Starship Troopers. Sargon of Akkad's analysis of Starship Troopers argues that the film, often perceived as a fascist allegory, actually portrays a representative democratic society with distinct differences from fascism. He explains that the director, Paul Verhoeven, intended the film as a satire but misinterpreted the source material, leading to confusion among viewers. Robert Heinlein, the author of the original novel, held liberal and libertarian views, advocating for individualism and personal responsibility. The society depicted in the film operates under a rule of law where citizenship is earned through service, emphasizing civic duty rather than totalitarian control. Heinlein's vision contrasts with fascism, which mandates state control over all aspects of life. Instead, the Terran Federation in Starship Troopers allows for personal freedoms and requires citizens to serve voluntarily to gain the right to vote and hold office. This structure promotes a sense of civic virtue and accountability rather than the authoritarian oppression characteristic of fascist regimes. Verhoeven's interpretation missed these nuances, leading to the film being misunderstood as an allegory for fascism, while it actually showcases a meritocratic and liberal order. 14 slant question mark. The experimental abstract game known as 14 slant question mark is a rather elusive piece of digital art, shrouded in mystery due to its limited distribution and the obscurity surrounding its creator. This game, described in various online forums, appears to have been shared privately among friends and peers of the developer, making it largely inaccessible to the public. The gameplay itself is not well documented, contributing further to its enigmatic status. Enthusiasts have noted that it can be played using Easy RPG, an open-source project designed to run RPG Maker games across multiple platforms. This requires users to drop the Easy RPG Player executable into the game folder, ensuring compatibility with modern systems. The game's abstract nature and the sparse information available have sparked curiosity and speculation among gamers who frequent niche forums and communities dedicated to obscure and experimental games. 2006 Volleyball Incident. The 2006 volleyball incident is often discussed as a purported school shooting or bombing that allegedly took place during a volleyball event in Nebraska or South Dakota. Despite its prevalence in online forums and conspiracy theory discussions, there is no verifiable evidence that such an event occurred. Various sources, including discussions on Reddit and other forums, suggest that people might be conflating this supposed incident with other real events from the same period, such as the Platte Canyon High School hostage crisis in Colorado or other school shootings that happened around 2006. The lack of concrete details, media reports, or eyewitness accounts lends credibility to the theory that the 2006 volleyball incident may be a product of collective false memories or the Mandela effect, where large groups of people remember something that never actually happened. 3301337.cf 3301337.cf is an enigmatic online puzzle that has piqued the curiosity of many, drawing comparisons to the infamous Cicada 3301. Archived on sites like 4chan, this puzzle involves a complex mix of mathematical riddles, alien sketches, alchemical symbols, and astrological references, making it a cryptic and perplexing challenge. The premise suggests that solving these puzzles could reveal primes necessary to protect humanity from an alien invasion expected in 2111. Additionally, it hints at the existence of a hidden ninth planet in our solar system that will align with the pyramids when the aliens return. Despite its intriguing nature, the puzzle has largely been abandoned since 2017, with many dismissing it as the work of a highly imaginative individual or a complex joke. 3M Electrostatic Force Field. David Swenson of 3M Corporation described a fascinating electrostatic anomaly in which workers at a 3M factory encountered what seemed like an invisible wall under a rapidly moving sheet of electrically charged polypropylene film. This strange phenomenon occurred in the summer of 1980 in South Carolina, when high-speed rollers were used to process polypropylene film into smaller spools. The process created a tent-like structure, 21 feet wide and 20 feet high, where a large electrostatic field formed. The field was strong enough to prevent personnel from passing through, creating a physical barrier similar to a force field. The phenomenon was investigated by David Swenson, who reported that his handheld electrometer showed a full-scale reading of 200 kilovolts per foot, even from 20 feet away. The static charge generated by the fast-moving film created a charged vortex sheath that acted like a physical barrier. Employees attempting to walk through this area found themselves unable to pass, and in some cases had to walk backward to escape its effects. The occurrence of such a high static charge is rare and highly dependent on environmental factors such as humidity and the speed of the film. The exact mechanics of the barrier involve complex interactions between electrostatic forces and the physical properties of the materials involved, which remain a subject of curiosity and study. 47 Society. The 47 Society is an international interest group that explores the phenomenon of the number 47, widely regarded as the quintessential random number. This group investigates the frequent and seemingly coincidental appearances of 47 in various contexts, suggesting potential mystical, metaphysical, or scientific significance. The origin of this fascination traces back to Pomona College in 1964, where students and faculty began noting the number's unexpected recurrence and even humorously developed a proof that all numbers are equal to 47. Over time, this quirky observation has expanded beyond the college, influencing popular culture and media, notably through deliberate insertions in Star Trek episodes by Pomona alumnus Joe Menosky. The Society documents and discusses these occurrences, encouraging members to share their own 47 sightings and theories. 515 Mystery. The 515 Mystery, as explored by Robert Hollander and Heather Russo from Princeton University, delves into Dante Alighieri's use of the number 515 in his Purgatorio. This number, referred to as 515 in the text, is significant in its symbolic and prophetic context. Dante contrasts this number with Virgil's use of 333 in the Aeneid, which describes the time from Aeneas's landing in Italy to the founding of Rome. In Dante's work, 515 is interpreted by some scholars as representing a prophecy, possibly relating to historical or eschatological events, and is viewed as a counter to the apocalyptic number 666. The specific choice of 515 has been debated, with interpretations suggesting connections to events like the coronation of Charlemagne and prophecies regarding the Holy Roman Empire. This analysis ties together historical, literary, and numerological elements, demonstrating the layered complexity of Dante's symbolism. Alain Bouzeda murder. On February 27, 1987, Alain Bouzeda, a 37-year-old man, was murdered at the Bastille station in Paris, France. Bouzeda, who was intoxicated, was yelling at random people when he was attacked and fatally stabbed. This incident occurred in the bustling metro station located under the historic Place de la Bastille, a significant site in French Revolutionary history. Despite the presence of numerous commuters, the identity of Bouzeda's assailant remains unknown, and the case is still unsolved, making it a point of interest among true crime enthusiasts due to its mysterious nature. The Bastille Station, a major hub on Paris's metro system, is known for its unique architectural design, which includes remnants of the Bastille prison, further adding to the location's historical and cultural significance. Antarctic neutrino anomalies. Recent research co-authored by a Virginia Tech assistant professor of physics has provided a new explanation for the strange neutrino anomalies detected in Antarctica. These anomalies, observed in 2016 and 2018 by the Antarctic Impulsive Transient Antenna, involved high-energy neutrinos appearing to emerge from the Earth and head skyward, which contradicts known physical laws. The study suggests that these events might be explained by reflections off subsurface firn, compacted snow that has not yet turned into glacial ice. This medium could create density inversions, facilitating the reflection of radio pulses without flipping their phase, making them resemble neutrino signals. The team, including experts from various institutions, also considered the possibility of subglacial lakes contributing to these reflections, though they found them less likely due to their sparse distribution. This research highlights how glaciological phenomena rather than new particle physics could explain these puzzling observations. Bambi Savior of Animal Kingdom. Bambi Savior of the Animal Kingdom, a 2003 CGI animation by Computer Film International Presentiert, is a rare and lesser-known Bambi knockoff. The film attempts to blend traditional storytelling with computer-generated imagery, a technique that was relatively novel at the time. Despite its ambitious premise, the movie faced criticism for its simplistic plot and low-budget animation, which some viewers found lacking compared to more polished productions. However, it has a unique charm due to its earnest approach and effort to convey a positive message about the importance of unity and courage among animals. Reviews from sources like IMDb highlight its inventive but ultimately underwhelming execution, making it a curious piece for animation enthusiasts interested in the evolution of CGI films. Bardia Imposter. Bardia, also known as Smerdis, was a son of Cyrus the Great and the younger brother of Cambyses II, who was king of the Persian Empire. After Cambyses II secretly murdered Bardia before departing for Egypt, a Magian named Gaumata, who closely resembled Bardia, took advantage of this secrecy. Gaumata impersonated Bardia and declared himself king, successfully ruling for several months in 522 BC. This deception, known as the Bardia Impostor Affair, led to widespread acceptance due to Cambyses's harsh rule and prolonged absence, combined with promises of tax relief. Eventually, Darius, alongside other Persian nobles, exposed and killed the impostor, solidifying his own claim to the throne. Bashir Kuchachi. In the 1980s, Bashir Kuchachi, a successful restaurateur in Washington, D.C., experienced a prolonged and terrifying harassment campaign via phone calls. This torment, initiated by an unidentified caller who often mimicked the voice of a young girl and was later dubbed l'enfant, the child, persisted for nearly a decade. The incessant calls, which included death threats and disturbing messages, occurred as frequently as 10 to 20 times a day, severely impacting Kuchachi's mental health and leading to multiple hospitalizations for psychiatric care. Despite involvement from the FBI, who found the situation chilling, the source of the calls was never identified, and the motives behind this relentless harassment remain a mystery to this day. Beacon of Hate. The Beacon of Hate refers to a peculiar and unsettling series of Morse code transmissions detected on the 30-meter amateur radio band starting on June 2, 2000. These broadcasts, characterized by their cryptic and often menacing messages, were noted for their weak signal strength and sporadic occurrence, typically repeating every few minutes. The content of the messages, which included anti-Semitic remarks and bizarre threats, suggested that the sender was not a regular Morse code user, given the frequent misspellings and use of unusual characters. The transmissions, which were initially detected in Fort Worth, Texas, exhibited diurnal fading patterns indicative of long-distance skywave propagation, suggesting an origin far from the receiver's location. Despite involvement from amateur radio operators and authorities, the identity and motives of the broadcaster remain unknown, adding to the enigmatic nature of this clandestine communication. Bebington Giant. The legend of the medieval giant of Bebington, part of Tom Sliman's Haunted Wirral series, describes a towering figure reported to have haunted the area since medieval times. Eyewitness accounts from the 1970s recount sightings of this giant near Bebington, where locals described an unnaturally tall and imposing figure cloaked in ancient attire, often seen during twilight. Despite the eerie descriptions, no physical evidence has ever been found, leaving the tale in the realm of folklore and local legend. Bennington Triangle. The Bennington Triangle, a term coined by author Joseph A. Citro, refers to a region in southwestern Vermont encompassing Glastonbury Mountain and surrounding towns like Bennington and Woodford, where several people mysteriously disappeared between 1945 and 1950. The series of disappearances began with Mitty Rivers, a 74-year-old hunting guide who vanished on November 12, 1945. The most notable case involved Paula Weldon, an 18-year-old Bennington College student who disappeared while hiking the Long Trail on December 1, 1946, sparking a massive but fruitless search. 3 years later, James Tedford went missing from a bus traveling to Bennington, with witnesses confirming he was aboard shortly before his disappearance. In 1950, 8-year-old Paul Jepson vanished while playing near his family's truck, and 53-year-old Frida Langer disappeared while hiking, only for her body to be found months later in a previously searched area with no determined cause of death. These unexplained events, coupled with eerie local legends and reported Bigfoot sightings, have fueled speculation about paranormal activity in the region. Bhutanese Shadow Market. The Bhutanese Shadow Market, an intriguing and mysterious concept, refers to a purported underground realm accessible through a complex ritual known as the elevator game. This market is said to offer supernatural items such as souls and spells for immortality. Although widely regarded as a conspiracy theory or urban legend, the Bhutanese Shadow Market has captured the imagination of many online communities. Some claim it is part of Bhutan's rich tapestry of magical practices, where abstract and mystical goods are traded. Despite its fantastical elements, the Shadow Market also symbolizes Bhutan's broader informal economy, which plays a crucial role in supporting local livelihoods through unregistered trades and services that escape governmental regulation. This informal sector, while untracked, contributes significantly to the economy, offering income and social support where formal mechanisms might fail. Bolshoi Zayatsky Stone Labyrinths. The Bolshoi Zayatsky Stone Labyrinths, located on Bolshoi Zayatsky Island in the Solovetsky Islands, Russia, are a fascinating archaeological site consisting of 13 or 14 labyrinths dating back to possibly the Neolithic or early Bronze Age. These labyrinths, made from stones laid out in intricate patterns, have puzzled researchers for years due to their enigmatic purpose. Various theories suggest they may have been used for ritualistic or ceremonial purposes. navigation, or even as traps for fish. Their construction demonstrates advanced knowledge of geometry and spatial awareness, hinting at a complex prehistoric society. Despite extensive study, including recent archaeological and geological surveys, the true function of these labyrinths remains a mystery, adding to their allure and historical significance. Bouvet Island Lifeboat. Bouvet Island, the most isolated, uninhabited place on Earth, has an intriguing mystery surrounding an abandoned lifeboat found on its desolate shores in 1964. This tiny island, almost entirely covered in ice and surrounded by the frigid waters of the Southern Ocean, offered no signs of recent human activity or any clues about the origin of the lifeboat. Despite extensive searches, no shipwrecks or missing vessels were linked to the lifeboat, deepening the enigma. The harsh and remote environment of Bouvet Island complicates investigations, and to this day, the lifeboat's presence remains unexplained, captivating the interest of researchers and mystery enthusiasts alike. Cantelmoism. Chris Cantelmo, a Yale-educated biochemist, gained notoriety for his online presence and the promotion of Cantelmoism, an unconventional belief system heavily centered around the psychoactive compound DMT. His theories suggested that DMT had profound spiritual and healing properties, claiming it could cure diseases, including cancer, and that it connected individuals to a higher reality. Cantelmo leveraged platforms like Reddit and YouTube to spread his ideas, attracting a mix of followers and critics. Despite presenting his movement as a path to increased love and kindness, his approaches were controversial and often dismissed as pseudoscientific. His charismatic persona and bold claims about DMT created a cult-like following, raising concerns about the impact of his teachings on vulnerable individuals. The enigmatic and post-ironic nature of Cantelmoism, combined with Cantelmo's dramatic assertions, sparked significant debate and scrutiny within online communities. Chinese nuclear tunnels. China's underground Great Wall refers to a vast network of tunnels, approximately 3,000 miles long, designed to store and transport intercontinental ballistic missiles. This extensive system, developed by the 2nd Artillery Corps, enhances the survivability of China's missile arsenal by allowing for the mobility and concealment of ICBMs, making them less vulnerable to preemptive strikes. The tunnels reportedly can house mobile missile launchers and are believed to be fortified enough to withstand attacks, ensuring a second strike capability. The discovery and mapping of these tunnels by a team of Georgetown University students highlighted the potential scale of China's nuclear arsenal, suggesting it might be significantly larger than previously estimated. This discovery has fueled debates over the implications for global nuclear stability and arms control efforts, particularly as China appears to be expanding its nuclear capabilities further. Creeping livers. The phenomenon of creeping livers, where fresh liver appears to move towards a nearby glass of milk, is rooted in anecdotal accounts and urban legends. The most well-known description involves placing a piece of liver on a kitchen surface with a glass of milk nearby, only to find the liver has crept towards the milk after some time. This story, popularized by 40 Times and other paranormal enthusiasts, suggests the movement is due to biochemical reactions such as enzyme activity and osmosis causing minor contractions in the liver tissue. Despite its eerie and captivating nature, no scientific evidence supports this claim. Discussions on platforms like Skeptics Stack Exchange and Unexplained Mysteries reveal a consensus of skepticism, noting the lack of empirical studies or verifiable observations, thus treating the phenomenon largely as a myth or humorous anecdote. Psylob cryptogram. The Psylob cryptogram, discovered by British musician Psylob Chris Jeffs in the mid-1990s at a London bookshop, is an enigmatic booklet filled with complex geometric patterns and symbols. Despite numerous attempts to decode it, including analyses suggesting it might be an encrypted text or a form of modern art, its purpose remains unresolved. Some theories propose it might be linked to intelligence tests, a challenge response mechanism for old computer programs, or even a game accessory, given its professionally printed nature and the lack of textual information. The cryptogram was brought into wider discussion when Klaus Schmeh, a well-known cryptologist, posted about it in 2015 after obtaining a complete set of scans from Jeffs. The ongoing mystery continues to intrigue cryptography enthusiasts and remains one of the top unsolved cryptograms in Schmeh's collection. Daytime.jpg. The image file daytime.jpg has garnered attention and sparked discussions on various conspiracy forums, such as Reddit. Users have speculated about its origins and purpose, suggesting it might be a digital artifact from a government surveillance program or a hidden component in certain software applications. While some believe it to be an innocuous image used in mundane contexts, others argue it could have deeper implications tied to privacy concerns or data collection practices. The mystery surrounding daytime.jpg primarily stems from its appearance in unexpected places and the lack of clear information about its creator or intended use, fueling ongoing debate among internet communities. Digging. The YouTube channel Digging has become a subject of intense intrigue within online communities due to its mysterious nature and unusual content. When users navigate to the URL/digging on YouTube, they are redirected to videos that appear self-aware, featuring bizarre and often glitchy visuals that suggest intentional manipulation. The channel's homepage itself is reportedly bugged, adding to the eerie and enigmatic aura. The phenomenon has sparked numerous discussions and theories on platforms like Reddit, where users share their experiences and speculate about the channel's purpose and origins. This peculiarity has made Digging a notable case study in internet mysteries, drawing both curious viewers and digital sleuths looking to unravel its secrets. Enrix. Enrix is an enigmatic website that has puzzled many internet users with its cryptic content and bizarre design. The site, hosted on Angelfire, appears to describe a fictional set of diseases, notably Go-Mech syndrome, which has no basis in medical reality outside of this context. Visitors encounter a homepage featuring a distorted image of a woman and nonsensical text that degrades further upon interaction. Additional pages include strange navigation elements and a peculiar video from the Persephone number station, hinting at a deeper, though unclear, narrative. Reddit users have linked some content to real-world images and videos, such as the woman's image being traced back to a Bangkok dental clinic and the number station video to the alternate reality game The Lost Experience. Despite these connections, no definitive explanation for the website's purpose has been found, leaving Enrix as a persistent mystery within internet folklore. Frauenfeld Ghost Bullet. In Frauenfeld, Switzerland, a 38-year-old man experienced a mysterious shooting incident while walking with his children, feeling sudden pain without hearing a gunshot. Doctors later confirmed he had been hit by a bullet, but no witnesses saw a shooter. Thurgau Canton police, represented by Matthias Graf, are investigating with no leads, while weapons expert Martin Earhard suggested the shot might have come from a small-caliber weapon or air gun fired from a distance. The incident has baffled authorities and the community, prompting police to seek public assistance for any information. Despite the lack of forensic evidence and clear answers, the victim is recovering, and the investigation continues amidst rising public curiosity and concern. French horse mutilations. In recent years, France has witnessed a disturbing wave of horse mutilations, sparking both public outrage and widespread speculation. These incidents, which began gaining significant attention in January 2020 and surged through the summer, involve horses found with horrific injuries such as missing ears, eyes gouged out, and deep, clean cuts. Despite extensive investigations, including over 150 cases across more than half of France's 96 departments, the authorities have yet to determine the culprits or motivations behind these acts. Various theories have emerged, ranging from satanic cults and psychotic individuals to the possibility of natural scavenger activity post-mortem, as suggested by some experts. This phenomenon has led to heightened vigilance among horse owners and public figures, such as the French Interior Minister, urging caution, and the setup of dedicated hotlines for reporting incidents. However, the rush to pinpoint a single explanation has been criticized, with some suggesting that these mutilations might reflect broader societal anxieties amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic. The debate continues as both the public and investigators grapple with separating fact from fear-driven fiction. Gelatinous Cube of London Bridge. The gelatinous cube of London Bridge is a fictional cryptid described as an amorphous, semi-transparent entity, often said to resemble a large block of jelly. Its lore includes sightings of a creature with a slightly elongated, square-shaped head and green tentacle-like appendages. First mentioned in various fictional accounts, the cube is said to lurk around London Bridge, absorbing and digesting organic material it encounters. This cryptid blends characteristics of traditional folklore with creative, modern storytelling. Golf rumors. Golf rumors are a fascinating mix of conspiracy theories, urban legends, and elaborate hoaxes, often circulating in online forums and dark corners of the internet. One of the more peculiar and persistent rumors suggests that elite golf courses are fronts for nefarious activities, including child trafficking and satanic rituals. These theories often draw tenuous connections between unrelated events, such as the tragic death of professional golfer Erica Blasberg, whose suicide some conspiracy theorists believe was actually a murder to cover up her witnessing something sinister. Another bizarre twist involves a supposed CIA experiment involving a psychic named Robert Golf, who allegedly disappeared after participating in secret projects. Some versions of these rumors even involve hidden tunnels beneath golf courses used for clandestine operations. While these stories lack credible evidence and are generally considered far-fetched by the mainstream, they continue to captivate and fuel the imaginations of conspiracy theorists and internet sleuths alike. H. David Werder. H. David Werder, a former write-in candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives, became a local legend in Clearwater, Florida, when he set a temporary, unofficial world record by living atop a 30-foot pole for 439 days, 11 hours, and 6 minutes. His stunt, initiated to protest the high price of gasoline, involved enduring the elements and numerous challenges, including false rumors of being armed and physical threats from intoxicated individuals. Despite significant pressure from city officials, who eventually forced him down before the 1984 Super Bowl, Werder's defiance and perseverance garnered both admiration and frustration from the community. His determination to make a statement, combined with his unique form of protest, left a lasting impression on local history. Harry Caroline and Tissy Jabber messages. The Harry Caroline and Tissy Jabber messages are two mysterious, encrypted exchanges between pairs of lovers from the late 19th and early 20th centuries, which remain unsolved to this day. Published in Victorian-era newspapers, these cryptic messages have puzzled cryptographers and enthusiasts alike. The Harry Caroline messages appeared in the Evening Standard in 1863, while the Tissy Jabber messages were found in the Daily Mail in 1901. These codes consist of seemingly random sequences of letters and numbers that have yet to be deciphered, despite numerous attempts and various hypotheses, including the possibility of the messages being linked to horse betting terminologies, as suggested by some researchers. The allure of these cryptograms lies not only in their undeciphered nature, but also in the romantic context they hint at, adding an intriguing layer to their historical significance. Herman Emanuel Fankum. Herman Emanuel Fankum, also known under various aliases, has baffled Canadian authorities since his arrest in 2012 for a sophisticated black money scam. Arriving in Montreal with a French passport, Fankum and his associates defrauded a real estate buyer of $450,000 by claiming to possess money disguised with a black coating that required an expensive chemical to remove. Despite initial cooperation, Fankum's true identity remains elusive as he has resisted providing fingerprints or attending detention review hearings. Interpol indicated he faked a French birth certificate and his alleged Cameroonian origins, leading to suspicions of broader fraudulent activities across Europe. This complex case, shrouded in legal and bureaucratic limbo, paints Fankum as a nomadic serial fraudster with possible ties to organized crime, leaving his ultimate identity and motives unresolved. Herxheim Mystery. The mystery of Herxheim, a small village in southwest Germany around 5300 BC, has perplexed archaeologists due to the discovery of a mass grave with hundreds of human remains showing signs of systematic butchery. This site, unearthed in 2009, revealed bones of over 500 individuals, including men, women, children, and even fetuses, all bearing marks of flesh removal and bone breaking, possibly to extract marrow. This meticulous butchering suggests ritualistic activities rather than simple acts of cannibalism. The discovery of finely crafted but intentionally shattered pottery alongside the bones, some from distant regions like the Moselle and Elbe rivers, further complicates the narrative. The skulls, broken to create caps or vessels, indicate a level of sophistication and ritualistic significance. Although some researchers suggest cannibalism, others propose that the flesh was not consumed but buried, aligning with ritual sacrifice theories. The true purpose behind these acts remains elusive, with the abrupt abandonment of Herxheim around 4950 BC adding to the enigma. Hoboken Warning. On September 27, 2016, an eerie emergency alert was broadcast by WKTV in Utica, New York, which featured the phrase, "Would you, could you, on a train?" a line from Dr. Seuss's Green Eggs and Ham. 2 days later, on September 29th, a New Jersey transit train crashed at Hoboken Terminal, resulting in 1 fatality and 114 injuries. This unusual alert and the subsequent crash sparked numerous conspiracy theories, although there is no evidence connecting the two events. The National Transportation Safety Board later identified the cause of the crash as the engineer's fatigue due to undiagnosed sleep apnea, compounded by New Jersey Transit's failure to properly screen for sleep disorders and install adequate safety measures like positive train control systems. Hyatt Verrill creature. Hyatt Verrill, an early 20th century explorer and author, claimed to have discovered a creature unknown to science, which he affectionately referred to as a monster and kept as a pet. This enigmatic animal was reportedly unlike any known species, sparking curiosity and debate within both scientific and cryptozoological communities. Verrill's descriptions of the creature, which he shared in various writings and public forums, emphasized its unique and mysterious nature. Despite these claims, there is no concrete scientific evidence to verify the existence of such a creature, and it remains a topic of speculation and intrigue among enthusiasts. This account highlights the blend of myth and exploration that characterized much of Verrill's work and continues to captivate those interested in the unknown aspects of natural history. Iraqi stargates. The theory that the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003 to access an ancient alien stargate is a fascinating but unfounded conspiracy. Proponents, such as UFO enthusiast Michael Salla, suggest that Saddam Hussein had acquired advanced technology from extraterrestrials via a stargate located under ancient ziggurats, such as the Great Ziggurat of Ur. These theorists argue that the U.S. sought to control this technology to prevent Saddam from using it for nefarious purposes and to leverage it for strategic advantages. However, there is no credible evidence to support these claims. The narrative gained traction primarily because of the controversial nature of the Iraq War and the absence of weapons of mass destruction, which were the official justification for the invasion. The conspiracy draws on a mix of historical intrigue, science fiction elements from popular culture, and distrust in governmental transparency. Japanese centenarians. Japan is renowned for its high number of centenarians, with factors like a healthy diet, active lifestyle, strong social connections, and regular medical checkups contributing to the longevity of its citizens. The country has over 70,000 centenarians, a figure that's been steadily increasing due to advancements in healthcare and a culture that values elderly care. However, Japan has also faced issues with outdated record-keeping, leading to some discrepancies in the actual number of living centenarians. For instance, some registered centenarians were found to have been deceased for years, revealing gaps in the tracking of elderly citizens. This issue highlights the need for updated systems to accurately reflect demographic changes. Moreover, Japan's aging population poses significant challenges, such as increased healthcare costs and the need for more comprehensive elderly care services to support its growing senior demographic. Jerry Hill 199, M New York 252958. The tape titled Jerry Hill 199, M New York 252958 is a VHS recording that surfaced on YouTube after being found in a Goodwill store in Portland, Oregon. It was labeled with a handwritten note and featured disturbing content related to a potential chemical attack. The tape, lasting 8 minutes and 51 seconds, includes segments from a 1988 television show and silent footage displaying various chemicals, tools, and cryptic messages hinting at an attack on Disneyland. The contents align with FBI document classification codes, specifically for foreign counterintelligence, suggesting its link to a broader investigation into threats from the Aum Shinrikyo cult, known for their 1995 sarin gas attack in Tokyo. The tape's discovery has raised questions about how such sensitive material ended up in a thrift store, and it provides a chilling glimpse into historical threats in the FBI's archival system. Joanna Lopez. The case of Joanna Lopez centers around a mysterious missing person whose low-quality image appeared on Chicago TV channel WMAQ in 1989 and again in 1991. Despite the broadcasts, there was no accompanying information, and Joanna Lopez's identity and whereabouts remained unknown for decades. Interest in the case revived through online communities, particularly a subreddit dedicated to investigating her disappearance. Enhanced photos and sketches have been created by Reddit users, improving the clarity of her features. A significant lead emerged when a Reddit user contacted a Joanna Lopez from Chicago, who had reportedly run away in 1989, and this lead seemed promising. This individual matched many details and expressed confusion about how her case had garnered such attention. While initial contact was made, further verification is pending, and the connection remains unverified. Theories about the broadcasts range from them being a genuine attempt to find a missing person to a potential hoax or prank. The phone number displayed in the broadcast belonged to the Chicago Police Department's Youth Division, suggesting Joanna might have been a runaway. Despite the progress made by online sleuths, the true story behind Joanna Lopez remains unresolved, with no official records or media coverage providing further clues. Kingdom of the Whispering Wind. The Kingdom of the Whispering Wind refers to a peculiar phenomenon reported by various hunters in the wooded terrains of Henderson County, North Carolina, during the mid-1980s. Described in a 1984-1985 report from the Gulf Coast Bigfoot Research Organization, witnesses, including the report author's uncle and father, experienced eerie whispering sounds in an open clearing where trees remained unnaturally still despite audible wind-like noises. This area is suspected to be near an old burial ground, and similar accounts include vehicles malfunctioning and strange auditory occurrences. The name Kingdom of the Whispering Wind encapsulates these mysterious, unsettling encounters that continue to intrigue those who venture into these woods. Los Angeles Underground Tunnels. During Prohibition, the underground tunnels of Los Angeles became a hub for illicit activities, primarily due to the corruption that permeated the city's administration. These tunnels, extending for approximately 11 miles under downtown Los Angeles, were used by bootleggers and speakeasies to transport and conceal alcohol. Notable figures, including Mayor George Cryer and crime boss Charles Crawford, exploited these tunnels for their operations, with Cryer's administration allegedly protecting these activities. Speakeasies like the King Eddie Saloon operated behind deceptive facades, such as a piano storefront, to avoid detection while providing a haven for those seeking illegal drinks. The tunnels were also used by police for discreetly moving prisoners and by banks for transporting money. Although many of these tunnels are now closed to the public, they remain a testament to the city's colorful and clandestine past. M-Cave. Kenny Veach, an experienced hiker and YouTuber, mysteriously vanished in the Mojave Desert on November 10, 2014, while searching for a peculiar M-shaped cave near Nellis Air Force Base. Known for his daring solo hikes, Veach had previously described encountering a cave that caused his entire body to vibrate, an experience that scared him away from entering. This account intrigued many online followers, pushing him to attempt to locate the cave again. Despite the warnings and strange occurrences, he set out alone and never returned. Search and rescue teams found his cell phone near an abandoned mine shaft, but no other traces of him, leading to widespread speculation about his fate. Theories range from an accidental fall, a deliberate suicide due to long-term depression, to more outlandish ideas involving secret military operations or extraterrestrial encounters. His girlfriend's comments on his YouTube video suggested he may have intended to end his life, citing his battle with depression and his refusal to seek help. To this day, the disappearance of Kenny Veach remains an unsolved mystery, sparking numerous debates and investigations among the online community. Marcus Wesson. Marcus Wesson, convicted in 2005, remains one of America's most notorious mass murderers and sex offenders. He was found guilty of 9 counts of first-degree murder and 14 counts of sexual crimes, including the rape and molestation of his daughters and nieces. Wesson's crimes were rooted in a twisted familial structure marked by incest and abuse, which he controlled through a cult-like influence over his family. The 2004 massacre in Fresno, California, where police discovered 9 of Wesson's children and grandchildren shot to death, was the culmination of his years of abuse and manipulation. Currently, Wesson is on death row at San Quentin State Prison, awaiting execution. His case is often compared to that of cult leaders due to his authoritarian control and the disturbing, religiously tinged beliefs he imposed on his family. Michigan Blue Hell. The Michigan Blue Hell is an urban legend that suggests the existence of a mystical passage within Michigan's extensive underground tunnel systems, believed to lead out of reality itself. This phenomenon, named after a video game glitch where players fall through the game world into an unseen area, is described as an eerie, blue-tinged underworld where normal rules of existence no longer apply. Accounts typically place the entry points in secluded, forested areas or abandoned buildings, and experiences include lost time, strange apparitions, and disorienting space distortions. While some speculate the legend has roots in ancient beliefs about spiritual realms, others attribute sightings to optical illusions or psychological factors. The persistent fascination with Michigan Blue Hell reflects a blend of historical lore, modern conspiracy theories, and the natural human allure for the mysterious. My Happiest Days. My Happiest Days is a YouTube channel featuring an augmented reality game created in July 2021, revolving around a fictional storyline where the uploader discovers a box of VHS tapes made by his father, Morgan Fausch Turner, in the late 70s to early 80s. The channel is characterized by its eerie and unsettling content, presenting videos out of chronological order that gradually reveal a disturbing narrative about a machine called the Turner Assembly, which supposedly makes humans immortal by merging them with technology. The ARG includes themes of distorted family memories, strange occurrences, and sinister undertones, making it a gripping and haunting series that captivates its audience through a blend of nostalgic and horror elements. North Korean ghost ships. Every year, numerous derelict boats from North Korea, referred to as ghost ships, wash up on the shores of Japan, often with the remains of their crew aboard. These ghost ships are believed to be the result of North Korean fishermen being forced to venture farther out to sea due to overfishing by Chinese fleets in North Korean waters. These fishermen, lacking adequate equipment and navigation skills, often succumb to harsh conditions, leading to their boats drifting across the Sea of Japan. The phenomenon has increased since Kim Jong-un pressured the military to boost fish catches to alleviate food shortages and generate income through exports to China. Despite the grim discovery of decomposed bodies on these boats, identifying the crew members is challenging due to the lack of identifying documents. Consequently, the bodies are cremated and their ashes stored in Buddhist compounds, while the boats are dismantled and incinerated. Northern Rhodesia Forbidden Pit. The Northern Rhodesia Forbidden Pit is a mysterious limestone sinkhole, about 100 yards in diameter, located in what is now Zambia. The pit is steeped in local legends, with some natives believing it harbors living prehistoric creatures, potentially remnants from a time long past. This belief is partly fueled by the area's history of unexplored regions and fossil discoveries that suggest the possibility of unknown animals still living there. Notably, Professor G. Elliott Smith from London University supported the idea that this remote area could be a refuge for species thought to be extinct. Local tribes such as the Mashona and Matabele have historically avoided the pit, adding to its aura of mystery and fear. Reports from the early 20th century described it as a place avoided due to the presence of dangerous creatures, and even tales of mass suicides around its edge have been recorded. The pit's depth, filled partially with water from an underground river, has been a source of fascination and dread, making it a significant subject of African folklore and cryptozoological interest. Padmanabhaswamy Temple Vault B. The Padmanabhaswamy Temple in Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, is renowned for its immense treasure, discovered in 2011 when 5 of its 6, or possibly 8, subterranean vaults were opened. These vaults contained an extraordinary collection of valuable objects including gold thrones, crowns, coins, statues, ornaments, and numerous diamonds and precious stones, estimated to be worth over $20 billion. Vault B, however, remains unopened and shrouded in mystery due to strong opposition from the Travancore royal family and associated superstitions. The legends around Vault B suggest that opening it could invoke a curse, catastrophic floods, or other disasters, as it is believed to be protected by a cobra and connected to the Arabian Sea. These myths, coupled with the royal family's insistence on preserving the sanctity of the vault, have led to its continued closure despite legal and public interest in its contents. Philadelphia Experiment. The Philadelphia Experiment is an alleged event that supposedly took place around October 28, 1943, at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. The story, brought to light by ex-merchant mariner Carl M. Allen, also known as Carlos Allende, claims that the U.S. Navy attempted to render the destroyer escort USS Eldridge invisible as part of a secret military experiment. According to Allen, the ship not only became invisible but also teleported to Norfolk, Virginia, before reappearing in Philadelphia. Reports from supposed witnesses and crew members describe bizarre side effects such as severe disorientation, insanity, and physical anomalies like being embedded in the ship's structure. Despite these dramatic claims, extensive investigations and historical records suggest the event never occurred. The story gained significant attention in the 1950s when Morris K. Jessup, an astronomer and UFO enthusiast, received letters from Allen detailing the experiment. The tale was further popularized by the Vero edition of Jessup's book, annotated with notes suggesting advanced extraterrestrial technology. Most experts and historians believe the story is a hoax, with plausible explanations such as the use of degaussing techniques to protect ships from magnetic mines, and the phenomenon of St. Elmo's fire accounting for some of the described effects. Pigeon Nerp 40 Tango Whiskey 194. In 2012, the remains of a pigeon identified as NERP 40 Tango Whiskey 194 were discovered in a chimney in Surrey, England, still carrying a coded message from World War II. The pigeon, part of the National Pigeon Service, was one of many used to convey secret messages across enemy lines. The message, written in 27 groups of 5-letter code, has stumped even modern cryptographers, including experts at the Government Communications Headquarters. Theories about the code's content and purpose remain speculative, partly due to the destruction of wartime codebooks that might have provided clues. The pigeon's intended recipient, labeled X02, and the sender S8W Stott have not been definitively identified, adding to the enigma. Despite extensive efforts, the true meaning behind the coded message remains one of the unresolved mysteries of wartime cryptography. Prison planet theory. The prison planet theory is a speculative concept suggesting that Earth functions as a prison or controlled environment where sentient beings, including humans, are confined by a higher power or extraterrestrial force. Proponents of this theory argue that human souls are trapped in a cycle of reincarnation, with their memories erased each time they return to Earth, preventing them from escaping. This concept often intertwines with ideas of spiritual exploration, vibrational energy, and extraterrestrial control, but lacks scientific evidence and is widely considered a conspiracy theory. The theory draws on Gnostic beliefs, proposing that knowledge and spiritual transcendence are key to escaping this supposed prison. Critics point out that archaeological achievements and human ingenuity do not require alien intervention, and ongoing scientific research, such as NASA's search for extraterrestrial life, does not support the theory. Overall, while the prison planet theory has garnered attention and discussion in certain online communities, it remains unsupported by mainstream science and is often debunked by experts. Pygmy Tunnels of Monte Alban. The Pygmy Tunnels of Monte Alban, an archaeological site in Oaxaca, Mexico, are part of the ancient Zapotec civilization, which flourished from around 200 BC until the Spanish invasion in 1519. These tunnels, discovered during excavations in the early 1930s, are remarkably small, measuring only 20 inches high and 25 inches wide, leading some to speculate they were not designed for regular human use. The tunnels contained skeletons, jade, turquoise, and other artifacts, but their exact purpose remains unclear. Initial theories suggested they were drainage systems, but this was later dismissed. Instead, they might have been used for burial rituals or connected to legends of little people in Zapotec folklore. The Zapotec civilization, known for its advanced urban planning, agriculture, and monumental architecture, used Monte Alban as a political and religious center. The city's construction atop an artificially leveled mountain required significant engineering skills, reflecting the Zapotec's sophisticated understanding of architecture and astronomy. Quake hair. Quake hair, as described in the 19th century account from Chantibun, Thailand, refers to mysterious hair-like fibers that reportedly emerged from the ground during a significant earthquake. These fibers, which stood upright and adhered strongly to the ground, burned and smelled like human hair when ignited. Theories about their origin vary, with some suggesting they could be bituminous substances forced through the Earth's pores by seismic activity and congealed into hair-like forms, while others believe they might be fibers from specific trees such as the hemp palm. Despite these theories, the exact nature and origin of quake hair remain unexplained and continue to intrigue both scientists and enthusiasts of the mysterious. Reissner-Nordstrom de Sitter black holes. Reissner-Nordstrom de Sitter black holes are charged black holes situated within a universe that has a positive cosmological constant, meaning they exist in a de Sitter space. These black holes are particularly intriguing because they exhibit properties that can drastically alter our understanding of space-time and cosmic censorship. They are characterized by their electric charge and the presence of both event and cosmological horizons. The structure of these horizons can lead to scenarios where typical causal relationships break down, potentially allowing the violation of the strong cosmic censorship conjecture, which normally prohibits the existence of naked singularities and ensures predictability in general relativity. These black holes have unique features, such as the possibility of spiral geodesics around the photon sphere, and significant implications for our understanding of gravitational interactions and stability within de Sitter space. Robert Golf and glass cameras. The theory surrounding Robert Golf and the glass cameras is rooted in speculative conspiracy and paranormal lore. Allegedly, Robert Golf, a psychic involved with government projects, was employed to assist in creating a device capable of recording visions experienced during astral projection. This device, dubbed the glass camera, was purportedly designed to capture visual data from non-physical realms. According to the theory, Golf's brain was connected to a computer system that could transcribe his astral experiences into visual recordings. During one such session, he supposedly remained in his astral state for too long, leading to his death. It is claimed that this incident resulted in the first recorded images of the afterlife. While these accounts are intriguing, they are primarily based on unverified claims and lack substantive evidence, often originating from conspiracy forums and speculative websites. The 9R channel. The YouTube channel 9R is known for its surreal and cryptic content, featuring a variety of videos that combine abstract visuals and enigmatic descriptions. Created on June 27, 2013, the channel has amassed 1.76 thousand subscribers and over 83,000 views across its 28 videos. The channel's content includes titles such as Open Door, Le Cremoc, and Tea Talk, often showcasing distorted video effects and obscure references, creating an unsettling yet intriguing atmosphere for viewers. The channel's description is equally perplexing, referencing surreal imagery and disjointed narratives that contribute to its mysterious allure. Despite its niche appeal, 9R has maintained a steady engagement with its audience, reflecting a dedicated following interested in its unique style and enigmatic presentation. Saadia Saleh. Saadia Saleh, a 12-year-old girl from Yemen, has baffled doctors and caused a stir in her village by reportedly crying small stones instead of tears. This unusual phenomenon, captured in a video by Yemen's Azal Satellite TV, shows doctors collecting a box full of these stones that emerged from her eyes within just a few hours. Despite extensive medical examination, doctors have been unable to identify any known disease or condition that could explain this occurrence. The villagers, gripped by fear and superstition, believe Saadia may be possessed or under a magic spell, with some even fearing it could signal a new epidemic. Sammy Ways. Sammy Ways is an enigmatic artist known for their repetitive and almost ritualistic drawing style, focusing on faces with minimal variation. Found on platforms like ArtStation and DeviantArt, Sammy's works predominantly feature faces with blue eyes, alternating between blonde and brown hair, and sometimes sporting lipstick. Despite the initial impression that the artist might be stuck in a developmental rut, older drawings show a broader range of subjects and techniques, suggesting a deliberate choice rather than a lack of skill. The reasons behind this consistent theme remain speculative, with some attributing it to personal preferences, a unique artistic vision, or even deeper psychological factors. Santa Barbara hair bundles. On the Santa Barbara Mesa, mysterious bundles of hair have been appearing in various locations, leaving residents puzzled and intrigued. These bundles have been primarily found in areas such as Carrillo Hill, Meigs Road, and Cliff Drive. The origins and purpose of these hair bundles remain unclear, leading to widespread speculation. Some residents suspect the hair might be human, while others believe it could be animal hair, possibly from horses. Despite attempts to engage local cosmetology experts and those familiar with cultural traditions involving hair, no definitive answers have been provided. One peculiar observation involved a person seen throwing smaller hair bundles from a car, adding another layer of mystery to the situation. The bundles have sparked curiosity and concern as people continue to wonder about their significance and origin. Scottish bog mummies. The discovery of the 3,000-year-old Scottish bog bodies in the Outer Hebrides revealed that they are not simply individual mummies, but rather composite constructions made from the remains of 6 different individuals. This revelation came from DNA and isotopic analyses which showed that the bodies found at Clad Hallen were assembled from parts of people who lived centuries apart. The purpose behind this practice remains speculative, with theories suggesting it might have been an attempt to create symbolic ancestors or a ritualistic practice now lost to history. SCP-06F6. SCP-06F6 is an enigmatic astronomical object discovered on February 21, 2006, in the constellation Boötes by the Hubble Space Telescope during a survey of galaxy cluster CL 1432.5 plus 3332.8. This optical transient displayed an unusual light curve, brightening steadily over 100 days before dimming back over another 100 days, a pattern not seen in other known celestial phenomena like supernovae or gravitational lensing events. The object's spectral data suggested redshifted molecular carbon absorption lines, implying a possible distance of about 1 billion light-years, but no corresponding star or galaxy was identified at its location. Theories regarding its nature range from a carbon-rich supernova to a white dwarf interacting with a black hole or an asteroid. Despite extensive research, including discussions at the American Astronomical Society, the exact nature of SCP-06F6 remains undetermined, highlighting the need for future observations to uncover similar events and further our understanding of this mysterious cosmic phenomenon. Self-burying hoses. Self-burying hoses, a perplexing phenomenon reported as early as 1955, involve garden hoses seemingly embedding themselves into the ground without human intervention. This strange occurrence was first noted in Downey, California, where a hose reportedly sank into the earth while water was running through it, leading to numerous similar reports across the United States. Some scientists theorize that the water pressure creates a vacuum, causing the hose to be pulled into loose soil, though this explanation remains unverified. This phenomenon has been discussed in various forums and articles, capturing public curiosity due to its mysterious nature and lack of a definitive scientific explanation. Shin Ao Av. Shin Ao Av, a central legend of the Paiute people, refers to an ancient underground city beneath Death Valley, also known as God's Land or Ghost Land. According to the legend, this city serves as a portal to the underworld and holds great spiritual significance. The story involves a Paiute chief who, in grief over his wife's death, ventured into the underground realm to reunite with her. He faced various challenges in the subterranean passages before reaching a place where the dead danced eternally. Despite anecdotal accounts and alleged discoveries of tunnels and artifacts, no concrete evidence has been found to substantiate these claims. Explorers in the early 20th century reported finding mummified remains and unusual carvings, but subsequent searches have not confirmed these findings, leaving the legend of Shin Ao Av a fascinating yet unverified part of Paiute mythology. Siberian Medusa UFO. The Siberian Medusa UFO incident, reported in various sources, refers to an alleged UFO sighting that occurred in the 1990s near the Siberian town of Kemerovo. Witnesses described a massive, jellyfish-like object with glowing tentacles that appeared in the night sky. This object reportedly emitted a strange light and caused electronic disturbances. Despite various accounts and claims, including supposed evidence from local newspapers, no conclusive proof has ever been provided. This event remains one of many enigmatic UFO sightings that blend local folklore and modern UFO mythology, fueling ongoing interest and speculation in paranormal circles. Sibiu Manuscript. The Sibiu manuscript, discovered in 1961 by Professor Doru Todoriciu in Romania, is a 16th century document that remarkably details the technology of multi-stage rockets. Written by Konrad Haas, a military engineer serving the Habsburg monarchy, the manuscript spans around 450 pages and includes elaborate descriptions and drawings of artillery, ballistics, and particularly rockets. Haas's work is pioneering, outlining the principles of multi-stage rocketry, which involve using stages to progressively increase the rocket's altitude and efficiency. He also experimented with liquid fuel mixtures and designed delta-shaped fins and bell-shaped nozzles, concepts that are still relevant in modern rocketry. Although it remains unclear whether Haas ever tested his designs, his manuscript predates other notable works on rocketry, such as those by Kazimierz Siemienowicz, by almost a century. This positions Haas as a significant, though often overlooked, figure in the history of rocket technology. The manuscript not only underscores early European advances in this field, but also reflects a profound understanding of theoretical and practical aspects of rocketry far ahead of its time. Silbanakis. Silbanakis is a shadowy figure from Roman history, believed to have been either an emperor or a usurper during the crisis of the 3rd century, a period marked by significant instability and numerous short-lived rulers. His existence was unknown until the 20th century when 2 coins bearing his name were discovered, one in Lorraine, France in the 1930s and the other near Paris in the 1980s. These coins feature the inscription Imperator Marcus Silbanicus Augustus, identifying him as Marcus Silbanicus Augustus. The first coin depicts Mercury on the reverse side, suggesting a potential connection to Gaul, while the second coin features Mars, hinting at military aspirations. Scholars speculate that Silbanicus might have risen to power during the reign of Philip the Arab, or in the interregnum following Aemilian's brief rule, but the exact timeline remains uncertain. His story underscores the tumultuous nature of the Roman Empire during this era and highlights how numismatic evidence can shed light on forgotten historical figures. Silkhenges. Silkhenges are intriguing silk structures created by an unknown spider species discovered in the Peruvian Amazon in 2013. These structures consist of a central silk spire containing 1 or 2 eggs, surrounded by a circular picket fence made of silk. Despite numerous sightings and the hatching of spiderlings from these structures, the exact species responsible remains unidentified. Theories suggest the silkhenge may serve to protect the eggs from predators or to trap small arthropods as a food source for the spiderlings. The spiderlings observed emerging from these structures have yet to be raised to adulthood for proper identification, and DNA tests have so far only confirmed their classification as spiders without further specificity. Tedeteke Gikotsi. Tedeteke Gikotzi's mysterious death has puzzled many since he vanished from his hospital bed at Stellenbosch Hospital, South Africa, shortly after abdominal surgery on October 5, 2017. Despite being immobile due to his surgery, he disappeared while a nurse briefly left to get fresh linen. Gikotzi's body was discovered 13 days later in the hospital's ceiling in an isolated area. An autopsy revealed he did not die from surgical complications, but the exact cause of death remained unclear, hinting at non-natural causes. His family was bewildered, given he was expected to be safe in the hospital. The strange circumstances of his disappearance and the subsequent discovery of his body have led to various theories, including murder and even teleportation, but no conclusive explanation has been determined. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, also known as the Cleveland Torso Murderer, was an unidentified serial killer responsible for a series of gruesome murders in Cleveland, Ohio, during the 1930s. Between 1935 and 1938, at least 12 victims, often from the city's lower socioeconomic classes, were found decapitated and dismembered in and around the impoverished Kingsbury Run area. Despite extensive investigations, including efforts by famed lawman Eliot Ness, the killer was never caught. The victims, mostly male and often homeless or transient, were typically decapitated, with their heads and bodies found at different times and locations. Eliot Ness's involvement included drastic measures like the controversial burning of the shanty towns in Kingsbury Run to eliminate the killer's hunting grounds, but these actions were met with public backlash. Although there were suspects, such as Dr. Francis E. Sweeney, who failed polygraph tests but was never formally charged, the true identity of the Mad Butcher remains a mystery to this day. The Werewolf of Chalons. In 1598, the town of Chalons in France was gripped by terror as children began disappearing under mysterious and horrifying circumstances. The culprit, Nicolas Damont, a tailor by trade, was accused of luring children into his shop, where he would commit heinous acts of abuse, murder, and cannibalism. He was also believed to transform into a wolf, hunting for victims in the surrounding forests, which led to his moniker, the Werewolf of Chalons. When authorities searched his shop, they reportedly found human bones, and Damont confessed to his crimes, which were so appalling that the court ordered the documents destroyed to prevent them from ever being read. He was executed by being burned at the stake, a common punishment for werewolves and witches at the time, all while cursing and blaspheming until his last breath. Despite attempts to erase his memory, the story of the Werewolf of Chalons endures as a chilling example of the era's blend of superstition and brutal justice. The Woman Who Walks the Road of Bones. The Woman Who Walks the Road of Bones is a mysterious figure frequently seen along the Kolyma Highway, a remote and desolate road in the far east of Russia, originally built by Gulag prisoners. Known for her solitary walks, the woman, believed by some to be named Lyudmila and of Slavic appearance, steadfastly refuses any offers of assistance or rides despite the extreme cold and harsh conditions. She has been spotted in various locations along the highway, including the village of Kandiga, reportedly heading towards Kamchatka. This route is notorious for its tragic history and the countless lives lost during its construction, earning it the eerie nickname Road of Bones. While some speculate she may be a ghost or a spirit linked to the road's dark past, others believe she might simply be a determined traveler or someone seeking solitude. Despite public concern and the police's reluctance to intervene since she hasn't committed any crimes, her true identity and purpose remain shrouded in mystery. Tin Man. The Tin Man mystery is an intricate and captivating internet enigma that began in May 2015 when a YouTube channel named Tin Man started uploading a series of cryptic videos. These videos, 10 in the initial wave, featured a black screen with numbers read out by a female voice. Each video had hidden messages decoded through various ciphers, revealing eerie and mysterious phrases suggesting deeper meanings. The mystery intensified with an 11th video diverging from the template, showing old footage from the World War II and Cold War era. Investigations by online communities, primarily from platforms like 4chan and Reddit, uncovered multiple layers of encrypted messages and audio clues hidden within these videos. The Tin Man himself was depicted in a later video titled The Pen, showing a woman seemingly held captive, further deepening the intrigue. This ARG includes sophisticated puzzles, ciphers, and an ongoing narrative that continues to perplex and engage a dedicated following of puzzle solvers and mystery enthusiasts. Underwater City Beneath the Gulf of Combat. The underwater city beneath the Gulf of Combat, discovered by the National Institute of Ocean Technology in December 2000, has sparked significant debate and intrigue among archaeologists and historians. This site, often referred to as the Gulf of Combat Cultural Complex, revealed well-defined geometric structures, including rectangular and square foundations, and artifacts such as pottery shards, fossilized bones, and a piece of wood carbon dated to approximately 9,500 years ago. These findings suggest the possibility of an ancient civilization predating the Harappan civilization by several millennia. However, the discovery remains controversial, with some experts questioning the man-made nature of the structures and the validity of the artifacts' dating, arguing that natural processes could explain the formations and the presence of ancient wood. Unknown bunkers. Underneath the Oyster Adams School in Washington, D.C., lies an abandoned fallout shelter from the Cold War era, designed to protect up to 100 people for 2 weeks in the event of a nuclear attack. This eerie, long-forgotten space, largely untouched since the 1960s, still houses original supplies such as barrels of water, survival biscuits, sanitation kits, and first aid items. The shelter, characterized by its narrow, dingy corridors, serves as a stark reminder of the era's nuclear anxieties. Despite the grim atmosphere, this preserved bunker offers a unique glimpse into the past, reflecting the widespread civil defense measures taken during a period of heightened fear and tension. Van Heist lights. On the night of August 24, 2014, Dutch pilot Christian van Heist witnessed a series of mysterious red and orange lights over the Pacific Ocean while flying from Hong Kong to Anchorage. These lights appeared south of the Kamchatka Peninsula, following a vertical lightning-like flash, despite no thunderstorms in the area. Various theories have been proposed to explain this phenomenon, including military activity, bioluminescent plankton, an underwater volcanic eruption, and earthquake lights. The military theory suggests the lights could be related to naval exercises or weapon tests, though this is debated due to the absence of typical indicators like closed airspace or NOTAMs. Another plausible explanation is that the lights were caused by an underwater volcano, similar to the 2013 eruption near Japan that created a new island. Despite numerous investigations, the true source of these lights remains unresolved. Zeppa Bee Funeral. In a unique and touching event reported by the Danville Bee on June 4, 1956, a swarm of bees attended the funeral of their keeper, John Zepka, in Adams, Massachusetts. This occurrence saw thousands of bees clustering inside the tent at the open gravesite as Zepka's coffin was lowered into the ground. Known for his deep connection with his bees, which he managed without protective gear, Zepka's passing seemingly drew his bees to pay their last respects before returning to their hive on his farm. The phenomenon has been attributed to the tradition of telling the bees, where beekeepers inform their hives of significant events, including their own death. This event has drawn parallels to other instances where bees have shown similar behaviors, highlighting a fascinating aspect of human-animal bonds and the bees' sensitivity to their environment and caretakers. Secure Team 10. Secure Team 10, a YouTube channel led by Tyler Glockner, garnered a massive following with its content on UFOs and conspiracy theories. However, the channel's abrupt disappearance, marked by the removal of all its videos and cessation of uploads, led to widespread speculation. Glockner claimed he was the victim of a smear campaign, citing incidents like a DUI arrest and accusations of domestic violence, which he framed as attempts to silence him. Nevertheless, evidence such as police dashcam footage contradicted his claims, showing him failing a sobriety test after crashing his car. Additionally, Glockner faced criticism for using a logo without permission from the original artist, J.J. Ying, which led to legal disputes and the suspension of his Patreon account. Despite assertions of authenticity, Glockner admitted to recreating witness voices in his videos, further damaging his credibility. While his supporters view these challenges as part of a conspiracy against him, critics argue that Glockner's reliance on sensationalism and fabricated content has led to his downfall. As of right now, the Secure Team 10 YouTube channel has all of its past videos up and currently uploads new content. Charmex, known as Carl Keaton, was a popular Canadian YouTuber renowned for his reaction videos and unique content, amassing over 1 million subscribers. Despite his popularity, Charmex abruptly quit YouTube in March 2021, citing constant harassment and personal reasons. He maintained a mysterious persona, always wearing a beanie and avoiding personal exposure. In 2022, Charmex rebranded as Fresh Cut Slim, focusing on music production under his new alias. The transition marked a significant shift from his previous content style, but he retained a dedicated fan base.